Chapter 1: The Strongest Family System. Land of 100 Kingdoms. Zhao State. Qingyun County, Wanxiang City. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in white, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, was looking around the city. It took a year and nearly 100,000 kilometers to finally leave the state of Chu and arrive in the state of Zhao. I think I won't be noticed by my family anymore. I should buy a mansion first and settle down here temporarily. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He had been observing Mixi for a few days and thought it was a good place to settle down for the time being. Lin Fan, an orphan from Blue Star, died while saving someone. I have been reincarnated into this world for 31 years now, and I only recently awakened my memories of my past life a year ago. A year ago, Lin Fan was just an ordinary member of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the Chu kingdom. The Lin family is a family with a history of over 5,000 years, which is considered very ancient in the Chu kingdom, and its strength is second only to the royal family of Chu. The Lin family, to which Lin Fan belongs, has over 1 million members, and with the wives he has married, the population exceeds 5 million. Moreover, they were all martial artists, and the patriarch on the surface was a powerful expert at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Besides this ancestor, there are 3 supreme elders at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm and 5 supreme elders at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The Purple Mansion realm has a lifespan of up to 800 years, which is considered an ancient monster by ordinary people. Such strength would place him among the top experts in the Chu kingdom. After all, the Chu royal family's ancestor was only at the early stage of the Divine Platform realm, one realm higher than the Purple Mansion realm. As for whether there are any stronger figures in the Lin family behind the scenes, Lin Fan didn't know. Such matters were beyond his comprehension. Lin Fan's understanding of the power structure in this world is incomplete. All I know are the 5 stages of body tempering: I Ching, marrow cleansing, bone forging, organ refining, and blood exchange. Next comes the extraordinary stage: Kaiyuan, Zhihai, Zifu, Shintai, Shintong. As for what realms lie ahead, Lin Fan had no idea. Lin Fan is currently in the blood transfusion period, which means he has reached the peak of body tempering. Even if one only achieves the perfection of body tempering, their lifespan has already reached 150 years, which is twice that of Lin Fan's previous life. As for why Lin Fan would appear in Wanxiang city of Zhao at this time? That's because Lin Fan and the Lin family of Chu kingdom no longer have any connection. It wasn't that the Lin family expelled Lin Fan from the clan, but rather that Lin Fan chose to leave the Lin family and build his own branch. The Lin family has a rule that anyone who hasn't broken through to the Kaiyuan realm by the age of 30 must face a choice. Either help the family manage their businesses and earn resources for the family. They can choose to leave the family and build their own branch. Those who choose to build a branch will receive 100 yellow-grade yuan stones as startup capital, which can be considered as the family's final assistance. Once you leave the family, they will no longer care whether you live or die. It is precisely because they have left the family that they will no longer be protected by it. When faced with this choice, most members of the Lin family would choose to manage the family business. Very few people like Lin Fan have ventured out to build branch lines. In this world fraught with danger, leaving one's family before even reaching the Kaiyuan realm is naturally fraught with peril. Staying in the family to manage the business will reduce the time available for cultivation, making it difficult to improve one's strength. With the protection of their families, at least their lives are not threatened. In fact, the Lin family did this as a precaution. This world is not peaceful. Families and forces are often destroyed because of the lack of cultivation resources. If the Lin family were to be wiped out one day, these branches outside the family might be able to survive. This way, the family bloodline was preserved. All they need to give up is 100 pieces of yellow-grade yuan stone. This amount of spirit stones is nothing to the Lin family. The Lin family owns its own yuan stone mine. The reason Lin Fan chose to leave the Lin family was because he had been bound to a system when he awakened his past life memories a year ago. This system is called the Strongest Family System. Although the system is already bound, the conditions for activation have not yet been met. It can only be activated when he becomes the head of the family. Lin Fan was just an ordinary member of the Lin family. His parents sacrificed themselves while he was doing a mission for the family when he was young, so he was left with no one to rely on. Therefore, given his status, it would be impossible for him to become the head of the Lin family. Moreover, the upper echelons of the family also engage in power struggles, since the higher one's status in the family, the more cultivation resources one receives, and this situation is unavoidable. The power struggles above have led to many people coveting the position of head of the Lin family. If Lin Fan were to propose becoming the head of the family, he would be reduced to ashes in no time, without even a chance to explain. Since there's no chance of becoming the head of the family, it's better to create a separate family tree and build one on your own. Anyway, he didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Lin family. He had no friends or childhood sweethearts in the Lin family, so he had no attachments. After leaving the Lin family, in order to avoid being noticed by them during his development, Lin Fan chose to stay away from the Chu kingdom and went to the neighboring Zhao kingdom to develop his career. This world is too big. The territory of the Chu state alone is as large as 2 billion square kilometers. The states of Zhao and Chu were roughly equal in strength, and their relationship was neither good nor bad. There are too many countries here, so war is inevitable, which sometimes leads to two countries banding together for mutual support. Lin Fan chose the state of Zhao mainly because it was close by. There's no way around it. A country's territory can easily reach billions of square kilometers, it's just too vast. With his body tempering at its peak, he was already barely managing to get to the Zhao kingdom any further, and he might have lost his life. It's impossible to develop a family without a family base, but there's no need to rush to find one right now. Let's buy a residence first. The most important thing now is to become the head of the family and then activate the system. Having made his decision, Lin Fan didn't delay. Soon, Lin Fan found a brokerage firm. As soon as Lin Fan entered, a waiter came to greet him. "Young master, is there anything I can help you with? I'm planning to buy a mansion. Do you have any suitable ones here?" "Young master, we have quite a few mansions for sale. Let me introduce them to you first, and see if there's anything you like." "Good." Following the waiter's introduction, Lin Fan spent 500 taels of gold to buy a 3-courtyard mansion. In this world, the common currency for transactions is also gold, silver, and copper coins. Only martial artists who have reached the Kaiyuan realm or above will need to use Yuan stones. Yuan stones are classified from lowest to highest grade as follows: yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, and emperor grade. 100 yellow grade Yuan stones equal 1 black grade Yuan stone, and so on. One piece of yellow grade Yuan stone can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold is equal to 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver is equal to 1,000 when cash. 1 penny has the purchasing power equivalent to $1 in Lin Fan's previous life. The 100 yellow grade spirit stones given by the family were already a huge sum of money for Lin Fan, who was only at the peak of body tempering. After settling in completely, Lin Fan sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and mentally activated the system. "System, I've settled down here, so I guess I'm considered the head of the family now, right?" Lin Fan was still a little uneasy. After all, he was still a lone commander. Ding! System has detected that the host has initially established their own family settlement. Please wait patiently, 1%, 50%. Seeing that the system had started up, Lin Fan finally felt relieved. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. Before long, the system startup reached 100%. Ding! The strongest clan system has been activated, rewarding the host with a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing about the newbie gift pack, Lin Fan's face lit up with anticipation. Whether this system is stingy or generous, we'll find out by looking at the rewards in the newbie gift pack. Don't rush to give us the newbie gift pack, system, why don't you introduce your features first? Since the newbie gift pack wouldn't disappear anyway, Lin Fan decided to learn about the system's functions first. Function 1, expanding the family lines. The host will receive rewards as long as they expand the family line. Function 2, the system will also provide rewards as long as the clan's strength increases. Function 3, system space. System space is unlimited and can only store inanimate items. Function 4, investigation. The host can investigate others' favorability and loyalty towards the host, as well as personal information. The system is currently in its initial stage. More features will be unlocked after the upgrade. Although it only has 4 functions, Lin Fan is already very satisfied. With these 4 functions, it was like adding wings to a tiger for him. System, do you have my attribute panel? Ding! Yes, host, would you like to open the attribute panel? Start it. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 119 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family luck, 100. Family level, 0. Strength, body tempering perfected. Qualification, yellow grade top quality. Cultivation technique, yellow rank high grade cultivation technique gathering yuan technique. Martial arts and movement techniques, yellow grade superior stone shattering hand minor mastery, gentle breeze sword technique major mastery, yellow grade supreme swift wind step major mastery. Weapon, low grade yellow rank azure cloud sword. Wealth, 100 yellow grade yuan stones, 2,500 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver. Pills, 3 bottles of low-grade yellow-level body tempering pills. Each bottle contains 10 pills. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Fan could only describe it as very ordinary. In the past, I would have been very discouraged, because with a yellow-grade top-quality aptitude, one can theoretically only cultivate to the Qi Si realm, and it would require a lot of resources to reach that point. Of course, obtaining some rare and precious materials can also change one's fate. But how could he possibly obtain such rare and precious materials? Given his previous status, he probably wouldn't have been able to gather enough resources to cultivate to the Qi Si realm even by the time he died, let alone rare and precious materials. For Lin Fan, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm was already the pinnacle. Even if one breaks through to the Kaiyuan realm, one's lifespan is only 300 years. This lifespan is naturally too short for Lin Fan, who desires immortality. But now that we have a system, anything is possible. Next, Lin Fan decided to take a few concubines first, and then develop his business discreetly. Before you have the strength, playing it safe is the best option. He has been in Mixi for several days now and has a general understanding of the situation here. The power of Wanxiang City is not strong. The strongest power is naturally the City Lord's mansion, whose strength is in the late Kaiyuan period. At the same time, the City Lord's wife's strength also reached the early stage of the Kaiyuan era. Besides the City Lord's mansion, there are also the Chen, Li, and Wang families. The Chen and Li families each had a patriarch from the mid-Kaiyuan era, while the Wang family had a patriarch from the early Kaiyuan era. Besides these forces, there are 8 other families that possess martial artists who have reached the peak of body tempering. As for the remaining families that are not yet at the peak of body tempering, there are dozens of them, and the strongest among them are all at the internal organ refinement stage. With their corrupted nature, they could only be considered a third-rate force in Wanxiang City. Of course, even those who are considered third-rate are still far superior to ordinary people. The jurisdiction of Mixi covers an area of more than 5 million square kilometers and has a population of approximately 200 million. Of all these people, fewer than 1 million may become martial artists, and most of them are at the Yi Jing and Shi Sui stages. In fact, everyone in this world can cultivate themselves. Even the most ordinary mortal talent, through time and effort, can reach the marrow cleansing stage of body tempering. Once you reach the marrow cleansing realm, a single swing of your arm can generate a force of over 1,000 pounds, which is far more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Unfortunately, most people don't have the means to cultivate. Cultivation techniques are all controlled by those families and sects, and ordinary people have no access to them at all. Although many sects recruit disciples, they all have qualification requirements. Moreover, the road to the sect is extremely long, and ordinary people are very likely to encounter bandits on the way. Besides the robbers, even more terrifying are the monsters and evil cultivators. For ordinary people, encountering demonic beasts or evil cultivators would be a certain death. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, most people still dare not leave their hometown. After looking at the attribute panel, Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, a look of anticipation on his face. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have opened the newbie gift pack and obtained a portable mini-world. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a family divine tree. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the exclusive cultivation technique Jiankuan Hadao Ju. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,000 yellow grade yuan stones. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 mystic grade yuan stones. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 top-grade Xin level cultivation techniques and 100 top-grade Huang level cultivation techniques. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 Shen level top-grade martial arts techniques and 100 Huang level top-grade martial arts techniques. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of yellow-grade top-tier breakthrough pill, which can help you perfectly break through from the opening Yuan realm to the Qi Si realm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 bottles of yellow-grade high-quality breakthrough pills, which can help you successfully break through from the body tempering realm to the origin opening realm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 bottles of mid-grade yellow-level Qi condensation pills, which can aid in cultivation at the opening Yuan realm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 bottles of low-grade yellow-level body tempering pills, which can aid in body tempering realm cultivation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 top-grade yellow-level longsword, 10 high-grade yellow-level longswords, 100 mid-grade yellow-level longswords, and 1,000 low-grade yellow-level longswords. All rewards have been stored in the system space, and the host can check them at any time. The personal world has been integrated with the host and can be entered with a thought. System, you're being way too generous. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan couldn't stop smiling. With just these pills, 10 Chi Si realm experts can be trained in a short period of time. A Chi Si realm expert can become an elder in the Lin family of Chu Kingdom, wielding significant influence within the family. The portable world, in particular, filled Lin Fan with anticipation. Let's go check out my portable world first. With a thought, Lin Fan vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared in his personal world. Unlike the birdsong and fragrant flowers Lin Fan had imagined. Apart from the endless black soil and a large lake, there was no sign of life inside. There isn't even a single plant. However, the spiritual energy within was more than 10 times that of the myriad city. The atmosphere here is even more intense than in the Lin family's past, making cultivation here much more efficient. Chapter 3 Portable Mini World and Family Divine Tree. System, could you please introduce this portable mini world? Host, the current area of this small world is 100 square kilometers, of which lakes occupy 30 square kilometers. As your strength increases, the small world will gradually expand. Meanwhile, the flow of time inside is 5 times faster than outside. 1 day outside is equivalent to 5 days inside. More importantly, spending 5 days of your lifespan inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. In other words, as long as the host stays in the small world, their lifespan is equivalent to 5 times that of a martial artist of the same level. Ha ha ha. Good, with such an amazing ability, even if you put a pig here, it will eventually become a pig demon. However, Lin Fan quickly realized a crucial question and hurriedly asked the system about it. System, if I bring in outsiders, is there a way to prevent them from leaking information? With such an incredible little world, it's definitely the perfect place to cultivate a family. However, if he cannot prevent leaks, he will absolutely not accept outsiders, not even his closest confidants. If the secret of the small world is leaked, he will probably be forced to hide inside it and unable to leave. The host can first plant the family's sacred tree in the small world. With the family's sacred tree present, there will be a way to prevent leaks. The family's sacred tree? He had naturally heard about the family's sacred tree at the time, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Little did he know that it was the key to preventing leaks. With a single thought, the entire microcosm came under his control. As the master of the small world, he is equivalent to the heavenly Tao within it. Aside from being unable to create life or create something from nothing, it can be said to be omnipotent. That island in the middle of the lake is nice, it's like the center of a small world. We'll plant it there. With a thought, Lin Fan appeared on the island in the lake. This island is not small, with an area of 10 square kilometers. I didn't expect there to be a spirit pool here, about 10 acres in size. It seems that the spiritual energy of this small world is emanating from here. Lin Fan took a bite and immediately felt refreshed, with a faint feeling that his cultivation was about to break through. This is truly a blessed land. Let's plant our family's sacred tree here. Soon, Lin Fan planted the family's sacred tree, which was 10 feet tall, next to the spirit pool. After Lin Fan poured some spirit pool water on it, it began to exude a rich vitality. Lin Fan looked it over but couldn't see anything special about the family's divine tree. He just thought it was somewhat beautiful. System, please introduce this family's sacred tree. Host, the family's divine tree grows stronger as the family becomes stronger. Currently, it can suppress the family's fortune. With the existence of the family's sacred tree, those methods of seizing fortune are ineffective against the host's family. At the same time, anyone the host brings into the small world, as long as their affinity or loyalty to the host reaches 70 or higher, will have a mark planted in their soul by the divine tree, and this mark will be imperceptible. Once the mark is placed on the host, even a powerful expert searching their soul will not detect any information about the host or their family. More importantly, as the family grows stronger, the divine tree will also bear fruits that alter cultivation aptitudes, making it possible for every member of the family to possess a sacred body in the future. Looking at these introductions, Lin Fan was dumbfounded. He could only sigh that he could finally take off, and immortality was no longer a dream. However, he should keep a low profile and focus on improving his skills. He needs time to grow. Try to avoid conflicts with other forces, unless someone provokes him. System, please introduce my exclusive cultivation technique, the Heaven and Earth Harmony Technique. The Heaven and Earth Harmony Tao Technique is a cultivation method far surpassing the Emperor level. After cultivation, it can continuously improve the host's aptitude, and even the aptitude of the host's Taoist partner will gradually improve. At the same time, this is also a powerful dual cultivation technique that can rapidly enhance the strength of both partners. System, quickly transfer the cultivation technique to me. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Fan couldn't wait to try it out. Who could refuse such a powerful technique? Soon, a day had passed in the outside world, while 5 days had passed in the small world. Lin Fan finally finished cultivating the technique. System, open the properties panel. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 269 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family luck, 10,000. Family level, 0. Strength, perfected Kaiyuan realm. Qualification, low-grade Xian level. Technique, Xiankuan Hadao Ju. Martial arts and movement techniques, yellow grade superior stone shattering hand, minor mastery, gentle breeze sword technique, major mastery, yellow grade supreme swift wind step, major mastery. Weapon, yellow grade top quality dragon pattern sword. Wealth, 1000 Xian grade Yuan stones, 100100 Huang grade Yuan stones, 2500 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver. Pills, 1 bottle of grade yellow breakthrough pill, 10 bottles of grade yellow high breakthrough pill, 100 bottles of grade yellow mid-grade chi condensation pill, 1003 bottles of grade yellow low-grade body tempering pill. Weapons, 1 top grade yellow level longsword, 10 high grade yellow level longswords, 100 mid-grade yellow level longswords, 1001 low-grade yellow level longswords. I never expected that after switching cultivation techniques, my strength would increase by a whole level, and even my aptitude would be raised to the lower grade of the profound level. That's really great. Lin Fan felt his own immense strength and was in a very good mood. With his current strength, he could easily suppress 100 versions of himself from the past. Although the body tempering realm is powerful, a fully tempered body tempering realm expert can exert tens of thousands of pounds of force with a single arm swing. Even so, they are still considered mortals, with a maximum lifespan of 150 years. The core of the Kaiyuan realm is to open the Dantian, sense the primordial energy, and achieve a lifespan of 300 years. In Lin Fan's previous life, 300 years would have been enough for a dynasty to change. Unlike the body tempering realm, which involves tempering the body, the origin opening realm requires opening up a space in the Dantian to accommodate primordial energy. After opening up a space, one can absorb the primordial energy between heaven and earth into the body and transform it into one's own primordial energy. From this point on, one can be considered to have truly entered the gate of cultivation, and can use vital energy to enhance attack and defense. Now, the space within Lin Fan's Dantian, spanning a radius of 1 mile, is filled with vital energy. Next, as long as the Dantian space continues to expand, it will be able to break through to the Qi-Si realm. If I consolidate my cultivation for another day or two, I will be able to break through to the Qi-Si realm with the help of a top-grade yellow-level breakthrough pill. Lin Fan was naturally incredibly excited about breaking through to the Qi-Si realm. A powerful expert like the Qi-Si realm only appears in county towns. Small towns like Wanxiang City don't have them. In the Lin family of Chu, those at the Qi-Si realm are considered elders or higher-ups. What Lin Fan was most looking forward to was that the Qi-Si realm allowed for flight. Surely no man could resist the allure of flying. Even at the initial stage of Qi-Si realm, the flight speed can reach over Mach 10, which is equivalent to flying over 12,000 kilometers per hour. At that speed, you could easily beat Ultraman from the movie My Past Life to a pulp. Chapter 4: The Divine Wilderness Realm, the Profound Heaven Continent. Now that my strength is practically invincible in Wanxiang City, it's time to start preparing to take a concubine. By the way, system, there's one more question. Are there any requirements for taking a concubine? Lin Fan was genuinely afraid of being asked for a divine body or a holy body. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. This kind of physique is not something he can currently access. Don't worry, host, there are no requirements. It's entirely up to your preference. However, the greater the talent, the greater the rewards. Hearing that there were no special requirements, Lin Fan finally felt relieved. He's just getting started, and he's not thinking about marrying a divine or holy body right now. Maybe when he becomes stronger, such a physique will come to him automatically. Before you have the strength, it's better to play it safe. I didn't expect the small world to have grown so much, reaching an area of 200 square kilometers. It's such a waste to leave such a large place empty. After taking concubines, the next goal is to fill this place with spiritual herbs, fruits, and rice. Looking at this land, Lin Fan felt full of confidence and a sense of security. However, the time ratio has not changed, it is still 1:5. Forget it, 1:5 is enough for now, we can't be too greedy. By the way, system, What conditions are required to upgrade a family's level? Requires 1 Chi-Si Realm Cultivator, 10 Kaiyuan Realm Cultivators, and 50,000 Chi-Luck. Lin Fan felt that he could meet this condition very soon. System, tell me about this world, and the cultivation levels in this world. Lin Fan knew that the world was vast, but he had no idea exactly how vast it was. Host, this world is called the Divine Wilderness Realm. The Divine Wilderness Realm contains 3,000 continents, each separated by an endless starry sky. Even adjacent continents are more than 1,000,000 light-years apart. The continent where the host resides is called Xiantian Continent, one of the 3,000 continents of the Divine Wilderness Realm. The Xiantian Continent is further divided into 5 regions: the Eastern region, the Southern region, the Western region, the Northern region, and the Central region. The host's current location is Qianzhou, one of the 9 provinces in the eastern region of the Xiantian Continent. On the edge of Qianzhou lies a mountain range stretching for trillions of miles, known as the Million Mountains. System, do you mean that my 100 Kingdoms land is only a part of Qianzhou in the eastern region, and there are still 1,000,000 mountains in between? Lin Fan was a little confused at this moment. According to the system's description, the place he was in now was not even a beginner village. He knew the world was big, but he didn't expect it to be this big. It's important to know that the 100 Kingdoms region he's in is quite large. Here, hundreds of kingdoms vied for supremacy, and hundreds of dynasties competed with each other. Even the weakest dynasty had a territory of over 1 billion square kilometers. Powerful dynasties possess territories of hundreds of billions, or even tens of billions, of square kilometers. However, this large piece of land is only a small part of Qianzhou, one of the 9 states in the eastern region of the Xiantian Continent. However, after learning about the size of this world, Lin Fan became even more motivated. System, please continue to introduce the cultivation realms of this world. The cultivation realms in this world are divided into Body Tempering, Origin Opening, Chi-Si, Purple Mansion, Divine Platform, Supernatural Power, Venerable, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Venerable, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. The Body Tempering realm is divided into 5 minor realms: I Ching, Marrow Cleansing, Bone Forging, Organ Refining, and Blood Exchange. The subsequent stages from the opening Origin realm to the Venerable realm are divided into 4 minor realms: Early Stage, Middle Stage, Late Stage, and Perfect Stage. The ranks from Quasi-Saint to Great Emperor are divided into 9 levels. System, are there any realms after the Great Emperor? Of course there are, but the host is currently too weak. Don't be overly ambitious. Lin Fan was at a loss for words, but since he was still far from the great capital, he really didn't need to know about the later realms. System, please explain the classification of cultivation aptitude again. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 7 levels from highest to lowest: Emperor, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and Mortal, which are further subdivided into 4 minor levels: Supreme, Upper Grade, Middle Grade, and Lower Grade. In addition to these, there are special constitutions such as Spirit Bodies, Divine Bodies, and Holy Bodies. Among them, Yellow level aptitude corresponds to the Chi-Si stage of Body Tempering. Mysterious level aptitude corresponds to Purple Mansion and Divine Platform. Earth level aptitude corresponds to supernatural powers and venerable status. Celestial level and spiritual body correspond to Quasi-Saint and Saint. Saint level and divine body correspond to Saint King to Saint Venerable. Emperor level and holy body correspond to Quasi-Emperor and Great Emperor. Other items such as elixirs, formations, cultivation techniques, and weapons are categorized according to the levels of Emperor, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and Mortal. After a systematic introduction, Lin Fan finally gained some understanding of this world. However, this only strengthened Lin Fan's resolve to play it safe and develop his strength, as this world was far too dangerous. Mix C, 100 Flowers Pavilion. Lin Fan left the small world and came here. This is not a brothel, it's more like a matchmaking agency from a previous life. However, unlike matchmaking agencies, the girls here all belong to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Because the girls here are all trained by Bai Walla from a young age, they are very suitable for Lin Fan now. Lin Fan was no stranger to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, as it also existed in the royal city of the Chu Kingdom. This power spans hundreds of countries, making it incredibly vast. In Lin Fan's view, most dynasties were probably not as powerful as 100 Flowers Pavilion. Now that Lin Fan has a general understanding of this world, he even feels that the 100 Flowers Pavilion is not a force from the 100 Kingdoms, but a large force from the Xiantian continent. Of course, this was just Lin Fan's guess. As for what kind of power Bai Walla is, it's not important to him right now. Regardless of where they came from, they were not people he could handle in his current state. Oh, young master, you look unfamiliar. This must be your first time visiting my 100 Flowers Pavilion. My name is Xianyang. May I ask how you are addressed, sir? Are you here at my 100 Flowers Pavilion looking for a Taoist partner? As Lin Fan arrived, a matchmaker dressed in a flamboyant manner quickly came to his side to greet him. My surname is Lin. I've come here to find a Taoist partner, and I also plan to buy some maids. I wonder if Xianyang has any recommendations? When Xianyang heard that Lin Fan was planning to buy maids, and even some, her eyes lit up. If this deal goes through, she'll get a substantial commission. Even the most ordinary girl at the 100 Flowers Pavilion costs 100 taels of gold. Those families in the city who are at the body tempering realm all came here to take a concubine. But no one would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy maids here. That's 100 taels of gold. You could buy over 100 maids and servants outside. Human life is the least valuable thing in this world, because the one thing this world has the least shortage of is people. Mixi is just a small city, yet it has a population of 200 million. Below Qingyun County, there are more than 10 such small towns. The state of Zhao had 15 commanderies. As for Qingyun County, it can only be considered average in the Zhao Kingdom, with the strongest being a county governor who has reached the Qixi perfection stage. The Zhao state alone had a population of over 50 billion. Chapter 5. I want them all. In this world, life is difficult for ordinary people, and a large amount of wealth is in the hands of martial artists. In the event of natural disasters or man-made calamities, people sell their children everywhere to avoid starvation, and you can buy one for just a few taels of silver. The reason why Bai Walu is so expensive is that even the most ordinary girls here have reached the lower grade of the yellow level. At the same time, they all possess at least some knowledge of the I Ching. Besides her talent, she also received specialized training in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, making her no less accomplished than the daughters of prominent families. Since Bai Walu has invested a lot of money in its cultivation, it's normal for the price to be a bit higher. It wasn't originally intended for ordinary people. Xianyang glanced at Lin Fan, unsure if he really wanted to buy, but she still patiently began to explain. Young Master Lin, since this is your first time here, let me first introduce our place to you. Even the most ordinary girl in our 100 Flowers Pavilion has the aptitude of the lower grade of yellow level, and her strength has just stepped into the I Ching stage. As for their appearance, you don't need to worry, they were all carefully selected. Therefore, the price is a bit high. A low-grade yellow level item requires 100 taels of gold. I wonder if young master can accept that. After Xianyang finished her introduction, she looked at Lin Fan with some anticipation, naturally hoping to close this deal. As for Lin Fan, upon hearing that it was only 100 taels of gold each, he naturally felt no pressure. He currently possesses 1,000 Xian grade yuan stones and 100,100 Huang grade yuan stones, which translates to approximately 200,000 Huang grade yuan stones. One yellow grade gemstone can buy 10 maids, which is no problem for him. Of course, not wanting to flaunt his wealth, he certainly wouldn't buy too much at once. Xianyang, money is not a problem. Tell me the prices of all the different qualifications in Bai Walu. Yes, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, a mid-grade yellow level aptitude requires 500 taels of gold, and the strength must also be at the I Ching stage. A high-grade yellow level item requires 10 yellow-grade spirit stones, and the user's strength must be at the marrow cleansing stage. A yellow-grade top-quality aptitude requires 100 yellow-grade yuan stones, and the strength must be at the bone forging stage. At this point, Xianyang stopped. The reason why the price of top-grade yellow quality has increased so dramatically. It is because the yellow-grade superior aptitude has the potential to become a master of the Kaiyuan realm, which has already surpassed that of ordinary people. No Xian level aptitude? Lin Fan looked at her with some surprise. Young master is joking. Myriad Elephant City is just a small city. Even the city lord's mansion would suffer greatly if they wanted to marry someone with Xian level aptitude. Moreover, Xian level aptitude requires Xian grade yuan stones for trading, so our 100 Flowers Pavilion does not have any girls with Xian level aptitude. If you need it, young master, you can pay 100 Xian grade yuan stones as a deposit, and we will send the person over from Baihua Tower in the county town. Of course, the other party must also be willing to follow you, young master. As for Xian level aptitude, our 100 Flowers Pavilion will not force the other party. It is entirely up to their own free will. But don't worry, young master, the deposit will be refunded if you are not willing. After Xianyang finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a smile. A low-grade Xian level aptitude has the potential to become a purple mansion realm expert, so the price is naturally higher. The owner of their 100 Flowers Pavilion only possessed a low-grade Xian level aptitude. Once they reach the Xian level aptitude, they have autonomy and will be given special attention by the 100 Flowers Pavilion, becoming the backbone of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. At this level, one can choose to stay in Baiwalu and become the head of various Baiwalu branches. Of course, you can also choose to marry yourself off, but that will require a lot more spirit stones. Baiwalu is not a charity, they won't do business at a loss. No need for Xian grade aptitude. I was just asking out of curiosity. I don't have that many Yuan stones, especially Xian grade ones. How about this? I want 5 top grade aptitude items and 10 high grade aptitude items. Hearing that Lin Fan actually wanted so much, Xiaonyang was overjoyed. This was a huge order of 600 Yuan stones. If she completes this order, she will receive a commission of 6 Yuan stones. Please wait a moment, young master, I'll go and arrange it for you. With that, Xiaonyang left excitedly. It's impossible not to be excited. In Vientiane City, only the Yang family of the city lord's mansion and the 3 major families of Chen, Li, and Wang have such financial resources. As for other families at the body tempering realm, they can't even scrape together a few yellow grade Yuan stones, so they can be ignored. Although body tempering and origin opening are only 1 realm apart, the 2 realms are worlds apart. Although the body tempering family has a lot of gold, they rarely have access to Yuan stones. Unless one obtains some high grade or above yellow level spiritual herbs by chance, there is no chance of exchanging them for spirit stones. Whether it can be saved or not is another matter. For martial artists at the Kaiyuan realm and above, gold is just a piece of scrap iron, while Yuan stones are resources that can be used to enhance their strength. The Yuan stone contains pure Yuan Qi, which is easily absorbed and relatively easy to refine. Soon, Xiaonyang arrived with dozens of girls. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Fan had ever seen such a scene. It was truly a riot of color. The temperament of these girls is incomparable to the kind of young ladies in short videos from my previous life. Once physical beauty reaches a certain level, the comparison becomes about temperament. The temperament of a martial artist is naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Young Master Lin, the first 15 are all top quality candidates. This is all the candidates our 100 Flowers Pavilion branch has. Please take a closer look and see if there are any you are satisfied with. Lin Fan carefully examined them. To be honest, he didn't know how to choose, because they were all his favorite types, making it really difficult to choose. Finally, Lin Fan made up his mind and said, Xiaonyang, I want them all. Since he couldn't choose, he didn't bother. Anyway, he didn't lack those spirit stones. Young Master Lin, are you telling the truth? Xiaonyang's voice trembled slightly at this moment. This Baiwalu branch has never encountered such a large client before. Those families can only take 1 or 2 per family per year at most. This is also why there are so few girls with exceptional qualities. She was truly shocked that Lin Fan had booked everything today. Seeing Xiaonyang's incredulous expression, Lin Fan directly took out a storage bag. Xiaonyang, here are 1,600 Yuan stones. I won't pick the 10 top grade ones. You can arrange for them to be delivered to my residence. I believe you won't let me down. Lin Fan was genuinely afraid that he wouldn't be able to choose one later and would end up wanting them all. Although he doesn't lack these elemental stones, he can't be too high profile right now. After saying that, Lin Fan handed the storage bag to Xiaonyang. The storage bag was given by the Lin family. It has 1 cubic meter of space and is worth 1 Yuan stone. It is considered standard equipment for members of the Lin family. After examining the spirit stones in the storage bag, Xiaonyang couldn't stop smiling. Young Master Lin, please leave your address. Our 100 Flowers Pavilion will arrange a carriage to send the person to you shortly. We guarantee you won't be disappointed. Lin Fan nodded and didn't say anything more. Chapter 6 takes you into the miniature world. After leaving his address, Lin Fan left Baiwalu. Next, Lin Fan went to buy some daily necessities and instructed them to deliver them to his door. Not long after Lin Fan returned to his residence, Xiaonyang brought the girls to his house. You haven't met your master yet. This Master Lin will be your master from now on, so you must serve him well. Greetings, sir. Upon hearing the address master, Lin Fan felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. It was an incredibly wonderful feeling. However, having lived 2 lives, Lin Fan quickly calmed down. No need for formalities, everyone. As he spoke, Lin Fan looked at Xiaonyang. Xiaonyang, why are there so many more people? Yes, in addition to the 25 he wanted, there were actually 50 more, which was a bit beyond his expectations. Young Master Lin, you are a major client of our 100 Flowers Pavilion, so our owner asked me to send you 30 low-grade and 20 mid-grade items. For such a major client, Bai Wallen naturally hoped that Lin Fan would frequently patronize their business. Lin Fan was quite surprised to hear that it was a gift, as it was worth 15,000 taels of gold. However, upon closer inspection, it's only 15 spirit stones, which is really nothing for 100 Flowers Pavilion. He just spent 1,600 yuan stones. It just goes to show that there's a reason why their business is so large. In that case, Xionyang, please thank your master for me when you go back. Since it was a gift, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. Young Master Lin, these are all their indentures. I'm handing them over to you now. Okay. Lin Fan accepted the indenture handed over by Xionyang. If there's nothing else, young Master Lin, I won't bother you any longer. I imagine you have many things to attend to. If you need anything else at that time, you can contact me directly. Take care, Xionyang. I'll definitely contact you if I need anything. As Xionyang left, all the girls looked at Lin Fan with trepidation. Now, their lives are in Lin Fan's hands. Their fate now rests entirely in the hands of this man. It seems you are all quite anxious about the future, but don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I am still very easy to get along with. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Fan, and I am the head of the Lin family. However, I am currently the only one in my Lin family. In order to expand the family, I need a girl with excellent qualities to carry on the family line. From this moment on, you are all members of my Lin family. Lin Fan got straight to the point. He wasn't one to mince words. He can't possibly date them all, he doesn't have the time for that. Hearing that Lin Fan needed them to have children, these girls actually relaxed. They were able to accept this request, which was already the best possible outcome. The fact that Lin Fan was able to spend 1,600 yuan stones to buy them shows that his wealth is beyond their wildest imagination. At least it will allow them to live a better life than they did at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Once they have Lin Fan's child, their status in the family will likely not be too low. Moreover, Lin Fan is so handsome, they don't feel like they're at a disadvantage at all. Compared to those who were bought to bring good luck in marriage, they are already quite lucky. However, the girls with superior, middle, and inferior qualities were now somewhat worried. Clearly, the old man in front of them thought they were too unqualified to bear his children. Seeing the worried looks in their eyes, Lin Fan naturally understood what they were thinking. You don't need to worry. From now on, you will be maids of the Lin family, and I will teach you cultivation techniques. Master, do you mean you're going to teach us cultivation techniques? The bolder one immediately asked. After the others realized what was happening, their worries disappeared, and they looked at Lin Fan with excitement. Although the 100 Flowers Pavilion also taught them cultivation techniques, the level was not high, only the lower grade of yellow, and it was incomplete. Even reaching the organ refining stage is a challenge. Now that Lin Fan says he's going to teach them cultivation techniques, how could they not be excited? It's just a matter of cultivation techniques. As long as you are loyal to the family, I won't be stingy with them. With the existence of the family sacred tree, Lin Fan wasn't worried about their loyalty, but he still had to say what needed to be said. Sir, may we know your current level of cultivation? Oh. You're quite bold, girl. You should know that asking about someone's strength is a taboo. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the girl trembled. She had offended her master right at the beginning, and she had no idea what would happen to her. Alright, don't be afraid. This is a one-time thing, and there won't be a next time. Yes, thank you for sparing me, sir, she said, preparing to kneel down to express her gratitude. Alright, no need for that. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a force stopped her. I'm sure you're all curious about my strength. Since you'll all be members of the Lin family from now on, I might as well tell you. My current cultivation level is the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Within the territory of Wanxiang City, I can guarantee your safety. Hiss. Master, I never expected you to be so powerful, your strength actually surpasses that of the city lord. At this moment, all the girls present looked at Lin Fan with admiration. The favorability rating is rising rapidly. Soon, the favorability rating of all the people present exceeded 70. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Lin Fan's power gave them a strong sense of security, and their favorability towards him naturally increased rapidly. Alright, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Soon, everyone quieted down, but their eyes were still full of admiration. Please introduce yourselves, all 15 of you. Let me get to know you. You will all be my wives from now on. Although the system has already investigated, this capability cannot be exposed. Sir, my name is Luo Iran, I am 20 years old, and my strength is at the bone forging stage of the body tempering realm. Name, Luo Iran. Age, 20. Qualification, yellow grade top quality. Realm, body tempering realm, bone forging stage. Cultivation technique, fragment of the low grade yellow rank 5 elements manual. Favorability, 83. A favorability rating of 83 is extremely high, equivalent to admiration. Perhaps it was her admiration for the strong that led her to fall in love with Lin Fan. Sir, my name is Honglu. Fanning. Pang Yu. Chang Ji. Su Yi. Su Zi. Huang Ya. Zhou Tong. Mi Shan. Ning Yu. Xu Haihan. Bao Xinting. Zhong Siki. Ling Manqing. Soon, all 15 people had finished introducing themselves. They're pretty much the same, their strength is both at the bone forging stage. When Lin Fan was 20 years old, he had already reached the peak of the body tempering realm. Unfortunately, by the age of 30, he was still stuck at the perfection of the body tempering realm, which shows how difficult it would be to break through to the origin opening realm. If it weren't for the system binding, he wouldn't know when he would be able to break through to the Kaiyuan realm. The phrase "just one step away" illustrates the gap between the body tempering realm and the origin opening realm. Of course, their talents are the same as Lin Fan's before. If they had the same cultivation resources as Lin Fan, they would probably be at the peak of the body tempering realm by now. Next, Lin Fan asked the remaining people to introduce themselves. At the same time, Lin Fan also checked their favorability ratings, which were all above 70 points. Since that's the case, Lin Fan decided to bring them to the small world. If they stayed in the mansion, his 3-courtyard mansion wouldn't be able to accommodate more than 70 people. Unless a lot of people are crammed into one room. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan no longer hesitated. Don't resist anymore, I'm going to take you somewhere. Although they were curious about Lin Fan's order, they still complied. Then, Lin Fan's thoughts enveloped them. Receive. In an instant, everyone present, including Lin Fan, disappeared from the mansion. Chapter 7 Luo Iran's Past. Master, where is this place? At this moment, all the women showed expressions of shock. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in an unfamiliar place. This was quite shocking for them. If Lin Fan hadn't been there, and if it weren't for what Lin Fan had just said, they wouldn't be as calm as they are now. Don't worry, this is my world, and our real home. A small world? Our real home? At this moment, they didn't quite understand what Lin Fan meant by that. Suddenly, they all looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Alright, now I'll tell you about this little world. Then, Lin Fan explained the functions of the small world to them. The moment they entered, the family's sacred tree branded them, eliminating any possibility of leaks. At the same time, because of the brand, their favorability towards Lin Fan instantly reached its maximum. In other words, the family's sacred tree has a limit of 70 points of favorability and loyalty. Without this restriction, Lin Fan would have simply taken in the heads and elders of the martial arts families in Wanxiang City and forcibly branded them. He could take control of Mixi in such a short time. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Although it was a bit of a disappointment, Lin Fan was already very satisfied with its powerful functions. Upon learning of the power of the small world, Luo Iran and the others were filled with excitement. At the same time, he was also very glad that Lin Fan had not yet become powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to stay by Lin Fan's side. She doesn't even have the right to be a maid, let alone bear Lin Fan's child. Alright, now I will teach you the cultivation techniques. You can cultivate here in peace. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out the cultivation techniques he had obtained from the beginner's gift pack. Here are 100 top-grade yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. You can choose one that suits you and start practicing. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing that it was a top-grade yellow-level cultivation technique and martial arts skill, they were incredibly excited and didn't forget to express their gratitude to Lin Fan. This is a cultivation technique that can lead to the Qi Si realm. Only the City Lord's Mansion in Myriad Elephant City possesses this level of technique. Of course, forces like the 100 Flowers Pavilion, which span hundreds of countries, are excluded. They only do business and don't get involved in any power struggles. Besides the 100 Flowers Pavilion, there is also a treasure pavilion in Mixi Mall that is the same. Both of these are powers that span hundreds of countries. Honglu, these are 10 top-grade Shin level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills for you. Upon hearing that it was the Xuanji Supreme technique, they became even more excited, as this was a technique that could be cultivated to the divine platform realm. Thank you, sir. After regaining her senses, she quickly expressed her gratitude to Lin Fan. Don't be so polite with me. Your efforts to improve your strength are the best way to thank me. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present showed a determined expression. They absolutely could not let Ping Fan down. By the way, these are body tempering pills, suitable for you to take now. Here's one bottle for each of you. Just ask me for more when you're done. At this moment, everyone present was deeply moved, never expecting Lin Fan to be so kind to them. Those who were given away for free by Walla were especially grateful. If they are not selected and sent over, they will miss the greatest opportunity of their lives. Meanwhile, inside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Xion Yang was reporting to their lord. The owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion is an extremely beautiful woman whose strength has reached the peak of the opening origin realm, a fact unknown to outsiders. Well, Xion Yang, have you found out anything about this young Master Lin? The owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion was quite interested in Lin Fan's sudden appearance. Master, this young Master Lin has only recently moved here. His mansion was just purchased, and we know nothing else about him. Interesting. A martial artist at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm has suddenly appeared in Wanxiang City. I wonder what changes this will bring to Wanxiang City. OP, should we continue to follow this young Master Lin? No need for that. Just be a little careful. He's only at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm and is just one person. He can't change anything. The early stage of the Kaiyuan realm was naturally the strength that Lin Fan displayed. With the system concealing his true strength, even an emperor in person wouldn't be able to discern Lin Fan's exact abilities. Since he wanted to develop cautiously, he naturally wouldn't reveal his full strength. If he encounters an opponent of the same level, and the opponent underestimates him, he can deliver a fatal blow directly. In the small world, after everyone had finished switching their cultivation techniques, Lin Fan was also a little impatient. He looked at Luo Yiran beside him and said softly, "Yiran, are you ready?" "Master, I'm ready." Luo Yiran's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, she felt both anticipation and fear and nervousness. Then, she looked around at the crowd, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. "Sir, is it inconvenient to do it here?" They are now on an island in the middle of the lake. It is a flat plain with nothing but bare black soil except for the family's sacred tree. There is nowhere to hide. It would be incredibly awkward if it were really here, with so many people watching. But if Lin Fan insists on staying here, she can't refuse. "Don't worry, I have a way." As he spoke, Lin Fan set up a barrier around their location. Alright, they can't see us anymore, and they can't hear us either. Seeing that Lin Fan possessed such amazing abilities, Luo Yiran breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, please have mercy." "Okay, leave the rest to me, you don't need to be too nervous." To be honest, Lin Fan was still very excited. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time. Although he hadn't practiced it himself, he had seen many of his teacher's works and wasn't afraid of making a fool of himself. Half an hour later, Luo Yiran and Lin Fan were chatting, leaning against each other. There was no other way. It was Luo Yi's first time, so Lin Fan naturally couldn't go too far. With the existence of the Heaven and Earth Harmony technique, Lin Fan didn't need to worry about this aspect at all. "Yiran, could you tell me about your life at the 100 Flowers Pavilion?" "Master." "Wait, from now on, call me husband." "Master sounds weird, after all, I don't look like an old man." Giggle. Luo Yiran was amused by Lin Fan's words. However, Luo Yiran then hesitated slightly before saying, "Husband, but can I really call you husband?" You should know that in this world, only the legal wife can be called husband, and the status of a concubine is only slightly higher than that of a maid. Some people even used concubines to entertain guests. "You are my woman, of course you can call me husband. Besides, we are martial artists, we should not be bound by worldly rules. In the world of martial arts, the strong reign supreme. Having great strength is the only true principle." "My husband, you are so good to me. I don't know what good deeds I did in my past life to be able to meet you in this life." Luo Yiran said with great joy, her eyes filled with love for Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile. He gently stroked Luo Yiran's hair and said softly, "Yiran, it must be fate that we met. Luo Ran nodded. She also believed it was fate. My husband, overall, I'm doing quite well at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Although in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, my fate is not in my own hands. But the living conditions at Baiwalu are indeed quite good. They have no worries about food and clothing, and their quality of life is much higher than that of ordinary people. They also have the opportunity to cultivate. Lin Fan listened quietly. He knew that Baiwalu was important to Luo Ran and the others. It was both a place to make a living and a cage that restricted their freedom. However, from another perspective, the 100 Flowers Pavilion did indeed provide them with certain life protections and opportunities for cultivation. Of course, Baiwalu is not a charity, it trains them for its own benefit. Today, Luo still brings back 100 yuan stones for Baiwalu. The cost of the investment was approximately several tens of taels of gold. This is equivalent to 100-fold profit, so Baiwalu would naturally not treat such a money tree unfairly. Chapter 8: Planting Crescent Rice. Iran, can you tell me why you were sold into the 100 Flowers brothel? As Lin Fan inquired, Luo Iran recalled the scene from back then. My husband, when I was a few years old, my hometown suffered a drought. The farmland we planted yielded no harvest. In order to make a living, my parents sold me to the 100 Flowers brothel. Long after this incident, Luo Iran had long since come to terms with it and was no longer saddened. Do you hate them? Lin Fan hugged her even tighter at this moment. Luo Iran sensed the change in Lin Fan and felt a sense of security. If we're talking about hatred, there was definitely some at the beginning. As time went by, I gradually became more sensible and understood many things, so I stopped hating them. Given the situation I was in back then, if I hadn't been sold to Baiwalu, I definitely wouldn't have survived, and they probably wouldn't have survived either. As for whether they are still alive, I don't know. My home is not in Vientiane City, I came from another city. Of course, I won't go looking for them. The money I got from selling me is my way of repaying their kindness and giving me life. From the moment they accepted the money, we had no relationship anymore. Actually, most of the sisters in the 100 Flowers Pavilion are in this situation. The worst off are the ordinary people with mortal level aptitude. Since the 100 Flowers Pavilion won't accept them, if they want to survive, they'll probably have no choice but to live in brothels. Regarding Luo Iran's experience, Lin Fan could only lament that human life in this world is as cheap as grass. Only by possessing great strength can one gain a foothold in this world. The world of martial artists is actually more cruel than that of ordinary people. Most martial artists have to struggle for cultivation resources, and they might die while fighting for those resources. Alright, Iran, from now on, don't worry too much. Although you are just one of my wives and concubines, I will not mistreat you. You will have what others have. Yes. Thank you, my husband. I am already content to have met you in this life. At this point, Luo Iran's face lit up with a happy smile. Suddenly, Luo Iran's expression changed. Husband, it seems that my strength has reached the perfection of body tempering. What is going on? I hadn't quite recovered from the shock, so I hadn't paid attention to my own strength. Now that she felt her strength had increased, Luo Iran was naturally frightened by her own transformation. She was only at the bone forging stage before, but now she has skipped the organ refining stage and reached the blood exchange stage, which is the body tempering perfection stage. This rate of improvement was simply incredible to her. With her current strength in Wanxiang City, as long as she doesn't provoke those few Kaiyuan realm forces, she can already walk sideways. Iran, don't get agitated, this is due to my cultivation technique. Lin Fan's current strength is at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, so it's no problem for him to help Luo Iran reach the peak of the body tempering realm. Husband, will this have any impact on you? Luo Iran looked at Lin Fan with some concern. Don't worry, this is beneficial for both sides. Upon learning that it posed no harm to Lin Fan and even brought benefits, Luo Iran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Iran, once your strength has stabilized for a few more days, I will give you a high-grade breakthrough pill, and then you will be able to break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was going to give her a pill to help her break through to the Kaiyuan realm, Luo Iran was dumbfounded. Husband, this kind of pill must be very expensive. Isn't it too wasteful for me to use it? Luo Iran certainly wanted this kind of pill, but she was worried that she couldn't afford it. This kind of pill, which can help someone break through from the body tempering realm to the opening yuan realm, is so popular that people would fight over it even if it cost several thousand yellow-grade yuan stones. Previously, she was only worth 100 yuan stones at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Silly girl, you're my woman. You can't think like that anymore, or I'll get angry. Just keep what I gave you. Lin Fan said sternly. My husband, I understand. Please don't be angry. That's a good girl. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Luo Yiran's performance. Husband, let's remove the barrier. I'm sure everyone is getting impatient. Besides, I can also sense that my husband hasn't had enough fun yet, so I won't take up any more of your time. Lin Fan did not refuse Luo Yiran's suggestion. When the two appeared in front of everyone, Luo Yiran was still a little embarrassed. After all, so many people were watching. Everyone knows exactly what they were doing. Lin Fan waved to Honglu. Honglu, it's your turn next. Yes, sir. Honglu was also feeling uneasy at this moment. But since Lin Fan had already specifically asked for her name, she dared not refuse. After the two disappeared again, the others quickly surrounded Luo Yiran and asked her what had happened. Yiran, tell us quickly, is the master easy to get along with? We have no idea, and it would be troublesome if we displeased him. Sisters, don't worry, my husband is very easy to get along with and very gentle with me. Afterwards, Luo Yiran gave a brief explanation, and knowing that Lin Fan was easy to get along with, they were finally relieved. Time passed unnoticed, and more than 10 days had already passed in the outside world. More than 2 months have passed in this small world. During this period, Lin Fan spent almost all of his time in the small world. He took a few breaks along the way and collected some building materials, as well as flowers, plants, and trees. Otherwise, it would be a bit uncomfortable to have such a bare interior. As for construction, there's naturally no need to worry about workers. Given enough materials, Lin Fan could easily build pavilions and towers with just a thought. Under Lin Fan's guidance, these buildings appeared as if they had been formed naturally, without any flaws. Today, on the island in the middle of the lake in this small world, there is a manor covering an area of 1 square kilometer. Near the family's sacred tree, there is a 9-story pavilion, which is the library built by Lin Fan. He placed all the rewarded cultivation techniques in the library. Now, the little world finally looks like it has a glimmer of life. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Fan felt very satisfied. Now it's time to take stock of what I've accomplished during this period. Lin Fan mentally activated his system. How many rewards have I received these past few days? The host has taken 15 concubines, obtaining a total of 15,000 yellow-grade yuan stones and 1 ton of yellow-grade top-grade crescent rice seeds, enough to cultivate 300 acres of land. System, you're so generous. I only spent 100 yuan stones to buy one, and you directly refunded me 1,000 yuan stones, plus I also received an extra ton of crescent rice seeds. You should know that top-grade yellow-level spirit rice is very expensive, costing 1 yuan stone per kilogram. Long-term consumption can improve one's Qi energy center level. It's a pity that I can't go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion often, otherwise it will attract attention. Before I have the strength, it's better to keep a low profile. With that in mind, Lin Fan decided to go once a year, just to be on the safe side. Since he had the crescent-shaped rice seeds, Lin Fan planned to plant them now. It's heartbreaking to see such a large area of land lying empty. Without hesitation, Lin Fan appeared outside the manor in the blink of an eye. Then they started planting 300 mo of paddy fields, and then introduced lake water into the paddy fields. As a god like being in a small world, Lin Fan could accomplish such an operation simply by thinking about it. Husband, what are you doing? Luo Yiran saw a large expanse of farmland suddenly appear before her, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Chapter 9, Family reaches level 1. The others, seeing the commotion, also came over. They were all curious about what Lin Fan wanted to do, so they started chattering and asking questions. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Lin Fan smiled and explained. I obtained some crescent moon rice seeds, which is a top-grade yellow-level spiritual rice. I'm going to plant these seeds now. They'll be ready in just 1 year, and then this crescent-shaped rice will become our staple food. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already planted crescent rice on all 300 acres of land. Wow, I didn't expect it to be top-grade yellow-level spiritual rice. Once it matures in a year, will we be able to enjoy crescent-shaped rice freely? If we eat crescent-shaped rice for every meal from now on, will our strength increase dramatically? Of course. Even with a low-grade yellow-level aptitude, as long as you eat crescent rice every meal, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm will no longer be a dream. The women discussed it animatedly, filled with anticipation for crescent rice. At the same time, they were also happy to have such an opportunity. They ate top-grade yellow-level spirit rice for every meal, something they had never imagined or dared to dream of before. If resources are plentiful, reaching the Chi Si realm is not a fantasy, and even the Purple Mansion realm is not impossible. It's true that the limit for top-grade yellow-level talent is the Chi Si realm, but with sufficient resources, that limit can be broken. In truth, the Great Way is impartial, and all living beings have a glimmer of hope. It just depends on whether they can seize it. With the existence of this small world, Lin Fan will not lack cultivation resources in the future. Lin Fan would not be stingy with those who are 100% loyal to him. It can be said that apart from Lin Fan, no other force would use its resources on someone with low aptitude, because it would be a losing proposition. Just like those girls of mediocre or inferior quality in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, they're not even worth a pound of crescent-shaped rice. If we were to cultivate it using crescent-shaped rice, I don't know how much money we would lose. Spirit rice of this grade, like crescent moon rice, was only available to the core members of the Lin family, where Lin Fan once lived. As for ordinary family members like Lin Fan, they didn't even have the chance to smell the aroma. Even the lowest grade of low-grade spirit rice, Lin Fan ate very little of, only 1 pound a month. Spirit rice needs to be grown in spirit fields, which is why it is so expensive. The area within Wanxiang City probably doesn't have many acres of spirit fields, and they're mostly low-grade yellow-level spirit fields. As for Lin Fan's small world, it can be said to be a spirit field, and its level is not low. The central island is equivalent to the highest grade of earth level, while the rest of the islands are at the highest grade of profound level, and the areas near the lake are at the lowest grade of earth level. As Lin Fan's strength increases, his level will only get higher and higher in the future. By the way, system, if Honglu and the others get pregnant, with the time flow rate 5 times that of the small world, wouldn't they be able to give birth in just 2 months outside? No, host. Pregnancy is calculated according to external time. However, staying in this small world, while not accelerating fetal development, will slowly improve the fetus's qualities. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the system's explanation. One's own child, of course, should have the highest potential. Time passed slowly, and 2 months had passed in the outside world before anyone realized it. During this time, Lin Fan finally managed to get Iran and the others pregnant. Meanwhile, Luo Iran and her group of 15 all broke through to the Kaiyuan realm. Not only that, Lin Fan's strength also made a breakthrough, reaching the Chi Si realm. If this news gets out, it will be enough to change the landscape of Mixed Sea. However, Lin Fan wasn't very interested in Vientiane City. It wasn't suitable for him to build his family's residence there, as it lacked resources. Lin Fan didn't want to reveal his strength too early, as he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Once he reaches the Purple Mansion realm, he will seek a suitable place to build a family residence. Although the true family headquarters is in the small world, which is also his base, he still needs a headquarters to cover his tracks in the outside world. It must be said that it is indeed much more difficult for a martial artist to become pregnant than for an ordinary person. Keep in mind that he stayed in the small world for 10 months before he successfully got Luo Iran and the others pregnant. The stronger you become in the future, the more difficult it will be to get pregnant. Lin Fan stopped worrying about it. The thought of becoming a father soon, and a father of more than a dozen children, naturally excited him. So now he needs to prepare for the birth of his child. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your clan level has reached level 1. You have received a clan upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it? I almost forgot, my strength has now broken through to the Chi Si realm, and they have all reached the opening origin realm. The family's fortune has also improved, and we have met the conditions for upgrading. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the upgrade gift pack. You have obtained a yellow-level alchemist's inheritance, containing all yellow-level pill formulas and elixir knowledge, as well as a yellow-level top-grade alchemy furnace. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 profound grade yuan stones and 100,000 yellow grade yuan stones. It's actually the inheritance of an alchemist, and it even includes all the pill formulas. Although it's only yellow grade, it's enough for a short time. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the reward, as alchemists could enhance his family's foundation. System, open the properties panel. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 469 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 1. Family members, 15 wives and concubines, 60 maids. Offspring, developing. Family luck, 150,000. Strength, early stage of Chi Si realm. Qualification, low-grade Shin level. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth. Martial Arts and Movement Techniques, Beginner's Guide to the Profound Rank Supreme Layered Wave Palm, Beginner's Guide to the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Beginner's Guide to the Profound Rank Supreme Bamboo Shadow Step. Weapon, Top Grade Yellow Rank Dragon Pattern Sword. Family Wealth, 2000 Shin Grade Yuan Stones, 213400 Huang Grade Yuan Stones. Small World Area, 1000 square kilometers. The Qi realm has a lifespan of 500 years. If one lives in a small world, that's equivalent to a lifespan of 2,500 years, which is almost comparable to the lifespan of the Divine Power realm. System, what are the requirements for a family to advance to level 2? Ding. The requirements for upgrading your clan to level 2 are 1 member at the Purple Mansion realm, 20 members at the Qi realm, and 500,000 clan fortune. Seeing this data, Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. Reaching level 2 in a short time is quite difficult. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan summoned the 10 maids with superior aptitude and the 20 maids with mid-grade aptitude. Now, after 10 months of growth in the small world, and with the ample resources provided by Lin Fan, all 30 maids have reached the refining organs stage. He's only one step away from the blood transformation stage, which is nearing the completion of body tempering. His growth can be described as rapid. Even the 30 maids with low-grade aptitude had reached the bone forging stage. With the pills provided by Lin Fan, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm will not be a problem. Soon, the 30 people arrived in front of Lin Fan. Leading the way was Li Han, the head maid chosen by Lin Fan, whose strength had already reached the peak of body tempering. Greetings, Patriarch. No need for formalities. I've called you here because I have something I need you to do. Please give your orders, Master. They would naturally obey Lin Fan's orders unconditionally. Now that the ladies are all pregnant, I need you to go in groups of 3 to find some midwives and learn from them how to deliver babies. Yes, Master, we guarantee to complete the mission. This task was not difficult for them, and they understood its significance. Lin Fan nodded and led them away from the small world. Lin Fan had already tried things related to the small world before. After they came out, they were not allowed to mention the small world. Even things related to him cannot be mentioned. One could say he was unable to speak or write. What's even more terrifying is that the moment this thought arises, one could die and vanish, the kind of death where the soul is scattered. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the power of his family's divine tree. Master, we'll be taking our leave now. Go ahead, come back after you've finished your studies, and remember to be careful. Chapter 10 Purchasing Elixir Seeds. Seeing that Lin Fan was still worried about their safety, they were naturally very touched. They vowed in their hearts that they would cultivate diligently and protect the Lin family with their lives. In fact, given their level of internal organ refinement, they had also cultivated top-grade yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial arts. Even if they encounter an enemy who has reached the peak of body tempering, the 3 of them together can surround and kill him. Therefore, within the Vientiane city area, Lin Fan was not worried about their safety. Although there are several Kaiyuan realm cultivators in Wanxiang City, they are all in seclusion and do not wander around outside. After they left, Lin Fan did not rush back to the small world, but walked out of the mansion. He needs to go to the treasure pavilion to buy some medicinal herb seeds. Once we have the seeds of the medicinal herbs, we will never lack medicinal herbs again. Now that he has the inheritance of a yellow-level alchemist, anyone who is interested can learn it. Once the spiritual herbs are cultivated, there will only be more and more of them in the future, so there is no need to worry about them going to waste. If he has enough manpower in the future, Lin Fan will also establish a merchant guild like the 100 Treasures Pavilion to earn spirit stones. With the Chamber of Commerce, we can use it to acquire some rare medicinal herb seeds. With just one pill, he could leverage the advantages of his small world to generate countless spiritual herbs. Young Master, is there anything you need? As soon as Lin Fan entered the Treasure Pavilion, a waiter came to greet him. I need a lot of spiritual herbs and fruit seeds. I wonder how many kinds you have here. Young Master, you've come to the right place. We have 500 kinds of low-grade yellow-level spiritual herb seeds, 100 kinds of medium-grade seeds, 30 kinds of high-grade seeds, and 5 kinds of top-grade seeds. Okay, I'll take all of these seeds. Pack them up for me. The waiter was a little taken aback when he heard Lin Fan say he wanted everything packed up. He had never seen anyone buy medicinal seed in this way before. Young Master, spiritual herbs are very difficult to cultivate. They require spiritual fields. If they are not successfully cultivated, we will not be responsible. I understand that. Can you calculate how many spirit stones I need? Yes, young Master, please wait a moment. Soon, the waiter brought over several large bags of seeds, enough to plant several hundred acres of land without any problem. However, these few seeds are still a drop in the ocean for such a small world. Fortunately, Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. The crescent-shaped rice in the small world was almost ripe. At that time, apart from food rations, everything else will be used as seeds for further planting. Once it reaches a large scale, it can be sold to exchange for spirit stones. After these medicinal herbs are planted, seeds will be produced every year, and he doesn't believe that the small world will be unable to be fully planted by then. Young master, all the seeds in our shop are here, totaling 1,000 yuan stones. There's no way around it. The mixed market is only so big, and it will take a long time to sell all these seeds. The treasure pavilion never expected to have such an unconventional person as Lin Fan. As for seeds of the Xian level or above, they simply don't exist. A small place like Wanxiang City simply can't cultivate them. Here's 1,000 yuan stones, please click on it. The amount is correct. Welcome to visit again, young master. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Lin Fan spent another 2,000 yuan stones to buy a batch of tier 1 spirit fish seedlings, including those of various grades, extreme, upper, middle, and lower, with over 100 varieties. It would be a shame not to raise some rare fish in a 300 square kilometer lake. He will continue to add new species in the future. In addition to the spirit fish, Lin Fan also bought a nest of spirit bees. The spirit fruit tree cannot bear fruit without spirit bees. We can't expect him to do it himself, even though it only takes a thought. It's too much trouble. Keeping a few spirit bees can also produce spirit honey, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, Lin Fan spent another 2,000 yuan to buy 10 dairy cows, 2 males and 8 females. This is the food ration that Lin Fan prepared for his unborn children. The cows here are not ordinary. They are a type of demonic beast. Because of their docile nature, the milk they produce is rich in nutrients, which has won the favor of cultivation families. However, most cows are first-tier monsters, and the probability of them reaching second tier is extremely low. The levels of demonic beasts are divided into 9 ranks, corresponding to the martial artist's body-tempering realm to the saint realm. The Saint King corresponds to the Demon King, the Saint Emperor to the Demon Emperor, the Saint Venerable to the Demon Venerable, the Quasi-Emperor to the Quasi-Demon Emperor, and the Great Emperor to the Demon Emperor. When Lin Fan brought these things to the small world, they naturally attracted the attention of Luo Ran and the others. Husband, I didn't expect you to have even prepared food for the baby. Of course, as a father, I can't let my child go hungry. In short, his nutrition can't be lacking. Hearing Lin Fan's words, they didn't know what to say. How could they possibly be hungry? But they didn't argue. Of course, they are happy that their children have such a responsible father. Next, Lin Fan began to make plans. Designate a specific area for the cows and set up a barrier to prevent them from wandering off. The same applies to the spirit fish. Each level of spirit fish needs to be separated, otherwise the lower level spirit fish will become the food of the higher level ones. Carnivores and herbivores should also be separated. Let's get these spirit fish to reproduce first. He doesn't plan to keep them together until the fish population reaches a certain size. After doing all that, he planted all the medicinal herb seeds. The planting area has reached 200 mu. Ladies, is there anything you need? Upon hearing this, all the women shook their heads. Husband, we lack nothing. By the way, my husband, we are both pregnant now and can no longer serve you. Would you like to go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion again? Lin Fan shook his head at Luo Ran's suggestion. It's not appropriate to go now. It might attract attention. Let's talk about it again in a year. Hearing this, they also felt that Lin Fan's words made sense. My lord, since we can't go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, why don't we learn from the 100 Flowers Pavilion and secretly adopt some qualified orphans to raise? When they grow up, they will be a great help to our Lin family in the future. Moreover, we have our own little world, which gives us an advantage over the 100 Flowers Pavilion. At the same time, we can also send people to the villages outside the city to test the aptitude of unmarried women. As long as they have talent, we can bring them back and train them. Most people in this world don't know their own aptitude for cultivation. Although Mixed Sea has testing qualifications, it is still an officially sponsored event. These testing sites are available in almost every city, but they are not cheap, costing 1 or 2 taels of gold. Such an expensive price is naturally unaffordable for ordinary people. For most farmers, even an ounce of gold is something they can hardly save up in a lifetime. If you have the qualifications, that's fine. Those with high qualifications will be recruited by the big families in the city, or even by the government, and will be given a considerable reward. But if you don't have the qualifications, then a generation's savings will be completely lost, a price that ordinary people simply cannot afford. Chapter 11: The Yield of Crescent Rice. Lin Fan was quite satisfied to see his women offering him advice for the sake of the family's development. Ladies, I've thought about this issue too, but we're currently short-handed, and Li Han and the others aren't very capable either. I need to train Li Han and the others to reach the Kaiyuan realm before I can tackle this matter. Lin Fan had indeed considered this matter. Although 70 points of favorability or loyalty are required to be branded by the family's sacred tree. But he can recruit people and train them first. He doesn't believe that brainwashing them every day can't increase their loyalty. In any case, those who haven't been branded should never think about leaving the small world, so there's no need to worry about leaks. However, these things can only be done slowly. He is currently short-handed, and at least his subordinates need to have the strength of the opening Yuan realm. Now that our husband has made his decision, we are relieved. We hope he won't blame us sisters for being nosy. Lin Fan waved his hand, a smile playing on his lips. It's okay. You can bring up any ideas you have anytime. I can't consider everything. Time passed quickly. More than 10 days had passed in the outside world, while more than 2 months had passed in the small world. Meanwhile, within the small world, the crescent-shaped rice had matured. The golden rice ears looked exceptionally charming. They're finally ripe. We'll be able to eat crescent-shaped rice soon. At this moment, Luo Yiran and the others looked at these rice fields with anticipation in their eyes. My lord, it's time to harvest. The yield looks quite good. It looks pretty good. Now it's my turn to shine. For Lin Fan, harvesting rice ears was something he could accomplish with just a thought. Receive. In the blink of an eye, all the crescent-shaped rice was harvested. Even the straw was harvested, which can be used as feed for dairy cows, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Even though they knew that Lin Fan was omnipotent in the small world, everyone was still very shocked every time they saw such a scene. How is it, husband? How much is the yield? After regaining their senses, everyone asked eagerly. Not bad, 300 tons. 1 ton equals 2,000 jin, which is equivalent to a yield of 2,000 jin per mu. This yield is quite impressive if grown elsewhere. 500 jin would be considered a high yield. This is quite normal, though, since the land where crescent rice is grown is a top-tier spiritual field. No one outside would use a class Earth spirit field to grow class yellow spirit rice. That would be too wasteful. Currently, Lin Fan lacks high-level spiritual seeds and can only use them to grow crescent rice. When Luo Yiran and the others heard this data, they were quite surprised. My husband, the yield of crescent-shaped rice is surprisingly high. In their minds, a yield of 500 jin per mu is already considered a high yield. As a result, the yield of crescent-shaped rice reached 2,000 jin per mu, which was 4 times what they had expected. Don't be surprised, the conditions in the small world are much better than those in the outside world. We are using a class Earth spirit field, and the small world is rich in spiritual energy and free from pests and diseases, so this yield is quite normal. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, everyone realized what was going on. Given the unique conditions of this small world, it's not surprising that crescent moon rice can achieve such a high yield. Alright, we'll keep 100 tons for ourselves, and continue planting the other 200 tons. Let's do it! Soon, 200 tons of crescent-shaped rice were planted, covering an area of 60,000 mu, approximately 40 square kilometers. Lin Fan did the math in his head and figured that by the next delivery, there would be 60,000 tons of crescent-shaped rice. At that time, 60,000 tons of crescent rice can be planted on 18 million mu, approximately 12,000 square kilometers. The small world, including the lake, is only 1,000 square kilometers, so planting it all would be a piece of cake. Alright, filling the entire world with miniature worlds isn't that difficult. The problem is that the miniature worlds are too small. Thinking about this, Lin Fan felt somewhat disappointed. It turned out that his little world wasn't as big as he had imagined. Seeing Lin Fan in a daze, Luo Yiran walked to his side, took his arm, and whispered, "Husband, what are you thinking about?" "No, I'm wondering what crescent-shaped rice tastes like." "That's easy, let's try it and we'll see." "It's lunchtime." "Okay, I'll husk these crescent-shaped rice grains right away." Lin Fan did not delay and quickly hulled all 100 tons of crescent-shaped rice. After removing the husks, there are still 70 tons of crystal-clear crescent-shaped rice. Lin Fan didn't waste any of those shells either. He turned them all into pellet feed to feed the spirit fish. Afterwards, Lin Fan caught another 10 golden carp. This fish is golden and dazzling under the sunlight. It is a top-grade first-tier spirit fish. Because it hasn't been raised for very long, it only weighs about 2 pounds so far. If they reach adulthood, they can easily weigh over 100 pounds. There was nothing he could do. Lin Fan wanted to taste it, so he had to apologize to it. With the maids busy at work, the meal was quickly prepared. Husband, this food smells so good. It truly lives up to its reputation as top-grade yellow-level spiritual rice. I never dared to dream of eating such precious food before. Not only the rice, but the aroma of this fish is mouth-watering. Alright, everyone, let's all try it and see how it tastes. Lin Fan was quite looking forward to the taste of these spiritual objects. Please go first, my husband. Luo Yiran picked up a piece of spirit fish meat and placed it near Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan did not refuse and swallowed the spirit fish directly into his mouth. Husband, how does it taste? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Fan. I can only describe it with one word: fresh. To be honest, this is the best food Lin Fan has ever eaten. Alright everyone, stop looking at me and start eating. This time, everyone started eating. Wow, the spirit fish is really delicious, and the rice is delicious too. It's a pity that spirit fish can't be eaten often. They need to be kept to reproduce. But it's alright, I'm sure I'll be able to achieve freedom for the spirit fish in a year. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Even the maids were the same. Although the maids didn't get to eat spirit fish, they still had plenty of crescent-shaped rice. Once the spirit fish successfully reproduce, they can eat them whenever they want. Even the city lord of Wanxiang City doesn't receive such treatment. If this gets out, I wonder how many people will envy it. Soon, another 3 months passed in the main world. And the crescent-shaped rice of the small world has reached maturity once again. As Lin Fan had expected, the harvest reached 60,000 tons. This time, Lin Fan left the island in the middle of the lake unplanted with crescent rice, but planted it in other places. The current plan for Little World is to develop a 100 square kilometer island in the middle of the lake. Currently, 200 acres of medicinal herbs are planted there, and 10 dairy cows occupy 1 square kilometer. The sacred pool that was once in the center of the lake island has now become a small lake covering 1 square kilometer. As for the previous lake, it covers an area of 300 square kilometers and surrounds the island in the center of the lake. The remaining 600 square kilometers are all land surrounding the lake. Today, all 600 square kilometers of land are planted with crescent rice, equivalent to 900,000 mu, approximately 66,667 hectares. Chapter 12: Firecloud Sect. The thought that 900,000 tons of crescent rice could be harvested every 2 months or so in the main world filled Lin Fan with awe. Even if the outer shell needs to be removed before selling, there are still 630,000 tons of crescent-shaped rice. If this were replaced with yellow-grade yuan stones, it would amount to 1.26 billion pieces. Of course, the wholesale price is definitely not as high as 1 yuan stone per kilogram. But exchanging them for 800 million yellow-grade yuan stones is still not a problem. In the main world, 1 year can be planted approximately 4 times in the smaller world. At that time, just from the crescent-shaped rice alone, there will be a conservative estimate of 3.2 billion yellow-grade yuan stones in revenue each year. However, this income is incomparable to that of the Lin family in the Chu kingdom where Lin Fan previously belonged. The Lin family of Chu has quite a few yuan stone mines, including several Shen-grade yuan stone mines. The amount of elemental stones mined each year is considerable, far exceeding what Lin Fan can currently produce. Besides these, the Lin family of Chu also had many other businesses that could earn them a considerable amount of spirit stones. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not discouraged. Catching up with the Lin family of Chu was only a matter of time. The only problem right now is the sales of crescent-shaped rice. Thinking about sales channels, Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. Baibouge could definitely handle so much crescent-shaped rice. If Lin Fan were to take out so much crescent rice to sell at the 100 Treasures Pavilion now, it would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. At that time, Baibouge might send someone to investigate the origin of his crescent-shaped rice. If they can't find out, they'll definitely suspect he has a big secret, and that will be troublesome. Don't worry, we'll definitely find a way later. Anyway, it can be stored in the system's storage space, so there's no need to worry about the crescent rice spoiling. Once I reach the Purple Mansion realm, I can set up a merchant guild behind the scenes and sell crescent rice myself. The market for premium Ling rice is huge, so there's no worry about selling it. With that thought in mind, Lin Fan stopped worrying about it. In the past 3 months in the main world, apart from the crescent-shaped rice ripening ones, Luo Ran and the others also improved their strength, all reaching the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm. This is normal, after all, they eat crescent rice every day and have spirit stones to help them cultivate, so their strength naturally improves very quickly. Even the 30 maids with low-grade aptitude have now reached the peak of body tempering. It must be said that, given sufficient resources, even those with lower-grade qualifications can improve their strength very quickly. However, Lin Fan did not rush to give them high-grade breakthrough pills to help them break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Li Han and the others are still studying abroad and haven't returned yet. Lin Fan will only give it to them after Li Han and the others return and break through. As for Lin Fan himself, he is currently still at the early stage of the Qi Si realm. Improving one's strength at the Qi Si realm is not as easy as improving at the Kaiyuan realm. The difficulty is at least 100 times greater. Even so, Lin Fan is not far from breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi Si realm. The main world. Hereafter referred to as the main world by the outside world. Li Han and her 2-person team have completed their training and are now on their way back to the Lin residence. At this moment, they were in a forest 100 miles away from Vientiane City. Suddenly, 2 unconscious girls came into their view. Sister Li Han, there are 2 girls here who are unconscious. They look like they are seriously injured. Should we help them? Seeing this situation, Li Han was in a bit of a dilemma. The injuries of these 2 women mean they will definitely not wake up anytime soon. If these 2 women are left lying here, even if they are not found by their enemies, they will die in the mouths of monsters. But if she took it back, she was afraid it would cause trouble for Lin Fan. Sister Li Han, these 2 girls are very beautiful. They look very similar, they must be sisters. If she's talented enough, she might become the head of the family's wife. Why don't we take her back with us? Seeing that both of them wanted to save the person, Li Han felt even more conflicted. Are you sure you want to save them? If you do, you might be punished by the family head. Sister Li Han, we're sure we want to save her, but of course, the final decision rests with you. Li Han gritted her teeth. Fine, then let's take them home and let the family head decide. But it needs to be fast and discreet, so that no one else can find out. We don't know who their enemies are. If their enemies are too powerful, it won't be good for our Lin family. Don't worry, Sister Li Han, we know what to do. We will definitely not let anyone trace it back to the Lin family. Soon, the 3 of them, carrying the 2 injured girls, quickly left the area. Half an hour after Li Han and the others left, more than a dozen people appeared here. After looking at the traces left behind, they already had the answer in their hearts. Sir, they must have been unconscious here for a while before being rescued. Should we give chase? Judging from the situation, these people have been gone for more than half an hour. It's too late to chase them now. We're very close to Wanxiang City, so they've probably already gone there. Then, steward, what should we do? The young master ordered us to capture these 2 sisters alive. Mentioning the young master, they couldn't help but shudder. Knowing their young master's ruthlessness, if they failed to complete the mission, the steward in front of them would be fine, but they would definitely be severely punished. Come with me to Vientiane City, and let the city lord search for any trace of these sisters. Sir, will the city lord of Wanxiang City help us? Although I am no match for the city lord of Wanxiang City, I doubt he would dare refuse to help our Firecloud sect find someone. Hearing the deacon's words, they felt more confident. You should know that their Firecloud sect's ancestor had the strength of the late Qi Si stage, and the sect leader's strength had reached the early Qi Si stage. There are no more than 10 forces of this level in the entire Qingyun County, which is only slightly weaker than the city lord's mansion of Qingyun County City. Although Wanxiang City is backed by Qingyun County City, it belongs to the official forces of the Zhao Kingdom. However, he dared not offend the Firecloud sect. Li Han and the others were unaware of what happened next. Disguised, they returned to the Lin residence in just 1 hour. After they had settled the 2 injured girls. As luck would have it, Lin Fan returned to the mansion at that moment, having just gone out to purchase some supplies. Greetings, Patriarch. The 3 hurriedly bowed to Lin Fan. Li Han, you're back. How's your studies going? Lin Fan was very happy to see Li Han and the other 2 return safely. Master, we have completed the task perfectly, and it has been tested many times. There will be no problems. Very good, you've worked hard. Once you return to the small world, you should take a good rest. Patriarch, we are not suffering. Everything we do is for the sake of the family. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the three of them's performance. Chapter 13: The Mu Family of Changning City. By the way, Master, on our way back, we encountered two severely injured girls. I felt sorry for them, so I brought them back to the Lin residence. They are still unconscious. I took it upon myself to bring a stranger back to the family. I begged the family head to punish me. As he spoke, Li Han knelt down and begged Lin Fan for forgiveness. When the other two saw that Li Han had taken all the blame upon himself, they also knelt down. Patriarch, this is not Li Han's fault. We begged her to do it. If you want to punish someone, then punish us. Alright, all of you, get up. I didn't say I was going to punish you. Also, don't kneel down without my orders in the future. Thank you, Patriarch. Li Han, take me to see these two young ladies. Master, please follow me. Soon, the group arrived at the guest rooms in the mansion. Looking at the two girls in front of me, whose faces were pale, I could tell they were seriously injured and even their breathing was unsteady. If not treated promptly, it could be life-threatening. System, investigate the information of these two people. Name, Mu Shixue. Age, 20. Identity, eldest daughter of the Mu family, one of the four great families of Changning City. Qualification, top-tier mystic grade. Strength, early stage of the Kaiyuan realm, currently severely injured, with less than 1/10 of his original strength remaining. Name, Mu Shiyu. Age, 20. Identity, second miss of the Mu family, one of the four major families in Changning City. Qualification, top-tier mystic grade. Strength, early stage of the Kaiyuan realm, currently severely injured, with less than 1/10 of his original strength remaining. After reading their information, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the two of them would actually reach the highest level of the Xian rank. Moreover, the two are the same age, so they are obviously twins. Even in the Lin family of Chu, those with Xian level top grade aptitude are few and far between, and they are all given special attention and cultivation by the Lin family. As for their strength, Lin Fan was not surprised. It's quite normal for someone with top-tier Xian level aptitude to reach the Kaiyuan realm at the age of 20. Given their identities, they clearly don't lack cultivation resources. If they had been born into a large family like the Lin family in the state of Chu, the two of them have likely reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm and can now begin preparing to break through to the Qixi realm. But why are the eldest and second young ladies of the Mu family, one of the four great families in Changning City, here, and why are they so badly injured? Lin Fan had some knowledge of Changning City. It is also a city under Qingyun County. However, its strength is much greater than that of Wanxiang City. Among the 16 cities in Qingyun County, it can be ranked among the top 3, and there are Qixi realm experts in the city. As one of the four major families in Changning City, the Mu family obviously has members at the Qixi realm. Although he was puzzled, Lin Fan didn't dwell on it. Anyway, we can find out by asking them once they wake up. Li Han, when you came back, were you noticed by anyone? To be able to severely injure two people, one's strength must be extraordinary. It could also be a power struggle between factions, which Lin Fan naturally didn't want to attract attention. Don't worry, Master. We disguised ourselves and changed our clothes several times after entering the city before returning to the Lin residence. Seeing how cautious they were, Lin Fan nodded. Li Han, get ready, help these two up, we're going back to the small world. Since it possesses top-grade Xian level aptitude and aligns with his aesthetic preferences, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't miss it. Of course, if they don't want to, then they can only stay in the small world forever. If the two were placed in the main world, there would be a risk of them being discovered. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Small world. Lin Fan's return with two wounded soldiers naturally attracted the attention of Luo Yiran and the others. Husband, what happened to these two young ladies? They seem to be seriously injured? Iran, we found this on the way back with Li Han and the others. Seeing that they were seriously injured, we felt sorry for them and brought them back. My husband, do you have a way to save them? No problem at all. I plan to refine a batch of top-grade yellow-level healing pills. After taking it and resting for a while, you will recover completely. During this time, Lin Fan received the inheritance of the yellow-level alchemist and is now very familiar with refining yellow-level pills. Unfortunately, this tradition can only be passed down once. Anyone else who wants to learn it will have to start from scratch. Otherwise, he could be wholesaling yellow-level alchemists. By the way, Iran, before that, let's give them some spiritual liquid to stabilize their injuries and prevent them from worsening. Then you go and refine the pills, my husband. We'll take care of everything else. Good. During this period, Lin Fan refined pills several times, and he happened to have purchased the medicinal materials for the healing pills. As for the medicinal herbs planted previously, they are not yet mature. Yellow grade and lower grade medicinal herbs can mature in 1 or 2 years. Top grade and premium medicinal herbs require 5 to 10 years to mature. An hour later, Lin Fan finally finished refining the pill. Excellent. All 10 pills are of perfect quality, containing not a trace of poison. Lin Fan was very satisfied with his alchemy skills. The most perfect batch of pills is 12 pills. But for most alchemists, reaching 9 is the limit. As the saying goes, 9 is the ultimate and 12 is perfection. That's the principle. Of course, this refers to the yield of pills from one dose of medicinal material. If you put multiple portions of alchemy materials into a single batch of pills, it's quite normal to produce dozens of pills in one batch. High-level alchemists usually do this when refining low-level pills, as it saves a lot of time. However, it will definitely waste a lot of materials. For example, he can refine 9 pills from one set of medicinal herbs. However, if multiple ingredients are refined together, each ingredient may only yield 5 or 6 pills on average. After tidying up, Lin Fan left the alchemy room with the pills. Soon, Lin Fan appeared in the room where the Mu sisters were. Li Han and the other 2 are taking care of them. Li Han, how are they? Patriarch, we just helped them wash up and gave them some spiritual liquid. Their complexions have improved a lot. Lin Fan looked at the 2 of them and saw that they were indeed much better than before. Li Han, these are healing pills, give them to them. Yes, master. Li Han took the pills and fed them to the 2 of them. After the 2 took the healing pills, Lin Fan didn't plan to stay there any longer. Li Han, I'm leaving things here to you. Come and let me know when they wake up. Yes, master. Both of them would wake up soon, so Lin Fan naturally wouldn't wait here for long. Instead of wasting time, you might as well spend it chatting with Luo Yiran and the others. Chapter 14. The 2 sisters awaken. Luo Yiran saw Lin Fan arrive at her residence and her face lit up with joy. She hurried forward and asked, "Husband, is the elixir ready?" "You little rascal, be careful, you're pregnant." With that, Lin Fan hugged her. "It's all right, my husband. I'm not an ordinary person. With my strength at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, I'd be considered a master even in Wanxiang City. But it seems that my husband has already finished refining the pills, right?" After saying that, Luo Yiran revealed a mischievous expression. Having spent so much time with Lin Fan, Luo Yiran has become much more cheerful. Perhaps this is her true nature, but in a place like the 100 Flowers brothel, she simply doesn't dare to unleash her true self. The same applies to everyone except Luo Yiran. Lin Fan was naturally pleased with these changes in them. This shows that they have come to rely on themselves and have opened their hearts to themselves. Iran, the medicine has been given to them, and I believe they will wake up tomorrow. That puts my mind at ease. But these 2 sisters are really lucky to have met Li Han and the others. There's a reason why Luo Yiran said that. Only those on Lin Fan's side could be brought into the small world. Even being a maid is a tremendous opportunity. After all, those who can follow Lin Fan will never lack cultivation resources in the future. As Lin Fan's strength grows, the resources he acquires will become increasingly advanced. As for whether Lin Fan can become stronger and stronger, that's for sure. With the existence of this small world, the Lin family will only grow stronger. By the way, husband, have you checked their qualifications? Luo still has high expectations for the 2 candidates' qualifications. If she reaches the highest grade yellow level or above, she can have 2 more sisters. Still, it seems you're quite looking forward to seeing that the 2 of them have high qualifications? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course I hope they have high qualifications. High qualifications will enhance the foundation of our Lin family. Lin Fan was satisfied with Luo Yiran's answer. Iran, the 2 sisters have excellent aptitude, both reaching the top grade Xian level. What? Their qualifications are actually that high? To be honest, Luo Yiran suddenly felt a little envious of the 2 of them. Such high aptitude means that his cultivation speed is much faster than hers. Of course, she might admire him, but she wouldn't be jealous. The higher their qualifications, the better it will be for the Lin family. Iran, you don't need to envy them. Your abilities will improve in the future. Luo Yiran was stunned when she heard that her aptitude could be improved. After a while, Luo Ran finally came to her senses. Husband, is what you're saying true? Can my aptitude really be improved? Luo Ran still found it hard to believe. What, don't you believe what I'm saying? Lin Fan asked calmly. Of course not, I just can't believe it. Luo Ran quickly explained, afraid that Lin Fan would be angry. Iran, I can't say much now, you'll understand later. Yes, I believe in my husband. After chatting with Luo Iran for a while, Lin Fan went to visit Honlu and the others in turn. Soon, a day had passed in the small world. The two Mu sisters opened their eyes one after the other. When they found themselves in an unfamiliar place, a hint of panic flashed in their eyes. Fortunately, the two sisters felt much more at ease after seeing each other there. Sister, where is this place? It seems like we've been rescued. Xiaoyu, I just woke up too. I don't know where I am or who saved me. Sister, do you think Grandpa, Father, Mother, and all the uncles are gone? Mu Shiyu's voice was filled with sorrow. Upon hearing her younger sister mention their relatives, Mu Shiyu's eyes immediately turned red, filled with murderous intent. Their Mu family was wiped out. The Fire Cloud sect, along with the other three major families in Changning City, launched a joint attack on the Mu family. Although the Mu family is one of the four major families in Changning City. However, the combined forces of the four major powers are simply beyond the capabilities of the Mu family to handle. If it weren't for their grandfather risking his life to send the two sisters away, they must have already been captured and taken to the Fire Cloud sect to be used as entertainment by the sect's young master. At this moment, Li Han, who was practicing martial arts outside, heard the commotion inside and pushed open the door to come in. You're finally awake. You seem to be recovering well. Upon seeing Li Han, Mu Shishua quickly composed herself. Although there was still some sadness on his face, the murderous intent was gone. Then, with a hint of gratitude, she asked Li Han, Sister, where is this place? Did you save us? It is true that I brought you back, but it was our family head who saved you. You were so badly injured at the time, I was not able to save you. When our patriarch saw your injuries, he specially refined a batch of top-grade yellow-level healing pills for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. What? A top-grade healing pill, and one that I refined myself. The two sisters were extremely shocked at this moment. They had naturally heard of the top-grade healing pills. Such pills were extremely rare in Changning City. Even if someone at the Qi Si realm is severely injured, as long as their fundamental nature is not damaged, they can recover completely by taking a top-grade healing pill. Alchemists who can refine top-grade healing pills are honored guests even in forces with Purple Mansion realm experts in charge. As for the Mu family, they simply don't have access to alchemists of that level. It's easy to imagine that the person who saved them was no ordinary person. With his status as a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, no one in Qingyun County dared to offend him. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Li Han thought to himself with smug satisfaction. This is nothing. Once you realize that the place you are in is a small world, it will completely overturn your worldview. However, Li Han quickly became serious. You've been unconscious for so long, you must be hungry. I've already had some porridge cooked. After you have filled your stomachs, I will take you to see our patriarch. After saying that, Li Han left, leaving the two sisters looking at each other in bewilderment. Soon, Li Han came over carrying 2 large bowls of porridge. Alright, please enjoy your meal. I'll be right outside. Just call me if you need anything. Then I'll have to trouble you, sister. You are welcome. After Li Han left, the two of them picked up the porridge and began to enjoy it. Sister, this porridge smells so good, it must be made with the finest spirit rice. It is indeed top-grade spiritual rice. They had certainly eaten the premium spiritual rice, but they couldn't eat it all the time. They could only consume 10 Gene 5 caddies a month. The main problem is that the Mu family only has 10 Mu of spiritual fields where they can grow top-grade spiritual rice, and the amount of spiritual rice produced each year is not enough to go around. It should be noted that the Mu family, from top to bottom, has a total population of over 100,000. They were able to get so many because of their good qualifications. They have many brothers and sisters, but most of them are only at the yellow level, and none of them are qualified to eat top-grade spirit rice. As for buying it outside, forget about it. Although 1 yuan stone can buy a pound, it's just that there's no market for it. Those spirit fields are basically controlled by those families and sects. The spiritual rice they grow isn't even enough for themselves, let alone to sell. If the price of Lingni is raised, perhaps some forces will sell it. But if the price of spirit rice is set too high, people will feel it's not worth it, since spirit rice itself isn't worth that many yuan stones. With this money, it's more worthwhile to buy some elixirs. This has led to an awkward situation. Top-grade spirit rice is priced at 1 yuan stone per kilogram, but it is nowhere to be found on the market. Only the lower-grade spirit rice can be sold on the market. The two sisters looked at the porridge made with the finest spiritual rice in the bowl, and were surprised. However, considering that the patriarch mentioned by Li Han was a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, the two felt relieved. They can be given top-grade healing pills without hesitation, let alone top-grade spirit rice. While spirit rice cannot be purchased with spirit stones, elixirs can solve the problem. Chapter 15: Guessing and Decision. Sister, what kind of person do you think the patriarch that sister just mentioned is? How would I know? I've never seen it. Mu Shishua rolled her eyes at her younger sister, annoyed. Sister, do you think it's possible for us to ask this patriarch to help us get revenge? With this family head's status as a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, avenging us should be easy for him. Mu Shiyu expressed her thoughts. Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Why should they help us get revenge? Do you have any tangible reward to offer? Mu Shishua was truly defeated by her younger sister's ideas. Now only the two of them remain in the Mu family, and they have nothing in their hands. Even if the two of them were slaves, they would not be able to persuade a top-grade yellow-level alchemist to help them. When her sister asked her that question, Mu Shiyu immediately deflated. Sister, what should we do? Should we not avenge our family? Mu Shiyu's tone was full of sadness. We must avenge them. Our Mu family has 100,000 members. We cannot let them die in vain. I will make these major powers pay a heavy price. Recalling the scene of the massacre of the Mu family members that day, Mu Shishua once again revealed a strong killing intent. Sister, let's cultivate together. With our talent, we will definitely be able to take revenge in the future. Mu Shiyu's hatred for those major powers was no less than that for her sister. Okay, let's work together, sisters, and one day we'll get our revenge. Mu Shishua said with a determined look. After that, the two fell silent, with only the sound of them drinking their porridge. Xiaoyu, we've eaten our fill, it's time to go see our savior. Okay, sister. The two still had some expectations for Lin Fan, their savior. The two tidied themselves up and prepared to leave. Although their injuries haven't fully healed, they can walk normally now. Sister, we've finished eating. Can you take us to see our savior now? Alright, please follow me. Along the way, the two kept looking around, but despite the large estate, they didn't see many people. He only saw a few maids greeting Li Han. Although I was very puzzled, I didn't want to ask too many questions at this time. Soon, Li Han led the two into the living room. Please sit here for a while, I will go and report to the head of the family. After Li Han left, Mu Shiyu finally couldn't help but speak up. It's so quiet here, there aren't many people around. Sister, do you think it's possible that our savior only recently established their family? Upon hearing Mu Shiyu's words, Mu Shishua's eyes lit up immediately. Xiaoyu, what you said makes a lot of sense. With so few people, it's most likely a newly established family. If it's true, then we might have a chance to get revenge. There was a reason why Mu Shishua said that. A newly established family will definitely have only a few members at the beginning. If you want your family to prosper, you need to keep taking wives and concubines. This is how all families in this world started out. If their guesses are correct, then she has a chance to become the head of the household's concubine. Sister, you wouldn't be thinking of. Mu Shiyu's eyes widened at this moment. She wasn't stupid, she naturally understood the meaning behind her sister's words. Yes, I do have that idea. Otherwise, with just the two of us, who knows how long it would take to get revenge. Although we have good potential, it will take a long time for us to grow. We shouldn't even think about revenge for at least 100 years. Besides, if we leave here, we might be captured by the Firecloud sect and the three major families. They have spies and henchmen everywhere in the entire Qingyun County, making it very difficult for us to leave the area safely. Seeing that her older sister had said this, Mu Shiyu gritted her teeth and then said firmly. Sister, since you've made up your mind, let's go together. Okay. Mu Shishua did not refuse Mu Shiyu's suggestion. The success rate is higher if two people work together. Moreover, they are now all alone and helpless, so staying here together is the best outcome. By the way, sister, if our benefactor asks about our background later, should we tell the truth? Of course, there's no need to hide our background. The Firecloud sect and those three great families wouldn't be taken seriously by a yellow-ranked top-grade alchemist. If a top-grade yellow-level alchemist wanted, he could have many such forces follow him. If we deliberately hide it, it will only displease our benefactor. Moreover, it won't be long before the news of our Mu family's annihilation spreads throughout Qingyun County. At that time, our benefactor can easily find out our identities with a simple investigation. Okay, sister, I know what to do. At this moment, the two began to pray, hoping that, as they had guessed, this was a newly established family. If they guessed wrong, then their idea would have no chance of coming true. Here, Li Han found Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was at Hong Lu's residence. Master, the two of them have woken up and are now in the living room. Okay, then I'll go see them. As he spoke, Lin Fan looked at Hong Lu beside him. Lulu, do you want to come with me to take a look? My husband, I'm fine, I can go and take a look. Then let's go, I'll help you. My lord, I'm not that delicate. Hong Lu said, but the smile on her face betrayed her. Soon, the three of them arrived in the living room. Gentlemen, this is our patriarch, and this lady beside him is Madame Hong Lu. The two sisters were quite surprised to see Lin Fan. They hadn't expected him to be so young. Of course, there are also many powerful old monsters who maintain a youthful appearance. But they didn't think Lin Fan was that kind of person. Because Lin Fan doesn't have that sense of vicissitude. Therefore, they felt that Lin Fan's age was not too old, at least not over 100 years old. Compared to the 500-year lifespan of the Qi realm, being under 100 years old is still quite young. Looking at Hong Lu next to her, her lower abdomen was already slightly protruding, and she was obviously pregnant. This further confirmed their earlier guess, making them both quite excited. However, the two quickly came to their senses. Then he greeted Lin Fan and Hong Lu very respectfully. Greetings, benefactor. Greetings, madam. They couldn't be disrespectful. First and foremost, Lin Fan was their savior, and they had to be grateful. Secondly, there's Lin Fan's identity. If their grandfather were still alive, he would treat Lin Fan with utmost respect. This is the prestige of a top-grade yellow-level alchemist. As for Xian-level alchemists above the Huang level, only the top-ranked powerful nations possess them. Zhao currently has none. Chapter 16. Even if we are slaves, we are willing. Seeing how respectful the two were to him, Lin Fan waved his hand. Ladies, please don't be so polite. Judging from your complexions, your injuries seem to be healing quite well. With a little more rest, you'll be fully recovered. This is all thanks to the pills my benefactor made. Without them, let alone recovery, my injuries would have worsened, and it would have been hard to say whether I would have survived. The Mu sisters were aware of their injuries. Even after their grandfather risked his life to send them out, they were still pursued by many people on their escape route. The two women fought back fiercely, but there were too many enemies, and they were severely wounded and on the verge of death. If it weren't for his obsession with revenge, he wouldn't have been able to escape this far and thus be encountered by Li Han and the others. Alright, you two, stop calling me benefactor. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Fan. You can call me Patriarch Lin. Yes, Patriarch Lin. By the way, Patriarch Lin, could you tell us sisters what kind of place this is? They were only focused on escaping, and didn't know where they had ended up. This is Mix C. Ventian City, huh? I never thought we'd end up here. They had heard of Wanxiang City, as it belonged to the same prefecture as their Changning City. In their understanding, the city lord of Wanxiang City was only in the late Kaiyuan stage. They were truly surprised to find that such a powerful figure as Lin Fan was hidden here. But then I thought, Lin Fan might have just established his family. In a weak city like Vientiane City, it is actually more suitable for the early development of the family. It's not too late to move to a large city once the family's strength has increased. Ladies, why don't you introduce yourselves? Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, the two sisters realized that they had indeed forgotten to introduce themselves. We apologize, Patriarch Lin, for our rudeness. My name is Mu Shishue, and this is my twin sister, Mu Shiyu. We come from the Mu family in Changning City. The Mu family of Changning City? I vaguely remember them. They're one of the 4 major families in Changning City, right? Lin Fan said, feigning a thoughtful expression. Yes, Patriarch Lin, but the Mu family no longer exists in Changning City. At this point, the two sisters showed a sad expression. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised at this moment. Judging from their expressions and words, the Mu family must have been wiped out. No wonder the two were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Ladies, why do you say the Mu family is gone? What happened? Is it related to your serious injuries? Lin Fan was curious about what had happened. A family that was considered very powerful in Qingyun County was wiped out just like that. This really surprised him. Patriarch Lin, our Mu family has been besieged by the Fire Cloud sect in conjunction with the other three major families of Changning City, and we no longer exist. It seems that only my sister and I survived in the entire Mu family. The two sisters shed tears of grief as they realized that only the two of them remained in their family. Seeing this, Honglu felt a deep sense of sympathy for the two. At the same time, I felt a pang of sadness, realizing that such a large family had been wiped out just like that. No wonder her husband, with his current strength, could easily rule Wanxiang City, but he didn't. Instead, they developed quietly here, without attracting anyone's attention. She finally understood her husband's thoughts. Being too high profile will definitely attract the attention of other forces, and then you will face great resistance if you want to develop. No matter which faction it is, they don't want another entity around them that can compete with them for resources. However, Honglu wanted to know why the Mu family was being besieged by the four major powers. So she asked the two girls, have your families offended these four major powers? It's not that young sect master of the Fire Cloud sect. The two sisters gritted their teeth at the mention of this young sect leader. He was the culprit who caused the extermination of their family. Lin Fan and Han Lu didn't interrupt, but quietly watched the two of them. After calming down, the two continued their story. I wonder where this young sect leader learned that my sister and I have the highest grade Shin level aptitude. After confirming the authenticity of this news, the Fire Cloud sect immediately sent people to our Mu family to propose marriage, wanting to take us sisters as concubines. But we know very well what kind of person this young master of the Fire Cloud sect is. This guy seems to have practiced an evil technique of sexual exploitation. Anyone who has been sexually exploited by him does not live more than a year, and their fate is always tragic. My grandfather and parents would never push my sisters into a fire pit, so they rejected their marriage proposal on the spot. That's how the conflict between our Mu family and the Fire Cloud sect arose. However, my grandfather and parents didn't pay much attention to this matter at the time. In their view, although the Fire Cloud sect is stronger than our Mu family, the Fire Cloud sect alone would have to pay a heavy price to take down our Mu family. Moreover, Changning City also has three other major families and the City Lord's mansion. I doubt the Fire Cloud sect would dare to attack them. But the result was beyond our expectations. In order to get the two of us, the Fire Cloud sect began to secretly send people to persuade the other three major families. In order to divide up the assets of our Mu family, the three major families have actually joined forces with the Fire Cloud sect to deal with our Mu family. As for why the City Lord's mansion didn't intervene in the end, we have no idea. After hearing their stories, Honglu was furious. The Fire Cloud sect is despicable. They wiped out my entire family after my marriage proposal was rejected. Lulu, there is no such thing as good or bad in this world, only the law of the jungle. Only by becoming strong can one gain the right to speak. When you are so powerful that no one dares to mess with you, even if you do all sorts of bad things, no one will dare to call you bad. That's reality. Lin Fan has lived in this world for 30 years, and he has heard many such stories. This is why he keeps such a low profile. Only by being cautious can one develop better. My lord, I understand. I will cultivate even harder from now on. Seeing Honglu's performance, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then, Lin Fan looked at the Mu sisters and asked, ladies, what are your plans for the future? Patriarch Lin, there is no place for my sister and me to stay in Qingyun County. If my sister and I go out like this, we will definitely be watched by the spies of these four major forces. For our own safety, we hope that Patriarch Lin can take us in, even if we are slaves or maids. Mu Shirshue's tone was very sincere. As for becoming a concubine, we'll talk about it when we find an opportunity. The prerequisite is to keep her first, only then will we have a chance. Besides, being a maidservant of a top-grade yellow-level alchemist is not a shameful thing. If the news gets out, countless people will envy them. Chapter 17 Lin Fan's Choice. Lin Fan did not immediately agree to their request. Instead, they checked the information of the two people. Name, Mu Shishue. Age, 20. Qualification, top-tier mystic grade. Realm, early stage of the opening Yuan realm. Favorability, 65. Name, Mu Shiyu. Age, 20. Qualification, top-tier mystic grade. Realm, early stage of the opening Yuan realm. Favorability, 68. Their favorability rating is close to 70, probably because I'm their savior. I estimate it won't be long before their favorability rating reaches over 70. Lin Fan thought to himself. Seeing that Lin Fan was still deep in thought, the Moose sisters became a little uneasy, and their eyes began to look at Lin Fan with tension. The two were unsure whether Lin Fan would keep them. Fortunately, Lin Fan finally spoke up after a short while. My Lin family has just been established and we do need manpower. You can stay. However, let me make this clear from the start, you can stay, but you must be loyal to the family. If it's betrayal, I don't need to say more, you can probably guess the ending. Upon hearing that they could stay, the two were overjoyed. In particular, Lin Fan's statement that the Lin family had just been established proved that their previous guesses were correct. This is the best news for them. As for betrayal, that's impossible, they're not stupid. Please rest assured, Patriarch, we will be loyal to the family from now on. The head of the family saved our lives, we are not the kind of people who would forget kindness. The two men looked very determined. Yes, I hope you can keep your word. Having arrived in the small world, Lin Fan naturally didn't need to worry about anyone betraying him, but he still had to say what needed to be said. Actually, you have another option. Hearing that there was another option, the two sisters perked up and looked at Lin Fan. They hope that the other option will be more advantageous to them. If you are willing, you can become my concubines. I have just established my family and need to have more descendants. Of course, you can refuse. It's not mandatory. Even if you refuse, you can stay in my Lin family. Don't worry about being retaliated against. Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted them to be his concubines, the two women's eyes widened in surprise. Their wish came true before they even started, it was too easy. Seeing that the two did not answer, Lin Fan frowned. If you haven't thought it through yet, you can consider it for a while and then tell me your answer. Patriarch, there's no need to hesitate, we're willing. With such a great opportunity right in front of them, how could they possibly miss it? Very good. Lin Fan was satisfied with their answers. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Rest for a while and let them heal completely before we talk about anything else. As for your grudges, I will avenge you when the time comes. Of course, don't think about revenge in the short term. The family needs to lie low for a few years and develop quietly. In the early stages of the family's development, it is not suitable to act in a high-profile manner. However, in a few years, you two sisters may be able to personally avenge your enemies without my intervention. The few years that Lin Fan mentioned here refers to the time in the main world. With his continuous supply of cultivation resources, the next two may break through to the Purple Mansion realm in a few years. When the time comes, dealing with a few forces that are only at the Qi Si realm will be a piece of cake. Master, will we really be able to take revenge ourselves in a few years? The two sisters were extremely excited at this moment. If the two of them want to take revenge themselves, they will need to be at least at the peak of the Qi Si realm. In other words, over the next few years, Lin Fan will be able to train them into powerful individuals at the Qi Si realm perfection stage. This sounds like a fantasy. You should know that their grandfather had cultivated for hundreds of years, but he was only at the early stage of the Qi Si realm. For some reason, a voice in their subconscious told them that what Lin Fan said was true. Don't worry, I wouldn't joke about something like this. You'll see when the time comes. Thank you, Master. Since Lin Fan had said so, they had no choice but to believe him, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. It would be even better if they could personally take revenge on their enemies. You should go back to your rooms and rest first, after all, your injuries haven't healed yet. Yes, Master, we'll head back to rest now. Soon, the two left the living room, led by Li Han. Congratulations to both of you ladies. To become the head of the family's concubines is truly the greatest blessing of your lives. On the way back, Li Han congratulated the two of them, though her eyes also held a hint of envy. Unfortunately, she was not qualified enough to become a concubine, which was a regret in her heart. Sister, we are really lucky. This is also what they truly think. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't have arrived here safely. Instead, they would have been captured and taken back to the Firecloud sect. After returning to their residence, Mu Shishue immediately inquired with Li Han. I wonder if you, as sister, could tell us what kind of person the head of the family is? The two were filled with curiosity about Lin Fan and wanted to learn more about him. When Li Han saw that the two were still calling her sister, she quickly waved her hand. Madams, please don't call me sister anymore. I'm just a maid in this household. My name is Li Han. You two ladies can call me Li Han or Xiao Han. Now that the two women had become the head of the family's concubines, Li Han dares not be presumptuous in front of them. Sisterly, please don't say that. It's only right that we call you sister. If it weren't for Sisterly bringing us sisters back, we would definitely have been captured and taken to the Firecloud sect. We dare not imagine what we will face then. So no matter what our identities are, Sisterly, you will always be our sister. The two of them were quite grateful to Li Han. Besides, they were just concubines, their status wasn't much higher than that of maids. If a maid is lucky, she may also have the chance to become a concubine. Besides, Li Han is clearly Lin Fan's confidant. As a confidant of the head of the family, his status in the family could be said to be even higher than that of a concubine. At least that's how they see it. Li Han wanted to explain, but Mu Shishue interrupted her. Alright, Sisterly, don't worry about that title. Tell us about the family head. Tell us what you can say, but don't tell us anything that involves the head of the family's secrets. Mu Shishue said this because she didn't want to put Li Han in a difficult position. The head of the family has no secrets he can't tell, or rather, what I know isn't a secret to you. Ladies, I can tell you that the head of the family is very mysterious, and there is a high possibility that he is the reincarnation of a supreme expert. Li Han's tone was unusually serious at this moment. The reincarnation of a supreme being? Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu's expressions changed instantly, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 18 Lin Fan, I actually became the reincarnation of the great emperor? After regaining her senses, Mu Shiyu quickly pulled Li Han aside and began to ask her questions. Sisterly, are you saying that the patriarch is very likely the reincarnation of a powerful expert at the divine power realm? Mu Shiyu stared intently at Li Han, wanting to know the truth of the matter, as did Mu Shishue. Why didn't the two sisters think about things from a higher perspective? This is because, in their understanding, the divine power realm is already the highest level that martial artists can reach. They had never considered before whether there were even higher realms beyond the divine power realm. Not to mention her, even their grandfather didn't know these things. Ultimately, the Mu family is one of the four great families in Changning City, but in the vast land of 100 kingdoms, they are a nobody. Even breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm is a luxury, let alone thinking about anything beyond supernatural powers. Reaching the divine power realm through body tempering is a common understanding of cultivation levels across the 100 kingdoms. This is also why the two of them believed that the strongest person Li Han mentioned was the one at the divine power realm. Ladies, the supreme expert I'm referring to isn't the divine power realm, but the great emperor realm. Madam, your understanding of cultivation realms is still too limited, and I was the same way before. The main reason for this is that the land of 100 countries is isolated from the world and has little access to information. Most people's understanding of martial arts realms is limited to the range from body tempering to divine power realm. In fact, the land of 100 kingdoms where we live is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. Only by cultivating to the divine power realm can one safely cross millions of mountains and travel to a wider world. The vast majority of people in our 100 kingdoms region simply cannot imagine what the world beyond the million mountains is like. In our view, those at the divine power realm possess world-destroying power and are invincible in our 100 kingdoms region. But if we look at the entire Xiantian continent, someone at the divine power realm can only become the head of a third-rate power, so they can't be considered a supreme expert. Since arriving at the Lin family, Li Han and the others have learned about the general information of this world from Lin Fan. Only after learning how vast the world is did they realize how narrow-minded they had been. At this moment, both sisters were somewhat out of their minds. They were unaware of things like the fact that those at the divine power realm could only become the heads of third-rate forces, or the existence of the Xiantian continent and great emperors. Sisterly, please tell us what realms are above the divine power realm. The two sisters looked at Li Han with eyes full of curiosity. The word emperor sounds incredibly powerful. He must be some extraordinary being. My ladies, above the divine power realm, there are also the venerable, quasi-saint, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, quasi-emperor, and great emperor realms. I never imagined there would be so many more realms to come. Mu Shishue exclaimed with longing, as did Mu Shiyu. Their previous understanding of the world was really too limited. What Li Han said opened the door to a new world for them. At the same time, I learned that there was a wider world outside. Only the most powerful forces in the 100 Kingdoms region knew about this information. After the two had digested most of this information, Mu Shishue said with some emotion, "Sisterly, I didn't expect you to know so much. This is what the head of the family told us, otherwise, I wouldn't know any of this. Madams, there's no need to overthink it. With the head of the family around, your future is definitely limitless." The patriarch's vision has never been focused on the land of 100 kingdoms, but rather on the wider world beyond. After hearing this, the two nodded vigorously, filled with anticipation for the future. "By the way, Sisterly, how did you become so sure that the patriarch was most likely the reincarnation of the great emperor? Did the patriarch himself admit it?" Upon hearing this, Li Han shook his head immediately. "Ladies, this is just a guess between me and my sisters. Since the head of the family doesn't say anything about this, we naturally wouldn't dare to ask. But I'm certain that there's a high probability that the patriarch is the reincarnation of an emperor." Seeing how determined Li Han was to make her decision, the two of them wanted to know the reason behind it. "Sisterly, please tell us in detail what exactly happened. Since you believe that the patriarch is the reincarnation of the great emperor, there must be some basis for it, right?" Li Han nodded. "There is a basis for this, of course. Do you two ladies know where we are now?" The patriarch just said we're in Wanxiang City." The two were somewhat puzzled as to why Li Han would ask such a question. "We are indeed in Vientiane City, but where in Vientiane City do you think there could be such abundant spiritual energy?" "Yes, Sisterly, we didn't even realize it until you said so. The spiritual energy here is so rich, several times richer than the place where my grandfather was in seclusion. Could there be a spirit gathering formation of at least the Xian level set up here?" Li Han shook his head directly. "Madams, there is no spirit gathering array here. The place we are in is a world created by the patriarch. This place is isolated from the world without the guidance of a family, no one can get in. More importantly, time flows 5 times faster here than outside. In other words, 1 day outside is equivalent to 5 days inside the small world, while our lifespan is the same as outside, which is only 1 day. This means that if we lived in a small world, our lifespan would be 5 times that of others." The two sisters were completely stunned. The place they were in was actually a small world that had been created, and the flow of time there was even 5 times faster than outside. It must take immense strength to accomplish this. It's probably just as Li Han said. Their patriarch is the reincarnation of the great emperor, otherwise, how can this be explained? Li Han was not surprised by the two people's shock. They were shocked for a long time after they learned this information. It took the two sisters quite a while to recover from their shock. "Sisterly, how many concubines does the head of the family have?" Mu Shishue asked the question that was currently of most concern to her. The head of the family currently has only 15 concubines, all of whom are pregnant. Upon hearing that there were only 15, the two sisters instantly felt much more relaxed. 15 is really not many. Her father had several hundred concubines. It's common for those powerful cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm to have tens of thousands of concubines. The higher the level of spiritual attainment, the lower the birth rate. Therefore, if a strong person wants to leave behind a bloodline legacy, they can only cast a wide net. "Ladies, your injuries haven't fully healed yet and you need to rest. I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, just call me. I live not far from here. Take care, Sisterly." The two did not linger with Li Han. They still need to process the information Li Han just shared. After a moment of silence, Mu Shishue spoke. "Xiaoyu, we must seize this opportunity. We must do whatever the patriarch tells us to do, and we absolutely cannot displease the patriarch. As for the Firecloud sect and the 3 major families, let them live a few more years. Once we've increased our strength, we'll take revenge ourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of killing intent crossed Mu Shishue's eyes. She was determined to avenge the deaths of 100,000 members of the Mu family. "Sister, I know what to do," Mu Shiyu said with a determined look. Chapter 19: The Arrival of the Firecloud Sect. After confirming that Lin Fan was the reincarnation of the great emperor, the two were certain that under Lin Fan's tutelage, they would be able to take revenge themselves within 5 years. Previously, I only thought Lin Fan was a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, but I never expected that his true identity was countless times more terrifying than that of an alchemist. They didn't know how powerful the emperor was. They had never seen any records or legends about him. However, the great emperor realm is 8 major realms higher than the divine power realm. Therefore, they could not even imagine how strong the emperor really was. "Xiaoyu, focus on recovering from your injury. Once you're healed, try your best to get pregnant as soon as possible. Only when we have children can we truly be considered members of the Lin family. Yes, I will definitely try my best. The two of them did this not because they were scheming. However, the demise of the Mu family made them grow a lot. In the main world, the deacon of the Firecloud sect, along with more than 10 disciples, arrived at Myriad Elephant City after traveling for several hours. After entering the city, they did not linger but went straight to the city lord's mansion. Who goes there? This is the city lord's mansion. No one is allowed to trespass without the city lord's invitation. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. They were stopped by guards as soon as they arrived outside the city lord's mansion. As the largest power in Wanxiang City, the city lord's mansion's guards are used to being arrogant, so their attitude towards these people is naturally very unfriendly. I am Liao Chen, a steward of the Firecloud sect. Go and inform your city lord Yang that I have important matters to discuss with him. Since they had come to ask for help, the steward of the Firecloud sect, though displeased by their attitude, did not force his way in. Furthermore, given his strength at the mid-Kaiyuan stage, he couldn't possibly defeat his city lord at the late Kaiyuan stage. So you are a steward from the Firecloud sect. Please wait a moment, I will go and report to the city lord. Upon hearing that he was a steward from the Firecloud sect, the guard's attitude changed from arrogant to humble, even somewhat obsequious. The Firecloud sect was a powerful force in Qingyun County, so the guards had naturally heard of its reputation. If he offended the steward of the Firecloud sect, his fate would certainly not be good. Even the city lord might not protect him, since he was just a guard. Soon, the guard found the city lord. Reporting to the city lord, Deacon Liaochen of the Firecloud sect has brought a group of disciples to request an audience, saying they have important matters to discuss. Liaochen, the deacon of the Firecloud sect, wants to see me? Lord Yang was puzzled. He didn't recognize this person and had no connection with the Firecloud sect. Why did the other party want to see him, and why did they say they had important matters to discuss? I want to see what they have to do. Bring them in here. Yes, Lord City Lord. He's just a steward, there's no need for him to personally greet him. Although the Firecloud sect is powerful, his position as the city lord of Wanxiang City was conferred by the city lord of the prefecture, so he is naturally not afraid that the Firecloud sect would dare to do anything to him. As the footsteps drew closer, Liao Chen and his group arrived before Lord Yang. Greetings, City Lord Yang. I apologize for disturbing you today, as I have an important matter to ask for your assistance. Steward Liao is too kind. Your presence at my city lord's mansion today is an honor to my humble abode. How could it be considered an intrusion? I just don't know what kind of help Deacon Liao is talking about. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Since Liao Chen was being so polite, he naturally wouldn't give him a hard time. As for helping, he'll have to see what kind of help it is before deciding. He won't do anything that doesn't benefit him. Lord Yang, we've come out to hunt down our enemies from the Firecloud sect. We previously discovered that the enemy we were hunting was rescued 100 miles away from Vientiane City. So we'd like to ask City Lord Yang for help to see if it was the forces of Wanxiang City that rescued them. Please rest assured, Lord Yang, this favor will not be in vain. As long as the person is found, a high-grade breakthrough pill will be presented to you. Speaking of the high-grade breakthrough pill, Liao Chen felt a pang of regret he had really gone all out this time. High-grade breakthrough pills are very precious in the Firecloud sect. Each year, the Firecloud sect provides only 3 high-grade breakthrough pills as rewards for its disciples. It should be noted that the Firecloud sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples, although there are many outer disciples who do odd jobs. However, there are several thousand inner disciples, and 3 pills are simply not enough to go around. This pill was a reward he had given to his young sect leader after finding him a girl with a high-grade Shen level aptitude. Since he's already at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, he doesn't need this pill. Once he captures the Mu sisters, the rewards he will receive will only be greater. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. He refused to believe that Lord Yang wouldn't be tempted by such a generous reward. If I'm moved, I'll do everything I can to help him find it. Upon hearing about the superior grade breakthrough pill, City Lord Yang was indeed tempted. With this pill, the Yang family will have another expert at the Kaiyuan realm. Having made his decision, City Lord Yang immediately put on a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor and said, since they are enemies of the Firecloud sect, I will naturally do my utmost to investigate them. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Yang. As long as we find the person, I will definitely offer you the top-grade breakthrough pill with both hands. Good. Next, Liao Chen told City Lord Yang some basic information about Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu, gave him 2 portraits, and then left. Someone come here. No sooner had he finished speaking than a person appeared in front of Lord Yang. Lord, is there anything you need? Go to the 4 city gates and investigate to see if anyone has seen these 2 girls. Remember, it must be done in secret. Yes, Lord City Lord. After the guards left, Lord Yang muttered to himself. Did one of your families, Chen, Li, or Wang, commit this? If that's the case, then you're in danger. The Fire Cloud sect isn't someone you can easily talk to. If it was Bayawala who made the move, then I'll just give up. The city lord of the prefecture had told him before that he should not offend Baiwala and Baibouch, because Zhao Kingdom could not afford to offend either of these 2 forces. Even the entire Zhao state couldn't afford to offend these 2 forces, so he, a mere city lord of a small town, was even less likely to offend them. Fortunately, these 2 forces only do business and do not interfere in the struggles between various forces. Lord Yang, 5 days have passed, and there's still no movement? Liao Chen was getting impatient. So much time had passed and there was still no news. He's been urged by their young sect leader several times already. Deacon Liao, I have mobilized all my forces, but there is still no news. So I suspect that either the 2 of them never came to Mixi, or they were at 100 Flowers Pavilion. I'm sure Steward Liao is aware of the power of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. It's not something I can afford to offend, so I didn't dare to investigate there. Upon hearing the name 100 Flowers Pavilion, Steward Liao's expression also turned solemn. He didn't know exactly how strong the 100 Flowers Pavilion was, but it was definitely not something their Fire Cloud sect could handle. If the Mu sisters really joined the 100 Flowers brothel, then he definitely wouldn't be able to bring them back. Chapter 20 Healed. Lord Yang, thank you for your help these past few days. Here are 500 spirit stones as a token of my appreciation for your hard work. Liao Chen felt a pang of regret at having to give 500 spirit stones, but he couldn't refuse. Although there has been no harvest these days, Lord Yang has indeed put in a lot of effort. If we don't give them something this time, they can forget about getting help next time they encounter difficulties. Upon seeing the 500 yuan stones, Lord Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to take them. Then thank you for your generosity, Deacon Liao. Although Lord Yang felt some regret that he did not obtain the superior grade breakthrough pill. Having 500 spirit stones was some consolation. Wealth in the Kaiyuan realm is not abundant. Having a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan stones in one's possession is considered a lot, which is why Liao Chen was so heartbroken. Those Kaiyuan realm forces that have been established for hundreds of years may have more resources, but it would still be difficult for them to come up with 50,000 yuan stones. At least the families in Vientiane City can't afford it. Lord Yang has been the lord of Wanxiang City for over 100 years, yet he still couldn't raise 100,000 yellow-grade yuan stones. There's no way around it with low strength, you simply can't compete for many resources. In the 100 Kingdoms region, wealth only gradually becomes apparent once one reaches the Qi Si realm. Only those at the Qi Si realm or above have the ability to protect small-scale yellow-grade yuan stone veins. The main reason is that the cost of mining small yuan stone veins is high, and the amount of yuan stones mined is small, so the forces in the Purple Mansion realm don't care about these few yuan stones. This is precisely why these small yuan stone veins have fallen into the hands of Qi Si realm forces. Although the Purple Mansion realm forces look down on that meager income, it is a huge sum of money for the Qi Si realm forces. A small yuan stone mine can conservatively generate tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan stones in revenue each year. Of course, a significant portion of the mined yuan stones must be offered as tribute to forces at the Purple Mansion realm. This is considered an unspoken rule. Getting back to the main point, after giving Lord Yang 500 yuan stones, Liao Chen left Wanxiang City in a dejected manner. He needed to return to the Fire Cloud sect as soon as possible to report this matter to his young sect leader. If the Mu sisters really go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, then they will have no choice but to give up. At the same time, they must also guard against the Mu sisters coming to their aid and seeking revenge against the Fire Cloud sect once they grow up. Although this will take a long time, we must take precautions. 5 days have passed in the main world, while nearly a month has passed in the smaller world. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu have fully recovered from their injuries and their strength has also been restored. The miraculous fish in the lake played a crucial role in their rapid recovery. Now, the fish in the lake have begun to grow in number and have already laid their eggs. In addition, fed with feed made from crescent-shaped rice husks, these spirit fish grow rapidly and each weighs more than 10 kilograms. So during this period, the 2 of them ate quite a lot of spirit fish. With the nourishment of spirit rice and spirit fish, recovery is naturally quick. Besides recovering from their injuries, the two sisters also built a good relationship with Luo Iran and the others. In addition, Lin Fan would visit them from time to time, which gradually warmed their feelings for him. Now, both of them have a positive impression of Lin Fan that exceeds 70, and they have already been branded by the family's divine tree. Besides these, the two of them also gained a comprehensive understanding of the small world during this time. The more they learned, the more shocked they became. The mere sight of 900,000 mu of crescent-shaped rice left them speechless for a long time. It was simply too shocking. The value of just one season's planting exceeds the accumulation of the Mu family over 500 years. Sister, our injuries have healed completely, and the patriarch will be coming tonight. You must make sure to pay your respects. I know, Xiao Yu, you don't need to worry about me. The two had already discussed this matter, and Mu Shishue, as the older sister, would go first. Sister, are you nervous? Mu Shiyu asked with a curious look. If you're not nervous, why should I be? I'm your older sister. Mu Shishue said, trying to appear calm. Even so, her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Mu Shiyu naturally understood, but she didn't point it out, otherwise her older sister would probably be even more nervous. Sister, I heard from Iran and the others that the master of the house is a very nice person. I know. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, I'm fine. Mu Shishue said, trying to appear calm. As the older sister, she didn't want to be looked down upon by her younger sister. It's getting late, let me help you get ready. Women are most beautiful on this day, we should create a wonderful memory. Xiao Yu, then I'll have to trouble you. What's the big deal? You'll have to help me tomorrow too. Next, Mu Shiyu began to dress up Mu Shishue. After working for an hour, Mu Shiyu finally stopped. Sister, you're so beautiful. When the family head sees you, he'll be completely captivated. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Who is the head of the family? How could he be bewitched by beauty? Mu Shishue rolled her eyes at Mu Shiyu in annoyance. Sister, have you ever heard the saying that even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman? Mu Shiyu said with a hint of mischief. You're just being cheeky. Mu Shishue rolled her eyes at Mu Shiyu. Hee, I won't talk to you anymore. Sister Li has already had dinner prepared. The head of the family should be here soon. Let's go out. The two tidied up and left the room. The place where they lived was similar in style to a traditional courtyard house with 3 courtyards and 4 entrances. Including the back garden, the area reached tens of thousands of square meters. Since the entire small world belongs to Lin Fan, his place of residence naturally needs to be built to be grand. All he had to pay was the cost of materials, which was nothing at all. Once he acquires higher-grade spirit wood, Lin Fan will replace these ordinary materials. The two arrived at the courtyard and found that Li Han was already waiting there. Ladies, the dishes are ready, and the head of the family will be here shortly. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Li. Madam, you're too kind. It's what I should do. Li Han was not the personal maid that Lin Fan arranged to serve the two of them. Li Han's position in the Lin family is equivalent to that of the palace attendant in the imperial palace, managing all the maids in the Lin family. Lin Fan is staying here tonight, so she naturally had to come over in advance to make arrangements. Of course, Mu Shishue needs her to make the arrangements because she is the bride today. People like Luo Iran don't need her to worry about them. Now, with the help of the superior grade breakthrough pill, Li Han's strength has reached the early stage of the opening Yuan realm. Even without a high-grade breakthrough pill, Li Han could still break through on his own, it just wouldn't be as fast. Next, the scene quieted down as the two sisters sat at the dining table, waiting for Lin Fan to arrive. Li Han stood quietly to the side. Not long after, Lin Fan appeared in front of the three of them. Upon Lin Fan's appearance, the two sisters quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. All right, we're all family, no need for formalities, please sit down. Yes. Following Lin Fan's instructions, the two obediently sat on either side of him. Chapter 21 Reward, Soul Building Fruit Tree. Lin Fan looked at them and then realized that he hadn't arranged for maids to serve them. So he instructed Li Han, Xiao Han, find some time to go to Baihua Tower and buy some maids with low-grade aptitude. Xiao Han understands, I'll go check on it tomorrow. Even if Lin Fan hadn't said it, she would have given him this suggestion anyway. The 30 maids with low-grade qualifications have already been assigned, and Luo Iran and the others each got 2. There's no way to arrange anything for the two of them right now. By the way, Xiao Han, remember to conceal your strength. If Bai Wallo sees that you have broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Li Han used to work at Bai Wallo, so it can be said that Bai Wallo knew her situation very well. If Bai Wallo saw that Li Han had broken through to the Kaiyuan realm so quickly, they would naturally think of Lin Fan. Don't worry, Patriarch, I know what to do. Li Han wasn't stupid, she naturally understood the reasoning behind it. Fortunately, among the 10 top-grade Xian level cultivation techniques that Lin Fan obtained from the beginner's gift pack, there was one called Concealing Breath Technique. This technique allows you to conceal your true strength. After Lin Fan saw the effects of this cultivation technique, he made everyone practice it. They have all reached the minor completion stage of their cultivation. Without the cultivation level of the Purple Mansion realm, their true strength cannot be discerned, which is sufficient for them in Myriad Elephant City. If one cultivates to perfection, it's impossible to discern the effects without reaching the level of supernatural powers. The proficiency levels of a cultivation technique are divided into beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. As for Lin Fan himself, he has a system, so he doesn't need to cultivate this technique. After the meal, only Lin Fan and Mu Shishue remained. The scene immediately fell silent. With Mu Shiyu and Li Han there, everyone was chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Now that it was just the two of them, Mu Shishue became extremely nervous. Watching Mu Shishue fidget with her restless little hands because she was too nervous. Lin Fan smiled, got up and sat down next to her. Shishue, how is life here? Are you settling in? I'm doing fine here, and Sister Iran and the others are very kind to me. So nervous, Mu Shishue almost didn't react in time. Shishue, don't be nervous. This will be your home from now on. With me here, no one will be able to bully you. Yes, thank you, Master. Mu Shishue felt genuinely grateful to Lin Fan. When the sisters were on the run, they even considered ending it all, hoping to find a complete release. But the memory of their people's tragic deaths fueled a burning desire for revenge. They absolutely could not die like this. However, given the two sisters' abilities, whether they can survive the pursuit is still a question. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the four major powers, the sisters would still have to live a life of hiding and running away. After all, the strength of the four major forces is invincible to them at present. Their talent is quite good compared to most people, but they still need time to grow and a lot of cultivation resources. They wanted to avenge their family, but they didn't know when that would be possible. Before they lost consciousness, they even thought they were going to die. Even if they are not found by the enemy, they will be devoured by monsters if they fall unconscious in the forest. But who could have imagined that the sisters would be fortunate enough to be encountered by Li Han and his two companions shortly after falling into a coma, thus changing their fate forever? Now that Lin Fan is backing her up, she can focus on her cultivation without worrying about resources, and revenge is only a matter of time. After figuring this out, Mu Shishue suddenly stopped being nervous. Then, she nestled against Lin Fan like a little bird, looked up at him with wide eyes and said, "Patriarch, it's getting late, let's go back to our room and rest." Even in this small world, there is night. Although there is no sun or starry sky now, there is still day and night, and a day is also divided into 12 two-hour periods. This was created by Lin Fan. If there were no day-night cycle, Lin Fan would always feel uncomfortable. Lin Fan was taken aback by Mu Shishue's sudden change. "Shishue, why are you suddenly not nervous anymore?" "I feel very safe because the head of the family is here." "That's more like it. And remember to call me husband from now on." Lin Fan was pleased with Mu Shishue's answer. "My husband." Speak louder, I can't hear you." "My husband." Mu Shishue wasn't shy at all, instead, she shouted it out loud. Let's go back to our room." After a long and arduous journey, Mu Shishue was already fast asleep, and Lin Fan checked the system rewards. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have gained a new concubine. Reward, 1000 Xian grade Yuan stones and 1 Xian grade top grade soul nourishing fruit tree." It seems the rewards for taking a concubine are related to aptitude. Shishue has the highest grade Xian level aptitude, so the reward is a highest grade Xian level spiritual medicine. Profound grade top quality spiritual herbs are already very precious in the 100 Kingdoms region. This level corresponds to a divine platform realm expert. Lin Fan had heard of the soul nourishing fruit. It is said that consuming the soul nourishing fruit can enhance the soul power of the divine platform realm. It is also a top grade Xian level pill and the main ingredient of the soul building pill. The soul building pill can help one achieve a perfect breakthrough to the divine platform realm and the purple mansion realm, making it extremely rare and sought after in the 100 kingdoms. Every time it appears, powerful experts at the purple mansion realm will engage in a fierce battle. A single soul building pill represents the birth of a divine platform realm expert. The powerful cultivators at the divine realm and the 100 kingdoms either went into seclusion to cultivate in seclusion or crossed millions of mountains to reach the true Tianqian continent. Therefore, Shintai can be considered the strongest among the 100 kingdoms. Lin Fan is currently at the Qi Si realm. Once he reaches the Qi Si perfection realm, he can begin to open up his consciousness sea and advance to the purple mansion realm. Those at the purple mansion realm possess spiritual consciousness and can use mental martial arts techniques to silently eliminate enemies. After reaching the perfection of the purple mansion, one needs to sublimate one's spiritual consciousness and condense it into soul power. Then, within the sea of consciousness, use soul power to construct a solid altar to protect the most core essence of the soul. The soul building pill's effect is to allow a perfected purple mansion realm expert to quickly condense soul power, thereby constructing a divine platform and becoming a divine platform realm expert. We don't need the soul nourishing fruit right now, but we can plant it first. It will take 30 years for the soul-nourishing fruit to ripen. 30 years is not a long time for a purple mansion expert. After all, a purple mansion expert can live for 800 years. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer it takes to mature. The growth time for emperor-level spiritual herbs is at least 10,000 years. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan felt increasingly hopeful for the future. The higher the quality of the concubine, the better the rewards will be. Then, with a thought, Lin Fan planted the soul-nourishing fruit tree not far from the family's divine tree. As the ruler of a small world, doing such things is naturally effortless for him. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. Chapter 22 Breakthrough, Mid-Stage Qi Si Realm. As expected of a top-grade Xian level aptitude, my aptitude is almost at the middle grade. Tomorrow we'll also have Mu Shiyu. With her help, advancing to the middle rank is a certainty. Even my strength can be improved. Lin Fan's rapid advancement in aptitude is also due to his previous accumulation of experience. Although Luo Ran and the others only possess top-tier yellow-level aptitude, they have still been of great help to Lin Fan over this long period of time. At the same time, they are not far from being promoted to the lower grade of the Xian level. It can only be said that the Qiankuan Hadaoju is too powerful, enabling both husband and wife to progress together. Mu Shixue also made significant progress tonight, breaking through to the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm. The next day, after breakfast, Mu Shiyu pulled Mu Shixue aside and whispered something to her. "Sister, how are you feeling? Tonight is her turn, so naturally we need to find out more." "Xiaoyu, my husband treats me very well, you don't need to worry. Furthermore, my strength has broken through to the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm." "What? Sister, you actually broke through?" Mu Shiyu was extremely shocked. Keep in mind that they only recently broke through to the next level. She still needs at least a few more years of cultivation before she can break through to the mid-stage, but she didn't expect her sister to break through so quickly. This was truly unbelievable to her. "Xiaoyu, you don't need to be surprised. According to my husband, the cultivation technique he practices can enhance the strength of both of us." Mu Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Fan's cultivation technique to be so powerful. However, considering that Lin Fan was the reincarnation of an emperor, Mu Shiyu felt relieved. Thinking that her strength would also improve tonight, Mu Shiyu was filled with anticipation and even hoped that time would pass quickly. In other words, Lin Fan hadn't told them yet that the cultivation technique he practiced could not only improve their strength, but also enhance their aptitude. They'll be incredibly shocked when they find out. This world does indeed possess rare and precious materials that can enhance one's abilities. But such a spiritual object is not something that can be found easily. As evening approached, to Mu Shiyu's delight, her strength indeed broke through to the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Seeing her strength improve, Mu Shiyu finally fell asleep contentedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a new concubine. Reward, 1000 Xian grade Yuan stones and a Xian grade Supreme Flaming Sword. A Xian grade top-tier weapon is not bad. Even those at the Divine Platform realm only use weapons of this level. With this, I am invincible at the Qi Si realm if the enemy does not have a weapon of the same level. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the reward. Besides the reward, his qualifications were as expected. Successfully upgraded to the middle grade of the Xian level. He could clearly feel that he was absorbing vital energy much faster than before. System, open my properties panel. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 469 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 1. Family members, 17 wives and concubines, 60 maids. Offspring, developing. Family luck, 180,000. Strength, mid-stage Chi-Si realm. Qualification, mid-grade profound level. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth. Martial arts and movement techniques, beginner's guide to the profound rank supreme layered wave palm, beginner's guide to the flowing cloud sword technique, beginner's guide to the profound rank supreme bamboo shadow step. Weapon, top grade profound level blazing flame sword. Family wealth, 4,000 Xian grade yuan stones, approximately 210,000 Huang grade yuan stones. Small world area, 1,000 square kilometers. Time flow rate, 5 times that of the main world. Besides his aptitude, his strength has also improved to the mid-stage. The problem is that the small world hasn't expanded. To expand the small world, you need to break through to a higher realm. Feeling the changes in himself, Lin Fan was naturally very satisfied. By the way, system, why is it that their pregnancy time is synchronized with the main world, but the cows and spirit fish don't have this restriction? The cows that Lin Fan bought earlier have successfully given birth to 8 calves after more than a year of breeding in the small world. The same goes for those spirit fish. This phenomenon filled Lin Fan with doubt. This only applies to the host's wife. If the host transfers people from the main world to the smaller world to reproduce, these people will lose contact with the outside world and will reproduce according to the smaller world's operating principles. However, the host is different. The host can freely travel between the main world and the secondary world, which means that the host has not left the main world, so time needs to be calculated according to the main world's time. After a systematic explanation, Lin Fan finally resolved his doubts. The next day, Li Han took the yuan stone given to her by Lin Fan and went to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Xion Yang, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed Li Han. "Oh, isn't this Miss Li Han? May I ask what young Master Lin needs?" Xion Yang had always kept Lin Fan, her big client, in her heart. Now that Li Han is Lin Fan's person, Xion Yang doesn't dare to put on airs in front of her. Especially sensing Li Han's strength at the bone forging stage, she felt that Lin Fan must value Li Han highly. When Li Han left before, he was only in the marrow cleansing stage. It took only a few months to advance to the bone forging stage, which must have consumed a lot of resources. If even someone with a superior aptitude like Li Han can improve so much, then those with exceptional aptitudes like Luo Yiran and the others must improve even more. She felt that Luo Yiran and the others might have already broken through to the internal organ training stage. If people who were showing off their affection knew that Li Han's true strength was at the Kaiyuan realm, I wonder what they would think. Xionyang, the master asked me to buy 100 maids with low-grade aptitude. I wonder if there are that many here. Li Han didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Of course I have some, I'll go prepare it for you right away. Alright, here are 10 spirit stones. Just send the person to the manor when the time comes. Xionyang was quite surprised to see Li Han directly use yuan stones for the transaction. Although 1 yuan stone is equal to 1,000 taels of gold. Even with 2,000 taels of gold, there's nowhere to exchange for a single spirit stone. Exchanging yuan stones for gold is easy, but exchanging gold for yuan stones is out of the question unless you meet someone who needs them. Miss Li Han, since you are using spirit stones for the transaction, I will grant you 150 people, Xionyang said with a smile. Although it appears on the surface that 50 more people were given. But in reality, this was not a losing proposition for Bai Walu. After all, the value of 10 yuan stones far exceeds that of 15,000 taels of gold. Li Han naturally understood the reasoning behind it, so she nodded and accepted Xionyang's kindness. Seeing Li Han's straightforwardness, Xionyang was even more pleased. So he continued cheerfully, at that time, I would appreciate it if Miss Li Han could put in a good word for us with young Master Lin and ask him to come to Bai Wala more often to patronize our business. Miss Li Han, you also came from our 100 Flowers Pavilion, so you naturally know that the girls here have a hard life. If they can be bought by young Master Lin, they will have found a good home. Chapter 23 The young master of the Fire Cloud sect loses his temper. Xionyang's words deeply moved Li Han. The girls here really have a hard life. If they can marry into a good family, they can live out their lives in peace. But the chances of meeting a good family are very small. Not everyone is as lucky as her to have met such a good family head as Lin Fan. Xionyang, don't worry, I will definitely put in a good word for you with the master. As for whether it will work, that's not something I can decide. Alright, whether it works out or not, I thank you on behalf of the girls here. Xion Yang didn't expect Li Han to be able to persuade Lin Fan, she was just saying it casually. Li Han does seem to be doing very well. If Lin Fan could frequent this place, their 100 Flowers Pavilion would not only be able to make money, but also find a good place for the girls here. After leaving Bai Wallow, Li Han followed Lin Fan's instructions and purchased about 10 kinds of first-tier poultry, such as flame koan and spirit feather duck. I also bought several pairs of seedlings of the mountain spirit sheep, mighty bull, and fiery blood pig. Once these animals reproduce, we won't even lack meat anymore. Although fish is delicious, you'll get tired of eating it every day. After finishing these matters, Li Han returned to his residence. After taking in these 150 people in the small world, Lin Fan handed them all over to Li Han for arrangement. With Li Han and the others there was no need for Lin Fan to explain the situation inside to them. As for flame koan and the like, Lin Fan divided them into areas for breeding again. Poultry are fed crescent-shaped rice directly, while the mountain spirits feed them straw, and also grow a batch of spirit pasture grass. If outsiders knew that Lin Fan was feeding flame koan and other first-tier poultry with top-grade spirit rice, I wonder what they would think. However, Lin Fan may not have much else, but he has plenty of crescent-shaped rice. A batch of crescent-shaped rice from those 600 square kilometers has already been harvested. Including what he had harvested before, his storage space now holds 950,000 tons of crescent-shaped rice. With so much crescent-shaped rice, isn't it normal to take some out and feed it to flame koan? Over the next month or so in the main world, thanks to Lin Fan's efforts, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shirshu have finally became pregnant. As for Luo Iran and the others, they were already more than 6 months pregnant at this time. This refers to the timeline in the main world. All those people Lin Fan sent out to study have now returned. At this moment, with Lin Fan providing ample resources, they all activated their cultivation mode. Lin Fan hoped that before the child was born, all 60 maids who had followed him could cultivate to the Kaiyuan realm. The Fire Cloud sect, located tens of thousands of miles away from Wanxiang City. At this moment, their young sect leader, Luo Tsong, was in a fit of rage. Deacon Liao, I want an explanation from you. Why did so many people chase after them and still lose them? What were you all doing? Do you know how many resources our Fire Cloud sect has sacrificed for those two? The thought of the resources they provided to the 3 major families and the city lord's mansion in Changning City made Luo Tsong's heart bleed. The resources they provided to these 4 major forces combined were worth at least 1 million yellow-grade yuan stones. With so many yellow-grade yuan stones, it would take their Fire Cloud sect several years to accumulate them. Although their Fire Cloud sect has an annual income of over 1 million shure unit of currency. After deducting the expenses of the disciples and the tributes to the Purple Mansion, they could only keep 200,000 yuan stones at most. Now, having lost 1 million shure unit of weight, and still not having received the person, Luo Tsong was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. The reason he was in such a hurry this time was that as long as he finished absorbing the essence of the 2 people, he could raise his aptitude to the lower grade of the earth level. As long as the qualification is upgraded to the lower grade level of the earthly realm, what is this loss? Unfortunately, it all came to nothing. He had given so much, and then the person disappeared. How could he accept that? Looking at Luo Tsong's murderous gaze, Liao Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young sect master, we did our best. When we chased them to the vicinity of Wanxiang City, they were rescued. I had the city lord of Wanxiang City cooperate in the search, and we were finally able to confirm that the 2 were rescued by Bai Wallow. Although there is no clear evidence that Bai Wallow was responsible, at this time it is the best option to pin the blame on Bai Wallow. Their Fire Cloud sect didn't dare to question the 100 Flowers Pavilion about this matter. So in the end, this matter will definitely be left unresolved. Ah! Bai Wallow, why are you going against me? Luo Tsong roared to the sky. At this moment, he was filled with hatred for Bai Wallow, but he was helpless. The power of the 100 Flowers Pavilion is too great, it is simply not something that their Fire Cloud sect can afford to provoke. Although he was cruel, he was not stupid. Songer, what are you doing? They're just 2 women, why get angry? Greetings, sect master. Liao Chen saw the person who had arrived and quickly bowed. The newcomer was a graceful and elegant woman, Luo Qingyan, the sect leader of the Fire Cloud sect. She was Luo Tsong's mother and her strength had reached the early stage of the Qi-Si realm. Above her, the Fire Cloud sect also has Luo Yunzhou, a late-stage Qi-Si expert. He is the father of the sect leader Luo Qingyan and the maternal grandfather of Luo Tsong. This is why Luo Tsong was so favored in the Fire Cloud sect. The two strongest individuals were his closest relatives, and he could do whatever he wanted in the Firecloud sect. Deacon Liao, you may leave now. Yes, sect master. Liao Chen felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly left the place. Luo Tsang was putting immense pressure on him. Mother, I hate it. Luo Tsang's voice was filled with grief and indignation. Sire, in this world, it's not only the Mu family that has two girls with top-grade Xian level aptitude. Since we've lost them, let's spend more time searching diligently. Sai, I don't know if it was right or wrong to let you practice this technique. Look at you now, you're like you've been possessed by a demon. Although that cultivation technique can improve one's aptitude by absorbing the essence of others, it can only raise one's aptitude to the lowest level of the earth rank at most. Because the cultivation method is too evil, this technique has great drawbacks and a high probability of causing people to become possessed by demons. Hundreds of girls with Xian level aptitude have died tragically in Luo Tsang's sexual exploitation. Luo Tsang's aptitude also improved from the initial yellow grade upper level to the profound grade supreme level. Although his aptitude improved significantly, Luo Tsang's personality became increasingly cruel. Many of his maids were brutally murdered by him for no reason. Now, the servants of the Firecloud sector filled with fear at the mere thought of serving the young sect master. Mother, it's come to this point, there's no going back. Luo Tsang knew that his personality had changed drastically, but he just couldn't control his violent nature. Mother, you must help me. I can feel that as long as my aptitude is raised to the lower grade of Earth level, I can immediately break through to the Qi realm. At that time, our Firecloud sect will have 3 Qi realm experts, which will allow the Firecloud sect to further enhance its strength in Qingyun County and thus obtain more resources. Alright, Mother will definitely send people to search with all her might. Luo Qingyan made up her mind that she must find 2 girls with top-grade Xian level aptitude as soon as possible. She did this not only for her son, but also for the sake of the Firecloud sect. Chapter 24. The eldest son is born and named Lin Haochen. Lin Fan was unaware of what had happened at the Firecloud sect. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much about a mere Firecloud sect. He wanted to keep the Firecloud sect so that Mu Shishue and the others could avenge themselves. Soon, another 4 months passed in the main world. Today, the little world has become exceptionally busy. At Luo Iran's residence, maids were constantly going in and out, bustling about. Because today, Luo, who was the first to become pregnant, is about to give birth. At this moment, Lin Fan was pacing back and forth outside the delivery room. Although he knew that with Luo Iran's current strength, there would be no danger in giving birth. Having lived 2 lives, it's inevitable to feel nervous about becoming a father today. Mu Shishue felt a little dizzy from Lin Fan's shaking and quickly pulled him back. Husband, don't be nervous. It's no use for you to wander around here. Sister Iran is no ordinary person, she won't be in any danger. That's right, my husband. Instead of walking around here, why don't we think about a name for our child? Mu Shiyu suggested from the side. When Mu Shiyu asked about the child's name, Lin Fan stopped. Shiyu, I've already thought of a name for the child. Iran's child is a boy, and I've named him Lin Haochen. As the eldest son, I hope he shines like the stars in the sky. Lin Fan could naturally tell whether the child was a boy or a girl. In addition to the child's name, I have also prepared 10 generational characters for the child. The generation names for boys are Haoming, Qingyu, Shouyuan, Jingxing, and Shiyuan, which are these 10 characters. The girls' names are composed of the following 10 characters: Yuyao, Bingxing, Ruoshi, Jiyun, and Yuyan. We'll add more generations of names if we run out of options. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu were clearly unaware that Lin Fan had already chosen a name in advance. The name Lin Haochen is quite nice to hear. Wow, wow, wow. A child's cry interrupted the conversation outside. Upon hearing the child's voice, Lin Fan disregarded everything else and went straight inside. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue followed them inside. As for Honglu and the others, they were close to giving birth, so Lin Fan didn't let them come over. Seeing Luo Iran lying on the bed looking exhausted, Lin Fan quickly appeared beside her. Iran, thank you for your hard work. Husband, what's so hard about this? Isn't this what I should do? Luo Iran was deeply moved by Lin Fan's concern. In particular, the first thing Lin Fan did when he came in was to care about her, not the child, which warmed her heart. Although thinking this way might seem like competing with the child for attention. But what woman doesn't want her husband to treat her well? My husband, come and see our child. Upon hearing that Luo Iran wanted to see the child, Li Han quickly took the child over. Master, Madam Iran, the young master is so adorable. His skin is so smooth, unlike that of an ordinary newborn child. He's sure to be extraordinary in the future. When Lihan was studying abroad, she saw many babies being born, and each baby was wrinkled at birth. Unlike their young master, who was so handsome even when he was born. Lin Fan took the child, and a feeling of blood connection welled up in his heart. This also made him feel a sense of responsibility and commitment. Iran, our child is so cute. By the way, I've already named him Lin Haochen. As he spoke, Lin Fan carefully placed Lin Haochen next to Luo Iran. Luo Iran looked at Lin Haochen and gently scratched his face with her finger. Xiao Haochen, did you hear that? Your father named you Lin Haochen. Do you like it? Giggle. Husband, look. Xiao Haochen smiled. He must really like this name. Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu showed expressions of delight upon seeing Lin Haochen. Congratulations, sister. Xiao Haochen is so smart, he's bound to be extraordinary in the future. Thank you, my two little sisters. Xiao Haochen's future younger siblings will definitely be extraordinary. While the three were discussing Lin Haochen, Lin Fan saw his son's attribute panel appear before his eyes. Name, Lin Haochen. Identity, Lin Fan's eldest son. Age, just born. Qualification, low grade, prefecture level. The panel was simple and clear. When Lin Fan saw Lin Haochen's aptitude, he was genuinely surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Haochen's aptitude actually reached the lower level of the Earth rank. It should be noted that when Luo Iran was pregnant, his aptitude was only at the lower level of the Xian rank, and Luo Iran herself was only at the upper level of the Huang rank. Given their qualifications at the time, the child's aptitude was most likely at the yellow level top grade or the Xian level low grade. There is an extremely small chance of becoming a mid-grade Xian level cultivator. But now it has become a low-grade Earth level item. It seems this is all thanks to the small world. Lin Fan remembered that the system had said that staying in the small world during pregnancy could slowly enhance the child's aptitude. I didn't expect it to be improved so much. While it's possible for parents with low-level aptitude to give birth to children with high-level aptitude, the probability is extremely low. Husband, please take a look at Xiao Haochen's cultivation aptitude. They knew that Lin Fan could discern other people's aptitude with the naked eye. If it were someone else, they would need to use tools to test their qualifications. Of course, once one's strength reaches the divine power realm, one can see the aptitude of ordinary people with the naked eye, without needing any tools. To be honest, Luo Iran was very uneasy at this moment. She didn't know how good Lin Haochen's cultivation aptitude was. If my qualifications are too poor, will Lin Fan dislike me? It's normal for Luo to still have this idea. In the cultivation families of this world, people without aptitude are highly looked down upon. While they wouldn't be bullied by servants, they wouldn't be treated with respect either. Don't worry, Haochen has excellent aptitude, reaching the lower grade Earth level. Wow, it's actually a low grade Earth level weapon. Congratulations, Sister Iran. Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu offered their blessings to Luo Iran. Luo Iran was also overjoyed at this moment, and she could no longer hide the smile on her face. This is a low-grade Earth-level aptitude. With Lin Fan's guidance, becoming a Divine Power Realm expert is a certainty. All worries vanished at that moment, and I felt completely relaxed. My two younger sisters, you don't need to be envious. Your aptitudes are much higher than mine, and they will definitely be even higher after the baby is born. Then let's take Sister Iran's good wishes as a sign. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shixue naturally hoped that their child would have better aptitude. Seeing that everyone was concerned about the child's qualifications, Lin Fan spoke up. Actually, you don't need to worry about the children's aptitude. Even if they have ordinary aptitude, they are still my children, and I will not look down on them. Besides, my family is not short of resources. Even if someone has ordinary talent, I can still cultivate them into something great. Lin Fan's words reassured them. This made Mu Shiyu and Mu Shixue feel much more relaxed instantly. Although their qualifications were higher than Luo Iran's, no one could guarantee that their own child would be equally qualified. Even those with Earth-level aptitude often have offspring with mortal-level aptitude. Chapter 25, Children are born one after another, and the reward is in hand. In fact, it's not that ordinary talents can't break through to higher realms, it's just that cultivation is slower and consumes more resources. Those in the body-tempering realm only have a lifespan of 150 years, so they don't have much time to strive for higher realms. But Lin Fan's situation is different. Staying in the small world, even a body-tempering realm cultivator can have a lifespan of 750 years. Such a long time is enough to reach a higher level. Therefore, Lin Fan was not worried at all about his child's aptitude. Once the family's sacred tree has grown to a certain extent, it will bear fruit that enhances one's aptitude. Even those with ordinary aptitude will have the potential to become holy bodies. Wow, wow, wow. The child's sudden crying startled Luo Yiran, who had been leisurely playing with the child, into a state of panic. She looked anxiously at Lin Haochen, who was lying there crying loudly, and was at a loss for what to do. Husband, why is little Haochen crying? Faced with her incessantly crying child, Luo Yiran, a first-time mother, was completely at a loss for what to do. Just then, before Lin Fan could answer, Li Han quickly walked over. Master, madam, the young master must be hungry. Leave him to me, I'll go feed him some spirit milk. Hearing that the child was crying because of hunger, Luo Yiran finally felt relieved. You little rascal, you've scared your mother since you were born. After Luo Yiran said something coquettishly, she handed the child over to Li Han. After Li Han carried Lin Haochen away, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue also prepared to say goodbye and leave. Husband, you stay here and keep Yiran company. We'll be leaving now, Mu Shishue said gently to Lin Fan. Yes, my husband, the other sisters are waiting for us to tell them this good news. Mu Shiyu echoed. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, feeling very gratified and satisfied to see them getting along so harmoniously. If a palace intrigue were to break out, he would have a real headache. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of your first child. Reward, 100 Earth-grade Yuan stones and the Earth-grade low-grade cultivation technique, myriad transformations return to origin technique. The rewards are all at the prefecture level, so it seems that the rewards for a child's birth are also related to qualifications. Although he didn't receive a saint-level or emperor-level reward, Lin Fan was still very satisfied. With the system around, he believed that all of these things would come in the future. All he needs to do now is to quietly develop his business. In the following period, Honglu and the others also began to give birth one after another. In just 20 days in the main world, Lin Fan became the father of 15 children. Honglu gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yue, whose aptitude was of the lower grade of Earth level. Fanning gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yuqing, whose aptitude was of the highest level. Pangyu gave birth to a son, named Lin Haoyu, whose aptitude was of the highest level Xian grade. Changji gave birth to a son, named Lin Haoshuan, whose aptitude was of the highest level Xian grade. Suyi gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yuhan, whose aptitude was of the highest level. Su Ziyi gave birth to a son, named Lin Haoqian, whose aptitude was of the lower grade of the Earth level. Huangya gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yuding, whose aptitude was of the lowest grade of Earth level. Zotong gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yushi, whose aptitude was of the lower grade of the Earth level. Nishan gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yufei, whose aptitude was of the highest level. Ningyu gave birth to a son, named Lin Haoyuan, whose aptitude was of the highest level Xian grade. Zhu Haihan gave birth to a son, named Lin Haoze, whose aptitude was of the lower grade of the Earth level. Bao Xinting gave birth to a son named Lin Haoren, whose aptitude is of the highest level. Zhong Siki gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yumeng, whose aptitude was of the lower grade of Earth level. Ling Manqing gave birth to a daughter, named Lin Yushan, whose aptitude was of the highest level. Including Lin Haochen, born to Luo Yiran, Lin Fan has a total of 7 sons and 8 daughters. Their cultivation aptitude is 7 low-grade Earth level and 8 high-grade profound level. Overall, he has excellent cultivation aptitude and is considered a genius in the 100 Kingdoms region. If we consider the entire Xian-Tian continent, then it's not enough to compare. With the birth of these children, Lin Fan also received a lot of system rewards. Including Lin Haochen's reward, he received a total of 700 Earth-grade Yuan stones and 8,000 profound-grade Yuan stones. In addition to Yuan stones, the rewards for low-grade Earth-level items include 1 cultivation technique, 3 martial arts skills, and 3 weapons. The reward for a top-tier Xian level item includes 1 top-tier Xian level Zhu fruit tree. Qualification testing of 100 jade stones and 100 jade talismans for transmitting sound. 10 bottles of Xian grade Supreme Qi nourishing pills. A copy of the legacy of a top-tier Xian level weapon refiner. There are 5 pairs of 5th tier demonic beast dragon horse cubs, currently at the 2nd tier, but they will reach the 5th tier when they grow up. 2 sets of Xian level top grade formations, 1 for defense and 1 for offense. A nest of amethyst bees, including 1 queen bee, currently at level 3, but capable of growing to level 5. If it evolves into a queen bee, it can break through to the 6th rank or even higher. There are 100 drones, currently at the 2nd tier, but they can grow to the 4th tier. There are 10,000 worker bees, currently at tier 1 strength, but they can grow to tier 3. Purple crystal honey can enhance one's abilities. The honey produced by 1st tier amethyst bees is effective for those in the body tempering realm, and so on, with 3rd tier honey being effective for those in the chi-si realm. Royal jelly is even more effective, not only boosting physical strength but also providing beauty and skin nourishing benefits. As for royal jelly, it is of great help to the cultivation of supernatural powers. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan was very satisfied. Especially those 2 sets of Xian level top grade formations, once combined and set up in the family's territory. When the divine power realm doesn't appear, no one will be able to do anything to the Lin family. However, Lin Fan decided to build the family residence after reaching the Purple Mansion realm. With his current strength, he can't find a good place to build the family's residence. The Xian grade top quality Qi stabilizing pill arrived just in time. After giving birth, Luo Yiran and others will deplete their own vital energy. If it's not replenished, it will affect the aptitude of the next child, and it will also affect Luo Yiran and the others' cultivation. Now that we have the essence nourishing pill, just 1 pill can replenish the depleted essence in a short time. Lin Fan originally planned to refine pills himself. However, he can only refine top grade yellow level pills at present, so their effects are naturally not as good as those of the Qi stabilizing pill. As for the weapon refiner's inheritance, Lin Fan did not intend to use it himself. He already knows how to refine pills and doesn't want to refine weapons anymore. Next, Lin Fan planted the vermilion fruit and placed the purple gold beehide near the family's sacred tree. The 5th tier dragon horse calves were also properly taken care of by Lin Fan, who allocated them a plot of land of 1 square kilometer. We can expand the small world for them later when it grows larger. Once these dragon horses multiply, they can become the mounts of the Lin family. This is a 5th tier demonic beast. When it comes to adulthood, it is equivalent to the divine platform realm. In the land of 100 kingdoms, it would be a regional overlord. Even on the Xian-Tian continent, it cannot be ignored. However, it would take 500 or 600 years for the dragon horse to reach adulthood. However, Lin Fan remained calm, not to mention that time in the small world was 5 times that of the main world. With sufficient resources for nurturing, the growth rate of the Jiaolong horse can also be accelerated. Maybe if something good comes along in the future, it can help them evolve. Chapter 26 Preparing to head to the Million Mountains. After taking care of all these matters, Lin Fan returned to his residence, where he would now make his next plan. Li Han, come in for a moment. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Han walked in with light steps. She walked up to Lin Fan, bowed respectfully, and said softly, "Patriarch." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite. Then he asked directly, "Shaoan, give me a report on your cultivation progress." Upon hearing this, Li Han immediately straightened up, reporting to the Patriarch, "With your ample resources, I and 9 other sisters with superior aptitude have successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm." She paused briefly, then continued, "The remaining 50 sisters have also successfully broken through to the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and continued, "What about the 150 new people who joined later? How are they progressing in their cultivation?" Patriarch, due to time constraints, they have only reached the refining organ stage so far. However, a few of them have already reached the perfect state of body tempering. After listening, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and praised, "Very good, it seems everyone is working hard in their cultivation." He thought to himself that these people were improving at a remarkable rate, and this was only the result of his 1 year of development in Vientiane City. Today, the Lin family's strength is vastly different from what it used to be. If the Lin family's strength were exposed, they would probably have a place in Qingyun County. The only difference between us and those other powers right now is population. Even the smallest Qi-Si realm families have over 100,000 members. And he, including his maids, only had a little over 200 people. The difference between them was enormous. But there's no need to rush. After all, those forces have been developing for at least several hundred years, while he's only just begun. Li Han did not feel proud of Lin Fan's praise. With so many resources and such a good environment provided by the Patriarch, if everyone doesn't work hard to cultivate, then they don't deserve to stay here. You know, these cultivation conditions are something countless people can only dream of, so the sisters cherish them very much. What Li Han said was not only her opinion, but also everyone's opinion. Lin Fan was even more satisfied with Li Han's answer. "Li Han, besides checking on your cultivation progress, I also need you to arrange for someone to take care of some things. Upon hearing that there was a task, Li Han immediately perked up. Patriarch, please give your orders. Go and arrange for 30 people, all of whom must be at least at the Kaiyuan realm. Then they were divided into 10 groups of 3 people each. Then they will leave Vientiane City separately and go to various mountain villages and towns to find those qualified children and bring them back. Of course, all of this requires them to follow voluntarily, they must never be forced. No matter how good their aptitude is, if they're not willing, I don't need them. They'll be the ones who miss out on the opportunity, not me. At the same time, their families will also receive a generous reward for those who are willing to follow us. We will absolutely not allow anyone to bully the weak, we don't need that little bit of money. In addition, it is important to note that the requirements for boys should be even stricter. Their qualifications must reach the Xian level or above, and they cannot be older than 12 years old. As for the girls, their aptitude should be at least yellow grade, and they should not be older than 20. As long as they are not married, they are fine. Yes, Master, I understand. I'll arrange the manpower right away and make sure the mission is completed. Li Han was also decisive and efficient. After leaving, he immediately began to gather manpower. The reason Lin Fan has such high expectations for boys is that he now needs to start cultivating the Lin family's influence in the shadows. If their aptitude is too low, these children will progress very slowly in their cultivation, offering little help to the Lin family and failing to keep up with the Lin family's growth rate. In contrast, the qualification requirements for girls can be slightly lower. After all, even if they were slightly less capable, they could still stay at home as maids. Not long after, Li Han led 30 people to appear in front of Lin Fan. Greetings, Patriarch. No need for formalities, everyone. Lin Fan said with a smile. I'm sure Li Han has already told you the general situation of this mission, so I won't go into details. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Fan continued, you must be very careful this time you go out. The mission is important, but the first priority is to ensure our own safety. Lin Fan's tone was serious and earnest, he didn't want any casualties among these people. Please rest assured, Master, we will be very careful. Lin Fan's concern warmed their hearts, and their respect for him deepened. If we calculate according to the timeline of the small world, they have been following Lin Fan for more than 5 years. For the past 5 years, Lin Fan has consistently provided them with cultivation resources without interruption. They were willing to give everything for a head of the household who treated them so well. These are 10 jade stones for testing qualifications and 10 sound transmission jade talismans, Lin Fan said, showing the items in his hand to everyone. You are probably all familiar with the jade used for testing qualifications, so I won't go into further explanation. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then continued, this sound transmission jade talisman is a magical artifact used for transmitting sound. Even if people are thousands of miles apart, they can still transmit sound to each other. Each of you take one, use them to contact me later. This time you will need to travel very far, with Mixi as the center, and your activity area will be within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. We will pass through the territories of other cities and forces along the way, so we must be careful. Once you have found some children, gather them in a secluded place and then send me a message in the afternoon around 3 p.m. I am in the main world every day at this time. After you send me a telepathic message, you all wait there, and I will come over then. At Lin Fan's current flying speed, he can reach within 15 minutes within 10,000 miles. Next, Lin Fan distributed the top-grade yellow longswords he had obtained from the newbie gift pack to them. They may face a battle this time, and they can't do without weapons. After explaining these things, Lin Fan led them away from the small world. Remember, be very careful. Test your qualifications discreetly and don't make a big fuss. Lin Fan reminded him again. Don't worry, Master, we know what to do. Alright, then you can leave. No matter what the outcome, you must come back in a year. Take care, Master. Take care, everyone. After saying goodbye, the 30 people split into 10 groups and secretly left Mixi. After leaving the city, they exchanged blessings and quickly dispersed. Chapter 27, the outskirts of the Million Mountains, Tianfeng City. After watching them leave, Lin Fan muttered to himself. This area spans tens of thousands of miles, nearly half of Qingyun County's territory. I hope you can make some gains. If there aren't many people, then we'll have to expand the search area further. Lin Fan didn't stay in the main world for long before returning to the small world. With nothing else to do, he spent time with Luo Ran and the others playing with the 15 little ones. The little world is quite lively now, and you can hear children crying all the time. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu are not going to have a baby anytime soon. There are still nearly 4 months to go. Fortunately, the small world does not restrict their growth. Otherwise, if they grew up in the small world for 5 years and were still only 1 year old, it would be difficult to manage. However, their bone age will not increase. At that time, the body will be 5 years old, but the bone age will only be 1 year old. However, this has little impact. As long as one stays in the small world until they are in their teens in the main world, outsiders will not be able to tell that there is anything wrong with them. Iran, I'm planning to go to the Baiwan Mountains tomorrow. During the chat, Lin Fan revealed his plans for the future. Husband, what did you say? You're going to the Million Mountains tomorrow? Luo Iran exclaimed in surprise, her face filled with worry. Her exclamation drew the attention of Mu Shiyu and the others, whose eyes all fell on Lin Fan and Luo Iran. Sister Iran, what happened? Why are you shouting so loudly? My husband said she's going to the Baiwan Mountains tomorrow. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Luo Iran directly explained the reason. When everyone learned that Lin Fan was going to the Million Mountains, their faces showed deep worry. The 100,000 mountains are a place full of unknowns and dangers, where the monsters are extremely ferocious, and a slight mistake could lead to death. Not only that, the Million Gods have abundant resources, which has led many martial artists to go there in search of resources. With a large population, murder and robbery naturally occur frequently. It's just going to the Baiwan Mountains, you don't need to make such a fuss, do you? Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by everyone's reaction. He just wanted to gain some experience, but he didn't expect it to cause everyone so much worry. He has been reincarnated into this world for 30 years, but he has never truly experienced a fierce battle. He wanted to go to the 100,000 mountains to find some monsters to practice against and improve his combat skills. After all, having great strength alone is far from enough. Without sufficient combat experience, one will certainly suffer losses when engaging the enemy. Currently, the only option is to practice against monsters. If we try to find other people, we risk revealing our strength, which would be counterproductive. Husband, didn't you say before that the 100,000 mountains were very dangerous, and that only experts at the Divine Power Realm could pass through there safely? Your current strength is only at the mid-stage of the Chi-Si realm, so why are you suddenly thinking of going to the 100,000 mountains? Luo Iran's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, her gaze revealing concern and confusion for him. Looking at Luo Iran's worried face, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and understood why they were so worried. So that's what you were worried about. I blame myself for not explaining it to you clearly back then. The Million Mountains are indeed dangerous, but that only applies to those who venture deep into them. In fact, it is relatively safe as long as you stay on the periphery. Those powerful demonic beasts all inhabit the depths of the Million Mountains, while the outer areas are mainly inhabited by first and second tier demonic beasts. Their strength is not a threat to me. Lin Fan smiled confidently, having full confidence in his abilities. Besides, even if I encounter danger, I'm not helpless. Don't forget, I still have my little world. In case of an emergency, I can hide in my little world at any time to ensure my safety. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, Lin Fan wasn't worried about his safety at all. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Luo Iran and the others' expressions softened slightly. They had always believed that every part of the Million Mountains was fraught with deadly danger, so they were very worried about Lin Fan's decision. Since there wasn't that much danger, they naturally wouldn't stop Lin Fan's decision. My husband, no matter what, you must be careful. Don't worry, I value my life more than anyone else. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let Li Han and the others take care of the baby, and let's have another one. With the help of the Qi strengthening pill, Luo Iran and the others have fully recovered their original essence and are able to conceive again. One day in the main world is several days in the smaller world. It might be too late to get pregnant. However, helping them improve their qualifications should not be a problem. Currently, Luo Iran and her group are only one step away from advancing to the lower grade Xian level. As Lin Fan had predicted, Luo Iran and the others' aptitudes all improved to the lower grade of the Xian level. Not only that, their improved aptitude also led to their advancement in cultivation. Now, they have all broken through to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. After Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu saw the changes in them, they were all so shocked they couldn't speak. If it weren't for the 2 babies in her belly, she would definitely have pulled Lin Fan into the room and wouldn't have let him leave. Yes, they are each carrying twins. It's no wonder they're twins, they have the genes to carry twins. On the morning of the second day in the main world, after leaving the small world, Lin Fan headed out of the city. After confirming that no one was paying attention, it flew towards the direction of the Million Mountains. Mixi is not far from the outer edge of the Million Mountain area, about 100,000 kilometers away. Of course, this distance is definitely very far for ordinary people. They could never reach that place, no matter how hard they tried, because the road was not safe. After flying for 5 hours, Lin Fan finally arrived at Tianfeng City, a city on the outskirts of the Million Mountains. Tianfeng City does not belong to any country. It was jointly built by several major powers. There are 5 major powers in the city. The Zhang family of the City Lord's Mansion is the strongest. City Lord Zhang Bao is at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and there are 3 elders at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Secondly, there is the Wolf Mercenary Group, whose leader is Wolf Mid-Stage Purple Mansion realm and vice leader is Wolf Early Stage Purple Mansion realm. In addition, there are the Gao, Ning, and Fong families, each with 2 experts at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Of course, the same 100 Treasures Pavilion and 100 Flowers Pavilion are also available here, but they only do business. There are actually quite a few such cities surrounding the Baiwandishan Mountains. After all, the Million Mountains stretch for billions of miles, and many countries border them. Unlike other places, outsiders who want to enter Tianfeng City need to pay an entrance fee of 1 yuan stone, and they have to continue paying it after a month. However, the outsiders who can come here are not ordinary people, and a single spirit stone is nothing to them. At the same time, fighting is not allowed within the city, otherwise one will face an attack from the 5 major forces. This is also a form of protection for most people. Many people settled here to escape their enemies. Of course, if the person you offend is stronger than these 5 major forces, then that's a different story. Even if the 5 major powers were foolish, they wouldn't offend a power stronger than themselves. Chapter 28 Inside Tianfeng City, Su Qingyuan. After controlling his strength at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, Lin Fan walked towards the city gate. Everyone, come and take a look. This is a treasure I found in the cave of a powerful figure. Don't miss it. Second-tier demonic beast sword boar cubs, only 10 spirit stones each, economical and affordable, don't miss out. Upon entering the city, one is greeted by a continuous stream of vendors' cries. Its prosperity was comparable to that of the Chu Kingdom capital where Lin Fan had once lived. The abundant resources of the Baiwan Mountains are enough to support the prosperity of this place. Lin Fan planned to find a place to stay first, and then wander around Tianfeng City. Soon, Lin Fan found an inn. Please come in, sir. Are you here for a meal or to stay the night? Prepare a superior room for me. Very well, sir, it's only 1 tael of gold per night. Hearing the price, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting it to be so expensive. After all, this is just an ordinary inn. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Those who come here from other places are all martial artists, and some are even martial artists at the Kaiyuan realm or above. This amount of money is really nothing. Lin Fan didn't say much and directly gave him 10 taels of gold. He didn't pretend to be generous and give away a yuan stone, because there was no need. Sir, please follow me. Soon, the waiter led Lin Fan to a superior room. Sir, please feel free to call me if you need anything. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. After the waiter left, Lin Fan set up a restriction and returned to the small world. My husband, have you reached the 100,000 mountains? We've arrived at Tianfeng City, a city on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. We'll settle here first, and then go out for a stroll. My husband, please be careful. Don't worry, I will. After having a meal with everyone in the small world, Lin Fan left the small world. In unfamiliar places, it's not good to linger in your little world for too long, lest someone discover something amiss. Stepping out of the inn, although it was almost dark, there were still many pedestrians coming and going outside. Every now and then you can see people hurriedly carrying seriously injured people to the clinic for treatment. Such scenes are nothing new to the locals. They couldn't guarantee that one day they themselves wouldn't be the ones lying like that. This place is close to the Million Mountains, and many people go there to hunt monsters and search for medicinal herbs. If you encounter a powerful monster, being injured or eaten is inevitable. Besides the demonic beasts, we also need to guard against being ambushed by other martial artists, as there are quite a few cultivators here who have undergone calamities. If someone is alone and gets targeted by a robber, their fate won't be good. That's how the world is. Most people have to risk their lives to obtain cultivation resources. One wrong step and it's all over. Let's go browse around and see if we can find anything good. Lin Fan traveled along the way, stopping frequently, but didn't find anything that caught his eye. Just then, Lin Fan saw a group of people talking excitedly ahead, and he decided to go and see what was going on. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an extremely beautiful woman sitting there. A sign sat in front of her that read, "Seeking a top-grade yellow-level antidote pill, she is willing to risk her life for it." Lin Fan was somewhat surprised when he saw this. This woman's strength has reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, making her invincible in Wanxiang City. There's no reason why she couldn't afford a top-grade yellow-level antidote pill. Although he was unfamiliar with the market price of elixirs, he estimated that the price of a top-grade yellow-level detoxification pill should not exceed 5,000 yellow-level spirit stones. Lin Fan stood aside calmly and began to investigate the girl's information. Name, Suqing Yuan. Age, 35. Realm, perfected opening origin realm. Qualification, top-grade Xian level. Identity, rogue cultivator. Affection level, 0, complete strangers. For a rogue cultivator to reach the peak of the opening origin realm at the age of 35 is quite remarkable. At this moment, someone gave Suqing Yuan some advice. Miss, top-grade yellow-level antidote pills are extremely rare. The 100 Treasures Pavilion only supplies 3 per month, and they have all been bought up in advance by the 5 major powers. If you urgently need medicine to save someone, why don't you go and take a look at those 5 major powers? This person probably meant well, which is why they offered this reminder. After saying that, he left. Suqing Yuan naturally knew that the 5 major powers possessed such pills. She had tried to find them, but unfortunately, they were unwilling to give them to her. Yellow-grade top-quality pills are for Qi Si Realm warriors. Although the 5 major forces have Purple Mansion Realm warriors in charge, the Qi Si Realm is the backbone of these 5 major forces. The Purple Mansion Realm experts of the 5 major forces are all in seclusion for cultivation, and those in charge are all Qi Si Realm warriors. Her aptitude is indeed quite good, but it's not enough in the face of the 5 major powers. Every year, many people go to join the 5 major forces, and 1 or 2 people with top-quality aptitude can be obtained every year. They were unwilling to waste a top-grade yellow-level antidote pill on her. Moreover, top-grade yellow-level antidote pills can be life-saving in critical moments, and each family has limited stock. It is important to know that there are quite a few poisonous monsters in the Million Mountains, and many people die from their poisoning every year. The Treasure Pavilion only provides 3 pills per month, which is far from meeting the demand. Actually, Baibaj also faces difficulties, as they have branches in every city. Alchemists of the highest grade yellow are extremely rare. Even if we refine pills non-stop every day, it won't be enough to divide up so many cities. Tianfeng City is alright, because it's a large city, it only gives out 3 per month. In Vientiane City, let alone top-grade pills, even high-grade pills can only be found at the once-a-year auction. The Treasure Pavilion in Mixi mainly sells low to mid-grade pills. Lin Fan was quite surprised after hearing what this person said. He hadn't expected that top-grade yellow-level pills would be so scarce. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the previous Lin family of Chu, there was only 1 yellow-level top-grade alchemist, and the success rate of alchemy was not high. It would be extremely fortunate if even 1 out of 5 furnaces could be successful. Even if it is successfully refined, only 2 or 3 pills will be produced in one batch. While it didn't result in a loss, it only managed to break even. With this amount of pills, even after a month, it wouldn't be enough to cover the Lin family's daily expenses. Suqing Yuan's eyes were filled with disappointment when she saw that no one could produce an antidote. However, she came here only as a last resort, and didn't really have high hopes. Everyone knows how rare the yellow-grade top-quality antidote pill is. Not only are antidote pills scarce, but other top-grade yellow-level pills are also in short supply. But if there were no top-grade yellow-level antidote pills, her sister would be in danger. This time, they went to the Million Mountains to search for cultivation resources, but they encountered a powerful black-scaled snake. Her sister was injured by the black-scale serpent while trying to save her. If a top-grade yellow-level antidote isn't found within 3 days, she will die. Fortunately, this snake was not yet an adult and only had the strength of a second-tier demon beast. Adult ink-scale serpents are third-tier demonic beasts, far beyond their capabilities to handle. It is precisely because the ink-scale serpent is a third-tier demonic beast that it requires a top-grade yellow-level antidote pill. If it were an ordinary second-tier demon beast, a high-grade antidote pill would be sufficient. Chapter 29. Not just me, my sister too. Seeing the crowd discussing amongst themselves, but no one able to produce an antidote, Suqing Yuan stood up dejectedly. She realized that instead of wasting time here, she should go home and spend time with her sister. Without the antidote, her sister doesn't have much time left. In her final moments, she had to stay by her sister's side. Seeing Su Qingyuan's slightly trembling figure, Lin Fan followed her. "Miss, may I speak to you in private?" "Who are you?" Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with a hint of wariness. "Young lady, you need a top-grade yellow-level antidote pill. I can help you." "Are you telling the truth? You have a top-grade antidote?" Su Qingyuan's voice trembled slightly. She had just given up, but now she suddenly sees hope again. If Lin Fan really does exist, then her sister can be saved. She and her sister have relied on each other for so many years, and she really doesn't want to lose her sister. What's more, her sister was injured while saving her. After her sister was injured, she suffered greatly. "Young lady, this is not the place to talk." Standing on this street, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't say that he was an alchemist. If Su Qingyuan were to shout out in excitement, his identity as an alchemist would be exposed. He is currently only at the Qi realm, and being targeted by those at the Purple Mansion realm is not a good thing. Although he held a high status as an alchemist, he had no powerful background. It's not impossible that they might be captured, imprisoned, and forced into servitude as slaves for alchemy. Once he reaches the Purple Mansion realm, he will no longer have this worry. After all, a power with a divine platform realm expert wouldn't even look down on a yellow-ranked top-grade alchemist. As for those forces at the Purple Mansion realm, once he breaks through to the Purple Mansion realm, they probably won't dare to offend him easily, unless it affects their interests. Su Qingyuan glanced at the passers-by around her and realized that it was indeed not appropriate to discuss such matters. She didn't think things through before. Even if someone else possesses a top-grade yellow-level antidote pill, they wouldn't dare to take it out in public. If you're not strong enough, you'll definitely attract unwanted attention. It might be fine inside the city, but it would be dangerous once you leave the city. If we are targeted by the 5 major powers, we may not even be safe within the city. The 5 major powers have many ways to secretly take people away. After all, this is their territory. Su Qingyuan thought for a moment, then said softly, "If you don't mind, young master, you can come home with me." Su Qingyuan was not worried that Lin Fan would harm her. The aura released by Lin Fan was comparable to hers, both being at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Even if Lin Fan is stronger than her, he can't defeat her in a short time. Moreover, this is Tianfeng City, where fighting is not allowed. She didn't believe Lin Fan would dare to lay a hand on her in Tianfeng City. Moreover, the aura emanating from Lin Fan gave her a feeling of wanting to get closer to him. That's why she inexplicably invited Lin Fan to her house. Although Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, he did not intend to refuse. So he cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "Since you have invited me, I would be very honored to accept." The two didn't say much on the way. Lin Fan simply followed quietly behind Su Qingyuan. Soon, Su Qingyuan brought Lin Fan to the sisters' residence. Their living quarters consisted of a small courtyard, a living room, 3 bedrooms, a woodshed, a kitchen, and an outhouse that wasn't particularly luxurious. However, such a house would cost at least 1,000 yuan stones to buy in Tianfeng City. It's not that the house is valuable, but rather that it's equivalent to paying protection money with 1,000 yuan stones. "Young master, please sit for a while. I'm going to check on my sister." "Good." At this point, Lin Fan didn't need to ask any more questions. He already knew that the one who needed the antidote was Su Qingyuan's older sister. After a while, Su Qingyuan came out of her sister's room. "How is your sister?" "The situation is not optimistic. He is currently in a coma." At this moment, Su Qingyuan's face was filled with sorrow and worry. "By the way, young master, my name is Su Qingyuan. May I ask how you are addressed?" "My surname is Lin, and my given name is Fan, the Fan in ordinary." "Young master Lin, let's get down to business. Do you really have a top-grade antidote?" Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of anticipation. "I don't have any at the moment." "Did you hear that?" Su Qingyuan instantly became dejected. Had fate played another joke on her? "Miss Su, don't worry. Although I don't have it right now, I can refine it." "What? Young Master Lin, you're an alchemist?" Su Qingyuan, who was initially disappointed, suddenly became excited. This is an alchemist, and for him to appear before her is truly unbelievable. Lin Fan knew this would happen. Fortunately, he didn't reveal his identity on the street. If Su Qingyuan had yelled at him like that back then, he wouldn't have been able to hide it even if he wanted to. "Miss Su, please don't be so agitated. I am indeed an alchemist. It's just a top-grade antidote pill. As long as I have the medicinal herbs, I can refine it any time. Lin Fan's tone was confident, and he truly possessed such strength. As long as it's a yellow-grade pill, it's all within his grasp. Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, Su Qingyuan felt an inexplicable surge of trust in him. Young Master Lin, please tell me what medicinal herbs you need, and I'll go buy them right away. I swear, as long as young Master Lin saves my sister, I will obey young Master Lin's every command from now on. Finally, he added, it's not just me, my sister is too. Su Qingyuan wasn't stupid. She naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to curry favor with an alchemist who could refine top-grade yellow-level pills. Not only did she want to curry favor with him, but she also wanted to drag her sister along. Such an opportunity was something that independent cultivators like them wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet she encountered it. She was all too aware of the influence an alchemist could wield. If the 5 major powers knew about this, they would definitely treat Lin Fan as an honored guest. As for whether her sister will agree? Of course she will. Even if you disagree, you have to agree. After all, he saved your life, and it wouldn't be too much to repay him with your body. Lin Fan hadn't expected to get a buy one get one free deal. This was a really good deal. However, seeing how anxious Su Qingyuan was, Lin Fan had no choice but to tell her what medicinal herbs she needed. Just in case, Lin Fan also mentioned some other unimportant medicinal herbs. That way, others won't be able to tell what they're going to do with these medicinal herbs. Although the treasure pavilion does not have elixirs, it does not lack these medicinal materials. Moreover, this place is close to the Baiwan Mountains, where medicinal herbs are plentiful. Although he had planted a lot of medicinal herbs in his little world, the variety was still too small, and he really couldn't gather all the ingredients for the antidote pill. He plans to find some time to go to the treasure pavilion in Tianfeng City to buy some medicinal herb seeds to supplement the variety of herbs in his small world. By the way, Miss Su, please don't reveal to anyone that I can refine pills. This matter must be kept a secret. Don't worry, young Master Lin, I know what to do. Su Qingyuan isn't stupid. The fewer people who know that Lin Fan is an alchemist, the better. Afterwards, Su Qingyuan hurriedly left. Chapter 30 Refining Antidote Pills. About half an hour later, Su Qingyuan hurriedly returned. Without waiting for Lin Fan to speak, she handed him a storage bag. Young Master Lin, all the medicinal herbs are here. I bought 3 portions of everything. I wonder if that's enough. Su Qingyuan's tone was somewhat worried, as she could only buy so many spirit stones, and most of them were used for cultivation. Why buy so many? Do you think you have too many spirit stones? Lin Fan looked at her speechlessly. Young Master Lin, doesn't refining pills always require preparing several portions of medicinal herbs? Otherwise, if you ruin the pills, you'll have to buy more. Hearing this, Lin Fan became anxious. He couldn't help but think to himself, who are you looking down on? How could I possibly fail at refining it? However, considering that Su Qingyuan meant well, he didn't say much. Alright, find me a quiet place, I'm going to start refining pills. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Afterwards, Su Qingyuan led Lin Fan into the room. Young Master Lin, my home is rather simple. Would this place be alright with you? Okay, as long as I don't get disturbed. It didn't matter to Lin Fan where he practiced alchemy. Having perfectly mastered all the methods for refining yellow-grade pills, he had no chance of failure as long as he wasn't interrupted during the refining process. Don't worry, young master, no one will disturb us. I just wonder if I can watch from the side? Watch it if you want. Learning alchemy isn't something you can just watch, so Lin Fan wasn't afraid of having his skills stolen. Moreover, Su Qingyuan will soon be one of our own. If she wants to learn alchemy, that would be a good choice. Su Qingyuan was thrilled to see that Lin Fan had actually agreed to let her stay and watch. If Lin Fan hadn't said not to disturb her, she would have jumped up and cheered excitedly. Ignoring the excited Su Qingyuan, Lin Fan first took out the alchemy furnace and then laid out the necessary medicinal herbs. After all the preparations were complete, Lin Fan had a thought, and blazing flames began to emerge from his hands. If Lin Fan hadn't controlled the flames, they could have burned the house to the ground in an instant. After throwing all the medicinal herbs in one by one, Lin Fan had a little free time. Seeing Su Qingyuan staring intently at him as he refined pills, Lin Fan decided to chat with her, since it wouldn't interfere with his pill refining. Miss Su, alchemy is a very tedious thing. Are you interested in learning alchemy? Su Qingyuan was quite surprised to see that Lin Fan still had time to chat with her. She remembered Lin Fan saying earlier that he shouldn't be disturbed, so how come he still has time to chat with her now? However, since Lin Fan had already asked, she couldn't very well not answer. Young Master Lin, alchemists are highly respected. If I have the opportunity, I would naturally be willing to learn. Moreover, I feel that alchemists make a lot of money. I just bought 3 portions of medicinal herbs, which only cost 6,000 yuan stones. But these 3 medicinal herbs, if refined into just 2 pills, can be sold for at least 10,000 yuan stones. This is simply a huge profit, and there is almost no risk involved. My sister and I risked our lives hunting monsters in the Baiwan Mountains to earn yuan stones. Our combined income for the year was only about 6,000 yuan stones. After deducting the cost of pills needed for cultivation each year, it would be good if we could have 1,000 yuan stones left. Lin Fan was not surprised by Su Qingyuan's thoughts. As independent cultivators, Su Qingyuan and her sister had no powerful backing to provide them with cultivation resources. Therefore, they have to work tirelessly for cultivation resources every moment. In fact, the income from hunting monsters is much higher than that of the families in Wanxiang City, but the danger is also much greater. Just like Su Qingyuan's older sister, who is currently critically injured and on the verge of death. Some people choose to establish their power in smaller towns for a more secure environment. However, that would prevent one from acquiring more resources for cultivation, resulting in slow progress and strength. Just look at the city lord of Wanxiang City. He's over 100 years old, but he's only at the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Given his net worth, he'd probably go bankrupt if he bought just a few top-grade pills. Although he was the city lord, most of his income had to be handed over to the county government, leaving him with very little. They are far inferior to those like Su Qingyuan who live on the edge of death. Seeing that Su Qingyuan was indeed interested in alchemy, Lin Fan already had an idea in mind. However, before that, she still needs to know how difficult it is to become an alchemist. Miss Su, alchemists do earn a lot of money. Even a low-grade alchemist is extremely wealthy compared to others of the same level. But Miss Su, have you ever thought that not everyone is born an alchemist? Before becoming an alchemist, one must go through countless failures, which consumes a huge amount of spirit stones. Apart from those powerful forces that can invest resources to cultivate their own alchemists, it is very difficult for independent cultivators to produce alchemists. Unless one has exceptional talent, it is possible to become an alchemist without wasting too many resources. Even with great talent, passing on the legacy is a major problem. Without a lineage of alchemy practitioners, it's virtually impossible to learn alchemy on your own. This involves not only alchemy techniques, but also the most important aspects of the formula. There's a reason why pills are so expensive. Lin Fan's words left Su Qingyuan silent. As Lin Fan said, the initial investment required to become an alchemist is simply too great. With their meager net worth, they have absolutely no hope. If they really put all their resources into alchemy, then they won't have any resources left for cultivation. Looking at Su Qingyuan's disappointed face, Lin Fan had already made up his mind. Miss Su, if you really have an interest in alchemy, I can teach you. Su Qingyuan, who was initially quite disappointed, widened her eyes immediately when she heard that Lin Fan was going to teach her alchemy. Young Master Lin, are you telling the truth? You're willing to teach me alchemy? You're mine now, so there's nothing wrong with me teaching you alchemy. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Qingyuan blushed instantly. She couldn't help but wonder, what does "I'll belong to young Master Lin" from now on mean? Does it mean young Master Lin has taken a liking to me? Should I agree? Perhaps that's not what young Master Lin meant, or perhaps I'm overthinking it. After all, I will be young Master Lin's maid in the future, and I am indeed young Master Lin's person. Moreover, as a top-grade alchemist, young Master Lin is far beyond my reach as a rogue cultivator. Being able to serve as his maid is the greatest blessing I could ever hope for. But young Master Lin said he would teach me alchemy. Once I become a top-grade alchemist, will I be worthy of young Master Lin? Thinking of this, Su Qingyuan's eyes became clear. Su Qingyuan, you can definitely do it. At this moment, Su Qingyuan had already made up her mind to become an alchemist as soon as possible. Lin Fan gave her hope when she was at her most helpless. Now Lin Fan even says he'll teach her alchemy. This caused Su Qingyuan's affection for Lin Fan to rise rapidly. At this moment, the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace still needed to be purified to remove impurities, and Lin Fan could not afford to be distracted, so he did not notice the changes in Su Qingyuan. Chapter 31 Sister, Su Qingyuan. An hour passed, and while Su Qingyuan was lost in her thoughts, Lin Fan's pills were almost ready to be refined.
Miss Su, bring me the medicine bottle.
Good.
Su Qingyuan didn't have time to think much. She took the medicine bottle and pulled out the stopper.
At the same time, she began to get excited. She knew that Lin Fan had successfully refined the elixir, which meant that her sister could be saved. However, she dared not make a sound, for fear of disturbing Lin Fan.
Rise.
Lin Fan gave a soft shout, and the lid of the alchemy furnace instantly floated up.
Receive.
As soon as he finished speaking, 10 milky white pills emitting a medicinal fragrance flew out of the alchemy furnace. Then, under Lin Fan's control, it was put into a medicine bottle.
10 pills.
10 pills were actually formed. Su Qingyuan murmured to herself, her face filled with disbelief. Although she didn't know how to refine pills, she had heard rumors about it and had some general understanding of it. As far as she knew, it was extremely rare to be able to form more than 5 pills, and 9 was the limit. The 10 pills that appeared before her were a concept that completely overturned her understanding.
Most importantly, this represents huge profits.
1 dose of medicinal herbs costs 2,000 yuan stones, 10 pills cost 5,000 yuan stones each, and 10 pills cost 50,000 yuan stones. That's a 25-fold profit margin, and it's the kind that everyone's scrambling to buy. There's no worry about selling it.
With so many elemental stones, how many demonic beasts would the sisters have to kill to obtain them? This made her determined to learn alchemy properly from Lin Fan. Alright, stop standing there in a daze.
The pills are ready.
Take me to see your sister. Alright, young Master Lin, please follow me.
Now is not the time to think about these things. Saving her sister is the most important thing.
Soon, the two arrived at Su Qingyuan's sister's room.
At this moment, a woman lay unconscious on the bed. Her lips had turned black, and her brows furrowed frequently. Clearly, even while unconscious, the toxins caused her considerable pain. Young Master Lin, this is my sister, her name is Su Qingyuan. Looking at her sister lying in bed, fast asleep, Su Qingyuan's face was full of heartache.
Lin Fan also took the opportunity to investigate Su Qingyuan's information. Name, Su Qingyuan. Age, 37. Realm level, perfected opening origin realm, severely poisoned, extremely weak. Qualification, top grade Xian level. Affection level, 0, never met before.
Lin Fan was somewhat surprised to see that both sisters possess top grade Xian level aptitude.
They are not twins, and they are somewhat different from the Mu sisters.
The fact that they all have the same level of talent suggests that their parents have very strong genes, at least at this level. As for age 37, it is not old in the context of a lifespan of 300 years in the Kaiyuan realm. Therefore, Su Qingyuan looks about 20 years old at this time. Lin Fan wasted no more time, took out an antidote pill, and put it into Su Qingyuan's mouth. Then he took out a gourd, which contained the spiritual liquid of the small world. Lin Fan also fed her some, which helped her absorb the pills better. Alright, after taking the pill, your sister should wake up early tomorrow morning.
It's late now, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest.
It was already getting dark when Lin Fan left home. After that, they spent a lot of time buying medicine and refining pills, and now it's already late at night.
Young master, where do you live? Let me see you off.
Actually, besides seeing Lin Fan off, she also wanted to see where Lin Fan lived. She was truly afraid that after Lin Fan left, he would never appear in front of her again, and then she would lose the greatest opportunity of her life. Now that she had decided to latch onto Lin Fan's coattails, she couldn't let the opportunity slip by. In particular, Lin Fan's alchemy skills just now further proved his extraordinary abilities. She was certain that becoming a yellow-level alchemist was definitely not Lin Fan's final goal. Becoming a profound-level alchemist was only a matter of time. Xian-level alchemists hold a revered position throughout the 100 kingdoms. Even if she were just a maid, her life would be much better than it is now. Lin Fan was unaware of Su Qingyuan's thoughts at that moment, but he did not intend to hide them from her.
He just checked, and Su Qingyuan's favorability towards him has reached over 80%.
Although he didn't know why he was improving so quickly, he thought it was a good thing and didn't dwell on it.
Miss Su, my home is not here. I just arrived in Tianfeng City today and am currently staying at an inn. Hearing that Lin Fan had only arrived in Tianfeng City today, Su Qingyuan felt incredibly fortunate.
If Lin Fan had arrived a day later, or if she hadn't gone out to seek the pill, her sister would have undoubtedly died. However, since Lin Fan was staying at an inn, it would be more convenient for him to stay at her home.
Young master, if you don't mind, you can stay here. There are 3 rooms available.
After Su Qingyuan finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with some anticipation. She really hoped that Lin Fan could stay. Lin Fan thought for a moment and then nodded.
Alright, I'll stay here for now.
I hope I won't disturb you. Staying at an inn was inconvenient. There were too many people coming and going, which Lin Fan didn't particularly like.
Su Qingyuan was overjoyed to see that Lin Fan had agreed to stay. Young master, I'm more than happy to have you stay. How could I possibly disturb you?
Wait here for a moment, I'll go and tidy up your room right away.
With that, Su Qingyuan hurriedly left. Soon, Su Qingyuan reappeared in front of Lin Fan.
Young master, the room has been prepared, you can rest now.
Okay, then I'll go and rest first.
Lin Fan arrived at his room, looked around, and felt it was pretty good. It was more comfortable than the inn. He then set up a restriction and returned to the small world. There was no other way. Luo Yiran and her family were eager to have a second child, and he couldn't just sit idle. After finishing his main tasks, Lin Fan told everyone about his encounter with the Su sisters.
My lord, if that's the case, we'll soon have 2 more sisters.
That's good. It seems that my husband needs to go out more often.
Staying in Wanxiang City all the time, we never run into each other. That's right, we ran into 2 as soon as we came out. We wouldn't have been so lucky if we stayed in Mixi.
The crowd was buzzing with discussion. For the sake of the family's development, they all hoped that Lin Fan could find more female companions.
If the family wants to develop rapidly, it's not enough to rely on just a few of them.
Even a small town with a Qi realm family has 100,000 people.
Compared to them, the Lin family has a long way to go.
Seeing what everyone was talking about, Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated.
Alright, I'm going out now.
It's not convenient to stay in the small world all the time while I'm out here. Lin Fan stayed in the small world for nearly 2 days, and it was almost dawn in the main world. Then you should go out first, my husband.
There are so many of us here, don't worry about us.
Back in the main world, Lin Fan found it was still dark, so he had no choice but to lie in bed for a while.
Chapter 32 Su Qingyuan awakens.
Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan, who had been unconscious, groggily opened her eyes.
At the same time, she also noticed Su Qingyuan resting by her bedside. Last night, Su Qingyuan did not return to her own room, but stayed by her sister's side. Xiao Yuan. Su Qingyuan raised her hand and gently pushed Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan was also instantly awakened.
When she saw that it was her sister who had woken up, she became incredibly excited.
Sister, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. Xiao Yuan, what's going on? I shouldn't be awake yet. Why is the poison in my body now cured?
Su Qingyuan found it hard to believe that she had been able to wake up. She herself knew very well how deeply she had been poisoned.
Without a top-grade antidote, there would be no chance of survival.
But given her family's situation, it was impossible for them to buy antidote pills.
Sister, it's like this, I've met a powerful alchemist.
Afterwards, Su Qingyuan recounted in detail how she met Lin Fan to Su Qingyuan.
After hearing her younger sister's story, Su Qingyuan was dumbfounded.
What incredible luck her sister had.
She actually befriended an alchemist who even helped her refine an antidote.
The alchemist was even staying at their house at that time. Their luck was simply incredible.
As for Su Qingyuan's statement about pledging allegiance to Lin Fan, she would have no objection and would even be pleased. Such a good thing is something others can only dream of. How could she possibly refuse?
At the same time, he also felt a strong liking for Lin Fan, whom he had never met before.
Sister, don't worry, the young master is very easy to get along with. He's different from those legendary alchemists. He doesn't have an arrogant attitude, and he's very casual when chatting with me.
Following you, young master, is an immense opportunity for us.
Fearing that Su Qingyuan might object to her decision, Su Qingyuan quickly spoke highly of Lin Fan. Xiao Yuan, don't worry, I have no objection to your decision. Besides, someone saved my life, so it's only right that I serve them in the future.
Serving a powerful alchemist was not an insult to her, rather, it was an honor for her to be of higher status. She has that much self-awareness. Seeing that her sister had no objection to her decision, Su Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her sister disagrees, she doesn't know how to explain it to Lin Fan.
Xiao Yuan, you've really worked hard these past few days for your sister. Sister, don't say that. What's a little hardship? If it weren't for you, I would be the one who got hurt.
As the two chatted, the sky outside gradually brightened.
Xiao Yuan, it's dawn.
I can't move yet, so please go and prepare breakfast for our benefactor. At their level, they can go 10 days or half a month without eating, and it's fine, they rarely eat in general. But Lin Fan was her benefactor, so she couldn't just not prepare a single meal for him. Okay, sister, leave this to me, don't worry. After working for half an hour, breakfast was almost ready.
Su Qingyuan then packed her toiletries and knocked on Lin Fan's door. Please come in.
Lin Fan's lazy voice came out.
With a creak, Su Qingyuan pushed open the door and went inside.
Young master, breakfast is ready.
Let me help you wash up. At this moment, Su Qingyuan immediately switched into maid mode. Miss Su, what's going on?
Lin Fan was a little confused. Young master, I once said that as long as you save my sister, I will serve you for life, and my sister will be no exception. Now that my sister has awakened, I must fulfill my promise.
From now on, I will be your maid, young master.
My sister is still recovering from her injuries, so she's having some trouble right now.
After Su Qingyuan finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with anticipation.
Lin Fan did agree to her yesterday, but he hasn't officially accepted her as his wife yet. Whether the sisters can truly stay by Lin Fan's side depends on Lin Fan's current decision.
Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. From now on, you sisters will be with me.
In the early stages of the family's development, Lin Fan was not picky. Anyone who met his aesthetic standards could stay.
Only when we become stronger will we raise the requirements for qualifications.
Besides, a Xian grade aptitude is already quite good in the 100 Kingdoms region.
Thank you for taking me in, young master. At this moment, Su Qingyuan was completely relieved.
Next, with Su Qingyuan serving him, Lin Fan finished his breakfast. Breakfast was simple, a bowl of porridge made with medium-grade spirit rice, paired with some monster meat. It tasted pretty good. Medium and low-grade ling rice, which is also the most common type of rice on the market, can be bought with gold. Top-grade items are quite rare and not always available. 1 yuan stone can buy 10 caddies.
It's not available on the market for top-quality specimens. Although it's priced at 1 yuan per gene 500G, it won't enter the market.
The market in at least the 100 Kingdoms is not visible there, and Lin Fan from the Xian continent is unaware of it. However, it is highly likely that so, mainly because the 100 Kingdoms land is far too barren compared to the Xian continent.
Qingyuan, take me to see your sister.
Now that Su Qingyuan had woken up, Lin Fan naturally went to check on her.
Young master, please follow me.
Soon, the two people appeared in Su Qingyuan's room.
Greetings, benefactor. Please forgive Qingyuan for being injured and unable to pay her respects. I hope you will not take offense. Su Qingyuan greeted Lin Fan as soon as he entered. Miss Qingyuan, you're too kind.
You've just recovered from the poison and are still injured, so there's no need to be so formal.
By the way, this is a healing pill. Take it first, and you'll be fully recovered in 3 to 5 days.
Lin Fan had already refined this elixir when he was in Wanxiang City. Lin Fan came to the Million Mountains to fight, and he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't get injured, so he naturally had to make ample preparations. Seeing that Lin Fan used a top-grade pill as a starting point truly shocked Su Qingyuan. She only knew the name of the top-grade healing pill, but had never seen it. There was no way around it. The Tianfeng City Treasure Pavilion only had a limited quantity each month, so they couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. Although there are more auctions each year, they are still beyond their means.
After regaining her senses, Su Qingyuan gently shook her head. My benefactor, this is too precious, I cannot accept it. Miss Qingyuan, you should know my identity. A healing pill is nothing to me. Qingyuan must have told you that you will be serving me from now on. Now that you're injured and bedridden, how can you take care of me? Yes, sister, please accept it quickly. We can't let the young master's kindness go to waste. Su Qingyuan, fearing that her sister would upset Lin Fan, also tried to persuade her. Then, my benefactor, I will accept this pill. Since I've already repaid all the debts of gratitude, it doesn't matter if I owe a little more. Su Qingyuan took the pill and put it directly into her mouth.
The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and Su Qingyuan could feel a warm current healing her injuries.
Chapter 33: The Vast Million Mountains.
As expected of a top-grade pill, its effects are simply amazing. Compared to a high-grade pill, it's worlds apart.
After experiencing the power of the top-grade pills, Su Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This is normal, though.
High-grade pills correspond to the opening Yuan realm, while top-grade pills correspond to the Qi Si realm. Even injuries sustained by someone at the Qi realm can be healed, let alone someone at the opening Yuan realm.
The healing pills will only be more effective for her. Alright, Miss Qingyuan, after you take the pill, you should rest well. I'll head out now. Thank you so much, benefactor.
Su Qingyuan said, then instructed Su Qingyuan, Xiao Yuan, you must take good care of our benefactor for me. He is my sister's savior. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely take good care of the young master. Sister, please rest first.
If you need anything, please call me. The young master and I will head out now. Good. Watching the two leave, Su Qingyuan smiled.
I never expected that after surviving such a calamity, I would have such an opportunity.
After leaving the room, Su Qingyuan and Lin Fan started chatting. Young master, where are you from? What brings you to Tianfeng City? Now that Su Qingyuan's poison has been cured, Su Qingyuan is in a great mood and her personality has become more cheerful.
I come from Zhao State, Qingyun County, Wanxiang City. I plan to go to the 100,000 mountains to find some demonic beasts to practice on, and also see if I can find some high-level spiritual herbs.
The state of Zhao and Qingyun County, aren't those very far from here?
Tianfeng City borders the Zhao Kingdom, so Su Qingyuan had heard of Qingyun County. As for Mixi, she had never heard of it.
It's not very far, about 200,000 li.
It's not that Lin Fan is going to recite 200,000 li is not far for Lin Fan now, it only takes a few hours of flying.
This isn't far at all.
If we travel at full speed, it will take us at least several months to cover 200,000 li. In Su Qingyuan's view, Lin Fan's strength was the same as hers, and it would definitely take him a long time to arrive. Lin Fan smiled but didn't offer any further explanation. The strength he is currently displaying is only at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. By the way, young master, you've become a top-grade alchemist, so you must have a powerful backing.
I wonder if I've heard of it. Su Qingyuan was still very curious about the forces behind Lin Fan.
Now that she is Lin Fan's maid, asking this question is not considered offensive.
I don't have any powerful backing. I was just like you before, a rogue cultivator.
After leaving the Lin family in Shu, Lin Fan could no longer mention his relationship with the Lin family to outsiders, so he had to call himself a rogue cultivator.
Young master, you're actually a rogue cultivator? That's unbelievable.
At this moment, Su Qingyuan was so shocked that she was speechless. She herself was a rogue cultivator, so she naturally knew just how difficult the situation was for rogue cultivators. Every day, one must strive to obtain cultivation resources, otherwise one's cultivation will stagnate. Lin Fan, despite being a rogue cultivator, became an alchemist admired by most people, which was truly remarkable.
Qingyuan, I'm no longer considered a rogue cultivator.
A year ago, I established a family in Wanxiang City, and now I'm the head of that family. Young master, you have established a family and are now the head of the family.
Why would you want to go to the 100,000 mountains? Is it really just to find monsters to practice on?
In Su Qingyuan's view, Lin Fan had just established his family and should be busy at home taking wives and concubines to increase the family's population.
How could he have time to come to the Million Mountains?
For others, there might be a lack of cultivation resources.
As for whether there is a lack of resources, it's highly unlikely.
As an alchemist, Lin Fan certainly didn't lack resources in the early stages of his family's development.
As for finding monsters to practice on, that's even more impossible.
If you just want to fight, you can find someone to spar with anywhere.
Why come all the way here? Qingyuan, I really came here to spar with demonic beasts. He knew Su Qingyuan might not believe him, but what he said was true.
Seeing that Lin Fan had said that, Su Qingyuan felt that Lin Fan was not lying to her, because there was no need for him to.
Su Qingyuan just couldn't understand Lin Fan's thoughts. However, this was not something she could interfere with.
Qingyuan, you sisters often go to the 100,000 mountains to hunt monsters, so you must know a lot about it.
Tell me about what's going on inside.
Lin Fan was still unfamiliar with the Baiwan Mountains.
The Su sisters, Su Qingyuan and Su Qingyuan, often went there to hunt monsters, so they must know quite a bit about it.
Seeing that Lin Fan wanted to learn about the Million Mountains, Su Qingyuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Young master, the 100,000 mountains are very, very large.
It is said that if you cross the 100,000 mountains, you can reach a new world.
There are countless powerful figures there, and those at the Purple Mansion realm have no status whatsoever.
As for whether it's true or not, I don't know.
As for the Baiwan Mountains, my sister and I usually only dare to venture 50,000 li into them.
This area can only be considered the outer perimeter, or even the outer perimeter. Within 50,000 li, there are many first and second tier demonic beasts, as well as many spiritual herbs. Beyond 50,000 li, my sister and I dared not set foot there, because even stronger third tier demonic beasts live there. The reason my sister was injured this time is because she encountered a black-scaled snake 50,000 miles deep. This kind of monster is extremely poisonous and very troublesome. It can reach the third level when it grows up. If this black-scaled snake hadn't been still a child and only at the second level of strength, my sister and I definitely wouldn't have made it back. Thinking of that black-scaled snake, Su Qingyuan still felt a lingering fear. Although it is only at the second tier, it is much stronger than ordinary second-tier demonic beasts. Otherwise, even if the sisters had joined forces, they wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. By the way, young master, actually the most terrifying thing in the 100,000 mountains is not the demonic beasts, but the other martial artists. When those martial artists encounter someone weaker than them, they will try to rob them. If they encounter a ruthless person, they will kill to steal their treasure. Such things happen frequently in the 100,000 mountains. More people die at the hands of martial artists than at the mouths of demonic beasts. After listening to Su Qingyuan's account, Lin Fan gained a general understanding of the outer perimeter of the Million Mountains. By the way, Qingyuan, do you know how large the activity range of a third-tier demon beast is? Now that Lin Fan is at the Qi-Si realm, he can't just bully second-tier demonic beasts, that would be too boring. Young master, third-tier demonic beasts have a much wider range of activity. I've heard from others that the area within 500,000 miles is the territory of third-tier demonic beasts. As for the activity range of fourth-tier demonic beasts, I don't know. In Tianfeng City, probably only the 5 major powers know. Because they are the only ones with experts at the Purple Mansion realm in charge. Anyone who tries to break in without Purple Mansion realm strength is likely to meet a terrible fate. Although Lin Fan already knew that the Million Mountains were very large. However, the activity range of a third-tier monster can reach 500,000 li. How large would the activity range be for the 4th, 5th, and 6th tier monsters? The activity range of a 4th tier demon beast would probably be measured in tens of millions of miles. Chapter 34 Purchasing Elixir Seeds Again. Young master, the 100,000 mountains are very dangerous. Do you really want to go? To be honest, Su Qingyuan really didn't recommend that Lin Fan go to the Million Mountains. Lin Fan is an alchemist, there's no need for him to risk going to such a dangerous place. Qingyuan, I will definitely go to the 100,000 mountains. As for the danger, don't worry, I have ways to protect myself. Alright, then please wait a few more days, young master. We'll go together once my sister has recovered. We are quite familiar with the Baiwandishan Mountains, and we can provide you with a lot of help when the time comes. Since they couldn't persuade Lin Fan, they naturally decided to go with him. Okay, then we'll go together after your sister recovers. Since there's nothing else to do, why don't you come with me and wander around Tianfeng City? Lin Fan planned to go to the treasure pavilion to buy some medicinal seeds that were not available in the small world. Tianfeng City is very prosperous, and the variety of seeds there is definitely much greater than in Wanxiang City. After all, it is backed by the Million Mountains. Lin Fan asked her to accompany him to stroll around Tianfeng City, and Su Qingyuan naturally did not refuse. After telling Su Qingyuan, the two went to the street. Young master, where are we going next? Let's go to the treasure pavilion. First I need to buy some medicinal herb seeds. Alright, I'll take you to the treasure pavilion right away. Su Qingyuan was not surprised that Lin Fan wanted to buy medicinal herb seeds. Lin Fan is an alchemist, so he naturally needs a lot of medicinal herbs. Cultivating them himself is the most cost-effective way to save money. Soon, the two arrived at the treasure pavilion. Upon seeing the guest center, a servant came forward to greet them. Gentlemen, is there anything you need? I'd like to buy some medicinal herbs and seeds of spiritual fruits, and of course, any seedlings with life are also acceptable. I wonder how many kinds you have here. When the servant heard Lin Fan say that, he knew that a big deal had come. They instantly became even more enthusiastic towards Lin Fan. Young master, we have tens of thousands of varieties of spiritual herb seeds here. Among them, there are more than 500 varieties of Xin grade, but most of them are low grade. There are 60 varieties of Zhong grade, 20 varieties of Shang grade, and only 5 varieties of Ji grade. The rest are all yellow grade spiritual herbs, and there are quite a few of each grade. By the way, young master, the jade slip contains all the information. You may take a look. There are too many kinds of seeds to record in books, so all the information about the seeds is engraved on jade slips. Lin Fan took the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Instantly, all the information recorded in the jade slip appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Finally, Lin Fan eliminated more than 600 kinds of spiritual herb seeds that he possessed in his small world, and he wanted all the rest.
Of course, this also includes those Xian-level spiritual herbs.
When Lin Fan stated his request, the servants were stunned. As for Su Qingyuan, she was equally shocked and speechless. She doesn't know how many spirit stones it would cost to get so many seeds. Although seeds are much cheaper than medicinal herbs, the sheer volume of them makes up for the cost. Anyway, even if the sisters sold everything they owned, they still couldn't scrape together that many spirit stones.
Young master, do you really want so many seeds?
The servant, having regained his senses, asked Lin Fan again.
You heard me right. Prepare all of those I just mentioned, 100 of each. 100 is about right.
We can save them for propagation later.
Buying too many would be a waste. Young master, it's crowded and noisy here. Please follow me to the private room.
The Baiba Pavilion is crowded with people and eyes, and those with ulterior motives will keep an eye on those customers who make large transactions, and then ambush and rob them of their treasures after they leave the city. As a major client, Lin Fan's safety is naturally a priority for Baibauj. If someone with ulterior motives sees a large number of spirit stones being traded during the transaction, it could be detrimental to Lin Fan. This applies not only to Lin Fan, but also to other major clients.
Lin Fan was very satisfied with Baibaoj's approach.
It must be said that Baibauj has considered things very carefully, and there is a reason why its business has grown so large.
After arriving at the private room, the waiter brewed a pot of tea for Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan.
Young master, please rest here for a while. I still need to report such a big deal to the manager.
Okay, go ahead. After the servant left, Su Qingyuan spoke up. Young master, you bought too many seeds.
It will probably cost a lot of spirit stones later. Especially those Xian-grade spiritual herb seeds, which require Xian-grade spirit stones to trade. Yes, you can't buy Xian-grade spiritual herbs with yellow-grade yuan stones, you need Xian-grade yuan stones. There's a reason for this. Once you reach the Purple Mansion realm, yellow-grade yuan stones have no effect on your cultivation.
Cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm requires the use of profound-grade yuan stones.
This makes it easy to exchange high-level elemental stones for low-level ones, but no one does it. Therefore, it is almost impossible to exchange a lower-level elemental stone for a higher-level elemental stone.
Qingyuan, don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
I'll accept any spiritual herb seeds that don't exist, and you'll find out why later. In fact, many high-level pills also require the assistance of a number of low-level spiritual herbs. Therefore, the more types of medicinal herbs, the better. He has his own little world, so he doesn't have to worry about not having a place to plant. Lin Fan hopes that one day, all the varieties of spiritual herbs in the divine wilderness realm can be found in his small world. Seeing that Lin Fan had already said that, Su Qingyuan didn't know what else to say. She was curious about where Lin Fan would plant all these medicinal herb seeds.
So many medicinal herb seeds would require a lot of spiritual fields to plant.
Moreover, the medicinal herbs grow slowly, and it takes a long time before they can bring benefits. Since the family has just been established, planting spirit rice is the most suitable thing to do in the early stages.
A lack of income can hinder the development of a family. But the thought that Lin Fan was an alchemist put Su Qingyuan at ease. Even casually refining some pills is more profitable than growing spirit rice.
Soon, the servant brought over a middle-aged man. Young master, my surname is Zhou, and I am the manager here.
May I ask if you truly need so many medicinal herb seeds?
Just to be on the safe side, the person in charge should still confirm in person.
Of course, is there a problem? That's certainly not a problem, young master. Please wait a moment, I'll go and have someone prepare it right away. Baibauj was very efficient. In less than 15 minutes, all the seeds were packed up for Lin Fan.
Young master, all the seeds you requested are here. Among them, the Xian variety seeds are worth 1,300 Xian grade yuan stones, and the Huang variety seeds are worth 50,000 Huang grade yuan stones. The most expensive of these is the seed of a top-grade Xian level spiritual herb, which requires 2 Xian level yuan stones for each seed. These 500 seeds alone will require thousands of Xian grade yuan stones.
Hearing that so many spirit stones were required, Su Qingyuan was shocked.
With so many elemental stones, even if the sisters lived frugally, they probably wouldn't be able to save them up in less than 100 years. But this amount of spirit stones is nothing to Lin Fan. Manager Zhou, these are the yuan stones.
Please count them. Manager Joe used his spiritual sense to check the storage bag, and the spirit stones inside came into view.
The amount is correct. Is there anything else you need, young master? I don't need to buy anything today. I'll come back when I need something.
Please take care, young master.
Chapter 35 Being Watched. After Lin Fan left the treasure pavilion, he noticed that someone was watching him.
Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Interesting.
I didn't expect to be watched even in a private room. That makes sense, people who can get into private rooms must be quite wealthy.
But I hope you don't come looking for me, otherwise you might come alive, but you might not leave alive. Lin Fan could sense that the person watching him was only at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm, and there must be accomplices behind him. Even if the opponent has a Chi Si realm martial artist, Lin Fan is not worried. He is currently using a top-grade Xian level weapon, and has also cultivated a top-grade Xian level martial art and movement technique. Moreover, his cultivation technique surpasses even the Emperor level. Therefore, even without combat experience, Lin Fan could still be invincible among those of the same realm. Lin Fan did not suspect that it was someone from Bai Baoge.
The amount of spirit stones he took out was really not enough for Bai Baoge to see.
If Bai Baoge only had this much scope, it wouldn't have been able to grow so large.
Young master, what should we do next? Su Qingyuan did not sense anyone watching her. The person was well hidden.
If Lin Fan hadn't been at the Chi Si realm, it would have been difficult for him to detect Lin Fan's presence. This also shows that the guy was very experienced. Countless people have fallen victim to their wickedness.
Let's go check out those street stalls and see if we can find anything good.
Although he was being watched, Lin Fan was not in a hurry.
No matter what, the other party wouldn't dare to make a move against him in Tianfeng City.
And so, the two of them spent most of the day wandering around.
There were some gains. Lin Fan bought about 10 seedlings of low-grade Xian level spiritual herbs.
The seedlings weren't expensive. I bought them all for just 1 Xian grade yuan stone. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that the other party also gave him over 1,000 Xian grade top-quality spirit flower jade crystal flower seeds. The other party didn't recognize these seeds at all. They were supposedly found in a martial artist's cave. Lin Fan was also detected by the system, otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized him.
This is actually quite normal. There are so many kinds of spiritual herbs in the divine wilderness realm that even high-level alchemists cannot recognize them all. Moreover, since they are just seeds, they are even more difficult to identify.
Mystic crystal flower is the main ingredient in many mystic grade pills, and it also benefits the growth of the purple crystal bees in Lin Fan's small world.
The honey produced then will have even better effects.
Lin Fan could only say he made a huge profit. This was a spirit herb seed worth 2,000 Xian grade yuan stones.
Qingyuan, today's harvest was quite good, but it's getting late, let's head back. Yes, young master.
When the two returned home, Lin Fan sensed that the person who had been watching them had already left.
Since you've taken me for a piece of meat, then I'll see who the real piece of meat is.
As the two entered, they saw Su Qingyuan sitting in the courtyard, having already prepared a meal.
My benefactor, Xiao Yuan, you're back.
The meal is just ready. You've returned just in time.
Sister, why are you up?
And you've even prepared a meal.
Are you all right?
After Su Qingyuan finished speaking, she looked at her sister with some worry.
It's all right. Thanks to our benefactor's healing pills, our injuries have almost healed.
It's just that our strength hasn't recovered yet, so don't worry about me.
That's good.
Hearing that her sister was all right, Su Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
My benefactor, please sit down and eat. See how good my cooking is. Okay, then I'll try your cooking.
Lin Fan picked up a piece of monster meat and began to taste it.
It tastes good.
Seeing that Lin Fan liked it, Su Qingyuan smiled.
All right everyone, stop staring at me and start eating.
After the meal, Lin Fan decided to take them into the small world. Now that both of them have a positive impression of him of over 80%, it's time to make them truly his own people. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan didn't delay any longer.
Qingyuan, don't resist, I'm taking you somewhere. Good.
Although I don't know what Lin Fan meant by those words. But they only need to obey what Lin Fan says. Then, with a thought from Lin Fan, the three of them disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, which naturally shocked the two sisters. However, seeing Lin Fan there, the two breathed a sigh of relief.
Meanwhile, without either of them noticing, the family's sacred tree imprinted a mark on the two of them.
Just then, before the two of them could even begin to ask questions, then they saw more than a dozen stunningly beautiful women walking towards their location.
Husband, you're back. These two must be the sisters Su Qingyuan and Su Qingyuan, right? Luo Yiran was the first to greet Lin Fan. Not bad.
Lin Fan nodded, then looked at the two sisters, Xingyuan, these are my wives and concubines, please get to know them. Upon hearing that these were Lin Fan's wives and concubines, the two quickly bowed and said, greetings, ladies. However, neither of them was at peace at this moment.
Could it be that the young master brought us sisters to Qingyun County in the Zhao Kingdom with just a thought? If that's the case, then just how strong is the young master really, or what powerful magic weapon did he use? Su Qingyuan thought to herself in horror. No need for formalities, you two. From now on, let's address each other as sisters. My husband said that we should be ranked according to age.
Luo Yiran and the others knew that both of them had high-grade Shin-level aptitude, so they were not meant to be maids. Yiran explained the situation here to the two of them.
I have some things to take care of. Yes, my husband, you go ahead and get busy.
We'll take care of things here. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at Su Qingyuan and Su Qingyuan.
Don't be nervous, I will still explain everything here to you.
I'll go plant those medicinal herb seeds first.
Young master, please go ahead with your work, we're fine.
Lin Fan nodded, then disappeared from where he stood and arrived at the place where spiritual herbs were planted. The previous medicinal herbs have already nurtured many seeds. The scale of the medicinal herb plantation has now reached 1,500 acres. Lin Fan did not pick those mature medicinal herbs. The longer the medicinal herbs are planted, the better their medicinal effects will be, and they will not wither.
In certain circumstances, evolution can even occur.
Since there are so many benefits, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't rush to harvest them, since he doesn't lack spirit fields anyway. Afterwards, Lin Fan made a plan for these spiritual herbs. Each grade is assigned to a specific region. After that, Lin Fan planted all the seeds he had just bought. It covers nearly 1,800 acres, and the varieties number over 10,000. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. In the future, there will likely be no shortage of medicinal materials when refining yellow-grade pills.
He has all the commonly used medicinal herbs here. Chapter 36 Cultivation level improved again.
In the main world, the person who had been watching Lin Fan had now returned to a secluded courtyard. At this moment, sitting in the main seat of the courtyard hall was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. This person exuded the aura of a perfected Kaiyuan realm cultivator, and his fierce and menacing expression made him appear terrifying. Sitting to the lower left is a middle-aged man with a cunning face and the strength of the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. In addition, there were more than 10 other people standing in the hall, all of whom were martial artists at the peak of the body-tempering realm. When the man pushed open the door and entered the hall, the middle-aged man in the main seat showed a happy expression.
Third brother, you're back. Sit down quickly. After the man sat down, the person in the main seat continued to ask, Third brother, did you find anything? The middle-aged man sitting to the lower left also looked at him with anticipation. Big brother, second brother, I've found a big fish.
Upon hearing that there was a large fish, the middle-aged man in the main seat was overjoyed.
Third brother, tell me in detail.
At that moment, everyone present looked at the person who had just entered. This man is the third in command here, Poison Scorpion. Including the eldest brother, Poisonous Dragon, and the second brother, Poisonous Snake, they are collectively known as the Three Poisons, and they are all sworn brothers. At the same time, the three of them jointly established the Three Poisons Gang, and this became their base. The rogue martial artists deeply hated the Three Poisons Gang. Because the Three Poisons Gang specializes in robbing and plundering, it causes great suffering to many independent cultivators. Many independent martial artists died at the hands of the Three Poisons Gang. This time, the Scorpion has its sights set on Lin Fan.
After confirming Lin Fan's address, they immediately rushed back.
Big brother, second brother, I saw a young man walk out of a private room in Baibauj. Although I don't know what their transaction was about, or how many spirit stones it was worth. But I saw that the manager was very happy, which means this deal must be quite big. I suggest we make him our next target. After the Scorpion finished speaking, he looked at the person in the main seat, who was their elder brother, the Serpent Dragon. The outcome will depend on the decision of his elder brother, Poison Dragon. Third brother, your analysis is correct.
This guy is most likely a big fish.
If the manager of Baibauj can come forward to make the transaction, the conservative price is over 50,000 yellow grade yuan stones. So many spirit stones are enough to greatly increase our strength in a short time, but have you ascertained his identity and strength? Although they engaged in robbery and plunder, they only targeted those with no powerful connections. This is also why they have not been wiped out over the years. For those powerful forces, they wouldn't bother with such things as long as they weren't provoked. Brother, after leaving the treasure pavilion, I followed that guy the whole time. I even found his residence. It's just an ordinary courtyard. He's not someone from a powerful family. The only tricky thing is that his strength should be at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, and the woman with him is also at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. 2 cultivators at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. The poisonous flood dragon frowned deeply. They seem to have a lot of people on their side, but he's the only one at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. If a fight breaks out, they will be at a disadvantage. At this moment, the second brother, Viper, spoke up. Big brother, I think this is feasible. Second brother, do you have any ideas? The Viper nodded. Brother, they only have 2 people at the peak of the opening Yuan realm. When the battle starts, the eldest brother can take on one, while the third brother and I can hold off the other one. As long as you kill the person you're facing as soon as possible, then come and help us kill the remaining one. Moreover, we are in the dark while they are in the light. When we take them by surprise, our advantage is even greater. My only worry right now is whether they have any other helpers. After listening to the venomous snake's analysis, the venomous dragon felt it made a lot of sense. With a chance to make money right in front of them, they had no reason not to take the opportunity. Third brother, investigate their information as much as possible while avoiding being discovered. As long as we don't have any extra help, we'll pull this off. We'll make our move as soon as he leaves the city. Okay, brother, leave this to me. I'll investigate it thoroughly. Within the small world, with Luo Yiran and the others' introduction, Su Qingyuan and Su Qingyuan had already gained a fairly good understanding of what was happening there. They never dreamed that this was actually a small world controlled by Lin Fan. Su Qingyuan finally understood why Lin Fan had bought so many medicinal herb seeds. It would be a real shame not to cultivate more spiritual herbs in this small world, as they are all valuable resources for cultivation. In the following days, with the help of Luo Yiran and the others, the 2 successfully became Lin Fan's concubines. As for Su Qingyuan's injuries, they were fully healed in the main world in just 1 day. Now, with Lin Fan's help, the 2 sisters have successfully broken through to the Qixi realm. As their strength increased, Lin Fan also benefited greatly. His strength has already reached the late stage of the Qixi realm. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 468 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 1. Family members, 19 wives and concubines, 210 maids. Offspring, 7 sons, 8 daughters. Family luck, 250,000. Strength, late stage of Qixi realm. Qualification, mid-grade profound level. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth. Martial arts and movement techniques, earth grade low level thunderclap finger entry level, profound grade high level layered wave poem minor mastery, flowing cloud sword technique minor mastery, profound grade high level bamboo shadow step minor mastery. Weapon, top grade profound level blazing flame sword. Family wealth, 700 earth grade yuan stones, 10,697 black grade yuan stones, approximately 160,000 yellow grade yuan stones, and 1.85 million tons of yellow grade spirit rice. Small world area, 1,000 square kilometers. Time flow rate, 5 times that of the main world. We now have 1.85 million tons of crescent-shaped rice, and the next harvest will be just around the corner, bringing the total to 2.75 million tons. Even after removing the husks, that's still 1.925 million tons. Looking at the spirit rice, Lin Fan had already made up his mind, he would sell it himself. Of course, he certainly won't appear in public. Before he has established a firm foothold in the 100 Kingdoms, this kind of business cannot be associated with his Lin family. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue can manage this business, but the outside world is unaware of their relationship with him. However, the issues between the Fire Cloud sect and the 3 major families of Changning City have not yet been resolved, so it is not appropriate for the 2 of them to step forward now. The only ones who can appear in public right now are Su Qingyuan and Su Qingyuan. The premium Lingni rice is in high demand. In short supply, it will definitely be snapped up as soon as it hits the market. At 1 yuan stone per gene, that's 3.85 billion yellow grade yuan stones, which is a huge fortune. Let's wait a bit longer, until my strength improves further. It's safer to wait until I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, then I can establish a presence in many cities. It's a pity that a yellow grade yuan stone can't be exchanged for a profound grade yuan stone. However, I can change the sales strategy later. As long as the transaction is conducted using Xian grade yuan stones, one Xian grade yuan stone can buy 200 caddies of crescent rice. Although it seems like profits will drop by half, Lin Fan doesn't have any costs, so giving up half the profit isn't a big deal.
Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it now.
I'll deal with it when I break through to the Purple Mansion realm.
Chapter 37, You're right, friends?
After checking on the growth of the medicinal herbs, Lin Fan found Su Qingyuan, who was studying alchemy.
Qingyuan, how's the research going? Upon seeing Lin Fan arrive, Su Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. My husband, I've already made some progress refining the body tempering pill, shouldn't be a problem.
The body tempering pill is a low-grade yellow-level pill, and also an introductory pill. Suitable for use in the body tempering realm, it can increase the cultivation speed in the body tempering realm.
Price, 2 taels of gold per bottle. Qingyuan, it seems you really have a talent for alchemy. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Su Qingyuan was naturally very happy. Why don't you try refining one batch? I'll watch you from the side. The most important thing in alchemy is practice. Great. I was just about to give it a try.
Subsequently, under Lin Fan's guidance, Su Qingyuan began her first alchemy session. Suddenly, with a loud bang, black smoke billowed from the alchemy furnace.
Su Qingyuan's first attempt at alchemy failed. Seeing this, Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with an embarrassed expression. Husband, this.
Qingyuan, don't worry, it's normal to fail the first time you try to refine pills.
You need to control the heat carefully. If the heat is too high, the medicinal herbs will be burned. Come on, let's try making another batch. Only by learning from your failures can you improve. Okay, I'll give it another try. Bang. Bang.
After failing 10 times, Su Qingyuan started refining the furnace again. At this moment, sweat had begun to bead on her forehead. 11 failed attempts at alchemy had significantly depleted her vital energy.
Qingyuan, stay calm and control the heat.
You're almost there.
Su Qingyuan, who was initially anxious, calmed down instantly after hearing Lin Fan's words.
At this moment, all the spiritual herbs in the alchemy furnace had been transformed into medicinal liquid.
The next crucial step is to condense the elixir.
Another quarter of an hour passed, and the alchemy furnace began to emit a medicinal fragrance.
Rise. With a delicate shout, the lid of the alchemy furnace was opened. Receive. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pills flew out of the alchemy furnace. My husband, I finally succeeded. Su Qingyuan excitedly hugged Lin Fan.
Although there were only 3, it was a huge leap for Su Qingyuan. The successful refining of the elixir meant that she had become a low-grade yellow-rank alchemist. Qingyuan, congratulations on becoming a qualified alchemist. It's all thanks to my husband, I must reward him properly.
Oh, such a good thing, how are you going to reward me?
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Husband, let's go back to the room and talk about it. As she spoke, Su Qingyuan pulled Lin Fan toward his residence. So, my husband, are you satisfied with the reward this time?
You little rascal, are you rewarding me or yourself?
Husband, you're so annoying. Since you said I'm annoying, then I deserve another reward.
Giggle. After the playful banter ended, Lin Fan got down to business.
Qingyuan, I plan to go to the Baiwan Mountains tomorrow.
Alright, I'll go with my husband then, but we're going to the territory of a 3rd-tier demon beast this time, so we still need to be careful. Now that Su Qingyuan has broken through to the Qi realm and learned of Lin Fan's true strength, she naturally wants to venture into the territory of the 3rd-tier demon beasts.
Okay, I'll call you out when I get there tomorrow.
Lin Fan had not forgotten the time he was being targeted.
Su Qingyuan has just broken through to the Qi realm and has not yet started cultivating the breath concealment technique.
If Su Qingyuan had been brought out beforehand, and they had known her strength, they definitely wouldn't have dared to make a move. Lin Fan had no intention of eliminating evil for the people, but since the other party had set their sights on him, he had to be prepared to die.
By the way, Qingyuan, do you know which monsters in the 100,000 mountains taste good? I plan to catch some and keep them in the small world. Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted to keep some demonic beasts in the small world, Su Qingyuan immediately became interested.
My husband, there are quite a few delicious monsters in the 100,000 mountains.
The golden horned beast is a second-tier demon beast. Its strength is not very strong among second-tier demon beasts, but its taste is quite good. One yellow-grade jade stone can buy 5 caddies of golden horned ram meat on the market, and a golden horned ram can grow to about 500 caddies. There's also the blue striped yak, which is also a second-tier demon beast. It tastes great, and an adult can weigh up to 2000 jin. The price is also 5 jin for 1 yuan stone. However, the blue striped yak are usually gregarious, with at least 30 or more, so the Kaiyuan realm dares not make a move against them. The blue striped yaks on the market are all hunted by those at the Qi realm. For someone at the Kaiyuan realm to make a move against the azure striped yak, they would need at least several dozen people working together. Of course, there are other demonic beasts as well. If we encounter them, we can capture them directly. The next morning, Lin Fan headed out of Tianfeng City. Sensing the eyeliner behind him, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish in a moment. Then, Lin Fan walked slowly towards the Million Mountains. At the Three Poisons Gang's headquarters, one of his men hurriedly ran back from outside. Boss, the third boss just sent word that the big fish has left the city and is heading towards the Million Mountains, and he's all alone. Upon hearing this, the leader was overjoyed. This is truly heaven's help. Brothers, let us hurry and set off, hoping to reach the Million Mountains before him and then lay an ambush there. Yes, boss. Subsequently, the entire Three Poisons gang mobilized, led by their leader, Poison Dragon, and headed towards the Million Mountains. What's going on? Who are the Three Poisons gang planning to rob this time? They've mobilized their entire force. Why isn't anyone dealing with these cancerous cells? They must be up to no good again. The main reason is that the leader of the Three Poisons gang is smart. They never rob people with powerful backgrounds. It is said that the Three Poisons gang has connections with the Wolf Mercenary Group, and they hand over a portion of the resources they plunder to the Wolf Mercenary Group. With the Wolf Mercenary Group backing them up, and without offending the major powers in the city, naturally no one will dare to attack the Three Poisons gang. The martial artists of Tianfeng City began to murmur amongst themselves as they watched these people rushing about. An hour later, Lin Fan finally arrived at the Million Mountains. This time he didn't fly and deliberately slowed down, which is why it took so long. At this moment, Lin Fan had already realized that someone was lying in ambush in the forest ahead. The strongest is the one who has reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Lin Fan was very disdainful of this. How dare a Qi realm martial artist like him, who was at the peak of the opening Yuan spirit realm, try to kill him? He didn't know what was going on in his mind. As expected of the Million Mountains, the mountain range is continuous, towering trees are everywhere, and the vital energy is exceptionally rich. Such a good place, it would be perfect as a cemetery, don't you think, friends in the back? Chapter 38. The Three Poisons gang is annihilated. At this moment, Poison Scorpion, who was following behind Lin Fan, was shocked. What's going on? Did he find me? No, I hid it so well, how could he possibly have discovered it? He must be bluffing me. What a cunning fellow, but I won't fall for it. The scorpion grinned coldly and remained motionless. Seeing that guy hiding behind a big tree without moving, Lin Fan was speechless. This guy probably thinks I'm bluffing him. He's got some brains, but not many. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste words with him, so he directly unleashed a thunderclap finger strike at the big tree. In an instant, an arc of electricity struck the tree at the speed of light. With a loud boom, the big tree turned into ashes. Immediately afterwards, a scream reached Lin Fan's ears. The residual force of the thunderclap finger sent the poison scorpion flying, causing it to vomit blood uncontrollably after collapsing to the ground. He. Lin Fan sneered, then flashed and instantly appeared next to Poison Scorpion. Looking at the half-dead scorpion, Lin Fan felt no pity whatsoever. If he hadn't held back, this guy wouldn't be alive right now. The opening origin realm is no match for the Qi realm. I called you out but you wouldn't, and you thought I was bluffing you? What's wrong with your brain? How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Are you a Qi realm expert? Scorpion looked at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes. He knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his imagination. No one in the opening realm possessed such power. Now you're scared? I knew you'd been watching me the moment I stepped out of the treasure pavilion. What, trying to rob me? What's wrong with your brain? You came out to rob me without even finding out how strong I am. I wouldn't even bother with someone like you normally, but since you've come to me, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Lin Fan looked at the scorpion and said with a playful expression. What, back then, you already discovered me? You really are a Chi-Si realm expert. At this point, Scorpion gave a bitter smile. Scorpion knew he had no chance of survival. For someone at the opening origin realm to rob a Chi-Si realm cultivator, isn't that just courting death? Those hiding in the woods, are they your companions? Yes. Scorpion readily admitted. He didn't try to hide it, because there was no point. With Lin Fan's Chi-Si realm strength, they have no way to escape. Those at the Chi-Si realm can fly, and their speed is more than 100 times that of them. How can they escape? Since that's the case, it's better to just confess directly that way, you might die a quicker death. Heh, you're very well prepared. Any martial artist at the opening origin realm wouldn't have been able to escape. It's a pity you've run into me. Give me a quick death. Scorpion didn't want to say anything more. There was no point in saying anything more. Fine, then I'll give you a quick death. I'll send your brothers down to keep you company right away. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he first seized the poison scorpion's storage bag, and then directly slapped him. In the blink of an eye, the scorpion turned to ashes under Lin Fan's palm. Scorpion never dreamed that after a lifetime of robbing, he would end up being robbed by his prey. I didn't feel any discomfort at all after killing someone for the first time. It seems this world is a good fit for me. There's another group over there, let's go and take care of them first. Lin Fan would never let anyone who wanted to harm him get away with it. Because they were several miles apart and there were many large trees blocking their view, the poisonous dragon and his companions were unaware of the situation here. Brother, it's been so long, that fat sheep should be arriving soon. The venomous snake rubbed his hands together, filled with desire for Lin Fan, this fat sheep. Second brother, you're right. Third brother just sent me a message that the fat sheep will be here soon. This guy actually went out alone when there are two perfected opening origin realm experts in his family. Isn't this just giving them away for free? At this point, the poisonous dragon burst into laughter. What happened that makes you so happy? Just then, Lin Fan's voice reached their ears. Who? The venomous dragon, who had been laughing heartily, was instantly awakened. The fact that they could arrive at their side silently shows that the other party's strength is terrifying, at least above theirs. Oh, weren't you waiting for me? Why do you need to ask who I am? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan appeared beside the poisonous dragon. What? It's you? How is that possible? At this moment, the venomous dragon looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of fear. He was completely unaware of Lin Fan's appearance. Such a person was definitely not someone he could handle. After seeing their leader's expression, the others also began to feel afraid. How could they possibly be opponents if even their leader feared them? Any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. Upon hearing that Lin Fan intended to kill him, the poisonous flood dragon was terrified. No, you can't kill me. I have the wolf mercenary group behind me. If I die, they will definitely avenge me. Heh, you don't even believe that yourself, do you? Lin Fan didn't believe the wolf mercenary group would avenge these guys. No, if the wolf mercenary group knew you killed us, they would definitely avenge me. I make offerings to the hungry wolf mercenary group every year, especially to the leader's son. I give him a lot of benefits every year. Heh, although you will pay tribute to the mercenary group, it is wishful thinking to expect them to avenge you. Die. Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more words and directly struck them with a wave palm. Even if the wolf mercenary group really wanted to avenge these guys, Lin Fan wasn't afraid. Because they had no idea who killed them. Besides, he's not from Tianfeng City. Once his journey through the 100,000 mountains is over, he'll be returning to Wanxiang City. No. Upon seeing Lin Fan's palm strike, the poisonous flood dragon's hair stood on end. Second brother, let's join forces to deal with this quickly, or we'll all die. Good. The venomous snake didn't hesitate and immediately went all out to deal with the situation. Because Lin Fan's palm strike was aimed at all of them. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Unfortunately, their efforts to stop them were in vain. After the palm strike hit them, everyone was sent flying backward. In an instant, everyone fell silent, including the lowly minions in the body-tempering realm. And so, the Three Poisons gang, which was utterly despised by rogue martial artists, was destroyed by Lin Fan. If they knew, they would definitely be very grateful to Lin Fan.
Next, Lin Fan collected the storage bags of the venomous dragon and the venomous snake, and then left. I wonder how much I reaped from these storage bags. Let's go back to the small world and check. Immediately, Lin Fan had a thought and returned to the small world. Chapter 39: The Harvest from the 3 storage bags. Soon, Lin Fan appeared at Su Qingyuan's residence. Husband, why did it take you so long to come in? With your strength, you shouldn't have needed this long to reach the 100,000 mountains. Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. We dealt with some rats along the way, which took up some time. Lin Fan said with a relaxed expression. You got rid of some rats? Su Qingyuan asked, somewhat puzzled. But she quickly realized, husband, have you encountered a tribulation cultivator? Lin Fan nodded. I did encounter a cultivator who had been afflicted by tribulations. In fact, we were being watched by someone with ulterior motives the day we left the treasure pavilion. I didn't travel fast today, deliberately to lure them into attacking me. I didn't expect these guys to actually follow me out. After listening to Lin Fan's story, Su Qingyuan felt somewhat incredulous. What's wrong with Jiexiu's eyes? She actually thought her husband was an easy target. Her husband's strength has now reached the late stage of the Qi realm. Without anyone at the Purple Mansion realm level, she didn't think anyone in Tianfeng City could be a match for her husband. But these Purple Mansion realm cultivators are all in seclusion cultivating, they don't have time to come out and do something like robbery. Su Qingyuan could only lament that these guys didn't check the almanac before going out. However, thinking of her husband, who clearly possessed the strength of the late-stage Qi realm. However, she always presented herself as a perfected Kaiyuan realm cultivator, so she silently mourned for those with wicked intentions. Su Qingyuan could sense that these were the first batch, but definitely not the last. There will definitely be some fools who will provoke them. However, these were not things she should worry about. She was confident in Lin Fan's strength. Those people didn't come to cause trouble, they came to generate revenue for them. No, I need to learn the concealing breath technique quickly. Then I can pretend to be weak and take advantage of others. Anyway, none of these people are good people. I won't take the initiative to rid the people of harm, but if you mess with me, that's another story. Thinking of this, Su Qingyuan smiled slightly and then looked at Lin Fan. Husband, do you know who the other party is? Su Qingyuan was quite curious about the identities of those unlucky guys. I don't know their identities, so I didn't ask them. However, judging from the way they address each other in their conversation, their leader is called Poisonous Dragon, the second leader is called Poisonous Snake, and the third leader is called Poisonous Scorpion. These people had met up behind him, and Lin Fan heard their conversation clearly. So these were the guys. Good for them. Oh. Qingyuan, you've heard of these 3 people? Su Qingyuan nodded. These 3 guys are the founders of the 3 Poisons gang. They have always been engaged in robbery and plunder, and the rogue martial artists of Tianfeng City deeply hate them. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised to hear that these guys were so famous in Tianfeng City. Qingyuan, since they are all so notorious, why hasn't anyone taken action against them? Husband, these guys mainly bully martial artists who are weaker than them. They don't dare to offend any of the forces in this city. What's more, they also hand over resources to the Wolf Mercenary Group every year as tribute. Because of this relationship, the forces in the city did not attack them out of respect for the Wolf Mercenary Group. As for those more powerful rogue cultivators, the sinful Wolf Mercenary Group was equally afraid of them and didn't make a move against them. Su Qingyuan explained the pros and cons to Lin Fan. So that's the connection. No wonder these guys are so arrogant. So, this Wolf Mercenary Group isn't a good people either? Su Qingyuan nodded. The Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group is certainly not a good people. In the vast mountains, besides searching for resources, they also engaged in robbery and plunder. Of course, they wouldn't even look at something worthless, like a second-tier demon beast. Moreover, the Wolf Mercenary Group usually robs outside forces, they generally don't rob the forces in Tianfeng City. It's not just the Wolf Mercenary Group that's like this, the other major forces aren't much better off. If you encounter their people in the Baiwan Mountains, it's best to be on guard. Lin Fan was not surprised after hearing Su Qingyuan's story. This world is a dog-eat-dog world, the weak are dominated by the strong, so he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. Only those who reach the Purple Mansion realm will have a voice in a country. He came to the Million Mountains not only for combat experience, but also to acquire some resources. For example, raising some monsters in captivity. The city of myriad manifestations is filled with first-tier demonic beasts, and there aren't many varieties, so they're not very useful to him.
With his current strength, capturing some third-tier demonic beasts wouldn't be a problem.
With the supply of these monster meats, his child will be able to grow up quickly.
Qing Yuan, these are the storage bags of the three of them. Let's see what they found. Okay. Su Qing Yuan was really looking forward to the storage bags of these three people.
The Three Poisons gang has robbed so many martial artists over the years, they probably have a lot of good stuff. Without delay, Lin Fan emptied all the contents of the three storage bags.
After the two of them roughly counted the items, Su Qing Yuan was somewhat disappointed. It doesn't seem like there's anything good. Just over 50,000 stones, some miscellaneous low-grade pills, and a few low-grade weapons? If Su Qing Yuan had received these supplies before meeting Lin Fan, she would have been extremely excited.
These spirit stones alone are equivalent to the sisters' earnings over several years.
However, after witnessing the resources Lin Fan possessed, these resources held no interest for her whatsoever.
Alright, you know the Three Poisons gang has to hand over resources to the Wolf mercenary group, so they naturally don't have anything good. It's already pretty good that they have this many spirit stones.
That's true. Let's go, Qing Yuan, come with me. Yes, my husband, let's set off now.
I haven't been to the territory of a third-tier demon beast yet.
Su Qing Yuan was still looking forward to the territory of the third-tier demon beasts.
With Lin Fan by her side, she didn't need to worry about any danger. If they encounter a monster they cannot defeat, they can return to the small world at any time. Lin Fan did not call Su Qing Yuan. After Su Qing Yuan expressed her interest in weapon crafting, Lin Fan passed on the inheritance of the Xian-level weapon crafting master to her.
Now, Su Qing Yuan has become a genuine Xian-level weapon refiner. However, due to a lack of refining materials, Su Qing Yuan has only attempted to refine some yellow-grade weapons so far. The results are quite good. Several top-grade yellow-level weapons have already been forged. Now, one of the sisters refines pills, and the other refines weapons. Once they grow up, they will be a great help to the family. Qing Yuan, do you know where the golden horned rat and the blue striped yak appear? Let's go and catch some first. My husband, I know the general area, come with me. With that, Su Qing Yuan began to lead the way. Chapter 40: The Harvest of the First Day in the Million Mountains. My husband, look. That's a golden horned goat.
At this moment, 6 sheep-like monsters appeared in Lin Fan's line of sight, grazing there. These monsters were much larger than ordinary sheep, with an estimated weight of over 400 gene 200 catties, and some even approaching 600 gene 300 catties. They have a pair of golden horns, which is where their name comes from. Lin Fan did not delay, thanks to his powerful strength. The 6 golden horned beasts were easily subdued and then stored in his small world. Lin Fan harvested the crescent-shaped rice yesterday. This batch of crescent-shaped rice has only been planted in 300 square kilometers. In addition to the land on the island in the middle of the lake, Lin Fan reserved 300 square kilometers of land for future use. So there's no need to worry about not having a place to raise them. The demonic beasts that Lin Fan used to raise have now been moved out of the island in the middle of the lake. From then on, apart from the manor where they lived, the rest of the island in the middle of the lake was used specifically for growing medicinal herbs. Of course, Lin Fan did not move the purple crystal bee away, he left it on the island in the middle of the lake. Under Su Qing Yuan's guidance, Lin Fan harvested a total of 1,000 golden horned tuna, 500 blue-striped yaks, and 300 spirit wind deer. The spirit wind deer is also a second-tier demon beast, and it tastes even better than the former. It can grow to about 200 gene 100 catties. The price is also slightly higher. 1 yuan stone can only buy 3 catties. Its most precious feature is its antlers. A pair of antlers is worth 50 yellow-grade talismans. The spirit wind deer is very fast and difficult to catch. Ordinary opening Yuan realm martial artists simply cannot keep up with it. However, once discovered by Lin Fan, there's no escaping it. Fortunately, these are all herbivorous monsters with low intelligence, so they can be kept together. Lin Fan allocated a 50 square kilometer area to them within the small world. Then they left a lot of the crescent-shaped rice stalks for them to eat. Crescent moon rice, as a top-grade yellow-level spiritual rice, also has nutritious straw, which is a favorite of these demonic beasts. After these monsters entered the small world, aside from being somewhat panicked at first, they were still quite frightened. Before long, they started eating the straw of the crescent-shaped rice. Su Qing Yuan was pleasantly surprised by their harvest. Husband, with so many monsters captured, we'll never lack monster meat again. Yes, today's harvest was indeed quite good. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with what he had accomplished today.
If you were to sell it, it could fetch over 100,000 yellow-grade gemstones. It has to be said that it is much easier for someone in the Chi-Si realm to earn yuan stones than someone in the opening yuan realm. If someone in the Kaiyuan realm is acting alone, it's not easy for them to kill even one. Because these monsters are usually gathered in groups of at least 2 or 3. Although these monsters are not very intelligent, they are still able to gain the upper hand due to their numerical advantage. Of course, Lin Fan was able to capture so many because he had a small world. For other Chi-Si realm martial artists, having a 100 cubic meter storage bag is already considered a luxury. Storage bags with a volume of 1 cubic meter, 5 cubic meters, and 10 cubic meters are quite common and inexpensive. A 10 cubic meter storage bag can be bought for only 1,000 yen. Storage bags with a capacity of 100 cubic meters are more expensive, costing 50,000 yellow-grade gemstones each. To reach 1,000 cubic meters, 1,000 Xian-grade yuan stones would be required. The reason why storage bags become ridiculously expensive the larger they are. This is because storage bags cannot be stacked inside another storage bag. However, carrying too many storage bags on your body is too conspicuous and may cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, martial artists who have reached the Chi-Si realm will grit their teeth and buy a 100 cubic meter one. As for storage rings, bracelets, and the like with better storage space, those at the Chi-Si realm are not yet worthy of possessing them.
Qing Yuan, it's getting late. Let's go back to the small world first and come out again when it's light. The Baiwan Mountains must be very dangerous at night. Many monsters come out to hunt for food. We should be careful. While you're at it, check if your sister's fishing net is finished yet. Yes, after hearing that there were large lakes in the Million Mountains, Lin Fan instructed Su Qingwan to start making fishing nets. Since there is a lake, there must be spirit fish there. The lake in his small world was filled with first-tier spirit fish. Although they tasted good, they were only effective for those in the body-tempering realm. He needs to catch some higher-level spirit fish to raise. Whether you use it for your own consumption or to train your subordinates, it's a great choice. Since we need to catch spirit fish, we definitely need to use fishing nets, but ordinary fishing nets will not work. So Lin Fan went to the treasure pavilion and spent 50,000 yellow-grade yuan stones to buy a large quantity of refining materials. Then the task of refining fishing nets was handed over to Su Qingwan. For Su Qingwan, who has now become a Xian-level weapon refiner, Lin Fan's task was naturally not difficult. Soon, the two returned to the small world. Then they went together to the weapon refining room. Upon seeing the two appear, Su Qingwan ended her research work. My husband, Xiao Yuan, you've come. Sister, my husband and I spent a whole day catching monsters in the 100,000 mountains, and we had a great haul. That's wonderful. Hearing that the harvest was good, Su Qingwan was naturally very happy. Next, as Su Qingyuan recounted her day's gains, Su Qingwan became even happier. Over the years, the combined achievements of the sisters are less than half of what they have today. By the way, my husband, I've completed the task you gave me. As she spoke, Su Qingwan took out the fishing net. Lin Fan took the fishing net and examined it carefully. This is a net, cast wide enough to cover an area of 100 meters, and its quality has reached the highest level of yellow grade. As long as the fish caught are no more than level 3, they are very difficult to escape. Of course, one must also have the strength to control a third-tier spirit fish. After all, the strength of a third-tier spirit fish is comparable to that of a Chi-Si realm martial artist, and they have an advantage in the water. Ordinary Chi-Si realm cultivators are no match for them in water. Qingwan, your net is really well made. This fishing net should bring us a great harvest. As long as you're satisfied, my husband. Su Qingwan was very happy that she could help Lin Fan. Qingwan, don't stay in the weapon refining room all the time. You should talk to the other sisters more often. This will help strengthen your bond. Don't worry, my husband, I know what to do. I won't be estranged from the other sisters. Although she spends most of her time in the weapon refining room, she still takes time to go out and chat with everyone. Oh, right, today is the 15th, the day for a family banquet. Let's go together. Good husband. Lin Fan had previously stipulated that a family banquet should be held on the 1st and 15th of each month. We should still use the time in the small world. This will help strengthen our bonds. Of course, this excludes those who are in seclusion for spiritual cultivation. Soon, the three arrived at the palace where Lin Fan lived. A huge garden was built behind the palace, where they held their family banquets. Chapter 41, Capturing the Purple Lightning Sable. Luo Ran saw the three of them and immediately came to greet them.
Husband, Xing Yuan, you've arrived. I was just about to have Li Han go and call you. Looks like we've arrived just in time.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Yes, my husband, come and sit down.
Besides their large table, Lin Fan's 15 children, under the care of the maids, also had a table set up next to it. Although these little guys are only a few months old according to the time of the small world. They can't speak yet, let alone eat, but that's the atmosphere Lin Fan wanted. Husband, you spent the whole day in the Baiwan Mountains.
Did you gain anything? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. Today's harvest was excellent.
Afterwards, Lin Fan shared his findings from the day with everyone. Everyone was very happy to hear that Lin Fan had achieved so much. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but sigh, no wonder so many martial artists come here to train. I never imagined that the resources of the Million Mountains were so abundant. Most importantly, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Million Great Sage. Yes, this place is practically a paradise for martial artists, but also a graveyard for most of them, mainly because the Million Mountains are too dangerous. Although there are regional divisions among the demonic beasts, who can say for sure that a high-level demonic beast might come out to hunt one day? If any unlucky martial artist happens to encounter such a thing, he will probably become food for the monsters. At this point, everyone didn't forget to give Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan some advice. Husband, Qingyuan, you must be careful in the 100,000 mountains, after all, this is a paradise for monsters.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Lin Fan wouldn't joke with his life, and he wouldn't underestimate the dangers of the Million Mountains just because things went smoothly today. He had already considered everything the women could think of. As soon as he sensed the slightest danger, he would immediately take Su Qingyuan back to the small world. He has a system and a small world. As long as he develops discreetly, he will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. He won't risk his life here because of carelessness. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, and then Lin Fan began his task. There was no other way. Luoyi ran and the others were eager to have a second child, so he had to work hard. I don't know if it's because everyone's abilities have improved, but it's become more difficult to get pregnant. It's been so long, and not a single one of them is pregnant. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time.
The next day, Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan reappeared in the Million Mountains.
Then, the two flew together deeper into the Million Mountains. Today, their target is the territory of third-tier demonic beasts. After the two traveled 100,000 miles, a huge lake appeared before them. According to the rumors circulating in Tianfeng City, the lake in front of them is more than 100,000 miles wide, and contains countless islands of all sizes. Lin Fan was at a loss for words when he learned that a lake was only 100,000 miles wide. The land of the 100 kingdoms where he lived had no sea, only lakes and rivers of all sizes. Lin Fan found it hard to imagine just how big the ocean in this world really was. He remembered that in his previous life, the widest part of the Pacific Ocean was less than 40,000 miles. In other words, the size of the lake in front of him alone is more than 10 times, or even dozens of times, the size of the Pacific Ocean.
Husband, look. There's a monster drinking water over there. It looks like a mink-like monster with purple fur all over its body. It looks so cute. As for what kind of monster it was, Su Qingyuan had no idea. There are too many kinds of monsters, and Su Qingyuan only recognizes the common ones. However, Su Qingyuan wanted to capture such an adorable monster and keep it as a pet. Women are naturally drawn to these fluffy and adorable creatures.
Lin Fan also didn't recognize what kind of monster it was. But it's alright, Lin Fan has a system. So, Lin Fan mentally activated the system. System, investigate this monster for me. Soon, information about the monster appeared in his mind. Race, purple electric sable. Growth potential, tier 6. Growth status, infancy. Strength, tier 2. Racial trait, treasure hunting, lightning. After reading this information, Lin Fan was surprised it was actually a cub of a 6th-order demon beast. A 6th-tier demonic beast is equivalent to the divine power realm, and is a dominant force in the 100,000 mountains. How could its cub appear here? Afterwards, Lin Fan cautiously looked around but found nothing unusual. Lin Fan was genuinely afraid that a 6th-tier demonic beast might suddenly appear, and he might not even have time to return to the small world.
Su Qingyuan was puzzled by Lin Fan's sudden wariness. Husband, what's wrong? Is there something special about this demon beast?
Qingyuan, this beast is more than just special. It's a cub of a 6th-tier beast, the purple lightning sable. I was worried that its parents might be here, so I looked around.
Lin Fan didn't hide anything and directly revealed the identity of the demonic beast. What? It's actually a 6th-tier demon beast cub. How did it end up here? Should we go back to the small world first? At this moment, Su Qingyuan was shocked by the identity of this demonic beast. At the same time, a look of worry appeared on his face. Qingyuan, don't worry, its parents shouldn't be here. I just looked around and heard a lot of monster hunting sounds. If there were a 6th-tier demon beast here, the aura it emitted would keep these weaker demon beasts from moving, let alone hunting them. The activity area of 3rd-tier monsters is naturally not limited to 3rd-tier monsters. 1st and 2nd-tier monsters also exist here, and there are even more of them than in the outer areas. Otherwise, where would 3rd-tier monsters get their food? Hearing that the 6th-order demon beast was not here, Su Qingyuan was relieved. My lord, what should we do next? Should we get away from here? It's alright, I plan to capture this purple lightning ferret and train it. It has a talent for treasure hunting, I can't miss it. Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted to capture the purple lightning sable, Su Qingyuan's expression immediately changed. Husband, isn't this too dangerous? This is a 6th-order demon beast cub. Su Qingyuan was still a little worried that the purple electric sable's parents might be nearby. Don't worry, Qingyuan, there won't be any danger. I'll send you into the small world first, and then I'll catch it as quickly as possible. My husband, you must be careful. Su Qingyuan knew she couldn't persuade Lin Fan, so this was all she could do. Staying outside would only be a burden to Lin Fan. After sending Su Qingyuan into the small world, Lin Fan once again cautiously looked around. After confirming that there were no unexpected events, he appeared beside the purple lightning sable in a flash. Before the purple electric ferret could react, Lin Fan had already subdued it. After all, the purple lightning sable is only at the 2nd level of strength, and it has no ability to resist Lin Fan. The instant he took control of the purple electric sable, Lin Fan brought it back to the small world. Su Qingyuan, who had been filled with worry, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Fan return safely. Chapter 42, Capturing the Spirit Fish. How is it, my husband? Nothing unexpected happened, right? I don't know yet, let me sense it first. Lin Fan didn't waste any time. He directly used his small world to sense the situation outside. After a while, Lin Fan was relieved to find that there was no movement outside. Although what he did today was indeed somewhat risky. If the ferret's parents were really nearby, then what he did would definitely be very dangerous. Lin Fan didn't know just how powerful a 6th-tier demonic beast was, since he had never seen one before. If a 6th-tier demonic beast appeared in front of him, he might not have time to return to the small world. Lin Fan took the risk because he was attracted by the purple lightning sable's treasure hunting talent. Otherwise, a mere 6th-tier demon beast cub wouldn't warrant such a risk for him. Qingyuan, it seems we were overthinking it. This little guy's parents aren't nearby. Hearing that everything was alright, Su Qingyuan was relieved. Chirp chirp chirp. At this moment, the purple electric sable in Lin Fan's hand began to protest impatiently. It simply cannot speak. Otherwise, Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan would definitely have to know just how filthy its insults were. It only went out for a short drink of water and got caught. It's really had a tough time. My husband, this guy looks so cute. Su Qingyuan was amused by the sullen expression on the purple lightning sable's face. You're the cute one, your whole family is cute. The purple lightning sable bared its teeth and glared angrily at Su Qingyuan. Lin Fan was amused by the guy's expression. Little guy, you're actually angry. But don't worry, following me will definitely be your greatest opportunity, you'll see later. With that, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingyuan and said, Qingyuan, you stay inside and watch over it. I'll head out now. My dear husband, please be careful. Now that they've arrived at the lake, it doesn't matter whether Su Qingyuan goes out or not. Anyway, Lin Fan only planned to catch some fish here today. Once outside, Lin Fan confirmed that there was no danger before looking at the lake. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. I never thought that after cultivating, I would have the opportunity to experience the feeling of fishing. Upon noticing movement in a certain area, Lin Fan quickly flew towards the area above, then seized the opportunity and swiftly cast his net. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan cast the huge fishing net onto the lake. We got it. Looks like there are quite a few fish. Feeling the movement in the fishing net, Lin Dan smiled broadly. This net had been a great catch. Sensing that the fish were struggling more and more violently, Lin Fan didn't delay any longer. He quickly retracted the net and then swiftly returned to the small world. Seeing the net full of hundreds of lively fish, Lin Fan had no choice but to call Li Han and the others to come and help. After removing the fish from the fishing net, they were thrown directly into the lake in the small world. Fortunately, Lin Fan used the power of the Lord of the Small World to directly suppress the strength of these fish and prevent them from moving around. No matter what, these fish are equivalent to second-tier demonic beasts. Even when they are not in the water, their combat power should not be underestimated. If you don't suppress them, even if Li Han and the others have the strength of the opening Yuan realm, it will still take you a lot of effort and a long time to finish dealing with these fish. The commotion quickly caught the attention of Luo Yiran and her group. Husband, there are so many fish. The big ones weigh at least 100 pounds. What kind of fish are these? Although Lin Fan didn't know what kind of fish it was, it didn't matter, he had a system. Race, Flametail base. Rank, Tier 2. Efficacy, delicious taste. Long-term consumption can eliminate toxins from the body. Only effective for those below the Qi Si realm. With this information, Lin Fan instantly felt more confident. Iran, this is a flame-tailed perch. Afterwards, Lin Fan explained the benefits of the flame-tailed perch to them. Wow, I never knew these fish were so effective. They can even help eliminate toxins from the body. Martial artists have toxins in their bodies. Those who cultivate by constantly consuming elixirs will accumulate a lot of toxins in their bodies. When toxins accumulate to a certain amount, they will affect the progress of cultivation. Therefore, elixirs should not be taken continuously. Generally, after taking one pill, it takes several days to expel the toxins from the body. Of course, perfect pills are an exception. When the elixir is perfected, it contains no toxins. All the pills Lin Fan refined were of perfect quality. After finishing processing the fish, Lin Fan returned to the outside world. A day passed quickly, and with Lin Fan repeating the same method, today's harvest was also quite considerable. The species he caught include Moon Soul Carp, a second-tier spirit fish, can increase the cultivation speed of the opening Yuan realm if consumed regularly. The Crimsonite Stingray, a second-tier spirit fish, can help one achieve a perfect breakthrough in body tempering to the Kaiyuan realm. The Cloud Pattern Cod, a second-tier spirit fish, can heal injuries. The Frost Scale Sturgeon, a third-tier spirit fish, can increase the cultivation speed of the Qi Si realm. Yes, Lin Fan caught a third-tier spirit fish. However, there are only 15 of them. Fortunately, there are both males and females, so they can breed in the small world. Catching these fish took Lin Fan a lot of effort. After all, the combined power of more than 10 third-tier spirit fish caught in one net is terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Fan eventually defeated them and brought them back to the small world. There are many other second-order fish, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000. In addition to these, a large number of Tier 1 fish were also caught. Lin Fan kept all the first-tier spirit fish together with second-tier spirit fish, except for some that were isolated for breeding. Or rather, these first-tier spirit fish were the food that Lin Fan prepared for these second-tier spirit fish. Even the items Lin Fan bought at MixC were handled in the same way. As long as a species of fish exists, there is no possibility of these fish becoming extinct. That evening, Lin Fan treated everyone to a whole fish feast. It must be said that, regardless of its effects, the taste of the second-tier spirit fish is truly excellent. Everyone ate to their heart's content. Die. Roar. A roar filled with resentment rang out, and a Tier 3 wind chaser wolf collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Looking at the dead wind chaser wolf, Lin Fan muttered to himself, "This is the 100th Tier 3 demonic beast I've killed." After catching the spirit fish that day, Lin Fan spent 2 more days fishing and capturing monsters. This has also greatly enriched the variety of species in the small world. After that, Lin Fan began to seek out third-tier demonic beasts to hone his skills. Half a month passed in this way, and Lin Fan killed a total of 100 third-tier demonic beasts. This also greatly improved Lin Fan's combat experience. Of course, besides the battles, Lin Fan also obtained a lot of spiritual herbs. He transplanted them all into the small world. Whether it's something that enhances strength or contains deadly poison, Lin Fan accepts it all. Poisonous elixirs can also be used to refine many good things. Chapter 43: The First Harvest on the Return Journey, Purple Peach. We've achieved our goal of coming out, it's time to go back. Lin Fan was very satisfied with what he had gained this time. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Fan decided to continue his journey at dawn the next day.
He has now traveled 300,000 miles deep into the mountains, and traveling at night is not very safe.
If a fourth-tier demonic beast suddenly appears, that would be troublesome. Afterwards, Lin Fan put the Wind Chaser Wolf into his storage space and disappeared from the spot.
A third-tier demonic beast is worth a lot of spirit stones, so Lin Fan naturally wouldn't waste it.
Of course, Lin Fan wouldn't sell them.
Although he was well fed, he still had so many people under his command, so he could use them to improve their strength. During this period, Lin Fan provided an endless supply of monster meat. Li Han and the other 10 girls with top-grade yellow-level aptitude have already advanced to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. The rest were also upgraded to the mid-Kaiyuan period. Even the 150 maids who joined later have all broken through to the Kaiyuan realm. There was nothing they could do. Lin Fan provided so many resources. They could eat as much third-tier monster meat as they wanted. No servant in any other power in the 100 Kingdoms received such treatment. With so many resources available, if they still don't break through, they'd really have to kill themselves by banging their heads against a block of tofu. They all broke through, not to mention Luo Yiran and the others, who have all now broken through to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Lin Fan can help them break through to the Qi Si realm at any time, as long as he is willing. However, Lin Fan planned to let them consolidate their cultivation for a period of time and not rush to breakthrough.
Not only that, they finally got pregnant again during this time. This includes the newly joined Su Qingyuan and Su Qingluan.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as Lin Fan returned to the small world, the purple lightning sable jumped into his arms. Half a month has passed in the main world, and 2.5 months have passed in the small world.
After spending so much time together, the purple lightning sable is now very affectionate towards Lin Fan.
That makes sense. Lin Fan has plenty of food and medicine here.
With such sweet-coated bullets, subduing a tiny monster cub would be a piece of cake. You little weasel, I'm taking you out tomorrow. Remember to find me treasure.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
The purple lightning sable nodded incessantly. Alright, let's see how good you are at finding treasure tomorrow.
Lin Fan didn't plan to fly back directly, since he wasn't in a hurry anyway. On the way back, taking a different route to search for treasure was actually more interesting. Lin Fan is now certain that the purple lightning sable's parents are no longer alive, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to release the purple lightning sable here. Every time Lin Fan asked about its parents, the purple electric sable's expression was very sad, which was enough to show that the purple electric sable's parents were no longer alive. Now that its parents are gone, Lin Fan no longer needs to worry about 6th-tier demonic beasts coming to his door. As a cub of a 6th-tier demon beast, the purple lightning sable is highly intelligent, currently equivalent to the intelligence of a 6-year-old child, except that it cannot speak.
Once its strength reaches the 5th rank, it will be able to speak.
For a demon beast to transform into human form, it must reach the 9th rank, equivalent to the saint realm of a martial artist.
After spending 2.5 days in the small world, dawn broke in the main world.
After greeting everyone, Lin Fan appeared in the Million Mountains with the purple lightning sable.
Little guy, I'm getting going. If you come across anything good, remember to let me know.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Oh, I forgot you can't squeak, you can only chirp chirp.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, the purple lightning sable protested to Lin Fan.
Okay, I'm just teasing you. Let's go.
With that, Lin Fan flew into the air with the purple lightning sable. However, Lin Fan did not fly very high, nor was his speed fast. Otherwise, even if there were good things, the purple lightning sable wouldn't be able to detect them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The purple lightning sable sent a message after only a quarter of an hour of flying.
You found something so quickly?
I'd like to see how good your treasure hunting skills are. Then, guided by the purple lightning sable, Lin Fan arrived at a spirit fruit tree. Roar! Before Lin Fan could get close, a roar came from above.
Soon, a leopard-like monster appeared in front of Lin Fan.
Then he looked at Lin Fan with a wary expression. Clearly, it could sense that Lin Fan was not someone to be trifled with. But this spirit fruit tree belongs to it, and it absolutely will not allow this human to take it away. Lin Fan had the system investigate, and the information about the monster appeared in his mind. Race, Rift Leopard. Potential, Tier 3. Strength, Tier 3. Too ordinary, not worth cultivating. Lin Fan abandoned the idea of making a capture.
If we want to take the spirit fruit tree, we'll have to kill it.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seemingly sensing Lin Fan's thoughts, the purple lightning sable also looked at the rending wind leopard with a provocative expression. Although it was only at the second tier in strength, as a sixth tier monster cub, it was not afraid of the Riftwind leopard. Moreover, with Lin Fan by its side, it had even less to fear. Roar! The Gale leopard roared again, attempting to scare Lin Fan away. Who is Lin Fan? How could he possibly be scared away by it? Thunderclap finger. Lin Fan took the initiative, not the other way around. He unleashed a thunderclap finger strike directly at the rending wind leopard. In an instant, a powerful finger force flew towards the rift leopard. Although the Gale leopard was on guard, it was still injured in an instant. Roar! The rending wind leopard roared in pain and began to fight back against Lin Fan. The rending wind leopard is a speed-type monster, and it appeared beside Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, it slapped a claw at Lin Fan. Such an attack speed would only leave a blur in the eyes of most people. But it was different in Lin Fan's eyes. He could easily track its trajectory. Lin Fan countered with a move called the overlapping wave palm. Bump! The two attacks collided, and the rending wind leopard was instantly sent flying thousands of meters, crashing into a large grove of towering trees. Without hesitation, Lin Fan pressed his advantage. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared beside the rift leopard and struck it with another palm strike. Roar! The rending wind leopard let out its final roar. With a loud boom, the Gale leopard completely lost its breath. With Lin Fan's current strength, a third-tier demon beast wouldn't last long against him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing the wind splitter leopard die, the purple lightning sable cried out excitedly. Little one, go see what your treasure is all about. With that, Lin Fan put away the corpse of the rift leopard. Then, in a flash, he appeared next to the spirit fruit tree. This spirit fruit tree is very large, estimated to be over 6 meters tall, and it bears more than 100 purple fruits the size of cantaloupes. It looks a lot like a peach. Variety, purple blossom peach. Grade, top grade mystic. Effect, allows divine platform realm martial artists to recover their yuan power in a short time, also used for brewing wine. Little guy, you're doing great. I didn't expect it to be a top grade Shin level spirit fruit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The purple lightning sable was delighted by Lin Fan's praise. Chapter 44 Brewing Spirit Wine. Next, Lin Fan transplanted the purple peach into the small world. These purple peaches are not yet ripe, otherwise this rift leopard probably wouldn't be able to hold them off. When the purple peach ripens, its fragrance attracts many nearby monsters to come and snatch it. Even a top-grade Shin level spiritual fruit would be very attractive to a 6th-order demon beast. If the rift leopard can hold out and then eat these spiritual fruits, it has a high chance of breaking through its racial limits and becoming a 4th-tier demon beast. Little guy, let's continue. Hopefully, we'll have even greater success next time. With that, Lin Fan picked up the purple lightning sable and set off again. Another month passed in this way. Lin Fan finally left the Million Mountains and returned to Tianfeng City. This month has been very fruitful. With the help of the purple lightning sable, they found quite a few top-grade spiritual herbs of the light profound level. It contains top-grade Shin level spiritual herbs such as Soul Gathering Grass, 7-Star Grass, Dragon Blood Vine, Mystic Ice Lotus, Moon Soul Flower, Crimson Marrow Ganoderma, and Dew Gathering Vine. There is also a Crimson Sun Fruit Tree, which has also reached the Shin level top grade. This is all thanks to the purple lightning sable, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lin Fan to find these spiritual herbs. Besides these, quite a few other low-level ones were also found. This trip to the mountains was very rewarding. Lin Fan used 200 square kilometers of land in his small world just to capture and keep the monsters. Lin Fan also transplanted a large number of trees onto this land. These are not ordinary trees, even the lowest grade is medium grade yellow. As for these demonic beasts, Lin Fan suppressed their power, allowing them to only unleash the strength of first-tier demonic beasts. Otherwise, if a second-tier demonic beast suddenly goes berserk one day, it could cause great losses. If its strength is controlled to the first tier, its destructive power will not be so great. As for the remaining 100 square kilometers, Lin Fan has already built many houses there. Of course, not all 100 square kilometers have been built with houses. The houses currently being built are enough to house 100,000 people. They are all small courtyard houses, each covering an area of 200 square meters, with 4 rooms in each courtyard, which can accommodate 4 people. Before coming to the Baiwan Mountains, Lin Fan had arranged for so many people to go out and gather qualified children. He definitely wanted to take advantage of the resources he had now and build the houses first.
As for the materials used to build the house, Lin Fan encountered a large patch of top-grade yellow-level hemlock wood on his way back. The hardness of these hemlocks surpasses that of steel in the previous life, and their diameter is over 2 meters. Fortunately, Lin Fan was omnipotent in the small world, so it did not delay Lin Fan from building the house. This patch of hemlock was discovered 30,000 li away in the Baiwan Mountains. Many martial artists could only watch helplessly when they encountered this, because they couldn't transport it back. Their storage bags are only so big that they're full if you put a tree in them. It wouldn't be worthwhile to carry them back one by one, as this place is too far from Tianfeng City. It would be more worthwhile to kill some monsters instead of spending this time on this. Although those dynasties had large flying ships, they also required a large amount of elemental stones to operate, which was not cost-effective. Flying boats are generally used in wars between nations to transport troops, and they wouldn't be wasted on something like this. Since others could only watch helplessly as these spirit trees fell into the laps, they naturally benefited Lin Fan. Not only that, any beautiful plants they encountered became part of the greenery on the island in the center of Lin Fan's little world. They were all of yellow grade or higher. Lin Fan no longer considered anything lower grade. The island in the middle of the lake in this small world has now been transformed by Lin Fan into a paradise. Flowers, trees, fruits, and vegetables, everything you could want was there. The area planted with medicinal herbs has reached 2,000 mu. Looking at the changes in the small world, Lin Fan could only sigh, this trip was worthwhile. After being busy for so long, Lin Fan planned to stay in Tianfeng City for a few more days before returning to Wanxiang City. He had been away for almost 2 months. Although the maid he had sent out on a mission had not yet contacted him, she must have already made some progress. "Husband, would you like to go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Tianfeng City?" Su Qinghuan suggested to Lin Fan. "Alright, Qinghuan, what do you know about the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Tianfeng City? Since we're here, it wouldn't be bad to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion sometime. If there's a suitable one, he has to accept it." "I don't know much about that, I only know that the host has the strength of the Purple Mansion realm." As a woman and a rogue cultivator, Su Qinghuan naturally didn't pay much attention to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Lin Fan was not surprised to learn that the host possessed the strength of the Purple Mansion realm. After all 5 major forces here have experts at the Purple Mansion realm, so 100 Flowers Pavilion naturally needs to arrange for a Purple Mansion realm expert to be stationed here. His strength must have reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, otherwise he wouldn't be able to suppress these forces. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan began preparing the brewing tools. Yes, Lin Fan is preparing to brew wine. When Lin Fan took Su Qinghuan as a concubine, he obtained 500 Xian grade yuan stones and the inheritance of a Xian level superior brewer. As for Su Qingyuan, Lin Fan obtained 500 Xian grade yuan stones and the inheritance of a Xian level high grade alchemist. After Lin Fan accepted these 2 inheritances, he is now not only a top grade Xian level alchemist, but also a top grade Xian level winemaker. He has so much crescent shaped rice, using it to brew spirit wine would only make him more profitable. 1 pound of top grade yellow crescent shaped rice costs 1 yuan stone. However, a pound of top grade yellow spirit wine can cost over 100 yuan stones, and some are even worth several hundred yuan stones, and they are still in short supply. 1 pound of crescent-shaped rice can be used to brew approximately 1.5 pounds of premium spirit wine. Of course, some elixirs would definitely need to be added. However, Lin Fan calculated the cost and found that 1 gene of spirit wine only cost about 2 yuan stones. That's a 50-fold profit, not bad compared to alchemy. Moreover, the effects of spirit wine of the same grade are no less than those of elixirs, not to mention that spirit wine does not have the toxicity of elixirs. However, one needs to drink a lot of spirit wine to achieve the same effect as elixirs, so elixirs still have an advantage. Finally, with Su Qinghuan's help, Lin Fan spent 2 days successfully creating a set of brewing tools. Next, Lin Fan prepared all the brewing materials and began his first brewing session. And so, for the next few days, the aroma of steamed crescent-shaped rice filled the small world. The maids were all here helping out. Finally finished. Now we just have to wait for it to ferment. For this brewing, Lin Fan used 100,000 gene of crescent-shaped rice. 5 varieties were brewed, all of which are top-grade yellow wines. Lin Fan also gave it 5 names: Moonlight Brew, Frost Elixir, Azure Intoxication, Burning Heart Dew, and Drunken Star Brew. These 5 types of wine have similar effects, all of which can increase cultivation speed. The only difference is their taste. There are those with low prescriptions and those with high prescriptions. As for how it will taste, we'll only know once it's brewed. Although it was his first time brewing wine, Lin Fan was not worried that the brewing would fail. Because he is not only a top-grade Xian level brewer, but also the master of the small world. Compared to other winemakers, Lin Fan still has a significant advantage. Within the small world, he can precisely control the fermentation temperature, allowing it to reach its most perfect state. As for the higher grade Xian level spirit wine, we'll have to wait. The Xian level spiritual fruits in the small world are not yet ripe. Therefore, it will take some time before we can brew the Xian grade spirit wine. Chapter 4500 Flowers Pavilion, Zhang Wanqing. Lin Fan has been busy brewing wine these days. Su Qingwan was also busy making vessels for holding wine. These utensils are as transparent as glass bottles from a previous life. Although it hasn't reached the yellow level yet, it's much harder than the glass bottle from my previous life. It won't break even if it's dropped on the ground. Unless the martial artist throws the opponent with force. The designs include large vats for storing spirit wine, each capable of holding over 1,000 kilograms. They also come in 1 Gene 500G bottles, and 5 Gene 2.5 kilograms and 10 Gene 5 kilograms jars, which makes them convenient for future sales. Because there were many people helping out, the refining process was very quick. Many maids who were interested in weapon crafting were learning from Su Qingwan. The same goes for Su Qingyuan. Many people interested in alchemy are also learning from her. Even Luo Yiran and many of her friends are interested in alchemy. They've been staying in their little world, but they still want to find something to do. Lin Fan fully supports this. As for pregnancy maintenance, there's no need to worry. We are all martial artists, so as long as it's not a life or death battle, there's no need to worry about problems with the fetus. The day after finishing brewing, Lin Fan left the small world and arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Tianfeng City. In the early stages, if you want to quickly increase your strength, you need to take more concubines. The 100 Flowers building here is much more magnificent than the one in Mixi, with 5 floors. Its land area is more than 10 times that of Mixi. This also filled Lin Fan with anticipation for this place. At the same time, the strength that Lin Fan displayed at this moment was at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm. Lin Fan knew the rules of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. All girls who have reached the Xian level or above have the right to make their own choices. If he reveals too little strength, probably not many people will be willing to follow him. They're not stupid. If they can't live as well as they do at the 100 Flowers brothel after getting married, they might as well stay there. If you perform well, you can even become the head of a branch. Of course, the competition for the original poster is still very fierce. Even if you are the original poster in a small city, there are many people vying to go there. As soon as Lin Fan entered the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a matchmaker came to greet him. Young master, welcome to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. I am Xuanning, the matchmaker here. If there's anything you need, young master, please tell me. As Xuanning spoke, she was also sizing up Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan only had the strength of the early stage of Qi-Si realm, she had a feeling that the man in front of her was extraordinary. Although she didn't know why she had this thought, she still trusted her intuition. At this moment, with the help of the system, Xuanning's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name, Xuanning. Age, 61. Qualification, top grade Xian level. Strength, mid-stage Qi-Si realm. Affiliation, 100 Flowers Pavilion. Affection level, 30, nice to meet you. Lin Fan was somewhat amazed, not expecting that a matchmaker from the 100 Flowers Pavilion would have reached the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. There are quite a few matchmakers here, and presumably the other matchmakers also possess the strength of the Qi-Si realm. Moreover, at only 61 years old, there is still a lot of room for improvement. 61 years old may seem old, but compared to the 500-year lifespan of the Qi-Si realm, 61 years old is still quite young. Xuanning's appearance also remains around 20 years old. Xuanning, could you introduce the girls here to me? I want to know how good their cultivation aptitude is. Yes, young master. Xuanning had just felt that Lin Fan had seen through her, which surprised her greatly. But now is not the time to think about these things. Young master, the girls here, even the least qualified ones, are all top grade yellow level. The highest level is the Xian grade top tier, but there aren't many. There are only 3 people with Xian grade top tier aptitude. There are more people at other levels. The prices, from lowest to highest, are 100 yellow grade yuan stones, 200 black grade yuan stones, 500 black grade yuan stones, 1000 black grade yuan stones, and 2000 black grade yuan stones. Their strengths are respectively, body tempering realm, bone forging stage, early stage of opening Yuan realm, middle stage of opening Yuan realm, late stage of opening Yuan realm, and perfect stage of opening Yuan realm. The higher their qualifications, the stronger they are. Of course, for girls with Xian level or higher aptitude, you will need to win them over, young master.
We will not force them to do so.
It has to be said that the price of Xian level aptitude is really expensive. A top grade Xian level aptitude requires 2,000 Xian grade Yuan stones, which is equivalent to 200,000 Huang grade Yuan stones. Of course, if Lin Fan were to exchange 2,000 Xian grade Yuan stones for Huang grade Yuan stones, he would probably be willing to exchange them for 400,000 Huang grade Yuan stones. But it's alright, Lin Fan didn't lose out. If he takes a girl with top-tier Xian level aptitude as a concubine, he can obtain 1,000 Xian level Yuan stones and a top-tier Xian level resource, or an inheritance. If he has another child, even if the child only has the highest grade Xian level aptitude, he can still recoup his investment in spirit stones. You'll also earn 2 more top-tier Xian level resources or inheritances.
Xuanning, I'd like to see those 3 girls with top-tier Xian level aptitude first.
Yes, young master, please wait a moment, I'll make the arrangements right away. After a while, Xuanning came over again. Young master, please follow me.
You will need to meet with them one by one. Lin Fan nodded and followed Xuanning upstairs. Soon, we arrived at the door of a room. Young master, it's up to you now. I'll be waiting for you outside. After you come out, I'll take you to see the next one.
Lin Fan nodded, then knocked on the door.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
Please come in. With a creak, Lin Fan pushed the door open and went in, then quickly closed it again. At this moment, a girl dressed in a red robe was sitting at the tea table in the room. As for appearance, there's no need to worry.
There are absolutely no ordinary-looking women in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, they are all impeccably beautiful. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the young woman immediately stood up.
Then, smiling, she greeted Lin Fan, "Please have a seat, young master."
"You're too kind, young lady."
As he spoke, Lin Fan sat down opposite her. At this moment, the system also transmitted the girl's information into his mind.
Name, Jiang Wanqing. Age, 30.
Qualification, top-tier mystic grade.
Realm, perfected opening origin realm. Favorability, 35.
Reaching the peak of the Kaiyuan realm at the age of 30 is indeed quite impressive.
It can only be said that Baiwala will invest some money to cultivate those with good aptitude.
It would be impossible to cultivate someone to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm by the age of 30 without cultivation resources worth tens of thousands of yellow grade Yuan stones.
After Lin Fan sat down, Jiang Wanqing poured him a cup of tea. "Young master, please have some tea." "Thanks." Lin Fan accepted the tea and expressed his gratitude.
"Young master, my name is Jiang Wanqing.
May I ask how you should address me?" After Jiang Wanqing finished speaking, her big eyes kept scrutinizing Lin Fan.
"My name is Lin Fan, Lin meaning 2 trees and Fan meaning ordinary."
Lin Fan wasn't bothered by Jiang Wanqing's scrutiny, he was also scrutinizing her.
They were essentially on a blind date, so naturally they needed to carefully observe each other.
Chapter 46, Returning to Vientiane City. After a while, Jiang Wanqing spoke. "Young Master Lin, have you come here to find a concubine, or something else?" "It is indeed to find a concubine. I have just established a family and need to continue the bloodline.
And my goal in coming here this time isn't just to find one person." Lin Fan was very direct. If it worked out, he would take the person away. If it didn't, he wouldn't lose anything.
Jiang Wanqing was surprised to hear that Lin Fan had established a family.
She thought Lin Fan was the kind of rich young master, but she never expected him to be the head of a family. This identity alone was enough to make her somewhat tempted. Being able to establish a family means that, in terms of ability, they are stronger than the young masters of those powerful families in Tianfeng City. In terms of status, the concubines of the head of the household had a higher status than the concubines of the young masters. Moreover, Lin Fan was the founder of the family, which means that Lin Fan is the eldest in the family. Even if she is just a concubine, only Lin Fan and the legal wife will have a higher status in the family than her.
With the identity now appropriate, the next issue is cultivation resources. "Young Master Lin, if I follow you, I wonder if you will continue to provide me with cultivation resources?" Jiang Wanqing directly asked the question that worried her the most.
"You can rest assured about this, Miss Jiang. I will not be stingy with my woman, and I will continue to provide her with cultivation resources."
For Lin Fan, the one thing he has in abundance right now is cultivation resources.
Alright, then I'm willing to follow young Master Lin. Lin Fan looked at her with some surprise. Miss Jiang, you've made up your mind so quickly? Aren't you going to ask any other questions? There's nothing else to ask. Not to mention that young Master Lin is already at the Qi Si realm and is the head of a family. It's already an honor for me to follow you. Besides, young Master Lin has already promised to continue providing me with cultivation resources, so what more could I ask for? At this point, Jiang Wanqing paused for a moment, then asked with a teasing expression, or is it that young Master Lin doesn't fancy me? It's not that I didn't like it, I just didn't expect it to be so simple. It's a bit beyond my expectations. Since Miss Jiang has agreed, I will take you away in a moment. That was his purpose in coming here. Now that they've agreed, what else is there for him to hesitate about? Alright, then I'll wait here for you, young master. I'm afraid you'll have to spend money on me later. To be honest, 2,000 Xian grade yuan stones is a huge sum of money for Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing felt a pang of heartache at the thought of how many spirit stones Lin Fan would have to spend to redeem her. Miss Jiang, there's no question of spending money, it's worth it for me. Miss Jiang, please wait here for me. I still need to go and see the others. Yes, young master, you can go ahead and get busy. After watching Lin Fan leave, Jiang Wanqing was filled with anticipation for the future. In fact, Jiang Wanqing was betting on Lin Fan's future. Even if she loses the bet, it's okay, she won't lose out by following Lin Fan anyway. Having finally found a promising prospect, how could she possibly let him go? If she rejects Lin Fan, whether she stays at the 100 Flowers brothel or marries into another powerful family as a concubine, her future achievements will probably stop at the Qi Si realm. As for the Purple Mansion realm, don't even think about it. There are only a handful of experts of that level in Tianfeng City. To break through to the Purple Mansion realm, talent alone is not enough. It will require a lot of cultivation resources and high-quality cultivation techniques to achieve this. Following Lin Fan, she too was able to break through to the Qi Si realm. Although the treatment of the two seems similar, there are actually significant differences. Even as a concubine, she would hold a relatively high position in Lin Fan's newly established family. In the entire family, only Lin Fan, his legal wife, and her children have a higher status than her. Living in this kind of family, she didn't have to live a subservient life, nor did she have to worry about offending anyone in the family she couldn't afford to offend. But the big powers are different. They seem to have more cultivation resources and are richer than newly established families like Lin Fan's. No matter how many resources she has, she will never be a concubine of a young master. Therefore, the cultivation resources obtained at that time may not be as much as those obtained by Lin Fan. At the same time, the relationships within powerful forces are complex and intertwined with numerous factions. She might die one day from a conspiracy. Between the two, following Lin Fan is the most suitable option. Next, under Xuanning's guidance, Lin Fan met the other two people. They are Lu Zhixia and Xin Ruotang. Both of them were the same age as Jiang Wanqing, 30 years old, and their strength was also at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. In the end, they made the same choice as Jiang Wanqing. They were all willing to follow Lin Fan. Anyone who isn't stupid knows how to make the right choice. Having finally encountered a promising prospect like Lin Fan, they naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. After selecting 3 people, the tablet felt a bit of a headache. He currently only has 11,697 Xian grade yuan stones. Jiang Wanqing and the other 2 need 6,000, so after deducting that, he has 5,697 left. If Lin Fan were to choose 5 high-grade Xian level stones, he would be in a dilemma. Sigh, I don't have enough Xian grade yuan stones. Although I still have 700 D grade yuan stones, it's not a good time to take them out now. Earth grade elemental stones can only be used by those at the divine power realm or above. If he takes them out now, he'll probably attract unwanted attention. Forget it, let's pick another 25 girls with low-grade Xian level aptitude and 100 girls with top-grade Huang level aptitude. In the end, Lin Fan spent 11,000 Xian grade yuan stones and 10,000 Huang grade yuan stones. They took away 3 girls with top-grade Xian level aptitude, 25 girls with low-grade Xian level aptitude, and 200 girls with top-grade Huang level aptitude. Yes, there are 200, because the extra 100 were given by Bai Walu. For a major client like Lin Fan, Bai Walu naturally wants to cultivate a closer relationship with him. 10,000 yellow grade yuan stones are pitifully few compared to 11,000 black grade yuan stones. After returning to the former residence of Su Qingluan and her sister, Lin Fan took them into his small world. When they arrived in the small world, Jiang Wanqing and the others' expressions were remarkably similar to those of Luo Ran and the others back then. Lin Fan smiled and then handed the matter over to Luo Ran and the others to handle. It's also a good opportunity for them to get to know each other. He himself returned to the main world, preparing to go back to the city of myriad things. Without breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, Lin Fan had no intention of entering the Million Mountains again. 5 hours later, Lin Fan traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and returned to Wanxiang City. It was already dark, but people were still coming and going outside the city gate. Darkness has no effect on martial artists. After being away for more than 2 months, I'm finally back. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan headed towards the city gate. Lin Fan could actually fly straight home with his strength, no one would notice if he did. But he decided to walk back anyway, since he wasn't in a hurry. Chapter 47 Patriarch, shall I serve you tonight? Hey, have you heard? The Mu family of Changning City was actually wiped out by the other 3 major families in conjunction with the Firecloud sect. What? There's such a thing? What exactly happened? The old patriarch of the Mu family was a powerful expert in the mid-stage of the Qixi realm, and he was wiped out like that? What exactly happened? Why did these 4 major forces join forces to destroy the Mu family? Alas, it is said that the young sect leader of the Firecloud sect took a fancy to the twin beauties of the Mu family patriarch. After being rejected, he became enraged and joined forces with the 3 major families to wipe out the Mu family. Then the Firecloud sect is truly despicable. Who says otherwise? This young sect leader of the Firecloud sect is said to be no good person. All the women who married him before died tragically. Is this young sect leader of the Firecloud sect so ruthless that he's some kind of evil cultivator? Who knows? It's just a pity for the Mu family all 100,000 members of their clan were slaughtered. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Fan heard passers-by discussing the destruction of the Mu family. This happened almost 10 months ago, and it's only now that it's reached here? However, considering that this place is tens of thousands of miles away from Changning City, and that Wanxiang City is located in a remote area with few outside martial artists, it would indeed take a lot of time for news to get here. Even if the major families in Wanxiang City knew about this beforehand, they wouldn't dare to talk about it outside. The 3 major families of Changning City and the Huoyan sect are not people they can afford to offend. Humph, I'll let you live a little longer. Once your Shui and Shiryu's child is born, that will be your death day. He naturally wanted to avenge his woman. Now, he has the power to take revenge. Ignoring the discussions, Lin Fan quickly returned to his home in Vientiane City. The patriarch has returned. Several maids rushed to greet Lin Fan when they saw him return. We greet the patriarch. Before leaving, Lin Fan left 5 maids at home to look after the house. They were naturally very excited to see Lin Fan return. They really missed cultivating in the small world after so long. Especially considering the strength of the sisters inside, it's probably far beyond theirs. However, they had no complaints, because everything they had was given to them by Lin Fan. They wouldn't hesitate at all if it was a task given to them by Lin Fan. Thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the 5 people immediately shook their heads. Patriarch, please don't say that. This is what we should do. Besides, we're just looking after the house, it's not like we're working hard. You, the head of the family, have worked the hardest. They have genuine respect for Lin Fan, and he is their pillar of support. Seeing them fawning over him, Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Alright, stop bickering. Now come back to the small world with me, and you can focus on your cultivation from now on. The others have all broken through to the opening origin realm or above, you all need to work harder. But don't worry, I will provide you with ample cultivation resources so that you can break through to the Kaiyuan realm in a short time. Don't worry, Patriarch, we will definitely work hard in our cultivation and will never let you down. Lin Fan nodded, then led the 5 people back to the small world. Nearly 2.5 days had passed in the small world during the time Lin Fan was traveling back. After such a long time, Jiang Wanqing and the others have gained a pretty good understanding of the small world. At this moment, deep down, they were incredibly grateful for their previous choice. They previously thought Lin Fan was a promising prospect, someone they could entrust their lives to. Now that they understand Lin Fan's true potential, they realize that he is more than just a promising talent. At this moment, in their hearts, Lin Fan was the reincarnation of the great emperor. To become a concubine of such a person is perhaps a blessing they earned in their past lives. Now, their favorability ratings have all reached the required level, and they have all been branded by the family's sacred tree. When they saw Lin Fan appear in the small world, they hurriedly came over to greet him.
Greetings, patriarch.
Alright, we're all family, no need to be so polite.
Yes, master. Are you all getting used to life inside?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
Of course I'm used to it, this place is simply a paradise. How could they not be used to living in such a nice place?
They wish they could stay here forever.
You'll get used to it.
This is the true ancestral land of our Lin family, and you will all live here from now on.
Of course, if you want to go out and see the world, just tell me. Once the clan's territory outside is established, we can choose to live there. Yes, master, we understand. As for living outside, they don't want to. With such a good environment for cultivation, who would want to live outside? Taking a stroll outside when you have some free time is no problem. Alright, everyone, you can all leave now. I have something to take care of. Yes, master.
In the end, only Jiang Wanqing, Lu Zhixia, and Shen Ruotang remained.
Seeing that the three of them were still there, Lin Fan asked with some doubt, "Is there anything else you three need?" The three exchanged a glance, and then Jiang Wanqing spoke, "Patriarch, would you like to serve me in bed tonight?"
"If you're ready, of course there's no problem."
How could Lin Fan possibly refuse such a good opportunity?
Jiang Wanqing and the other two smiled when they saw Lin Fan agree, "Patriarch, we are ready." The three of them weren't stupid, they knew they had to do this as soon as possible.
Although Lin Fan doesn't distinguish between big and small, those ranked higher definitely have an advantage. Since everything is ready, then it's settled.
Lin Fan didn't care what they thought, it didn't affect him anyway.
Oh, and remember to call me husband from now on. Yes, my husband. Let's go, I'll take you to see the spirit wine I brewed, and you can taste it while you're at it.
The spirit wine has been fermenting in the small world for many days, and now it is ready.
It's time to separate the wine from the lees.
Upon hearing that they could drink the spirit wine, the three of them's eyes lit up, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Then he quickly caught up with Lin Fan's pace. The three of them had already heard from Luo Yiran and the others about Lin Fan brewing spirit wine. Unexpectedly, they were the first to taste the spirit wine. Soon, the three of them appeared at the place where the spirit wine was fermenting. At this moment, the entire space was filled with the aroma of wine, making people involuntarily intoxicated by it.
Husband, this smells amazing. It smells really good, let's try the taste.
As he spoke, Lin Fan opened the seal on a wine jar. As the seal on the wine jar was opened, the aroma of the wine became even more intense. Next, Lin Fan took out a wine container and dispensed a serving of drinks. Then pour it into a white jade cup.
The jade green wine, with its shimmering light and ethereal aura, looked exceptionally appetizing. Chapter 48 Delicious Spirit Brew. Would you like to try some?
Lin Fan asked the three of them. Although the three of them really wanted to try it now, mainly because the spirit wine was too tempting, they ultimately shook their heads.
Husband, you should try it first. This was the first spirit wine brewed by their husbands, there was no reason for them to drink it first.
If other people find out, it would be bad if they started having opinions about them.
Lin Fan nodded, not forcing them.
Lin Fan picked up the white jade cup, took a small sip, and was immediately captivated by the flavor. The drink was icy cold on his palate, like moonlight condensed into ice dew, followed by a warm current flowing into his body, making him feel exceptionally comfortable.
Excellent wine. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim. This is the best wine he has ever tasted.
The wine this child just brewed will probably taste even better if it's stored for a while longer.
Come on, you guys have some too. Yes, my husband.
The three of them were already impatient. After taking a small sip, they were all captivated by the taste of the wine. Even their cultivation levels had subtly improved. If they drink a cup every day, it probably won't be long before they break through to the Qi Si realm.
Husband, this wine is so delicious, I wonder what it's called. I'll name this wine Moonlight Brew. Moonlight Brew. What a beautiful name. It suits Ninth Master perfectly. By the way, husband, are you going to separate these drinks next? Yes.
Then you go ahead with your work, my husband.
We'll head back and get ready. All right.
By the way, here are 3 top-grade yellow-level breakthrough pills that can help you break through to the Qi Si realm.
Go and break through first. Husband, is this really for us?
At this moment, all 3 of their voices trembled slightly. This is a top-grade breakthrough pill, and they obtained it just like that? It's like a dream. Previously, when they heard about the supreme breakthrough pill, they could only envy it and never longed to obtain such a pill because it was too rare. The Treasure Pavilion in Tianfeng City only offers 2 top-grade yellow-level breakthrough pills for sale each year. Although Baibauj only sells 5,000 yellow-grade yuan stones, it never raises the price. This price is not a burden for most martial artists at the Kaiyuan realm. How could such a rare elixir be something that ordinary forces could possibly buy? Every year, these 2 pills fall into the hands of those major powers. Ordinary martial artists don't even have the chance to see a top-grade breakthrough pill. They were all known by name but never seen. The price has already been driven up to 100,000 yuan per yellow-grade zirconia stone, and some people are even willing to pay 200,000 yuan. However, these major powers are not short of these spirit stones, so naturally they will not sell them. Each pill represents the birth of a Qi Si realm cultivator. Although success is not guaranteed, the probability of failure is very small. For forces at the Purple Mansion realm, this is something that enhances their family's foundation, so how could they possibly sell it? Only the 100 Treasures Pavilion in the Land of 100 Kingdoms has the strength to offer such items for sale. Seeing that the others didn't want to accept it, Lin Fan waved his hand. Alright, didn't Iran and the others tell you that I can refine pills? It's just 3 yellow-grade pills, you don't need to worry about it too much, it's nothing to me. If it weren't for the fact that Xin-grade spiritual herbs aren't yet mature, I could even refine Xin-grade pills. You are now my women. I've seen you've been stuck at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm for a long time, so naturally I'll lend you a hand. Actually, there was one more thing Lin Fan didn't say: the stronger they were, the more benefits he would receive during dual cultivation. Perhaps he can take this opportunity to break through to the Qi Si realm perfection. Husband. The 3 of them were so moved that their eyes were red, and they didn't know what to say. Alright, you 2 hurry up and take the pills to cultivate. I want to hear the good news of your breakthroughs after we're done here. Don't worry, my husband, we definitely won't let you down. As they spoke, the 3 solemnly accepted the pills from Lin Fan's hands. After they left, Lin Fan began to process the spirit wine. Lin Fan tried all 5 flavors and they all tasted great. I don't know if it's because it's brewed with spiritual liquid, but the effect is much better than what's mentioned in the tradition. Meanwhile, each of these 5 types of spirit wine has a production volume of 20,000 jin 10,000 kilograms. As for the separated lees, Lin Fan plans to use them for distillation, and the resulting product will be a high-proof spirit liquor. He did what he wanted to do. He had already built the distillation equipment beforehand. Next, Lin Fan mixed the separated lees with the husks of the crescent-shaped rice. Then begin steaming or boiling it. Once the temperature rises, the alcohol will start to flow out. The boiler that Lin Fan built was very large, and it only took 5 distillations to complete all the lees. In the end, Lin Fan obtained 2,000 jin of distilled spirit wine. Lin Fan took a sip. The liquor had a high alcohol content, but it was refreshingly cool and didn't burn at all. However, this spirit wine has a strong aftereffect. Even someone at the Qi Si realm would likely fall into a deep sleep after drinking a pound of it. As for its effects, it helps to increase the speed of a martial artist's training. For martial artists at the Qi Si realm, drinking a small cup before cultivation can refresh their minds and help them quickly enter a state of cultivation. The effects of this practice are 1.5 times greater than before, and can last for about an hour. If one is at the Kaiyuan realm, they can only drink a small sip, but their cultivation speed can be twice as fast as before. If word gets out about this effect, it will definitely cause martial artists to scramble for it. As for those in the body tempering realm, they are not suitable to drink it. Even a little bit will make them drunk. Finally, Lin Fan named it Immortal's Intoxication. Now that I've finished my business, it's time to go check on Wanqing and the others. Several hours have passed. They must have successfully broken through by now. With that, Lin Fan stored all the wine in the wine cellar he had built earlier. The longer these spirit wines are stored, the better they will taste. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan took some moon essence wine, put it in his storage space, and then headed to Jiang Wanqing's residence. As the ruler of the small world, Lin Fan naturally knew exactly where the 3 of them lived. My husband, you've come. Jiang Wanqing smiled happily when she saw Lin Fan arrive. Not bad, you've broken through to the Qi Si realm. Jiang Wanqing had only recently broken through, and her aura was still somewhat unstable, which Lin Fan noticed immediately. This is all thanks to the pills you gave me, my husband. If I had to cultivate on my own, it would probably have taken me several more years. By the way, my husband, I just made a few dishes.
Would you like to try my cooking?
Really? Since you cooked it yourself, I'd love to try it. Jiang Wanqing was naturally very happy to see Lin Fan agree so readily.
Husband, let's go eat first.
As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing took Lin Fan's hand and walked towards her room. Chapter 49, Receives System Rewards Again. Upon arriving at Jiang Wanqing's room, Lin Fan saw that 5 dishes and a soup had already been laid out on the dining table. The dishes were still steaming hot, clearly indicating they had been prepared recently. The dishes on the table were plentiful, including spirit fish, monster meat, and vegetables, which looked very appetizing. After the two sat down, Lin Fan took out a pot of spirit wine.
Evening Star, I brought some moonlight wine. Shall we have some together? Okay, we definitely need to have some drinks tonight.
As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing poured a glass for each of them.
Husband, let's have a cup of nuptial wine.
Jiang Wanqing said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Fan. Once they drank the nuptial wine, they were truly a family.
Okay. How could Lin Fan possibly refuse something like this?
Seeing that Lin Fan did not refuse, Jiang Wanqing's smile deepened.
The two then drank the wine in their glasses.
Even without a ladle, using a cup works just as well after all, it's just a ritual. After a few more drinks, a blush rose on Jiang Wanqing's face, making her look even more beautiful. Although this liquor has a low alcohol content, it is not an ordinary alcoholic beverage and should not be consumed in large quantities.
My lord, we should rest now.
Jiang Wanqing said, her eyes filled with a seductive allure.
Good. Lin Fan picked up Jiang Wanqing and walked towards the bedside. My husband, please have mercy on me. Wanqing, don't be nervous, leave the rest to me. An
hour later, the two finished their cultivation.
My husband, I need to rest now.
You've stayed here for so long, it's time to go find Jixia and the others.
Then you should get some rest. I'll be leaving now.
Lin Fan tidied himself up, then kissed Jiang Wanqing on the forehead before leaving the room.
Before long, Lin Fan arrived at Lu Jixia's residence.
Here, Lin Fan also drank a few glasses of wine with Lu Jixia.
After another hour of cultivation, Lin Fan, urged by Lu Jixia, arrived at Shen Ruotang's residence.
After Lin Fan finished his 3rd training session, he began to check his gains for the day. He acquired 3,000 Xian grade yuan stones by taking 3 concubines. In addition, he was rewarded with an opportunity to improve his Xian level top grade aptitude, a Xian level top grade alchemist's inheritance, and an acre of Xian level top grade amethyst rice seeds. After seeing the first 2 rewards, Lin Fan already had a plan in mind.
The opportunity to improve their Xian level top grade aptitude is of little use to Luo Yiran and the others.
With him around, their qualifications will improve sooner or later. Therefore, Lin Fan plans to give this reward to Li Han. As the head housekeeper of the family, Li Han's yellow level superior aptitude is a bit lacking, so giving her the most suitable qualification is the best option. As for the inheritance of the Xian level top grade alchemist, Lin Fan plans to pass it on to Su Qingyuan. He is now a high grade Xian level alchemist, so it would be a waste for him to use this inheritance. Entrusting it to Su Qingyuan is the best choice, so that the family will have one more Xian level top grade alchemist. Lin Fan plans to plant the purple crystal rice seeds from that 1 acre of land on the island in the middle of the lake. Purple crystal rice has a relatively long growth cycle, taking 3 years to mature.
This level of spiritual rice is probably rare even in 100 countries.
Next, Lin Fan began to examine his own gains.
Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 468 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 1. Family members, 22 wives and concubines. Offspring, 7 sons, 8 daughters. Family luck, 350,000.
Strength, perfect Qi realm.
Qualification, top grade Xian level. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth.
Martial arts and movement techniques, earth grade low level thunderclap finger minor mastery, profound grade high level layered wave palm major mastery, flowing cloud sword technique major mastery, profound grade high level bamboo shadow step major mastery.
Weapon, top grade profound level blazing flame sword.
Family wealth, 700 earth grade yuan stones, 3697 black grade yuan stones, approximately 150,000 yellow grade yuan stones, and 2.75 million tons of yellow grade spirit rice. Strength of wives and concubines. Early Qi realm 5 people perfected Kaiyuan realm 17 people.
Small world area, 1,000 square kilometers. Time flow rate, 5 times that of the main world.
As Lin Fan expected, he successfully broke through to the Qi Si realm perfection, and was only one step away from the Purple Mansion realm. In addition to the improvement in his strength, his cultivation aptitude has also been raised to the upper grade of the Xian level.
The next day, Lin Fan found Su Qingyuan in the alchemy room. At this moment, Su Qingyuan was teaching some maids the basics of alchemy. "Greetings, Patriarch." The maids quickly bowed when they saw Lin Fan. "Husband, are you going to refine pills today?" Su Qingyuan asked curiously.
Lin Fan first gestured to the maids not to stand on ceremony, and then said to Su Qingyuan, "I've come to give you something nice."
Upon hearing that there was something good, Su Qingyuan immediately became interested. "Husband, stop hiding it, show it to me quickly. Why are you in such a hurry?"
Even so, Lin Fan still took out that inheritance.
"Qingyuan, this is the inheritance of a top-grade Xian level alchemist. After you use it, you will become a top-grade Xian level alchemist." "Wow, finally there's another inheritance, and it's even the alchemist inheritance I like." Su Qingyuan was very excited at this moment.
She was no stranger to this kind of tradition. Her older sister inherited this skill, which allowed her to quickly become a high-grade Xian level weapon refiner. Although she didn't know how Lin Fan did it.
But since Lin Fan didn't say anything, they wouldn't ask him about it.
In their eyes, Lin Fan was the reincarnation of an emperor.
Since he is the reincarnation of a great emperor, isn't it normal for him to have such methods? With Lin Fan's help, Su Qingyuan quickly accepted the inheritance. It will only take one day to fully digest this legacy. By then, Su Qingyuan will be a true Xian level top-grade alchemist. Seeing that Su Qingyuan was still digesting the inheritance, Lin Fan instructed the maids not to disturb her.
After that, Lin Fan left the alchemy room and returned to his residence.
"Li Han, come to my place."
Lin Fan's voice was very soft, but as long as Li Han was in the small world, she could hear it. Not long after, Li Han arrived in front of Lin Fan.
"Patriarch, you wanted to see me?"
"Yes, I have an opportunity here that can elevate your aptitude to the highest level of the profound rank." To be honest, Li Han was shocked by this news. To her surprise, Lin Fan was going to give her this opportunity, which truly excited her. However, after regaining her senses, Li Han quickly shook her head. "Master, it's such a waste to use such valuable resources on me.
You should give them to Madam instead."
"Alright, Madam has her own destiny.
This one is for you."
Lin Fan's tone left no room for refusal.
"Yes, Master." Li Han knew Lin Fan's personality. If she refused again, Lin Fan would definitely get angry.
Later, with Lin Fan's help, Li Han's aptitude was successfully raised to the highest level of Xian.
"Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will always remember it. Alright, go back and consolidate your skills.
I hope you can improve your strength as soon as possible."
"Yes, Patriarch. Li Han will definitely not let you down."
After Li Han left, Lin Fan planted the amethyst rice seeds on the island in the middle of the lake.
Chapter 50. Father, Mother, why are my 4 little sisters crying?
Before they knew it, more than a month had passed in the main world. During this period, Lin Fan successively added 25 girls with low-grade Xian level aptitude to his harem. This restored 2,500 of Lin Fan's Xian grade Yuan stones.
Note, lower grade aptitude 100, medium grade aptitude 200, upper grade aptitude 500, excellent grade aptitude 1000. As for the other rewards, there were nothing particularly outstanding.
They consisted of low-grade Xian level weapons and medicinal herb seeds, as well as a low-grade Xian level alchemy furnace. On this day, the small world once again received good news. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu gave birth. Both of them had twins, both daughters.
All 4 children have excellent aptitude, reaching the middle level of the earth rank.
The 2 children were born on the same day, but Mu Shishue's child was born a few hours earlier.
Mu Shishue's 2 children were named Lin Yuqian and Lin Yulin by Lin Fan. Mu Shiyu's 2 children were named Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuan by Lin Fan.
At this moment, Lin Haochen looked at his 4 younger sisters who were crying loudly in front of him and scratched his head.
"Father, Mother, why are my 4 little sisters crying?" He.
Luo Yiran laughed when she heard her son's words. Then she gently pinched his cheek. "Xiao Chen, don't talk about your sister, you were like this when you were born."
"No, I was definitely a very well-behaved child when I was born, wasn't I, Daddy?"
Lin Haochen quickly turned to Lin Fan for help.
Yes, my Haochen is very well behaved."
Lin Fan smiled and patted his head.
"Mommy, look."
Daddy said I'd been a good boy, so I knew you were lying to me. Yes, you've been a good boy, okay? Now go out and play with your younger siblings. Okay, father, mother, and all my aunts, I'm going out to play now. His 4 younger sisters were making too much noise, and he wanted to escape from there as quickly as possible. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight of Lin Haochen, who looked like he was fleeing in disarray. More than 4 months have passed since Lin Haochen was born in the main world. More than 4 months have passed in the main world, while nearly 2 years have passed in the smaller world. In such a long time, Lin Haochen has learned to speak and run. Husband, when do you plan to let Xiao Chen and the others start cultivating? There's no rush in cultivation, let's lay a solid foundation first. When they turn 1 year old, the time in the main world is equal to 5 years in the small world. We will first use the medicinal liquid to temper their bodies. Let them start formal training after they turn 2. Children in the land of 100 kingdoms generally begin their cultivation at the age of 8. Of course, if conditions are good, the child can be tempered with a secret formula in advance, and can be as young as 6 years old. It's not appropriate to start at a younger age, it won't do any good and could even damage the foundation. Lin Fan's child is different at 2 years old, his bone age is that of a 10-year-old, but his physical abilities are those of a 10-year-old. Practicing at this age is actually twice as effective with half the effort, giving it an advantage over those who start practicing at age 6. No one had any objections to Lin Fan's arrangements. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan started to get down to business. Sure Shui and Sure you should rest for a few days. Once your vital essence is restored, I will help you break through to the Qi Si realm. I'll take you to get revenge then. Hearing that Lin Fan was going to take them to get revenge, the two were naturally very moved. Naturally, the two of them wished they could kill their enemy as soon as possible. But isn't it a bit too hasty to seek revenge now? Husband, should we wait a little longer before seeking revenge? It won't be too late once you break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Anyway, we won't have to wait too long. Yes, my husband, there's no rush for revenge. We can wait until you break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The two were not worried that the Lin family was no match for the 4 major powers. In the eyes of the 2 women, their Lin family's current strength is already above that of these 4 major powers. Lin Fan's strength has now reached the peak of the Qi Si realm. He is at the same level as the governor of Qingyun County, and is already at the peak in Qingyun County. The strongest of these 4 forces, the Fire Cloud sect, had a former sect leader, Luo Yunzhou, who was only at the late stage of the Qi Si realm. They are simply no match for the Lin family. However, these 4 major forces have one advantage: they have too many members. The Lin family is currently short-handed, so it will be somewhat difficult to eliminate them all. Making a move now might alert the enemy, causing many to flee. However, if Lin Fan breaks through to the Purple Mansion realm, he will no longer have this worry. With the help of someone at the Purple Mansion realm, these forces could be easily wiped out. Lin Fan knew their worries, so he smiled and said, "You don't need to think too much. I'm not far from breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm." Husband, are you about to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? The two asked with delight. The others were also looking at Lin Fan with excitement. Yes, once you've recovered your original essence, I'll most likely be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. During this period, Lin Fan has been diligently cultivating every day and is now very close to reaching the Purple Mansion realm. That's great. Our Lin family will soon be a force at the Purple Mansion realm. Everyone was very happy to receive a definite answer. In the land of 100 kingdoms, the Purple Mansion realm is a regional overlord. Even the emperors of those dynasties would not easily offend him, but would instead offer him resources to win him over. Generally, when a force at the Purple Mansion realm is established, the dynasty will offer 1 Xian grade Yuan stone vein and 5 Huang grade Yuan stone veins as a way to win them over. This mechanism was the same in all dynasties. Of course, having accepted these resources, one would be obligated to offer assistance when the dynasty is in peril. This has led to many forces at the Purple Mansion realm being unwilling to accept this resource. Sure Shui, sure you, once I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, I will use these 4 forces to establish my authority. It's time for our Lin family to step into the open. Of course, Lin Fan would definitely hide the strength of his family. He cannot possibly reveal all his strength in the open. Yes, my husband, but we must hand over Luo Tsong, the young sect leader of the Firecloud sect, to you. He is the culprit who caused the Mu family's extermination, and we must kill them with our own hands. The 2 men hated Luo Tsong to the core. I must kill him with my own hands to vent my hatred. Alright, I'll keep that guy for you.
Lin Fan naturally had no objection to such a small request.
After things were settled, Luo Ran and the others started talking about the child again.
Lin Fan then began to examine his haul. The birth of his 4 children earned him 800 Earth-grade Yuan stones. In addition, there is a mid-grade Earth-level flying boat, a mid-grade Earth-level cultivation technique called Shadow Killing Technique, a mid-grade Earth-level plant protection formation, and a mid-grade Earth-level weapon called the Frost Condensation Sword. Looking at these 4 treasures, Lin Fan was very satisfied. These 4 items are all treasures.
Chapter 51: The Harvest of the 3 Maids.
Take this mid-grade Earth-level flying boat as an example. At full speed, it can travel 500 million miles in 1 hour. Its speed is comparable to that of a person at the peak of the divine power realm. The spaceship is very large, with 5,000 rooms.
Each room can accommodate a maximum of 5 people.
At the same time, in terms of defense, it cannot be broken by anyone who is not at the peak of the divine power realm or above.
The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of energy.
Flying at full speed for 1 hour requires 1,000 Earth-grade Yuan stones.
If used for defense, it will consume even more resources.
Next is the hidden assassination technique, a cultivation method suitable for assassins. Hidden assassination technique combines martial arts techniques with various assassination skills, allowing one to cultivate to the peak of the divine power realm. This set of techniques came at a very suitable time, and Lin Fan planned to use it to train the family's secret guards. Needless to say, a mid-grade Earth-level clan protecting formation is even more impressive. Unless a formation master of this caliber is found to break it, only martial artists at the venerable realm or above can brute force their way through this formation. It can only be said that the Xian-level formations obtained earlier were already obsolete before they could even be used. Once the family's base is built, we can set up this formation and then be fearless in the land of 100 kingdoms. After all, the strongest person here is only at the divine power realm. Lin Fan can't use that mid-grade Earth-level weapon yet, so he can only keep it in his system space for now. That day, Lin Fan received a message in the main world, sent by the maids who were out on missions.
It's been months, is there finally some progress? I wonder if it will bring me a surprise.
Without delay, Lin Fan tidied himself up and flew directly towards the location of the maid. With the location of the communication jade slip, there's no need to worry about not being able to find it.
The journey wasn't very long, about 6,000 li.
Lin Fan arrived at the location of the 3 of them in less than a quarter of an hour.
This is inside a large mountain, in a very secluded location.
Greetings, Patriarch. They were all very excited to see Lin Fan again after being away for several months.
No need for formalities. You've been out for so long, you must be tired.
Master, this is what we should do, it's not hard work at all. Despite this, the 3 of them were very excited, as it was Lin Fan's affirmation of them.
Alright, take me to see how your haul is.
Master, please. Soon, the 3 of them led Lin Fan to a large mountain stronghold. A band of mountain bandits used to live here, but they weren't very strong. The bandit leader was only at the body tempering realm, in the internal organ refining stage. After discovering the numerous evil deeds committed by the bandits, the 3 of them conspired to eliminate the bandits, which would then serve as their temporary base.
Master, please sit here and rest for a while. We'll call them over to assemble right away.
Good. Soon, the 3 men, leading nearly 500 people, arrived in front of Lin Fan.
Master, everyone's here. After the maid finished speaking, she said to the group, "What are you all standing here for? Why don't you greet the head of the family?"
Greetings, Patriarch.
No need for formalities, everyone.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand gently at the people, and they all stood up involuntarily. This also filled the eyes of these people with awe and longing when they looked at Lin Fan. They also wanted to become such powerful warriors.
Patriarch, let me introduce their situation. Lin Fan nodded, signaling her to continue. Master, there are 485 people here.
They were selected from among millions of people tested. Among them, there are 80 boys, 45 of whom have low-grade Xian level aptitude, 26 of whom have mid-grade Xian level aptitude, 7 of whom have high-grade Xian level aptitude, and 2 of whom have top-grade Xian level aptitude. There are 300 girls left, and 105 women who have reached marriageable age. Among the 300 girls, 180 have the highest quality yellow level qualifications. Of the remaining 120, 75 have low-grade Xian level aptitude, 33 have mid-grade, 9 have high-grade, and 3 have top-grade aptitude. Among the next 105 girls, there are 60 with top-grade yellow level aptitude, 30 with low-grade profound level aptitude, 10 with high-grade profound level aptitude, 4 with top-grade profound level aptitude, and 1 with mid-grade earth level aptitude. After giving her report, she stood aside, waiting for Lin Fan's next orders. When Lin Fan heard that there was another girl with a mid-grade earth level aptitude, he was quite surprised. If word got out about this talent, I'm sure all the major sects would come to recruit him as a disciple. With a mid-grade earth level aptitude, he has the potential to become a powerful expert at the peak of the divine power realm. Even if they don't reach the divine power realm, they can still become the foundation of a nation. In states like Chu and Zhao, the strongest individuals on the surface are all at the early stage of the divine platform realm.
Who has a mid-grade earth level aptitude? Step forward and let me see.
At this moment, a girl who was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed less than 90 kilograms came out. You can tell at a glance that this girl is the kind who suffers from long-term malnutrition. She's just too thin.
At 1.7 meters tall, he weighs less than 90 kilograms.
He's not bad looking, he has some natural good looks. The lack of nutrition, coupled with long-term labor, has resulted in rough and dark skin.
It's alright, it will recover after a period of rest. Master, it's me, the girl said timidly.
She was clearly frightened by the scene.
Okay, don't be nervous. I just want to get to know you. What's your name?
Lin Fan said softly.
Patriarch, my name is Su Mei. Okay, I'll remember you. Lin Fan's words drew envious looks from many people present. Being remembered by the head of the family is naturally a good thing.
Moreover, he has a mid-grade qualification at the prefecture level, so he will definitely receive a lot of support in the future. At this moment, Lin Fan took a moment to check her information.
Name, Su Mei. Age, 18. Cultivation level, none.
Qualification, mid-grade, prefecture level.
Favorability, 53.
Seeing that her favorability rating was 53, Lin Fan figured that the three maids must have said something to them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this tall at our first meeting.
Everyone, have you decided to join my Lin family? I'm giving you one more chance to choose. It's not too late to back out now. I'll have someone send you back then. If you miss this opportunity and want to back out later, that would be betrayal.
I will show no mercy to traitors. Lin Fan's tone was very serious, but the people below did not waver. They are still able to stay here because they have been tested.
Their determination to join the Lin family was unwavering.
Previously, most of them couldn't even get enough to eat. Now, not only can they eat their fill every day, but they can even cultivate and become the martial artists they've always dreamed of. Faced with such treatment, no one would refuse unless they were stupid.
Chapter 52 Breakthrough to the Purple Mansion Realm.
After a while, seeing that no one had quit, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. If someone really leaves, he will definitely not stop them, because in the end, it won't be him who suffers the loss. Of course, he would also erase their memories.
His secret recruitment of talent must never be known to the outside world. Since no one is willing to leave, then I congratulate you on making the right choice. Join my Lin family, and your future will be limitless.
As long as you are willing to cultivate diligently, flying through the sky and escaping underground will be a very simple thing. Upon hearing the words flying through the sky and escaping into the earth, the eyes of those present lit up with fervor. In this dog-eat-dog world, no one wants to be anything less than stronger.
Xiaoya, I'm going to take them into my small world. The three of you remember to comfort them.
Yes, Master. Then, Lin Fan moved his mind and brought everyone into the small world, including Xiao Yu and the other two. The three of them had completed their mission and therefore did not need to stay here. Before leaving, Lin Fan looked around and, finding nothing unusual, flew away from the place.
15 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to Vientiane City. Perhaps Xiaoye and her two friends made a good start.
During the following period, Lin Fan received messages from time to time. This continued for half a month, and all 10 groups of people had been brought back by Lin Fan.
The last 9 groups all had a great time, probably because the areas they visited were more crowded. In total, there are 3,500 boys.
Among them, there are 2,000 people with low-grade Shen level aptitude, 1,100 people with mid-grade Shen level aptitude, 300 people with high-grade Shen level aptitude, and 98 people with top-grade Shen level aptitude. 1 person with a lower grade qualification at the prefecture level, and 1 person with a top grade qualification at the prefecture level. There are 9,000 girls. Among them,
there are 5,000 people with yellow level top grade qualifications, 2,500 people with Xian level low grade qualifications, 1,000 people with Xian level mid grade qualifications, 350 people with Xian level high grade qualifications, and 147 people with Xian level top grade qualifications. 2 people have the lowest grade qualification at the prefecture level, and 1 person has the highest grade qualification at the prefecture level.
There are 3,000 unmarried girls over the age of 18.
Among them, there are 2,300 people with yellow level top grade qualifications, 400 people with grade qualifications, 200 people with Xian level mid grade qualifications, 80 people with Xian level high grade qualifications, and 18 people with Xian level top grade qualifications. 1 person with a medium grade qualification at the prefecture level, and 1 person with a high grade qualification at the prefecture level.
In total, there are 15,500 people.
Hint: using an integer is easier to remember. Don't worry about the number being unusual. These 15,500 people may seem like a lot, but they were selected by Xiaoye and her team from hundreds of millions of people. Compared to this, the number is not much. However, to Lin Fan's delight, a total of 7 of these people had prefecture-level qualifications. Lin Fan will definitely focus on developing these 7 people. After bringing these people to the small world, Lin Fan didn't interfere much and handed them over to Li Han to take care of. Most of these people were malnourished and illiterate.
Let's get them healthy first, then we'll teach them to read and write. If you can't even read, how can you talk about cultivation? And cultivation isn't something that can be rushed.
And so, another month passed in the main world. During this time, Lin Fan finally got Jiang Wanqing and the others pregnant. This includes 25 girls with low-grade Xian level aptitude. After that, Lin Fan chose to go into seclusion. After a period of diligent cultivation, he is only 1 step away from breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. 2 days have passed since Lin Fan went into seclusion, and the atmosphere in the small world has become somewhat oppressive.
Luo Yiran and the others' faces were filled with tension and anticipation. My husband, you will definitely be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm.
They silently prayed for Lin Fan in their hearts.
Breaking through to a higher realm is very dangerous.
If the breakthrough fails, at the very least, one's cultivation level will regress. In severe cases, it can damage one's foundation, or even lead to death and the dissipation of one's spiritual path. Fortunately, before going into seclusion, Lin Fan refined a batch of breakthrough pills, which were low-grade Xian level pills.
It can increase the success rate of breaking through from the Qi Si realm to the Purple Mansion realm. Even if the breakthrough fails, the harm can be minimized.
Therefore, this breakthrough is not dangerous for Lin Fan. On this day, a powerful aura emanated from the place where Lin Fan was in seclusion. At the same time, the small world was also expanding rapidly after this aura spread.
Seeing this, Luo Yiran and the others were not panicked, but overjoyed. My husband has successfully broken through.
This was the thought in all of their minds. At this moment, Lin Fan, who had been in seclusion for cultivation, opened his eyes.
I've finally broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Now I have the strength to establish myself in the 100 Kingdoms. Feeling his own immense strength, Lin Fan was very satisfied. If it were his former self at the peak of the Qi Si realm, he could easily suppress it now.
These 2 realms are worlds apart, making it virtually impossible to cross them to kill enemies. Of course, if there are high-level treasures, that's a different story. In short, without the aid of external forces, it is impossible to cross realms and kill enemies solely based on one's own combat strength between these 2 major realms. Lin Fan, with the sheer pressure emanating from him, can render martial artists below the Purple Mansion level unable to move. Lin Fan straightened his clothes, patted off imaginary dust, and then left the secluded cultivation area. When Lin Fan went out, he saw his wives, concubines, children, and maids all there to greet him. Congratulations, my husband, on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, father, on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, patriarch, on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Today is a happy day, Li Han, have someone prepare a banquet, we're going to celebrate together tonight.
Yes, master. Soon, Li Han gathered a team.
Then they began slaying demonic beasts and killing spirit fish, preparing the dishes for tonight's dinner. On the other side, the children who had not yet begun their cultivation were also being summoned by the mates to prepare today's meals. During this time, they were nourished by spirit rice, spirit fish, and monster meat. These children all became healthy and strong, no longer as frail as before. Even their strength reached over 100 gene. Keep in mind that the youngest of them is only 6 or 7 years old. However, all of this is inseparable from the resources provided by Lin Fan. Now, these people have become Lin Fan's loyal followers, and all of them have been branded by the family's divine tree. After chatting with the women for a while, Lin Fan looked at Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu. Shiyu, Shishue, are you ready? I plan to take you to the Fire Cloud sect tomorrow. The two were excited when they heard that they could get revenge tomorrow. Now that Lin Fan has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, they have no more worries. My husband, we are ready, the two said firmly. After so much time, their original essence has been fully restored. Even their strength had all broken through to the Qi-Si realm. Including Luo Yiran and the others, they have all broken through to the Qi-Si realm. Chapter 53 Family Upgrade, Planning a Small World. Currently, the Lin family has one person at the Purple Mansion realm and 22 people at the Qi-Si realm. Those 25 concubines with low-grade Xian level aptitude are currently only at the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. However, with Lin Fan's resource supply, it won't be long before he breaks through to the Qi-Si realm. The conditions for family upgrade are almost met. We just need a little more luck to advance to level 2 family. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your clan level has increased to level 2. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Upon hearing that his family had been upgraded, Lin Fan looked surprised. System, I thought we were just a little short of luck before, how did we suddenly upgrade? Host, you read this before you went into seclusion. Now that your cultivation has advanced, it will naturally increase your family's fortune. Oh. That's true, it was my oversight. System, open the gift pack for me. Lin Fan was really looking forward to the upgrade gift pack given by the system. Congratulations, host, for opening the gift pack. You have received 10,000 profound grade Yuan stones and 1 million yellow grade Yuan stones. In addition, they can also enjoy the cultivation bonus from the host's children, currently at a rate of 1%. To put it simply, if your child cultivates for 100 days, you will receive the benefits of 1 day of their cultivation. The child's mother will also receive the same cultivation bonus. Please keep up the good work, host. The higher your clan level, the greater the bonus effect will be. System, you're as generous as ever. Lin Fan was shocked by the reward, but even more so by the surprise. I won't go into the various elemental stones and such. This cultivation bonus is the most important thing. Although 1% may not seem like much, he has many children. Not counting those still in the womb, there are already 19 born. Once his children grow up, he can become stronger even while lying down. More importantly, his wives and concubines can also enjoy the same cultivation bonuses as him. Although the bonuses are the same, they are incomparable to his. Because only children born to them can enjoy the bonus. Take Luo Yiran for example, she can only benefit from Lin Haochen's cultivation boost. As for the other children, since they weren't her children, they naturally wouldn't enjoy the cultivation bonuses they received. System, can I only receive cultivation bonuses from my children? If I have grandchildren in the future, will I be able to receive cultivation bonuses from them as well? Host, currently only children receive the bonus. It will be possible once the family level is upgraded. Please keep up the good work. That's great. I didn't expect it to actually work. He's not in a hurry right now, since his child is still young and it will be many years before he has grandchildren. Once the child grows up, not only will he be able to quickly improve his strength, but so will his wives and concubines. When his descendants multiply, it will be difficult for his family not to become powerful. But we won't tell them this news yet. We'll give them a surprise after the child starts cultivating. Right, now that I've broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, my small world should expand as well. I want to see just how big it is now. Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately sensed the changes in the small world. When Lin Fan sensed the changes in the small world, he showed a surprised expression. This little world has expanded so much. Today, the island in the center of the lake has become an island of 10,000 square kilometers. The spiritual pool that previously generated the primordial energy of heaven and earth has now expanded to 1,000 square kilometers. It exudes a rich spiritual energy, making the spiritual energy of the entire small world even more concentrated. The concentration of spiritual energy in the small world is now twice as high as before. As time goes on, the concentration of the primordial energy of heaven and earth will only increase. The land near the spirit pool has been upgraded to mid-grade heaven level. The entire land on the island in the middle of the lake has reached the lower grade of the heavenly level. The improvement in land quality allowed those medicinal herbs to grow even more luxuriantly.
Even the lower grade spiritual herbs have all been upgraded.
In this small world, even the lowest grade spiritual herbs have reached the superior level of the yellow rank. Apart from the island in the middle of the lake, which was originally 300 square kilometers, has now expanded to 30,000 square kilometers.
Every now and then you can see spirit fish leaping out of the lake. Clearly, changes in the small world also benefit them. The environment here is much better than where they used to live. The remaining continent covers an area of 60,000 square kilometers.
In general, the small world has now expanded from 1,000 square kilometers to 100,000 square kilometers. Such a massive expansion has made the once somewhat dense little world empty again. When Lin Fan goes to the Million Mountains again, he'll probably be busy transplanting big trees again. Of course, ordinary trees are not qualified to enter, only spiritual plants are allowed.
The small world is already so big, it seems I need to plan it out properly. Do it if you want to, it won't take much time anyway.
Then, Lin Fan transmitted his voice to everyone. Next, I'm going to modify the small world, and there will be some noise, so don't panic. Lin Fan's voice reached the ears of everyone in the small world.
Luo Yiran and the others, who had been chatting idly to the side, all turned to look at Lin Fan. Husband, why do you suddenly want to modify the small world? Jiang Wanqing asked in confusion.
After I broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, my small world also expanded. Currently, the area of the small world has reached 100,000 square kilometers. Such a large area, it's inappropriate not to regulate it.
What? The small world has actually grown this much bigger? Everyone was shocked by this data.
They had only felt that the small world was getting bigger, but they didn't expect it to get this big. My lord, the small world has grown so large it really needs some careful planning. Lin Fan already had a general idea of the plan. After Lin Fan shared his idea with everyone, he received their support. First, there was the island in the middle of the lake, which he divided into 7 islands. The island he now lives on is named Tianshu Island. Of these 7 islands, Tianshu Island is the largest, covering an area of 4,000 square kilometers. This includes 3,600 kilometers of land, plus the 400 square kilometers of Lingqi Spirit Pool that was separated out, which can now also be called Linghu Spirit Lake.
The division of Linghu Lake will not affect it.
Otherwise, Lin Fan definitely wouldn't have done that. The remaining 6 islands are Tianxian Island, Tianji Island, Tianquan Island, Yuan Island, Kaiyang Island, and Yaguang Island.
Lin Fan named these 7 islands directly after the Big Dipper. The remaining 6 islands each have an area of 1,000 square kilometers, including a 100 square kilometer spirit pool. After that, there is that continent of 60,000 square kilometers. This continent is very simple. Lin Fan simply divided it into 4 equal parts: east, west, south, and north. Today, the 4 continents face each other across the lake, each continent covering 14,000 square kilometers of land. At the same time, each continent is connected by a river. Chapter 54, Naming the Small World, Divine Firmament Realm. After the terrain was planned, the next issue was the placement of the children.
After thinking it over, Lin Fan decided to settle them in the eastern continent. Lin Fan planned to keep the remaining 6 islands for his child. Once they begin their cultivation, they will be settled on one of the islands. Lin Fan wouldn't waste those empty islands, he could plant spiritual herbs on them first. Well, the small world has become too big, and he needs to purchase a large number of medicinal herb seeds again.
Next up are the domesticated monsters.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan moved them to the northern continent. 14,000 square kilometers is enough for them to reproduce freely. Since they are all herbivorous monsters at the moment, I'm not afraid of them fighting each other. As for the 5 pairs of dragon horses and amethyst bees that the system rewarded, Lin Fan left them on Tianshu Island. The purple electric sable also remained on Tianshu Island.
This guy is very attached to Lin Fan. If he were put in the northern continent, he might throw a tantrum.
Now, under Lin Fan's tireless training, this guy has grown to the 3rd tier.
Those domesticated monsters must not be allowed to be destroyed by him.
As for the western continent and the southern continent, there are no plans yet, and Lin Fan intends to plant spirit rice on them all. The same applies to the empty spaces in the eastern continent, they are all planted with spirit rice.
We absolutely cannot let this land go to waste.
Those spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, amethyst rice, and the like, should still be cultivated on Tianshu Island. After planning all of this, Lin Fan finally had some free time. As for Li Han and the others, they are busy preparing for tonight's banquet. The changes in the small world just now did not affect them. System, what are the requirements for a family to upgrade to the next level? Host, to elevate your family to level 3, you need 1 person at the Divine Platform realm, 10 people at the Purple Mansion realm, and 5 million in luck. Seeing this data, Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. It would probably be very difficult to advance to level 3 in a short period of time. Afterwards, Lin Fan checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 768 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 2. Family members, 47 wives and concubines. Offspring, 7 sons, 12 daughters. Family luck, 560,000. Strength, early stage of Purple Mansion realm. Qualification, top grade Shin level. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth. Martial arts and movement techniques, earth grade low level thunderclap finger minor mastery, profound grade high level layered wave palm major mastery, flowing cloud sword technique major mastery, profound grade high level bamboo shadow step major mastery. Weapon, top grade profound level blazing flame sword. Family wealth, 1500 earth grade yuan stones, 13697 black grade yuan stones, and approximately 1.15 million yellow grade yuan stones. Strength of wives and concubines, Shi Si realm 22 people opening yuan realm 25 people. Small world area, 100,000 square kilometers. Time flow rate, 6 times that of the main world. The time flow in this small world has increased by 6 times. This change surprised Lin Fan. Although it's only doubled, it's already incredibly impressive. As his strength increases in the future, this multiplier will only increase further. At this moment, Shen Ruotang came to Lin Fan's side. Husband, shouldn't we give this little world a name? It feels a bit inappropriate to keep calling it little world all along. You're right, it's time to name this little world. At this point, Lin Fan looked at the women. Do you have any ideas? My lord, you are the head of the household, so you should be the one to name this place. Seeing that everyone else shared this view, Lin Fan had no choice but to come up with his own solution. After a moment's thought, Lin Fan had an answer. How about we call it Shinshao? What do you think? Gods refer to immortals, and the heavens refer to the 9 heavens. One day, our Lin family will rise above the 9 heavens and become those carefree immortals. After hearing Lin Fan's story, the women were greatly encouraged. My lord, Shinshao is wonderful. From now on, our little world will be called Shinshao Realm. And so, the Divine Firmament Realm was established. Soon, it was time for the dinner. Today is the day Lin Fan broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, and everyone is very happy. Although those children lived in the eastern continent, Lin Fan still made time to visit them. In the Divine Firmament realm, Lin Fan can go anywhere with a single thought. In their hearts, Lin Fan is now supreme. Therefore, Lin Fan's appearance excited them immensely. Greetings, Patriarch. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. They already understood the cultivation realms. They also knew that the Purple Mansion realm was already a regional overlord in the land of 100 kingdoms. This instilled in them both awe and admiration for Lin Fan. No need for formalities, everyone. You have all laid a solid foundation during this time. I will have someone teach you the cultivation techniques. Finally, I can start cultivating. The people present cheered. Since arriving here, they have been looking forward to the day when they can start cultivating. Now, they can finally achieve it. Alright, don't be too happy yet. Cultivation is a very hard thing. Becoming a strong person isn't that easy. If you want to become strong in this world, the only way is to fight. Cultivation resources 1T appear in your hands for no reason. You have to fight for them. In the process of growing up, you will experience countless battles, and some of you will die. Tell me, are you scared? Master, we are not afraid. Their tone was extremely firm. If it weren't for Lin Fan, some of them might have already starved to death. So for them, death is not scary. Now they have only one belief: to become stronger. Good. Lin Fan was satisfied with their answer. I will provide cultivation resources in the early stages. If you want resources later, you will need to exchange them with contribution points. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Fan won't support them forever. What use are they if they can't create value? Don't worry, Patriarch, we will definitely not let you down. Okay, I look forward to the day when you all grow up. Alright, that's all for today. You guys continue eating, I'll be leaving now. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. In the eastern continent, all those children live. Of course, Lin Fan also arranged for people to look after them here. As for those who were over 18 years old, they lived with the maids who had been there before. Today, the family has a large number of maids. In addition to the previous 210 people, there are now 3,000 new people joining the group, plus the 200 girls with top-quality yellow-level aptitude brought back from Tianfeng City. The total number is 3,410. Of course, not all of these will be maids in the future. The 3,000 new recruits will need to be trained for a period of time because they lack a foundation in cultivation. Lin Fan will only make reasonable allocations to them once they reach at least the Kaiyuan realm. If you have a spare moment, please take half a minute to support this free act of kindness. Thank you so much. Chapter 55 Arrival at the Firecloud Sect. The next day, Lin Fan left the Divine Firmament realm with Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue. Today, Lin Fan will lead the two to the Firecloud Sect to seek revenge. During this time, Lin Fan had gained a fairly good understanding of the power structure in Qingyun County. The Firecloud Sect is one of the 4 major sects within Qingyun County. Within Qingyun County, there are 3 other major sects that are equally renowned: Yunqiu Sect, Shenyuan Sect, and Qingming Valley. In addition, there are the Li, Wang, and He families. The strongest among these 7 forces are all at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Next, we'll look at the official Zhao state's influence in Qingyun County. The strongest person in the entire Qingyun County is naturally the county governor. It is said that the prefect has been in seclusion for many years and is trying to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Whether there has been a breakthrough remains unknown to the outside world. Besides Qingyun City, where the prefect was located, there were 3 other large cities: Changning City, Raoping City, and Lihua City. Each of these 3 cities has a city lord who is at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. At the same time, the jurisdiction of each of these 3 cities covers an area of more than 30 million square kilometers. The 3 cities together cover an area of over 100 million square kilometers, occupying half of Qingyun County's territory. The largest is naturally Qingyun City, which covers an area of 5,000 square kilometers. The city lord of Qingyun City is the younger brother of the prefect. His strength is at the peak of the Qi-Si realm. With 2 Qi-Si realm perfection experts in charge, no one in Qingyun County could shake the position of the county governor's family. The Firecloud Sect, which Lin Fan and his 2 companions were heading to, was within the jurisdiction of Changning City. After we wipe out the Firecloud Sect, we can go to Changning City to deal with those 3 major families. The city of Myriad Elephants is tens of thousands of miles away from the Firecloud Sect. With Lin Fan's current strength, it only took him a quarter of an hour to bring Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu to the sky above the Firecloud Sect. Luo Tsong, the young sect leader of the Firecloud Sect, was unaware that his crisis was imminent. He is doing bad things in his own home. At this moment, Luo Tsang stood before a woman who was looking at him with a face full of anger. This woman was brought to him early this morning by that deacon Liao Chun. The Firecloud Sect went to great lengths to capture this woman. Because this woman's identity is not simple. She is Yining Shuang, the junior disciple of Gu Nanshi, the sect leader of Yunqiu Sect. She possesses top-grade Xian level aptitude and, at the age of 23, has now cultivated to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. He is expected to reach the Qi-Si realm at the age of 25. With such exceptional talent, she naturally won the favor of her master, Gu Nanshi. But Yining Shuang never expected that she would be ambushed by the Firecloud Sect just because she came out to do a sect mission. To capture her, the Firecloud Sect dispatched 6 elders at the peak of the opening Yuan realm. Luo Tsong, what do you want to do? My master is the sect leader of Yunqiu Sect. If you dare to harm me, our Yunqiu Sect will definitely wage war against your Huayan Sect. She had heard of Luo Tsong's reputation and felt a deep disgust for such a person. But now, her cultivation is sealed, and she can't resist even if she wants to. Ha, Yining Shuang, I've wanted you for a long time, but I couldn't find an opportunity before. This time, you can't escape. As for whether your Yunqiu Sect will go to war with our Huayan Sect, you don't need to worry about that. Your master has no idea that you've fallen into my hands, so naturally he wouldn't start a war against my Firecloud Sect without a reason. So you'd better behave and listen to me, that will reduce some of the pain. Hearing Luo Tsong's words, Yining Shuang was filled with despair. Just as Luo Tsong said, her master did not know that she had fallen into the hands of the Firecloud Sect. She has almost no chance of being rescued. Her cultivation is now sealed, and she can't leave this place at all. It's a dead end. Luo Song, your fire cloud sect is truly despicable. If you have the guts, break my seal and have a real fight with me. If you beat me, I'll have nothing more to say, and I'll wholeheartedly follow you then. Her saying this was clearly a delaying tactic. Without restoring her cultivation, she has no chance of escaping. If Luo Song agrees, he might be able to find a chance to escape. Although the hope of escaping was slim, it was the only way she could think of. Ha ha! Luo Song was amused by Yi Ningxuan's innocence. Yi Ningxuan, are you stupid? I just want your body, not your heart, so why bother? Besides, which woman you see next to me has lived for more than a year? You don't think I've developed feelings for you, do you? Let me tell you, you're just a tool for me to improve my qualifications. Luo Song's voice was icy at this moment. He was not far from falling into demonic possession. Right now, all he can think about is how to quickly improve his qualifications. As for romantic relationships, he had never considered them. Luo Song, you actually practice demonic arts? At this moment, Yi Ningxuan understood Luo Song's purpose. It's obvious that Luo Song wants to use her to enhance his physical attributes. So what if it is? Luo Song admitted directly. Yi Ningxuan had already become fish on his chopping board. What could she do even if she knew his purpose? He enjoyed seeing Yi Ningxuan's fearful expression. The more terrified Yi Ningxuan became, the more excited he became. Sure enough, upon seeing Luo Song admit it, Yi Ningxuan's heart was instantly filled with despair. Ha, scared now? The scarier you are, the more I like it. As he spoke, Luo Song slowly approached Yi Ningxuan. Luo Song, I curse you to die a horrible death. Yi Ningxuan cursed as she retreated in a panic. Ha, as long as I absorb your essence, my aptitude will reach the lower grade of the earth level. With the aptitude of a low-grade earth level, my strength will be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Once I break through to the Qi Si realm, let's see who in Xingyun County can kill me. Oh, really? Then do you think my sisters and I can kill you? Hearing a strange yet somewhat familiar voice behind him, Luo Song was startled. Who? Luo Song exclaimed in surprise, then quickly turned around. What, it's only been a year, and you don't recognize us anymore? Mu Shirshu sneered. What? It's you guys. How did you end up here? Luo Song looked at the two of them, then glanced at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with vigilance. At the same time, he secretly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. This was used to send a message to his mother. As soon as the jade talisman shatters, his mother will sense that he is in danger and will quickly come to his rescue. Luo Song wasn't stupid. If the three of them could appear here silently, then the opponents must at least have the strength of the Qi Si realm. Moreover, it's not just any ordinary Qi Si realm cultivator. Because his mother was at the early stage of the Qi Si realm, the three of them were able to appear here without his mother's knowledge. This suggests that the other party is very likely to possess the strength of the mid-stage Qi Si realm. He knew Mu Shiyu and Mu Shirshu's strength. They were only at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm back then. Even if they are incredibly talented, they are at most at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm. He simply couldn't believe that the two of them could reach the Qi Si realm in such a short time. Therefore, he concluded that the reason the two of them were able to appear here must be because of the man in front of them. At this moment, Luo Song looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of apprehension. Chapter 56. Lin Fan makes his move, Luo Yunzhou dies. Luo Song's every move naturally did not escape Lin Fan's notice, but Lin Fan did not intervene. It would be better if Luo Song summoned the experts from the Fire Cloud sect. That would make things easier to handle later. At this moment, Mu Shirshuet and Mu Shiyu looked at Luo Song with eyes full of hatred. This guy was the culprit who caused the Mu family to be wiped out. Today, he is finally going to die. Luo Song, you slaughtered my entire Mu family. We're here today to tear you to pieces. Now you're here harming other girls, you deserve to die. Yi Ningxuan was pleasantly surprised to see this. She had thought she was doomed, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. At her most critical moment, Luo Song's enemy actually came looking for her. Does this mean she has been rescued? The fact that these three people can appear here so openly means they must be quite powerful. Judging from their expressions, they were clearly not afraid of the Fire Cloud sect. She had also heard about the annihilation of the Mu family. At that time, her master scoffed at the behavior of the Fire Cloud sect. Unexpectedly, there were still survivors in the Mu family who inadvertently helped her. Therefore, Yi Ningxuan no longer hesitated. She quickly took the opportunity to walk behind Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue. Hello, sisters and brother. My name is Yi Ningxuan. I come from Yunqiu sect and was captured by Huayan sect. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Fan and the other two would misunderstand and think she was in cahoots with Luo Tsang. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue were both surprised to hear Yi Ningxuan's self-introduction. So you are Yi Ningxuan? I've heard of you, the favorite disciple of the Yunqiu sect master. I never expected the Fire Cloud sect to be so bold as to arrest you. Aren't they afraid of triggering a war between the two sects? Or has the Fire Cloud sect become so arrogant that it no longer respects sects of the same level? At this point, Mu Shishue glanced at Luo Tsang again, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Sisters, that's not how it is. The Fire Cloud sect would never dare to start a war with our Cloud Beauty sect. I was out on a mission alone when I was ambushed by that group of people. My master doesn't even know I've been captured. Luckily, my two older sisters and this older brother came, otherwise I would definitely be doomed. Although the crisis is not over yet, the presence of Lin Fan and the other two has reassured Yi Ningxuan considerably. Heh, I see. The Fire Cloud sect is as despicable as ever. After saying that, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue looked at Luo Tsang with even more disdain. If they weren't waiting for the experts from the Fire Cloud sect to arrive, they would have already skinned Luo Tsang alive. Luo Tsang's actions just now did not escape the notice of the two sisters. They are now at the Qi realm, so how could they not see through the subtle actions of those at the opening origin realm? Seeing the Mu sisters' repeated mockery, a cold glint flashed in Luo Tsang's eyes. Mu Shishue, Mu Shiyu, you two shouldn't be arguing here. You two were nothing but stray dogs before. If Liao Chen weren't such a useless piece of trash, you two would have become nourishment for me to improve my aptitude long ago. At this point, Luo Tsang looked at Lin Fan again. You must be the backer they found. To be able to appear here without my mother's knowledge, you must have the strength of the mid-stage Qi realm. But don't forget this is the territory of my Fire Cloud sect. My maternal grandfather is a master in the late stage of Qi. If you know what's good for you, leave them here now and get out of here quickly. If my maternal grandfather and mother come, you won't even have a chance to leave. Luo Tsang's tone was full of threat. Shut up. Lin Fan snorted coldly, then slapped him away. He couldn't be bothered to talk to such trash. Puff. After Luo Tsang collapsed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his breathing became somewhat weak. Lin Fan's casual slap nearly killed him. Luo Qingyan, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene and was immediately heartbroken. She rushed over and helped Luo Tsang up. Sang'er, are you alright? Mother, I'm fine, but please send a message to Grandpa first. This guy is very strong, and I'm afraid you're no match for him. Sang'er, I'm so glad you're alright. You rest well over there, and I'll take care of the rest. After helping Luo Tsang to a chair, Luo Qingyan glared at Lin Fan with murderous intent. Who are you, and why are you hitting my son? If you don't give me an explanation, you won't be leaving the Fire Cloud sect today. Since her son said Lin Fan was very strong, he must be right, so she didn't rashly attack him. Fortunately, she had given her father instructions before coming, just in case. Her father should arrive soon. Why did I hit your son? They are both my women, is that reason enough? I'm here today not only to beat your son, but also to destroy your Fire Cloud sect. Lin Fan said coldly. What a joke. You're just a greenhorn, how dare you talk about destroying my Fire Cloud sect? Who gave you the guts? As soon as these words were spoken, an old man who looked to be over 50 years old appeared in front of everyone. Father, grandfather. Upon seeing the newcomers, Luo Qingyan and Luo Tsang immediately felt more confident. Luo Yunzhou nodded to the two of them, then looked at Lin Fan. Young man, you think you're so great just because you have some strength? You dare to come to my Fire Cloud sect alone and cause trouble. You probably don't even know what death means. Today, you will pay with your life for your arrogance and ignorance. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuan began to worry about Lin Fan. Luo Yunzhou and her former sect leader were experts of the same level, and she didn't know if Lin Fan was his match. Even if Lin Fan loses, she still can't change her fate. No matter what, the Fire Cloud sect will not let her leave alive. Sisters, what do we do now? Can this man handle Luo Yunzhou? Ningxuan, you don't need to worry. A mere late-stage Qi realm cultivator is no more than an ant in my husband's eyes. What a joke. Their husbands are at the Purple Mansion realm, How could they possibly be unable to deal with someone at the Qi realm? Seeing that the two of them weren't worried at all, Yi Ningxuang felt relieved. At this moment, Lin Fan picked at his ear, looking at the old man with some impatience. Have you finished your nonsense? Now I'll send you on your way. You're arrogant. Seeing that Lin Fan was ignoring him, Luo Yunzhou became furious. Boy, take this palm strike from me. Luo Yunzhou launched the first attack. Humph, a mere trick. Lin Fan snorted coldly, then swung his palm back. In order to leave no survivors, he used all of his strength. Boom! The two attacks collided, and Luo Yunzhou was instantly sent flying. After he landed on the ground, he didn't even let out a scream before falling completely silent. No, how is this possible? How could you be so strong? Seeing this, both Luo Qingyan and Luo Zong were unable to accept it. Luo Yunzhou is the guardian deity of the Fire Cloud sect. As a result, he couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Fan. Just how strong is Lin Fan in front of us? Chapter 57 Blood Burning Pill, Luo Qingyan dies. Yi Ningxuang was also shocked by Lin Fan's power. Luo Yunzhou couldn't even last one move against Lin Fan. Does this mean that her former sect leader, when facing Lin Fan, also couldn't withstand a single move? She was now curious about Lin Fan's true identity, as such a powerful figure had actually appeared in Qingyun County. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the elders and disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. The news came from the young sect leader's residence. Something must have happened. Let's go check it out. These elders dared not delay and all rushed here. There was no other way, even though many people were dissatisfied with the young sect leader's cruelty. But if something happens to Luo Zong and they don't make any move, Luo Qingyan and Luo Yunzhou definitely won't let them off the hook. Some of the bolder disciples also began to gather here. On Lin Fan's side, Luo Qingyan couldn't accept the fact that her father was dead, and her face turned frantic. She took out a pill directly from her storage bag, gritted her teeth, and quickly swallowed it. Lin Fan, an alchemist, recognized the pill at a glance. Blood Burning Pill, a top-grade yellow rank pill. After taking it, it can instantly allow a martial artist in the early stage of the Qi realm to unleash the strength of a martial artist in the perfect stage of the Qi realm. However, it can only last for one breath equivalent to 1 minute in modern time. When the time is up, they will die completely. Luo Qingyan obtained this elixir by chance. At this moment, Luo Qingyan couldn't care less about anything else. If they don't kill Lin Fan, they will all die. Since that's the case, we might as well go all out before Lin Fan makes a move. If she waited for Lin Fan to make a move, she wouldn't even have a chance to take the pill. If she could die together with Lin Fan, her son would survive. The moment Luo Qingyan took the pill, her aura began to surge. At this moment, Luo Qingyan was excited. Lin Fan had already missed the chance to kill her with one blow. Ha, young man, this is the consequence of underestimating your opponent. Die. As she spoke, Luo Qingyan began to gather all her strength, preparing to launch her strongest attack on Lin Fan. She had to kill Lin Fan with a single blow, otherwise he would have no chance. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Lin Fan snorted coldly and directly released the pressure of the Purple Mansion realm. Puff. Luo Qingyan, who had just gathered her power, was instantly severely injured by this oppressive force. No, how is this possible? You are actually a Purple Mansion realm expert. How could there be a Purple Mansion realm expert in Qingyun County? Although Luo Qingyan found it hard to believe, the facts were right in front of her. The aura emanating from Lin Fan was that of someone at the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, she looked at her son with a miserable expression. Songer, I've done my best. I guess this is your fate. I shouldn't have let you practice this technique in the first place. After saying that, Luo Qingyan breathed her last. No, how could this be? How could you possibly be at the Purple Mansion realm? This can't be real. In that short period of time, both of his major backers died right before his eyes, and Luo Zong was on the verge of collapse. Looking at Luo Zong, who was like a dead dog, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Sure Shue, Shiyu, I'm leaving this guy to you. I'll deal with those people outside. Good husband. After Lin Fan left, Yi Ningxuang finally came to her senses from the shock. She never expected that Lin Fan was actually a master of the Purple Mansion realm. Such a powerful individual is invincible in Qingyun County. At this moment, she even began to mourn for the Fire Cloud sect. Of all people to offend, Why did you have to offend a Purple Mansion realm expert? Starting today, the Fire Cloud sect will disappear from Qingyun County. However, she had no sympathy for the Fire Cloud sect. It would be better if such a sect were destroyed. If Lin Fan and his two companions hadn't happened to appear, she couldn't have imagined how miserable her life would have been. At this moment, Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu slowly walked up to Luo Tsang. The hatred in his eyes erupted completely. Luo Tsang, now you understand the pain of losing a loved one. When my sisters and I fled, we swore in our hearts that as long as we lived, we would avenge our clan. I never thought I, Luo Tsang, would fall into your hands. It's all Liao Chen's fault. At this moment, Luo Tsang wished he could tear Liao Chen to pieces. If it weren't for Liao Chen's mistake in letting Mu Shiyu and Mu Shixue go, how could they have possibly met such a powerful person? What's the point of saying all this now? Today is your death day. After Mu Shixue finished speaking, she prepared to attack Luo Tsang. Who's afraid of who? You're all just relying on that man. Although I am injured, I am still at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. How could the two of you possibly deal with me? As he spoke, Luo Tsang made a desperate gesture. Seeing this, Yiningshuang quickly said, "Sisters, please help me break the seal so I can deal with him." Miss Yi, you don't need to do such a small thing. Despite saying that, Mu Shiyu still helped her break the seal. At that moment, Mu Shixue unleashed her full power. Qi Si realm? That's impossible. You were only at the early stage of the opening Yuan realm last year. Even if that man is at the Purple Mansion realm, it's impossible for him to increase your strength so much in such a short time. Sensing Mu Shixue's presence, Luo Tsang shook his head repeatedly, his tone filled with disbelief. Yiningshuang was also dumbfounded. Last year, he was only at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm. In just 1 year, he broke through to the Qi Si realm. How did he do that? You're just a frog in a well. How could you possibly know how powerful my husband is? Prepare to die. As she spoke, Mu Shixue directly crippled his limbs. Then he took out a dagger and began to cut his flesh piece by piece. While Mu Shixue was cutting, Mu Shiyu was responsible for sprinkling salt on the side. You're all ruthless. Give me a quick death. Tortured like this, Luo Tsang now only wants to die. But he was at the Kaiyuan realm, which made him much more resilient than ordinary people. Faced with such torment, one cannot die immediately, nor even fall into a coma. I said I'd cut you into 1,000 pieces, and I meant it. Those women who died at your hands must be suffering even more than you are now, Mu Shixue said coldly. Neither of them felt any pity for their enemy. Yiningshuang couldn't help but shudder when she saw this scene. She warned herself that she must never provoke the Mu sisters, Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu, as they were simply too terrifying. However, the thought that the Mu family was destroyed because of Luo Tsang made her feel relieved. If it were her, things probably wouldn't have been much better. If you have a spare moment, please use your lucky hands to give me a helping hand out. I would be extremely grateful. Chapter 58: The Destruction of the Fire Cloud Sect, the Fear of the Warriors of Changning City. Outside, Lin Fan had already met the elders and disciples of the Fire Cloud Sect. There were already several thousand disciples gathered together. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they all stopped. They were not far from Luo Tsang's residence, so they could hear Luo Tsang's screams clearly. This caused the elder walking in front to change his expression drastically. If anything happens to Luo Tsang, they will definitely not have an easy time. Who are you? What have you done to our young sect leader? I advise you to stop. If you wait until the sect leader and the old sect leader arrive, you'll have a hard time even if you want to die. In fact, they were also very confused at this time. Their young sect leader is in trouble, so why haven't their sect leader and old sect leader arrived yet? Could it be that their sect leader and former sect leader are not within the sect? That's the only explanation. However, they dared not make a move against Lin Fan rashly. Anyone who dares to attack their young sect leader in the Fire Cloud sect must be no ordinary person. At least in terms of strength, he has definitely reached the Qi Si realm. So what we need to do now is stall for time and wait for their sect leader and the old sect leader to return. Looking at this group of people, Lin Fan asked calmly, "What, are you all very loyal to your young sect leader?" Everyone thought Lin Fan was trying to sow discord, but an elder immediately spoke up. This is our young sect master, who will be the sect master of our Fire Cloud sect in the future. As elders and disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, we are naturally loyal to the young sect leader. That's right, we are loyal to our young sect leader. If you know what's good for you, release him right now, or you'll die a horrible death. Others then began to chime in. I see. Then I'm sorry, since you're all so loyal, then you can all die. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he stood in mid-air. Then, he began to gather power in his palm, and the aura he exuded at that moment terrified everyone present. No, Senior, we were just joking, please don't take it seriously. Yes, Senior, we are not loyal at all, please spare our lives. At this moment, they understood perfectly well that their sect leader and former sect leader had not only failed to arrive, but had probably already died at the hands of the person before them. The oppressive force of that palm strike filled them with despair. If they were to be attacked, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had already finished gathering his strength and naturally wouldn't listen to their nonsense anymore. Then, he struck them with a palm strike. With a loud boom, the spot where these people were standing instantly turned into a crater tens of meters deep, with water bubbling up from the bottom. The thousands of people who had just been standing here were completely reduced to ashes. Since they are so loyal, these people naturally cannot be kept. Lin Fan didn't care whether they were telling the truth or lying. Next, Lin Fan toured the entire Firecloud sect. Anything of value was looted. As for the remaining disciples, under the system's investigation, anyone who harbored hatred towards him was killed by him. By the time Lin Fan finished dealing with these matters, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shirshua's situation had also come to an end. Luo Tsang is beyond dead. Sister, we've finally gotten our revenge. Mu Shiyu said with a relieved expression. Yes, it's all thanks to my husband. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't even be alive today, let alone take revenge. Let's go, sister, let's see if our husband has finished dealing with the Firecloud sect matters. If not, we can help out. Okay, let's go right now. Afterwards, the two put away the storage bags of Luo Yunzhou and the other two before leaving. Seeing the two leave, Yining Shuang hurriedly chased after them. Soon, the three of them found Lin Fan. Husband, these are the storage bags for the three of them. Lin Fan nodded and then put the 3 storage bags into his storage space. Storage space isn't limited by those space equipment, so storage bags can also be collected. Let's go. We've dealt with the Firecloud sect. Next, we'll go to Changning City and take care of those 3 major families. Seeing that Lin Fan and the other 2 were about to leave, Yining Shuang quickly spoke up. Senior, and my 2 older sisters, could you please take me with you? This is a powerful figure at the Purple Mansion realm, so she naturally wanted to make his acquaintance. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance. Seeing that Lin Fan remained silent, Yining Shuang looked at Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu with a fawning expression, hoping that the 2 of them could speak up for her. Mu Shishue gave Yining Shuang a meaningful look, then said, Husband, why don't we take her with us? All right. Since Mu Shishue had already spoken, Lin Fan couldn't very well refuse. Bringing one more person on the flight wouldn't have any impact on him. This time the distance was not far, and in just a few breaths, Lin Fan brought the 3 of them to the skies above Changning City. However, they were above the clouds at that moment, and no one noticed them. This time, Lin Fan didn't choose to keep a low profile. Now that he's reached the Purple Mansion realm, it's time to bring his family into the open. So he unleashed his full power. In an instant, Changning City was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. With the sudden appearance of this oppressive aura, the warriors in the city were instantly filled with fear. Ordinary people, on the other hand, were not affected at all. The stronger one is, the heavier the pressure one bears. Those who felt it most deeply were the city lord Zhou Jinyan and the Qi realm warriors from the 3 major families. Could this be a Purple Mansion realm expert? This was Zhou Jinyan's thought. He had never seen a powerhouse of that level, but he had seen a prefect who was at the peak of the Qi realm. The prefect's abilities were far inferior to those of the current one. At this moment, he only hoped that this powerful figure hadn't come to cause him trouble. Although he was the city lord, he was nothing in front of those at the Purple Mansion realm. The experts at the Purple Mansion realm wouldn't care about his status as a city lord, since he wasn't a prefect. The prefect is appointed by the imperial court. To move the prefect without cause is tantamount to slapping the court in the face, which is naturally not allowed by the court. But his position as city lord was merely appointed by the prefect, which made his position different. Even if he were killed, the imperial court wouldn't interfere. Sai, let's go out and see. In front of such a powerful person, there's no escaping disaster. Thinking of this, Zhou Jinyan walked out shakily.
Under Lin Fan's oppressive aura, he could only act like an ordinary person and was unable to unleash his full strength.
What exactly is going on? Where did this powerful figure come from? It seems he's after my Changning city. What level of powerhouse is this? The pressure he exudes is truly terrifying. Could it be that someone in our Changning city has offended such a person? Who the hell is this? I hope this powerful figure won't drag us innocent people into this. Lin Fan didn't care what these people thought. He is not one to indiscriminately kill innocent people, so naturally he wouldn't lay a hand on these people. Today, he came here not only to destroy the three major families, but also to establish his authority. After that, we can begin to formally establish the Lin family in the public eye. Chapter 59. The three great families are destroyed, the city lord pleads guilty. Shishue, where do the three major families stand? My lord, this is the Tian family, one of the three great families. Mu Shishue said, pointing to a manor covering tens of square kilometers.
These two sides represent the other two major families, the Lu family and the Yin family.
Once you know the location, the rest is simple. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan led Mu Shishue and the other two from above the clouds to the airspace above Changning City.
At this moment, anyone who looks up can see them clearly. Everyone in Changning City, do not be afraid. I am here today only for the sake of the Tian, Lu, and Yin families. I hereby declare that, from this day forward, the three great families will cease to exist. Lin Fan's words reached the ears of everyone in Changning City. At the same time, the pressure released by Lin Fan was no longer directed at them. Lin Fan's actions brought a sigh of relief to all the martial artists in Changning City, except for the three major families. As long as this powerful figure isn't targeting them, then it has nothing to do with them. At this moment, all the martial artists began to discuss among themselves.
I didn't expect this powerful figure to come for the sake of the three major families. It gave me quite a fright. I thought I was going to die here today. These three families are incredibly stupid. How could they offend such a terrifyingly powerful expert?
I feel that this senior's strength has reached the Purple Mansion realm.
Purple Mansion realm? That's impossible. We don't even have a Purple Mansion realm expert in Qingyun County. They wouldn't even bother coming here. How is it impossible?
Although I have never seen a Purple Mansion realm expert, I have seen a Qi-Si realm perfection expert from afar. The power of that Qi-Si realm perfection expert is far inferior to that of this senior. So this senior might actually be a Purple Mansion realm expert.
It seems these three great families are doomed. Everyone, look at the sky. Aren't the two women next to that powerful man the eldest and second young ladies of the Mu family? Hey, it really is them. I've seen them before, there's no mistake. So that's how it is.
The two young ladies of the Mu family have found a powerful backer.
This senior here today is probably here to avenge them. Those three families deserve it. Finally, someone's going to teach them a lesson. Are you out of your mind?
Be careful the three major families don't overhear this.
What's there to be afraid of now?
They're already in dire straits themselves.
You're right.
They certainly wouldn't have dared to say such things before.
The three major families wielded absolute power in Changning City, fearing no one except the city lord's mansion.
If they dared to say such things and were heard, they would probably be gone the next day. Now that the three major families have encountered a formidable enemy, those who have been suppressed for many years naturally do not mind taking a kick to the curb.
Even those forces weaker than the three major families were secretly delighted.
Previously, with the existence of the four major families, they had no chance to turn the tables as soon as they showed any interest, they were suppressed. If word gets out in the clan that someone has exceptional talent, there's a risk of them being assassinated. But now that the Mu family was wiped out a year ago, and the other three major families are about to suffer the same fate, this is naturally an opportunity for them to rise again. Unlike their smugness and glee, the members of the three major families were all in a state of panic. They had already sensed Lin Fan's power. The pressure emanating from the light was something they couldn't withstand. They had no way of knowing just how strong this force truly was. But such a powerful figure was actually their enemy. This moment filled the three families with despair.
At this moment, the patriarchs of the three major families also emerged from their seclusion. Ancestor, what should we do now?
This powerful figure is coming for us.
This Firecloud sect is utterly useless. Not only did they lose track of the person, but they also managed to find such a powerful backer. I told you we shouldn't have accepted their favors in the first place, now we're getting our comeuppance.
Didn't you take the benefits offered by the Fire Cloud sect? Now you're making sarcastic remarks? Alright, what's the point of arguing about this now? Let's run. Every one of us who can escape is one more. Ultimately, the patriarchs of the three major families made the same choice, to flee.
As soon as the family patriarch made this decision, all the elders of these families began to pack up their valuable belongings. At the same time, news also spread that family members were advised to flee on their own, and that as many as they could escape, they should do so. After all, it's too late to stop them from escaping now. At this moment, besides the three major families who were busy escaping, Zhou Jinyan of the City Lord's mansion was also in a panic. Although he was a bit far from Lin Fan's location, as a Qixi realm cultivator, he naturally saw Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu. He had accepted 400,000 yuan stones from the Fire Cloud sect as a bribe, which is why he didn't step in to stop the four major powers from attacking the Mu family. Even when it came to the division of the Mu family's assets, he still reaped the greatest benefits. He's now a little afraid that the Mu sisters will settle scores with him later.
No, the Mu family's property must be returned, and a generous gift must be provided.
He decided to do it immediately and ordered his servants to begin preparations. If it gets too late, he might end up like the four great families. Seeing that the three major families wanted to escape, Lin Fan wouldn't give them that chance.
He first arrived above the Tian family's residence and confiscated their storage bags.
Then, he struck them 5 times, wiping them all out.
Of course, Lin Fan would not let the treasure go. The Purple Mansion realm already possesses spiritual consciousness, and these three great families lack any protective formations.
Therefore, one thought is enough to know where the treasure vault is.
Following the same pattern, the Liu and An families also ended up in the same footsteps as the Tian family.
And so, the family that had stood in Changning City for hundreds of years came to an end. The warriors of Changning City were stunned to see the three major families so easily wiped out. I originally thought there was going to be an earth-shattering battle.
Some people even kept their distance, fearing they might be accidentally hurt.
But the result was just a one-sided massacre, with no ability to even resist. They had all heard that the Purple Mansion realm was very powerful, but they never imagined it would be this powerful.
Zhou Jinyan's heart tightened when he saw this scene. So he quickly took what he had prepared and found Lin Fan and the other three. Zhou Jinyan greets Senior. In front of Lin Fan, Zhou Jinyan was extremely humble, not even daring to breathe loudly. Who are you?
Lin Fan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Before Zhou Jinyan could reply, Mu Shixue spoke up. Husband, he is the city lord of Changning City.
Hearing Mu Shixue call him husband, Zhou Jinyan became even more frightened.
If the Mu sisters become dissatisfied with him, he'll probably be doomed.
So you're the city lord of Changning City. What brings you here?
Lin Fan said calmly.
Senior, I have come to apologize. Please have mercy on me. Please forgive me? What crime have you committed?
Lin Fan's voice was very soft, but Zhou Jinyan was so frightened that he kept wiping away sweat.
Chapter 60, The Task Given to the Lord of Changning City.
Senior, I didn't stop the four major powers from besieging the Mu family because I accepted 400,000 spirit stones from the Fire Cloud sect. Later, after the Mu family was destroyed, I also acquired a considerable amount of the Mu family's assets.
I've come here today to offer up all these resources and industries. I hope you'll be lenient with me. Zhou Jinyan didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he had done.
After all, this kind of thing can be easily found out with a simple investigation, so he might as well be honest. Lin Fan didn't answer him, but looked at the two sisters instead.
Shixue, Shiyu, what do you think about this?
Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu exchanged a glance, having already made their decision.
Husband, since he has returned these resources, let us just let it go.
After all, he didn't do anything to the Mu family.
From his position, it's already quite good that he didn't kick him when he was down. The two women did not hate Zhou Jinyan, the city lord.
After all, the Mu family and the city lord didn't have a very good relationship, and they were even competitors in some businesses.
They didn't harm the Mu family even after receiving the money. They've already shown some conscience. Moreover, killing a city lord now would be detrimental to the Lin family's future development. Even though it's just killing a city lord, the imperial court won't take any action.
However, doing so would cause other forces in the imperial court to harbor resentment towards the Lin family.
Hearing the two women's words, Zhou Jinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He was also filled with gratitude towards the two women. I'm also glad he didn't take action back then, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble today. Since you're sure and sure you don't blame you, I'll let you off the hook. However, I need your help to integrate the businesses of these three major families and the Firecloud sect. At the same time, those members of the three major families and the Firecloud sect outside are also your responsibility to eliminate. I hope you won't let me down in this matter. After Lin Fan finished speaking, a flash of aura emanated from him, serving as a deterrent to Zhou Jinyan. Don't worry, senior. Just give me half a month, and I will definitely handle this matter perfectly. Zhou Jinyan quickly assured him. He also learned from Lin Fan's words that the Firecloud sect should have been destroyed. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't have let him take over the assets of the Firecloud sect. Okay, then you can go ahead and get busy. Yes, senior. I shall take my leave. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Zhou Jinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan was putting immense pressure on him. Next, he had to complete the task Lin Fan had assigned him, and he had to do it well. Housekeeper. Master, is there anything you need? You heard what the senior just said. Quickly arrange for people to handle this, and make sure there are no mistakes. Otherwise, our city lord's mansion might cease to exist. Yes, sir, this old servant will arrange it immediately. After the steward left, Zhou Jinyan hurriedly began to send a message to the prefectural governor's office. He had to report the appearance of a purple mansion realm expert in Changning City. Lin Fan, along with Mu Shishue, Mu Shiyu, and Yining Shuang, had arrived at the former Mu family manor. The Mu family manor covers an area of over 60 square kilometers, which can be described as very large. The Mu family originally had 100,000 members, all of whom lived here. After the Mu family was destroyed, the manor became Zhou Jinyan's private property. Over the past year, Zhou Jinyan has also arranged for many servants to maintain order. Zhou Jinyan has now returned the manor to Lin Fan. As for the servants inside, they have all been evacuated. It wasn't that Zhou Jinyan was reluctant to part with these frightening things, but rather that she didn't want Lin Fan to misunderstand. What kind of nonsense is it for him to put people here? Does he want to spy on Lin Fan? So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he withdrew all his people. Looking at the manor, Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu felt somewhat sad. This used to be their home, but sadly, their parents and relatives will never return. Fortunately, they now have Lin Fan and their own child. Husband, shall we stay here for now, or return to Wanxiang City? Let's stay here for now. Whether we go back to Vientiane City or not is no longer important. Apart from a mansion, nothing else was left there. Of course, Lin Fan did not intend to build his family's residence here. Changning City is much more prosperous than Mixi. However, it is still not suitable as a family residence, but rather as a family stronghold. My husband, let us show you around this manor. Okay, we'll probably be staying here for quite a while, so we definitely need to get familiar with the area. Next, the two sisters began to show Lin Fan around the manor, introducing things to him from time to time. At this moment, Yining Shuang had already learned from the conversation between Lin Fan and the other two that Lin Fan was the head of a family. Moreover, this family was only recently established. So, Lin Fan's next goal is to rapidly expand and strengthen his family. That would definitely require taking wives and concubines, so that more bloodlines could be born. In fact, this is how all families started their development. Otherwise, how could they have grown their family to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, over a century? Population is the foundation of a family, and no one can ignore it. The larger the population, the higher the probability of having offspring with high cultivation potential. The longer a family has been passed down through generations, the larger its population tends to be. Thinking about all this, Yining Shuang made up her mind that she would find an opportunity to introduce her master to Lin Fan. With her master's charisma, there's definitely no problem. If she succeeds, she will then have a grandmaster at the Purple Mansion realm. She refused to believe that anyone would dare to bully her back then. He. Thinking of this, Yining Shuang laughed triumphantly. Lin Fan and the other two looked puzzled as they watched Yining Shuang suddenly burst into laughter. Miss Yi, what are you laughing at? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking about some happy things. Yining Shuang explained somewhat awkwardly. Mu Shiyu nodded and continued, Miss Yi, you've been out for quite a while now, haven't you let your master know you're safe? I have already sent a message to my master using the Jade Talisman. That's good. Otherwise, your master would definitely be worried since he hasn't received any news from you for so long. Yes, thank you for your concern, Sister Mu. Actually, Yining Shuang hasn't sent a message yet. She plans to send one to her master when she goes to sleep. We must find a way to get her master to come here in person. Only when her master arrives can she find an opportunity to bring the two together. Time quickly passed and evening arrived. After dinner, and having settled Yining Shuang into a guest room, Lin Fan and the other two returned to the Divine Firmament realm. When everyone saw the three of them return, they asked, "Husband, how did things go?" "The matter has been resolved, and we will be settling in Changning City for a while." "That's good." As for where they settle down, they don't care, as long as they can stay by Lin Fan's side. Chapter 61 Gu Nanqi's Excitement. After Lin Fan and the other two went to rest at Yining Shuang's residence, she took out a jade talisman from her storage bag and began to contact her master, Gu Nanqi. "Yining Shuang, master, I have something extremely urgent to tell you. Please reply upon receiving this." Not long after, Yining Shuang received a reply from her master. "Gu Nanqi, Ning Shuang, you finally messaged me. Why didn't you reply to my messages before? Has your wings grown too strong since you went out, and you're no longer planning to pay attention to your master?" Clearly, Gu Nanqi was somewhat angry that her disciple wasn't replying to her messages. "Yining Shuang, master, you have misunderstood your disciple. How could I possibly ignore you, master?" "Gu Nanqi, then what exactly happened? If you don't explain clearly, see how I deal with you when you get back." "Yining Shuang, master, if I hadn't been rescued by someone, I wouldn't have been able to go back?" "Gu Nanqi, what? What's going on? Does someone in Qingyun County dare to lay a hand on you? Do they really think my Yinxiu sect is without anyone?" Clearly, Gu Nanqi was furious to hear that her beloved apprentice had almost gotten into trouble. "Yining Shuang, master, it's like this." Then, Yining Shuang recounted in detail how she was captured and taken to the Fire Cloud sect, and how Luo Xong intended to harm her. "Gu Nanqi, you bastards! The Fire Cloud sect actually dared to lay a hand on you, and that Luo Xong actually dared to use you to cultivate demonic arts. Do you really think my Cloud Show sect is made of clay? Ning Shuang, don't rush. I'm going to gather my disciples now and start a war with the Fire Cloud sect." "Yining Shuang, there's no need for war, the Fire Cloud sect is already gone." "Gu Nanqi, the Fire Cloud sect is gone. You mean the Fire Cloud sect was wiped out?" Gu Nanqi found it hard to believe when she heard the news. The Fire Cloud sect and their Cloud Beauty sect were supposed to be equal forces, so how could they be wiped out so easily? "Yining Shuang, yes, master, the Fire Cloud sect has been destroyed. Didn't I just say that I was rescued by someone?" Afterwards, Yining Shuang told Gu Nanqi the whole story, including the annihilation of the three major families in Changning City. Gu Nanqi was completely stunned after hearing Yining Shuang's story. She never expected her little apprentice to be so lucky, actually being saved by a Purple Mansion realm expert. Now he even lives in the home of a Purple Mansion realm expert. Most importantly, the emergence of a Purple Mansion realm expert in Qingyun County will change the landscape of Qingyun County. I have to say, the Mu family is really lucky. In the end, only 2 girls were left, and they were still able to be noticed by experts at the Purple Mansion realm. Thinking of this, Gu Nanqi felt a little envious. "Yining Shuang, master, I have good news for you. This senior in the Purple Mansion realm wants to establish a family. There aren't many people in the family yet. Do you understand what I mean? Ning Shuang, are you telling the truth?" Gu Nanqi's voice was somewhat hurried at this moment. "Yining Shuang, of course it's true. Would I joke about something like this? Okay. 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 I'll bring your 3 senior sisters over tomorrow. You'd better behave yourself there and not offend this senior." "Alright, that's enough for now. I need to go find your 3 senior sisters and discuss this matter with them in detail." Gu Nanqi was very excited at this moment. She had to seize such a good opportunity. As long as the senior takes a liking to any of her disciples, the Yinxiu sect's position in Qingyun County will be unshakable. Yining Shuang, on the other hand, was filled with questions after seeing her master's reaction. Her original intention was to bring her master and Lin Fan together. However, her master was actually trying to matchmake her 3 senior sisters. "It's all right. Whether it's master or senior sister, as long as they successfully bring them together, it means the same to me. They can both become my support. Moreover, the 3 senior sisters are also very beautiful, I'm sure you'll like them." If all else fails, let Master take over. Hee, I'm such a smart guy. Forget it, I won't cultivate tonight, I'm going to sleep. After talking to herself for a while, Yi Ningxuang fell asleep. At this time, undercurrents were also surging in Changning City. With the destruction of the three major families, 5 families possessing the initial stage of Qi Si have now gathered together. These 5 families are the Duan family, the Pei family, the Zhang family, the Chen family, and the Wu family. The strongest member of each family is at the early stage of the Qi Si realm. Compared to the previous 4 major families, they are much weaker. Now that the 4 major families have been wiped out, Changning City will be theirs to rule. Of course, Lin Fan and the City Lord's Mansion are exceptions. However, they were not worried about Lin Fan and his group. A mere Purple Mansion realm cultivator would certainly look down on what Changning City has to offer. At this moment, Duan Shouyuan, the head of the Duan family, spoke up. Everyone, that senior is currently living in the former Mu family. Shouldn't we pay him a visit tomorrow? Pei Yuanzhong, the head of the Pei family, nodded. Of course I will go to pay the visit, but I don't know if this senior is easy to talk to. They were afraid of Lin Fan. Today, the 3 major families have witnessed their demise firsthand. They were genuinely afraid that Lin Fan might do the same to them. Wu Shangming, the head of the Wu family, had a different opinion. Everyone, we can actually rest assured about this. Judging from what you did today, it wasn't an indiscriminate killing of innocent people, otherwise the city lord certainly wouldn't have survived. Chen Yangji, the head of the Chen family, nodded in agreement with Wu Shangming's opinion. Finally, only Zhang Tianhua, the head of the Zhang family, remained silent, and all 4 looked at him. Since everyone has made up their minds, let's go visit our senior together tomorrow. Zhang Tianhua also announced his decision. He then added, everyone, I think our 5 families can unite and all seek refuge with this senior. Having a Purple Mansion realm expert as a backer will be beneficial to our development. Although we have to provide some resources every year after we join them. But with our seniors as our backers, we'll definitely reap far greater rewards than we have now. Patriarch Shang, I support your idea. Wu Shangming stated directly. The remaining 3 also expressed their support at this point. They must seize the opportunity now that a powerful expert at the Purple Mansion realm has finally appeared. My only worry right now is whether the senior will accept us. Chen Yangji said, frowning. No matter the outcome, we have to give it a try. If we try, there's a 50% chance the senior will accept us. If we don't try, we'll have no chance at all. Pei Yuanzhong shared his opinion. Alright, it's settled then. We'll visit the senior together tomorrow. After everything was agreed upon, the meeting came to an end. Chapter 62 by Qin Yan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. On Zhou Jinyan's side, Prefect Bai Yuanming was in seclusion. So he passed the message on to Bai Yuanchen, the city lord of Qingyun City. When Bai Yuanchen received this news, he was naturally very shocked. After understanding the cause of the matter, he instructed Zhou Jinyan not to offend Lin Fan under any circumstances. At the same time, he had to do as Lin Fan asked. Afterwards, Bai Yuanchen convened a meeting of the family elders overnight. At this moment, everyone was discussing it. Such emergency meetings are usually only convened when something important happens. The scene quieted down after Elder Bai Yuanchen sat down. Elder, what brings you all here so late? The one asking the question was Bai Yuanqi, the second elder of the Bai family, whose strength was at the late stage of the Qi Si realm. Elders of the clans, I have just received a message from the city lord of Changning City that a Purple Mansion realm expert has appeared in Changning City. Now, the Fire Cloud sect and the remaining 3 major families of Changning City have all been wiped out. I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. What? Such a thing actually happened? Is the news true? The elders were shocked by the news, and they looked at Bai Yuanchen in disbelief. I have confirmed this information multiple times, and it is true. Bai Yuanchen said with certainty. After confirmation, the atmosphere at the scene became very tense. The appearance of a Purple Mansion realm expert is no small matter for the entire Qingyun County. Elder, do you know why this expert at the Purple Mansion realm is targeting these 4 major powers? Bai Yuanqi continued to ask. If they were to attack the 4 major powers without any reason, it would not be good news for the Bai family. After all, when faced with such a situation, their patriarch, as the prefect, naturally had to step in and mediate. This is to give an explanation to the forces within Qingyun County. However, if they inadvertently offend this Purple Mansion realm expert during the coordination process, it would be a disaster for the Bai family. But if there's a grudge, then it's none of their business. Offending someone at the Purple Mansion realm means they deserve to be killed. It's all because the Mu family was wiped out a year ago. Bai Yuanshan said helplessly. Elder, this matter is actually related to the Mu family that was wiped out? But I know a bit about the Mu family, and they don't have any connection with any Purple Mansion realm expert. Bai Yuanshi said with a puzzled look. There was no connection before, but what can we do when the head of the Mu family has two wonderful daughters? After the Mu family was destroyed, the eldest and second young ladies of the Mu family successfully escaped. Now, these two young ladies have become the concubines of this Purple Mansion realm expert. At this point, Bai Yuanshan looked somewhat helpless. Despite being surrounded by so many people, two girls at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm still managed to escape. Now, they've even recruited a Purple Mansion realm expert for Qingyun County. It can only be said that these four major forces were too useless, which brought about their own demise. The elders of the Bai family were also perplexed by the whole story. Originally, the Bai family was powerful enough to dominate Qingyun County. But now that a Purple Mansion realm expert has arrived, they dare not be so high profile anymore. Unless their patriarch can break through to the Purple Mansion realm, they will not be qualified to stand on equal footing with them. But who knew that this move by the four major forces would disrupt this situation? Alright, everyone, let's discuss how to handle this. Bai Yuanshan's words brought everyone back to their senses. Elder, I wonder if this Purple Mansion realm expert will settle down in Qingyun County? If we settle here, we'll definitely try to befriend them. Regardless of whether the patriarch breaks through to the next level or not, befriending a Purple Mansion realm expert is entirely beneficial to us. If it's just a temporary stay, then we'll just send someone to deliver some gifts. We support the second elder's opinion. After Bai Yuanshi finished speaking, everyone else echoed his sentiment. Alright, we'll do as the second elder says. Bai Yuanshan had no intention of offending the other party. But how can we befriend them? After all, they are at the Purple Mansion realm, and they certainly wouldn't care about ordinary things. These words silenced everyone present once again. They're at the Purple Mansion realm, you can't just befriend them whenever you want. Elder, I believe the only way to establish good relations is through marriage. Look, the fact that he was able to take in the two women from the Mu family clearly shows that he has that kind of need. In this world, some powerful men have many wives and concubines, while others are all alone. After all, everyone's pursuits are different. Lin Fan's performance, in their view, clearly belonged to the former category. I support the third elder's opinion, a marriage alliance is the most suitable. Moreover, this Purple Mansion realm expert personally intervened for the two Mu sisters, clearly showing them great kindness. From another perspective, it's possible that this Purple Mansion realm cultivator hasn't yet established any power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to personally deal with these four major forces, he could just send some of his men. Therefore, before he becomes a behemoth of power, now is the best time for a marriage alliance. When our children are born, our bond will be even stronger. Seeing that all the elders supported the marriage alliance, Bai Yuanshan was somewhat tempted. So, who do you all think is the most suitable for this marriage alliance? Bai Yuanshan asked again. Of course it's the young lady. Bai Yuanshi said without hesitation. Only the eldest young lady is the most suitable. If someone of lower status in the family is sent for the marriage, it will make that Purple Mansion realm expert feel that we are looking down on him. We might end up doing something wrong with good intentions. Hearing that the eldest daughter was to go, Bai Yuanshan was conflicted, as she was his elder brother's most beloved daughter. His aptitude reached the lower grade earth level, and at the age of 23, he has already reached the early stage of the Qi-Si realm. As long as he doesn't die young, there's no problem for him to reach the Purple Mansion realm in the future. I can't make this decision myself, I have to ask my elder brother for permission. Second uncle, I agree to this matter. There's no need to ask my father for permission. As the sound came, a beautiful woman in pink walked in through the door. The person who arrived was none other than Bai Qingyan, the young lady they had mentioned. She had heard a commotion earlier and learned that her second uncle had convened a meeting of all the elders. Out of curiosity, she decided to come and take a look. Since there was no protective array in the conference room, their conversation naturally reached Bai Qingyan's ears. Qingyan, are you really sure? Bai Yuanshan looked at her in disbelief. You should know that your niece usually looks down on those talented young men. He was genuinely puzzled as to why his previous ideas had suddenly changed. Second uncle, some sacrifices are necessary for the development of the family. I believe my father will agree with my decision. Besides, the other party is a Purple Mansion realm expert. It wouldn't be a loss for me to become his concubine. It's true that I have the potential to reach the Purple Mansion realm, but a genius who doesn't grow up is nothing. Second uncle, as you know, many people don't want to see me grow up. I've dodged many assassination attempts over the years. Assassinations will be inevitable in the future. No one can guarantee that an accident won't happen any day. But if I become one of this Purple Mansion realm cultivator's wives or concubines, my chances of becoming a Purple Mansion realm cultivator myself will greatly increase. Bai Qingyan blurted out all her thoughts in one breath. The Bai family seems to have absolute power in Qingyun County. Outside of Qingyun County, it was only a second-rate power in the entire Zhao kingdom. At the same time, he also had many political enemies, all of whom coveted the position of prefect of Qingyun County. For forces at the Qi realm, this is a huge piece of meat. If the Bai family had a relative by marriage who was at the Purple Mansion realm, then these forces would have to think twice. Please donate your love and support, thank you so much. Chapter 63: The Allegiance of the Five Great Families. Xin Yan, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. However, this matter is not yet confirmed. We need to find out what this Purple Mansion realm expert is going to do next. If we stay in Qingyun County, then we can consider the marriage alliance. Bai Yuanchen looked at Bai Yuanqi as he finished speaking. Second elder, tomorrow you will take a gift to Changning City to pay a visit to the senior. Good. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but say, second uncle, I want to go and see too. Bai Qingyan was quite curious about this man who could potentially become her husband. Bai Yuanchen thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, with the second elder here, nothing unexpected will happen. Just remember not to say anything carelessly when you get there. Don't worry, uncle, I know what to do. Alright, if everyone has nothing else to say, let's adjourn the meeting. Besides the Bai family, other well-informed forces in Qingyun County also began making preparations after receiving the news. In the Divine Firmament realm, Lin Fan and his group took stock of their gains for the day. In total, they obtained 5.6 million yellow-grade yuan stones, but only 3,200 black-grade yuan stones. The rest are some yellow-grade spiritual herbs, pills, cultivation techniques, weapons, and the like. All things considered, the total value is around 1 million yellow-grade jade stones. This is the wealth accumulated by these four major powers over hundreds of years. The Huayun sect made the greatest contribution, accounting for roughly half of all the contributions. Of course, there are some industries in mineral veins that are not included in the calculation. Overall, the harvest this time was quite good. The next day, Lin Fan took Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu away from the Divine Firmament realm. She also brought 30 maids, led by Li Han. These maids were among the first people to follow Lin Fan. Now, with Lin Fan's abundant resources, these people have broken through to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. With the help of a top-grade breakthrough pill, Li Han successfully broke through to the Qi realm. It's not that Lin Fan is unwilling to give breakthrough pills to others. Nowadays, Lin Fan can easily refine breakthrough pills, and the Divine Firmament realm is not lacking in these spiritual herbs, so there is naturally no question of being reluctant to part with them. The main reason is that these people have only recently broken through to the next level and still need to consolidate their strength. When Lin Fan and his group arrived at the artificial lake in the manor, they saw Yining Shuang practicing her sword there. Seeing this, Mu Shiyu felt a little itchy to show off her skills. My lord, I'll go and test Miss Yi's swordsmanship. Go! Seeing that Lin Fan agreed, Mu Shiyu flew directly to Yining Shuang's side. Miss Yi, how about we have a contest? Okay. Yining Shuang readily agreed, but please, Sister Mu, show mercy. Don't worry, we'll only compete in martial arts, nothing else. As a Qi realm cultivator, Mu Shiyu naturally wouldn't use her power to intimidate others. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very interesting. Sister Mu, be careful, I'm about to make my move. Well done. Mu Shiyu said, drawing her long sword. After a brief fight, the two were evenly matched. It must be said that Yining Shuang is indeed very talented. Her swordsmanship was already highly developed if it weren't for the fact that Mu Shiyu's swordsmanship was of a higher grade. He might actually lose to Yining Shuang based solely on swordsmanship. Alright, Miss Yi, let's finish. Your swordsmanship is excellent. Seeing that Yining Shuang was already panting, Mu Shiyu chose to end the match. Sister Mu, please don't say that. I've already given it my all, while you seem to be handling it with ease. You obviously haven't used your full strength. So, Sister Mu, your swordsmanship is still the best. Hearing Yi Ningxuan's words, Mu Shiyu smiled and shook her head. Miss Yi, you can't say that. After all, my cultivation level is higher than yours. Even if I suppress my strength, I still have an advantage over you. Those at the Qi Si realm have an advantage over you in terms of reaction speed and other aspects. You'll see that when you break through to the Qi Si realm. Qi Si realm? It's unlikely in a short time, it will take at least 2 or 3 years. Yi Ningxuan muttered to herself. She didn't think she could break through to the Qi Si realm in a short time. Then, she followed Mu Shiyu to Lin Fan's side. Greetings, Senior, Sister Mu. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Miss Yi, there's no need for such formalities. Thank you, Senior. After saying that, Yi Ningxuan stood obediently to the side. Yi Ningxuan was somewhat surprised by Li Han and the others' appearance, but not unexpected. As a powerful expert at the Purple Mansion realm, how could he not have maids serving him? They must have arrived last night. Xiaohan, after breakfast, arranged for someone to recruit some girls in the city. Such a large estate can't be left unmanaged. Try to recruit some young people with good aptitude, and then teach them some cultivation techniques. Yes, Master. Yi Ningxuan was quite surprised to hear that Lin Fan was actually going to pass on his martial arts techniques to his servants. Unlike other families, it is impossible for them to pass on their martial arts techniques to their descendants. Unless it's the kind of Deadpool that the family has trained since childhood, such people are extremely loyal to their families. They are the sharp blades in the hands of those powerful families, used to handle matters that are not suitable for the families to handle themselves. Of course, many independent martial artists also join these family forces to serve them. In this way, one can obtain some cultivation resources, such as spirit stones and pills. As for cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, forget about them. These are the lifeblood of the family and will never be passed on to outsiders. Next, right after Lin Fan finished breakfast, someone came to report. Patriarch, the heads of the Duan, Pei, Wu, Chen, and Zhang families from Changning City have come to request an audience. Mu Shishua knew that Lin Fan had never heard of these families, so she explained from the side. My lord, these are 5 families in Changning City at the early stage of the Qi Si realm. Interesting, let's bring them over. Since he wanted to establish himself here, Lin Fan naturally wanted to meet these people. Soon, the 5 family heads were brought before Lin Fan. Pei Yuanzhong, Wu Xiangming, Chen Yangji, Zheng Tianhua, and Duanqiu Yuan pay their respects to our seniors. As the 5 men spoke, they bowed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand. Get up, all of you. I wonder what brings you here. At this moment, Zheng Tianhua stepped forward. He was the one whom they had jointly nominated. Senior, we wish to pledge our loyalty to you and hope that you will take us under your wing. At that time, we will hand over 50% of our profits to the family every year. Although you certainly wouldn't care about this small amount of profit, we can still help with some minor matters. Lin Fan knew that as his strength was exposed, there will definitely be forces that come to him for refuge. This is the influence of the Purple Mansion realm and the 100 Kingdoms. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It has to be said that these families are quite clever. If you have time, feel free to leave a comment to urge me to update, so I'll know what's going on today. Chapter 64: The Excited 5 Families. After a while, Lin Fan spoke up. You'd better think it over carefully. Once you've pledged allegiance, you can't betray us. You've probably all seen me in action. The consequences of betrayal will be the same as those of the 3 great families. Hearing Lin Fan's words, they were not afraid, but rather overjoyed. Since Lin Fan has said that, he must have agreed to take them in. As for betrayal? Only a fool would betray someone. After regaining their senses, they quickly bowed to Lin Fan again. We pay our respects to the family head. All right. Then I will accept your allegiance today. Seeing that Lin Fan had accepted them, the 5 were overjoyed. We thank the family head. Then, Zheng Tianhua took out a jade box from his storage bag. Patriarch, these are 5 low-grade Xian-level spiritual herbs that our 5 families have pulled together. We hope you will accept them. This is your kind gesture, so I'll accept it. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Han stepped forward and accepted the jade box. Lin Fan did not feel disgusted just because there were only 5 low-grade Xian-level spiritual herbs. For these 5 families, it was already quite remarkable that they could gather 5 low-grade Xian-level spiritual herbs. If you want to buy it with Xian-grade spirit stones, you need at least 300 stones. It may not seem like much, but even if these 5 families join forces, they could probably only gather this many Xian-grade Yuan stones. Yellow grade spirit stones simply cannot buy Xian level spiritual herbs.
Since you have all pledged your allegiance to me, I have no choice but to reciprocate. Then, Lin Fan took out a jade bottle. There are 5 top grade yellow level breakthrough pills here.
One for each of you, consider it a gift from me.
Upon hearing about the yellow grade supreme breakthrough pill, the 5 people were instantly stunned.
They knew how precious this elixir was. The Baiba Pavilion in Changning City only provides one every 2 years. Although it's only selling for 5,000 yellow grade gemstones, it's a normal selling price. But precisely because of this, they can't buy them.
If it were put at an auction, the highest bidder would win, which would actually give them a chance. Ultimately, this pill either ended up in the hands of the city lord's mansion or in the hands of the 4 major families.
As for them, they won't have that opportunity. What are you all standing there for? Do you think it's not enough?
Lin Fan's voice instantly made the 5 of them realize what was happening.
No, Patriarch. How could we possibly think it's too little? We're just too excited.
We never even dared to dream of having a pill of this caliber before. As he spoke, Zhang Tianhua accepted the pills handed to him by Li Han with trembling hands.
This elixir was extremely precious to them. One pill is equivalent to adding a Qi Si realm expert to the family.
If one wants to rely on their own cultivation, breaking through from the Qi Si realm to the Qi Si realm after reaching the perfection of the origin realm is extremely difficult. Each of their families has been passed down for at least 200 years. Currently, only they themselves have successfully broken through to the Qi Si realm. This breakthrough was only possible because the entire clan pooled its resources to gather them. Nowadays, each family has at least 10 martial artists who have reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. But if these people don't have the right opportunity, they probably won't be able to break through to the Qi Si realm until they die. However, with just one top-grade breakthrough pill, they could easily break through to the Qi Si realm. It's easy to imagine how important the breakthrough pill was to them, which is why they were so excited. At this moment, Yining Xuan, standing next to Lin Fan, looked at the pill bottle with envy. She wanted this kind of pill too. If she could just take one, she could break through to the Qi Si realm right now. Although their Yunxiu sect has the opportunity to obtain breakthrough pills, it takes 5 or 6 years to obtain just one. She obtained the last one 2 years ago, and then her master gave it to her senior sister.
It will probably take another 3 or 4 years to get the next one.
Alchemists are extremely rare, and high-quality alchemists are even rarer. Therefore, in areas like Qingyun County where no purple mansion exists, the 100 Treasures Pavilion does not allocate many resources. The places where the most resources were allocated were still the capital cities of various countries.
Alright, you don't need to get too excited.
Since you've chosen to pledge your allegiance to me, I won't let you suffer any losses.
There are other benefits to come.
Upon hearing that there would be additional benefits, all 5 of them perked up, their hearts filled with anticipation. Yining Xuan also watched Lin Fan curiously from the side.
Xiaohan, you talked to them.
Yes, Master. Lin Fan has already discussed this matter with everyone in the Divine Firmament realm. Last night they were all discussing that if Lin Fan revealed his Purple Mansion realm strength, some forces would come to him for refuge.
What benefits should be given to those forces that are loyal to them? After discussion, a result has been reached.
I just didn't expect that someone would come to join me so quickly, and they just happened to come in handy.
Everyone, our patriarch sees how hard you've worked in your cultivation, so he's decided that as long as you do your jobs well from now on.
When my family head is satisfied, each of your families can come to me every year to exchange for 2 top-grade yellow-level pills and 50 high-grade pills. More importantly, you can suggest what kind of pills you need. As for the price, each top-grade pill costs 5,000 yellow-grade spirit stones, and each high-grade pill costs 200 yellow-grade spirit stones. Besides elixirs, we can purchase 10,000 gene of top-grade yellow spirit rice every year, based on market price.
Hiss. Upon hearing about so many benefits, they all gasped in astonishment. But soon, they became ecstatic.
At the same time, they were very glad that they had made the choice to seek refuge with Lin Fan. If this news gets out, it will drive countless Qi Si realm forces crazy. This means 2 top-grade yellow-level pills every year, and they can be of any type. If you can exchange for 2 top-grade breakthrough pills every year, at that time, those in their family who have cultivated to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm will all be able to become Qi High realm experts. In just 5 years, each of their families will be able to produce 10 Qi Si realm martial artists. In addition, you can also choose pills that can quickly improve your cultivation level. In this way, they can also quickly increase their strength. Needless to say, top-grade spiritual rice has a significant effect on those in the Chi Si realm if consumed regularly. The reason why those people in the divine firmament realm were able to rapidly improve their strength was largely due to the contribution of top-grade spiritual rice. At this moment, Yining Shuang's eyes also lit up when she looked at Lin Fan.
Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he asked, "Senior, are you perhaps an alchemist?" In Yining Shuang's opinion, only alchemists would be willing to take out so many pills to sell. "Miss Yi, you're right. My husband is indeed an alchemist, and a top-grade yellow-level alchemist at that." Mu Shishue did not mention that Lin Fan was a high-grade Xian-level alchemist. There is even a Xian-level top-grade alchemist named Su Qingyuan in the family.
Given Lin Dan's current strength, it is not yet appropriate for him to reveal his identity as a high-grade Xian-level alchemist. Otherwise, not to mention other Purple Mansion realm forces, even Divine Platform realm forces would pay close attention to Lin Fan. After all, even high-grade Xian-level pills are effective for those in the Divine Platform realm.
Chapter 65: The Bai Family's Visit. My goodness, Senior, you're actually a top-grade yellow-level alchemist. That's amazing. At this moment, Yining Shuang admired Lin Fan even more. At this moment, she made up her mind, "I must urge my master to come over quickly. If word gets out that you are a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, countless forces will surely come to you for marriage in the future. Even those Purple Mansion realm forces will be no exception. At that time, their Yunqiu sect will be no match for these forces at all." The heads of the 5 major families were now completely excited. They never expected that they would be siding with an alchemist. This was an incredible opportunity for them. Just 2 top-grade pills a year are enough to enable them to develop rapidly, not to mention the 50 high-grade pills they receive annually. With these elixirs, the strength of the younger generation in the family can be rapidly improved. If you perform well in the future, there might be extra rewards. Thinking about these benefits, the 5 people became more motivated. "Master, is there anything we can help you with next?" Seeing the performance of the 5 people, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "There are indeed some things going on right now. My manor is currently unattended, and I need to hire some people. I entrusted this matter to Li Han, who is the head housekeeper in my household. Next, I need your help to Li Han to handle this matter properly. These people are considered local strongmen in Changning City, so it's most appropriate to entrust this kind of matter to them." "Don't worry, Master, we will definitely cooperate fully with Steward Li." "Well, if there's nothing else, you can go now." "Yes, Master, we shall take our leave." After the 5 people left the manor, they gathered together again. Zhang Tianhua was the first to speak. "Everyone, with the pills provided by our master, we are about to rise up. Going forward, I hope everyone will refrain from harming our common interests for their own selfish reasons. At the same time, we must unite and serve our master well, and absolutely not make any mistakes." Wu Xiangming nodded in agreement. "Patriarch Shang, you're right, we must unite." Once word gets out that the head of the main family is a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, countless forces will surely come to pledge allegiance to the main family in the future. These forces will be our colleagues and our competitors in the future. We are too weak to compete with those forces on our own, so we must unite. The other 3 exchanged a glance, then nodded firmly. "Okay, we also support the alliance." And so, from this moment on, the 5 major families will be completely united. "Everyone, now it's time to complete the tasks assigned by the Patriarch. This task is simple for us, but we must do it perfectly and leave a good impression on the head of the family." "All right, I'll go back and personally oversee this matter." After the 5 finished their discussion, they went their separate ways. Not long after the 5 people left, another maid came to report to Lin Fan. "Patriarch, Bai Yuanqi, the 2nd elder of the Bai family in Qingyun City, has come to pay a visit with Bai Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family." Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting someone to come and visit again. "It's still the Bai family of Qingyun City, the family of the prefect. Interesting. Go and bring them in." Yining Shuang was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Bai Qingyan to come as well. She and Bai Qingyan are good friends. What is my good friend doing here? Is it for a marriage alliance? That's very likely, but we don't know if it was voluntary or forced. However, based on what I know about her, it's more likely that it was voluntary. Although her sister was arrogant, she looked down on the talented young men of Qingyun County. But I still admire powerful people like those at the Purple Mansion realm. "My masters, why aren't you here yet? If my sister beats you to it, you'll be at a disadvantage."
At this moment, Yi Ningxuan was extremely anxious her master was so inefficient. Soon, the maid led the two into the living room. Bai Qingyan noticed Yi Ningxuan at first glance, which made a hint of surprise flash in her eyes.
Why is my sister Yi Ningxuan here? Is she also here for a marriage alliance? Bai Qingyan wondered.
However, now is not the time to try to build a relationship with them. The two walked to a short distance from Lin Fan and bowed respectfully. Bai Yuanqi and Bai Qingyan greet senior.
Please, gentlemen, don't stand on ceremony, have a seat. Thank you, senior. After the two sat down, Lin Fan said with a smile, I wonder what brings you two here from so far away.
It's tens of thousands of miles from here to Qingyun City. It's indeed very far. Fortunately, they were both at the Qi realm, so it didn't take them long to get here. Reporting to the senior, our eldest elder was overjoyed to hear that a senior at the Purple Mansion realm had come to our Qingyun County. It's a pity that the patriarch is in seclusion and the eldest elder is busy with official duties, so he specially asked me to prepare a small gift to present to you, senior. As he spoke, Bai Yuanqi took out a jade box. Senior, here is a Xian-grade high-quality spiritual herb, Xianbing orchid, and more than 10 seeds of unknown spiritual herbs obtained by my family through a stroke of luck. I hope you can accept them. Since it was a gift, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse.
He gestured for Li Han to accept the gift. Elder Bai, it's not just about giving gifts, is it? Lin Fan continued to ask. Senior's insight is truly remarkable. We would also like to know if Senior will settle down here?
Senior, please don't misunderstand. This is also a rule of the Imperial Court. Whenever a Purple Mansion realm expert settles down, it must be reported to the Imperial Court.
I hope you can understand. Lin Fan waved his hand, it's okay, I know this rule.
I'll stay here for a while, and leave once I find a suitable family residence. Bai Yuanqi's eyes lit up when he heard that Lin Fan wanted to find the family's headquarters.
Senior, are you planning to establish a family?
That's right. Lin Fan didn't hide it was time to bring his family into the open. Having received a definite answer, Bai Yuanqi felt much more at ease. Since Lin Fan wants to establish a family, he will definitely need to take wives and concubines in the early stages. Therefore, there shouldn't be much of a problem for the Bai family to form a marriage alliance with Lin Fan.
Moreover, their young lady possesses a low-grade Earth-level aptitude.
With such high qualifications, they are naturally the first choice for marriage alliances. Now it's up to their young lady to show what she's capable of. Immediately, he congratulated Lin Fan, saying, Then I would like to offer my congratulations in advance to Senior for building a powerful family that will be renowned throughout the lands.
Then I'll take your kind words.
Lin Fan said with a smile. Although the 100 Kingdoms land was just a beginner's village in Lin Fan's eyes, the other party didn't have that perspective. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't blame him.
Chapter 66 Bai Qingyan left behind. Bai Qingyan knew it was her turn to shine. So she stepped forward and said respectfully, Senior, may I ask if Qingyan may stay here for a while? Ning Shuang and I are best friends.
We haven't seen each other for so long, so this is a good opportunity for us to catch up. After Bai Qingyan finished speaking, she gestured to Yi Ningxuan with her eyes, wanting her to speak on her behalf. When Yi Ningxuan saw this, she didn't hesitate. After all, she was her good friend, and she would naturally help if she could.
Senior, Qingyan is right, we really are good sisters.
It's been a long time since we last met, so this is a good opportunity to have a good chat.
I hope you can grant my request.
Lin Fan looked at the two of them with some surprise, not expecting that they were actually good friends. However, considering that both of them came from top forces in Qingyun County, it's not surprising that they could become sisters. At this moment, Lin Fan used the system to investigate Bai Yuanqi and Bai Qingyan.
Soon, their information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name, Bai Yuanqi. Age, 126. Qualification, top grade Xian level. Strength, late stage of Qi realm. Identity, second elder of the Bai family in Qingyun County. Name, Bai Qingyan. Age, 23. Qualification, low grade, earth level. Strength, early stage of Qi realm. Identity, eldest daughter of the Bai family of Qingyun County. Favorability, 65. Bai Yuanqi's aptitude is average, but I didn't expect Bai Qingyan's aptitude to actually reach the lower grade earth level. The favorability rating has reached 65, and this is only the first time we've met. No wonder you stayed, you must have come specifically for me.
At this moment, Lin Fan roughly knew the two men's intentions, but he remained outwardly calm. Since Miss Bai wants to stay here and keep her good friend company, I certainly won't refuse. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Bai Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief and a happy smile appeared on her face.
Qingyan thanks you for your kindness, senior.
After saying that, she stepped aside. Now that she's stayed, she has plenty of opportunities, and there's no rush to arrange a marriage.
Bai Yuanqi was very happy to see that Bai Qingyan had stayed.
Since that's the case, there's no need for him to stay here any longer.
Immediately afterwards, Bai Yuanqi bid farewell to Lin Fan.
Senior, I still have matters to attend to in the family, so I'll be leaving now.
Alright, since you have something to attend to at home, I won't keep you any longer. After Bai Yuanqi left, the scene became quiet.
At this moment, Yi Ningxuan wanted to have a private chat with Bai Qingyan, but she didn't know how to start the conversation.
Lin Fan glanced at Yi Ningxuan, who seemed hesitant to speak, and then said calmly, Miss Yi, you don't need to worry. Just say what you have to say.
Replying to Senior, Ningxuan hasn't seen Qingyan for a long time, so I'd like to have a chat with Qingyan alone.
Yi Ningxuan said truthfully. I thought something had happened. When sisters get together, they should have a good chat. There's nothing much to do here, you can wander around the manor as you like. Yes, Ningxuan thanks you, senior. With that, Yi Ningxuan pulled Bai Qingyan and prepared to leave. Senior, Qingyan will also take her leave. Yes, go ahead. If you need anything, just tell the maids at the manor. Yes, senior. After Bai Qingyan and Yi Ningxuan left, Mu Shishue asked, Husband, what do you think is Bai Qingyan's purpose in staying? She didn't believe it was just to catch up with Yi Ningxuan. Sister, what could her purpose be? She simply wants to marry into the family with her husband. Then, Mu Shiyu looked at Lin Fan and asked, Husband, do you think what I said is right? Yes, that's roughly the purpose. Lin Fan isn't stupid, how could he not see something so obvious? Husband, what do you plan to do? Mu Shishue asked curiously. Sister, is that even a question? Of course, we should accept what's offered to us. Once this precedent is set, other forces will likely follow suit. At that time, any power in Qingyun County that forms a marriage alliance with us will inevitably become a vassal of our Lin family. It's safe to say that before long, the power in Qingyun County will be completely subservient to our Lin family. Taking Qingyun County will be of great benefit to the future development of our Lin family. Although our Lin family doesn't expect these people to accomplish anything significant. But small tasks like helping with mining and searching for medicinal herb seeds can be left to them. At that time, we just need to focus on improving our strength. Once my husband becomes stronger, we can slowly encroach on the surrounding areas. Lin Fan was quite surprised to hear Mu Shiyu's analysis. He hadn't expected Mu Shiyu to have such unique insights. Shiyu is right, that's exactly what I meant. Mu Shiyu had said everything she needed to say, so Lin Fan didn't intend to say anything more. Husband, let's go back to the Divine Firmament realm. Let's try to get pregnant as soon as possible. Mu Shishue urged. Now, Luo Yiran and the others have all had 2 children, and Shen Ruotang and the others have also become pregnant. Now only the 2 of them are left. If Lin Fan starts taking concubines by then, it will probably have to be postponed again. Alright, then let's head back to the Divine Firmament realm first. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Yi Ningxuan and Bai Qingyan sat down in the pavilion by the artificial lake. At this moment, Bai Qingyan spoke up, Ningxuan, thank you for what you did earlier. Yi Ningxuan smiled and waved her hand. Qingyan, don't be so formal with me. We're best friends, I should help you with this. Besides, even if I don't show up, the senior won't refuse if you want to stay. Actually, you're a very easy person to get along with, as long as you're not your enemy. Yi Ningxuan had witnessed Lin Fan's ruthlessness towards his enemies firsthand. By the way, Qingyan, how did you end up here, and even stay here? I don't believe you're just trying to catch up with me. I guess you want to become the woman of your senior, right? After Yi Ningxuan finished speaking, she looked at Bai Qingyan with a half-smile. Seeing that Yi Ningxuan immediately revealed her purpose, Bai Qingyan was not flustered, but rather somewhat surprised. Ningxuan, you noticed that? Was I really that obvious? We're best friends, don't I know you? I'm sure it was your own choice, right? Yi Ningxuan asked with a smile. She knew Bai Qingyan's status in the Bai family, and she was certain that no one would force her to do such a thing. Bai Qingyan did not intend to hide this issue. Ningxuan, I truly consented to this marriage. Not just for myself, but also for my family. After making this decision, I was still very uneasy. After all, I didn't know what kind of person my senior was. Now that I've met my senior, I have no more worries.
After saying that, he even showed an expectant look. Chapter 67 Yi Ningxuan's thoughts.
Qing Yan, you're still not being honest with me.
Yi Ningxuan didn't believe Bai Qingyan's last statement at all. Ningxuan, how did I not behave? Bai Qingyan asked somewhat guiltily.
I know you too well. You must have been worried that your senior's appearance didn't suit your aesthetic, or that he looked too old, which is why you had these concerns.
Now that you see how handsome and dashing he is, you must be eager to get started. What does this have to do with your senior's character?
Besides, you've only met him once, how would you know what kind of person he is? At this point, Yi Ningxuan rolled her eyes at her.
He, you figured it out.
Bai Qingyan was a little embarrassed at this moment. She did have this concern before. After all, she only knew that Lin Fan was at the Purple Mansion realm, but she didn't know his age or appearance. Now that I've met Lin Fan, he's practically flawless.
Anyway, she's making a profit.
What a pity. I wonder how sad the young talents of Qingyun County will be when they find out you are getting married. Bai Qingyan, who was initially a little embarrassed, shook her head after hearing these words.
These people won't be sad at most, they'll be a little disappointed.
After all, beautiful women are everywhere, and those rich young men are never short of beautiful companions.
The only reason they're so obsessed with me is because of my family background.
Bai Qingyan saw through this matter very clearly. Before Lin Fan appeared, the Bai family was the #1 family in Qingyun County and also had a background with the imperial court.
Whoever marries her will see their family's influence rise.
This is also why those young men were so persistent in their pursuit of her. It's not that Bai Qingyan looks down on these kinds of people. In fact, what she's doing now is no different from what they do. She simply disliked those people.
She is only interested in the strong.
Those people were not even as qualified as her, so how could she possibly be interested in them?
By the way, Ningxuan, how did you end up here? Bai Qingyan asked curiously.
Me?
I'm just really unlucky. If it weren't for the timely appearance of my seniors, I would definitely be in a terrible state right now.
Yi Ningxuan felt a lingering fear when she thought about it.
What? What's going on? Is someone trying to harm you?
It's that young sect leader Luo Cong from the Firecloud sect. Yi Ningxuan gritted her teeth as she mentioned this guy.
Then, Yi Ningxuan recounted his experience in detail.
Damn it! I never expected that the young sect master of the Firecloud sect would actually cultivate demonic arts. I used to think he was just violent by nature, but I never expected it was because of his cultivation technique.
Presumably, the reason they destroyed the Mu family before was because they were after the Mu sisters' exceptional aptitude. Fortunately, the senior has already eradicated this cancer.
If this guy had succeeded, who knows how many people would have died in the future.
Bai Qingyan was genuinely angered by Hui Yunzhong's actions. Demonic cultivators are universally hated, yet the Firecloud sect dared to do such a thing in secret. Alright, Qingyan, there's no need to be angry.
The Firecloud sect has already paid the price for their actions.
Yes, there's really no need to be angry.
If the Firecloud sect were still around, I would personally lead the people to wipe them out.
Although the Firecloud sect is a top power in Qingyun County, it is no match for the Bai family. By the way, Ningxuan, don't you have any feelings for senior? Bai Qingyan asked with a smile.
Me?
I'm not even sure what I'm thinking.
To be honest, Yi Ningxuan hasn't really considered this issue yet. This is why she sent a message directly to her master. It's not that she has someone she likes, it's just that she hasn't considered getting married yet.
What else is there to think about? This is a life-saving grace, of course I should repay it with my body.
Of course I know that, but let's wait until my master arrives before discussing this further.
Yi Ningxuan would be quite willing to become Lin Fan's woman.
But she was a little worried that Lin Fan might not like her. Seeing that Yi Ningxuan still needed to consider, Bai Qingyan didn't urge her. Of course, she still hoped that Yi Ningxuan could also become Lin Fan's woman. Given their relationship, they can look out for each other. The imperial harem was not a harmonious place. At least among the families she had met, none had been so harmonious, or rather, her own family was not harmonious. Her father had many wives and concubines, which led to the formation of various cliques. Fortunately, she was very talented, and with her son's status, her mother lived a good life in the family. In fact, she has quite a few brothers and sisters, numbering in the dozens. Her status as the eldest daughter of her family was not due to her being the oldest. It's not because she's the strongest among her peers, but because she has the best talent. Therefore, she was chosen by everyone to be the eldest daughter of the family, which is the benefit of strength.
By the way, Ning Shuang, what do you know about the senior? Bai Qingyan asked again.
Please, I've only known you for less than 2 days, how could I possibly know anything about you? However, you have another identity, which I'm sure you'll find very interesting. At this point, Yi Ningshuang revealed a mysterious smile.
Alright, stop keeping me in suspense. How could I possibly guess something like this? Alright.
Yi Ningshuang decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. Actually, Senior has another identity. He is also a top-grade yellow-level alchemist.
What? Are you sure? Bai Qingyan was shocked by the news. Of course it's true, the senior himself confirmed it.
Then, Yi Ningshuang recounted how the 5 major families had come here to seek refuge with Lin Fan.
I didn't expect these families to be so clever and decisive. The benefits offered by the senior alone are enough to allow these families to grow rapidly.
Besides, they were the first to seek refuge, so the seniors will definitely take extra care of them.
Yes, those are top-grade breakthrough pills. Senior gave me 5 directly.
If I could have just one, I could break through to the Qi realm immediately. At this point, Yi Ningshuang was filled with envy. That's why I advised you, as long as you become the senior's concubine, breaking through realm pills will be a piece of cake.
Yi Ningshuang nodded. That's true, senior is very generous to his own people.
Both of Sister Mu are now in the early stage of Qi realm. Senior must have refined a lot of pills for them, otherwise their strength could not have improved so quickly. But there's no rush.
Qingyan, you go first. I'll come and join you after you succeed. If it fails, I'll give up on this idea.
After saying that, Yi Ningshuang revealed a smug smile.
So that's what you were planning. I'd been fooled after all. Bai Qingyan's expression at this moment was incredibly heartbroken. Ha, that's what happens when you're my best friend.
Chapter 68 The Lively City of Changning.
Meanwhile, after returning home, the heads of the 5 major families immediately convened a family meeting.
When the family learned of the success of the trip, they were all thrilled. Fortunately, they had not opposed the head of the family's decision beforehand.
Otherwise, they wouldn't get such benefits. Alright, don't be so happy yet.
Next, we need to complete the task assigned by the head of the family.
Remember, when recruiting, you can't bully the weak.
No one can guarantee that they won't be favored by the head of the family after they go there. If we leave any resentment or even hatred in their hearts, it will be a disaster for us when they grow up.
Don't worry, Master, I know what to do. Alright, everyone get to work.
This task must be completed as soon as possible.
Yes, Master.
Soon, news spread throughout the city that Lin Fan was going to recruit servants, and that the 5 major families would be in charge.
This news immediately caused a sensation throughout the city. I didn't expect the senior to be recruiting handymen in Changning City. Does he intend to settle down in Changning City? This is a good thing.
With a Purple Mansion realm expert in charge, Changning City's influence will definitely increase, and its development will surely get better and better.
Sigh, it's a pity they only recruit women.
These are servants of powerful experts at the Purple Mansion realm.
I'd be willing to sweep the latrine even if it meant me. Hee, I have a daughter, I'll go and let her try.
Come on, your daughter has neither talent nor looks, she has no chance.
What did you say? Are you looking for a beating? Humph. Who's afraid of who? Want to have a go? Let's practice then. Who's afraid of who? I'll beat you to a pulp.
At this moment, long queues formed in front of the 5 major families, all of whom were young women. Although they were only applying for jobs as servants, their eyes were full of expectation and longing. This is a servant of a Purple Mansion realm expert, and they even have cultivation techniques to teach them. How could they possibly miss such an opportunity? In the Divine Firmament realm, after the Moose sisters had rested, Lin Fan checked on the children's cultivation progress. Now, these children have ample resources and have all begun their training.
As long as resources are plentiful, one's strength can improve rapidly in the body tempering realm.
The time ratio between the Divine Firmament realm and the main world has now reached 6-1. Lin Fan believed that as long as 2 years passed in the main world, under his full guidance, these people would be able to cultivate to at least the Qi realm. Those few with Earth-level aptitude will have no problem cultivating to the Purple Mansion realm.
At that time, these people will be able to stand on their own and establish influence in the outside world. From now on, they will have no official relationship with the Lin family. Meanwhile, the search for the children will continue.
His current manpower is simply not enough.
However, in the future, his requirements for the children's qualifications will only become higher and higher.
A day passed quickly.
After bidding farewell to Bai Qingyan and returning to her residence, Yi Ningxuan contacted her master again.
Yi Ningxuan, master, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you arrived yet?
Gu Nanshi, your senior sister isn't in the sect.
I'm waiting for her to come back. Yi Ningxuan, you'd better hurry up and come over.
The Bai family has already arrived today, and other forces will follow soon after receiving the news.
If you arrive late and leave a bad impression on the senior, don't blame me for not warning you. Gu Nanshi, don't worry, we'll arrive tomorrow.
Your senior sister is on her way back to the sect.
Yi Ningxuan, alright, then I won't say any more.
Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan received a message from her second uncle, Bai Yuanchen.
Bai Yuanchen, Qingyan, how are you doing over there?
Bai Qingyan, second uncle, I'm doing fine here, you don't need to worry.
Bai Yuanchen, then I'm relieved. But have you really decided on that choice? If you marry one of those talented young men from Qingyun County, you'll become the matriarch of the family. If you were to marry the senior, you would only be a concubine. Bai Qingyan, second uncle, I've made up my mind, so please don't try to persuade me anymore.
As for those families in Qingyun County, I look down on them.
Even if I become the matriarch, what good will it do?
After Bai Qingyan learned that Lin Fan was a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, she became even more determined in her beliefs.
If Lin Fan reaches the profound level alchemist in the future, wouldn't it be easier for her to break through to the Purple Mansion realm?
They might even have a chance to reach the Divine Platform realm. Once she reached the Divine Platform realm, even the King of Zhao had to address her as senior.
Bai Yuanchen, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore.
But you must be careful there, don't bump into your seniors. Bai Qingyan, don't worry, second uncle, I'm not a child anymore.
I know what to do. The two then ended their communication.
She didn't say much about Lin Fan being an alchemist. She wasn't sure if Lin Fan wanted the outside world to know about this.
It's not too late to talk about it after we've found out more. Time quickly passed and the second day arrived.
The news that a Purple Mansion realm expert had appeared in Changning City has now spread throughout Qingyun County.
All the major powers in Qingyun County sent representatives to Changning City.
These powerful individuals settled in Changning City, and they were obligated to come and present gifts. There's a saying that goes, he can't remember who gave him a gift, but he remembers very clearly who didn't. Being targeted by a Purple Mansion realm expert is not a good thing.
Those who control these forces are all shrewd and wouldn't make such a basic mistake.
At this moment, in an inn in Changning City, 4 beautiful women were sitting together. These 4 people are none other than Yi Ningxuang's master, Gu Nanshi, and her eldest senior sister Ling Xuanyue, second senior sister Sun Yanqing, and third senior sister Lu Qingling. At this moment, Ling Xuanyue looked at her master apologetically, Master, it's all my fault for delaying the time, otherwise we could have arrived yesterday.
With so many forces at play now, we no longer have the advantage.
Xuanyue, don't worry, your junior sister is here. I'll send her a message right away.
Gu Nanshi, Ningxuan, your 3 senior sisters and I have arrived at the inn in Changning City. Could you come over here? Yi Ningxuan, we've finally arrived. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right there.
After saying that, Yi Ningxuan quickly tidied up and headed towards the inn that Gu Nanshi had mentioned. Bai Qingyan, having thought about it all night, decided to confess her intentions to Lin Fan as soon as possible. If we wait any longer, other forces might get there first after all, they're not stupid. She originally wanted to go with Yi Ningxuan, but found that Yi Ningxuan was not in her room, so she had to go alone.
Soon, Bai Qingyan found Lin Fan, guided by her maid. Chapter 69 The Luxurious Dowry Prepared by Lin Fan.
Bai Qingyan felt much more at ease when she saw that Lin Fan was the only one there. If Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue were here, she wouldn't know how to start the conversation.
Qingyan greets senior. No need for formalities, sit down and let's talk. Thank you, senior. Miss Bai, is there anything I can do for you at this hour? Bai Qingyan glanced at Lin Fan, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, she still mustered up her courage and asked, Senior, since you intend to establish a family, do you have any plans to take a concubine?
Lin Fan was somewhat surprised after hearing this, but he still nodded.
Of course, that's true.
Establishing a family requires bloodline inheritance, and taking concubines is inevitable.
Does Miss Bai have a suitable candidate to introduce to me? Lin Fan joked.
Upon hearing that Lin Fan planned to take a concubine, Bai Qingyan was overjoyed.
Then, without waiting for a moment, he asked, "I wonder what you think of me, senior?" After saying this, Bai Qingyan began to tense up.
Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He had thought Bai Qingyan would wait a while before discussing this matter with him. I never expected Bai Qingyan to be so direct. After gazing at Bai Qingyan for a moment, Lin Fan slowly said, "If it's Miss Bai, then naturally there's no problem, but are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan nodded vigorously. "Senior, of course I'm serious. I wouldn't dare to joke like that in front of you."
"Okay, since you're serious, I have no problem with that.
However, let me make this clear beforehand. Once you join the Lin family, you will only be a member of the Lin family."
"Are you willing to accept that?"
Bai Qingyan suppressed her joy and said, "I do."
"Good.
Don't worry, since you're willing to join my Lin family, the Bai family will definitely reap the benefits. I will prepare 50 top-grade yellow level pills, 1,000 high-grade yellow level pills,
100,000 gene of premium yellow grade rice,
10 top-tier yellow grade weapons, 50 high-grade yellow grade weapons, and 1,000 caddies of top-grade yellow level spirit wine as your betrothal gift."
Hiss. Upon hearing these numbers, Bai Qingyan gasped.
These items combined are worth over 500,000 yellow grade gemstones.
But these things are basically priceless and unavailable.
Even if you offer 2 million yellow grade spirit stones, you can forget about buying these things.
With these resources, the Bai family's strength can increase dramatically in a short period of time. After regaining her senses, Bai Qingyan asked nervously, "Senior, isn't this too much?"
"No, to me, you're worth far more than that."
Bai Qingyan only has a low-grade earth-level aptitude, so she doesn't have many resources.
The highest quality item that can be purchased at Bai Walu is only the Xian level top grade. As for those at the prefecture level or above, even if Bai Walu had them, it would be impossible for them to marry outside the prefecture. A low-grade earth-level talent, yet with the potential to cultivate to the divine power realm, is a treasure in any power. Since the Bai family is so generous in inviting Bai Qingyan to come and form a marriage alliance, he naturally can't be stingy. With the Bai family as a role model, even more forces will seek to form marriage alliances with them. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't appropriate to reveal his identity as a Xian-level alchemist right now, he would have already intended to give him a low-grade Xian-level breakthrough pill. With this pill, Bai Qingyan's father will soon become a Purple Mansion realm expert. But there's no rush, let's wait until his strength improves further. At this moment, Bai Qingyan felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing Lin Fan's words, "You are far more than worth the price." She was also happy with her decision. She hadn't misjudged him. While Bai Qingyan was in a daze, Lin Fan spoke again.
"Qingyan, you can send this message back now, and tell me what kind of pills they need." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan looked at Lin Fan with disbelief. "Senior, can I just choose the type of pill?" "Of course, didn't Miss Yi tell you that I'm an alchemist?" "Ning Shuang told me, but does Senior know how to refine all kinds of pills?" "Yes, I can refine any yellow grade pill." Hiss. Bai Qingyan gasped. There are probably no two types of yellow grade pills. Lin Fan was able to refine all the yellow grade pills, which meant that he had mastered all the formulas for yellow grade pills. This sounds incredible. However, Bai Qingyan had no doubt about Lin Fan's words. After she came to her senses, she quickly got to work. Bai Qingyan had no idea how excited her family members would be upon hearing this news. Immediately, Bai Qingyan relayed the message back to Lin Fan in front of him. Not long after, the other side responded. "Bai Yuanchen, Qingyan, are you sure you weren't joking about what you just said?" Bai Yuanchen, on the other side, was truly shocked by Bai Qingyan's news. They never dared to dream of having so many high-level resources. This was simply insane. "Bai Qingyan, Senior is right beside me, how could it be fake?" At this moment, Lin Fan also spoke up. "What Qingyan just said is true. You should decide what kind of pills you want first, and then let Qingyan tell me." "Okay, Senior, I'll go discuss it with everyone right away." Now that Lin Fan had spoken, Bai Yuanchen naturally had no doubts. He hurriedly had someone summon the family elders for a meeting. This is not something he can decide on his own. Thinking of the resources Bai Qingyan mentioned, he was so excited he wanted to jump for joy. Once these resources are fully utilized, the Bai family's strength will at least double. Yi Ningxuang quickly found her master and 3 senior sisters. Master, my 3 senior sisters, you finally arrived. Ning Shuang, junior sister. The 4 of them smiled when they saw Yining Shuang. Junior sister, I heard from Master that you were captured by the Firecloud sect. Are you alright? Don't worry, senior sister, I'm fine. Fortunately, the senior appeared in time, otherwise Luo Tsong would have succeeded. It's too easy for Luo Tsong to die like this. How dare he bully our junior sister? They all cherished their junior sister dearly. Unexpectedly, his junior sister was captured by the Firecloud sect while simply going out to complete a simple mission. It's also because the others had something to do at the time, otherwise they wouldn't have let Yi Ningxuan go out alone. Hearing her senior sisters say that Luo Tsong died too easily, Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but shake her head. Thinking of the scene before Luo Tsong's death, Yi Ningxuan still felt a chill run down her spine. That guy really died a horrible death. Alright, Master, senior sisters, let's not talk about this anymore. You should come back to the Lin residence with me first. Junior sister, is it really appropriate for you to just take us there like this? Ling Xuanyue asked with some concern. My junior sister must have gotten along very well with this senior. She didn't want her junior sister to be implicated because of their rule breaking. Chapter 70 Wanyue County, Fiery Sect. Yi Ningxuan understood their concerns. Fortunately, after dinner last night, she found Lin Fan and told him that her master and senior sister were coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to bring people directly to the Lin residence. It would be a huge loss if she angered Lin Fan by acting on her own initiative. Senior sister, don't worry, I won't do anything reckless in this kind of thing. I told the senior about your upcoming visit last night. The senior said that after you arrive, I can take you directly to see him. Since you've already put in a good word, junior sister, then we're relieved. Along the way, Yi Ningxuan chatted with the group about the Lin family's affairs, which helped them prepare mentally. 3 senior sisters, do you now have a competitor? Junior sister, you're not talking about yourself, are you? Second senior sister Sun Yanqing asked with a smile. Second senior sister is joking. I am no match for the 3 senior sisters. I am referring to Bai Qinyan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She is currently at the Lin residence. Sigh. The Bai family truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 power in Qingyun County. Their efficiency is indeed remarkable. It seems we were indeed a step too late. The Bai family beat us to it. But it's alright. With Ning Shuang here, we'll be allies, not competitors. They were naturally aware of the relationship between Yi Ningxuan and Bai Qinyan. Soon, the 4 of them followed Yi Ningxuan to the Lin residence. The maid guarding the gate recognized Yi Ningxuan and had received orders from Lin Fan, so she did not stop her. Seeing that the gatekeepers all possessed the strength of the perfected opening Yuan realm, Gu Nanchi felt a mix of emotions. One can only say that he truly deserves to be called a powerful expert at the Purple Mansion realm. You should know that even the elders of their Yunxiu sect are only at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. When they entered the Lin residence, the 4 of them became somewhat uneasy. The person they were going to meet this time was a powerful expert at the Purple Mansion realm. The Purple Mansion realm may seem to be only one realm apart from the Qixi realm, but that realm is a chasm. Countless martial artists across the 100 kingdoms are stuck at the Qixi realm perfection stage, never managing to reach the threshold even as their lifespan ends. Gu Nanchi had no hope of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. When Yi Ningxuan led the 4 of them to Lin Fan, they found him chatting and laughing with Bai Qingyan. No way, Qingyan's speed is too fast. But now is not the time for her to be surprised. Yi Ningxuan calmed herself down and stepped forward. Senior, this is my master, Gu Nanchi. Gu Nanchi didn't dare to delay and quickly stepped forward to bow. Gu Nanchi greets senior. Then, Yi Ningxuan introduced the other 3 people. These are my 3 senior sisters, eldest senior sister Ling Xuanyue, second senior sister Sun Yanqing, and third senior sister Lu Qingling. Ling Xuanyue, Sun Yanqing, and Lu Qingling greet senior. Sect leader Gu and your 3 esteemed disciples, there's no need for such formalities, he said, then pointed to the stone benches in the pavilion and added, please sit down, everyone. Thank you, senior. As the 4 sat down, their information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name, Gu Nanchi. Age, 48. Identity, Sect Master of Yunxiu Sect. Strength, Mid-Stage Qixi Realm. Qualification, Top-Tier Mystic Grade. Favorability, 60. Name, Ling Xuanyue. Age, 35. Identity, Eldest Disciple of the Yunxiu Sect Master. Strength, Early Stage of Qixi Realm. Qualification, top grade Xin level. Favorability, 61. Name, Sun Yinqing. Age, 29. Identity, second disciple of the Yunxiu sect master. Strength, perfected origin realm. Qualification, top grade Xin level. Favorability, 63. Name, Lu Qingling. Age, 27. Identity, third disciple of the Yunxiu sect master. Strength, perfected origin realm. Qualification, top grade Xin level. Favorability, 65. After reviewing the information of the four people, Lin Fan knew that the overall strength of Yunxiu sect was much greater than that of Huoyan sect. Not only did the sect leader Gu Nanxi reach the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm, even her eldest disciple possesses the strength of the early stage of the Qi-Si realm. As for the old sect master of Yunxiu sect, he also possessed the strength of the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. In comparison, Yunxiu sect has one more martial artist at the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm than Huoyan sect. Lin Fan really didn't know where the Fire Cloud sect got the audacity to capture Yining Shuang. If this matter is exposed, the Fire Cloud sect will definitely face annihilation. After Gu Nanxi sat down, she quickly took out a jade box from her storage bag. Senior, these are the gifts we prepared. Please accept them. Okay, you're very kind. Lin Fan would not refuse such a gift. If he doesn't accept it, it will only frighten them. By the way, sect leader Gu, I will be announcing the establishment of the Lin family in 5 days. If you are available, you are welcome to stay and attend the ceremony. Senior, of course we're free. Gu Nanxi said with a delighted expression. Only a fool would refuse something like this. Gu Nanxi was still thinking about what reason she should give to stay. Now is perfect, she doesn't even need to come up with a reason, she can just stay. After chatting for a while, a maid came to report that many powerful forces had come to visit. However, Lin Fan did not personally receive them this time. Instead, it was handed over directly to Li Han to handle. Those forces dared not utter a single complaint. After all, Lin Fan was a master of the Purple Mansion realm, not someone they could just meet whenever they wanted. Lin Fan was already being very generous by sending his head butler to receive them. At the same time, Lin Fan also had Li Han spread the word about the establishment of the family. As the news spread, Changning City became even more lively. A powerful expert at the Purple Mansion realm established a family here. It has already changed the situation in Qingyun County, and even some forces in the vicinity of Qingyun County. Previously, there were no Purple Mansion level experts within the 300 million square kilometers centered on Qingyun County. Now that Lin Fan has appeared, the power in this region will follow the lead of the Lin family. Of course, there will definitely be other forces planted by other Purple Mansion factions in this area. I just don't know what they'll do. In the Zhuiying Mountains of Huanyue County in the Zhao Kingdom, there stands a powerful sect called the Blazing Fire sect. The entire mountain range is not very large, only a little over 1 million square kilometers. However, this mountain range has 2 small veins of Xian grade Yuan stone and more than 10 large veins of Huang grade Yuan stone. These are all assets of the Blazing Fire sect. It brings the Blazing Fire sect a considerable harvest of spirit stones every year. The surrounding forces followed the lead of the Blazing Fire sect and paid tribute to it every year. Because the patriarch of the Blazing Fire sect was a powerful expert at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. He was on par with Chen Moyan, the governor of Huanyue County. The two forces were evenly matched. These are also the 2 strongest forces in Huanyue County. Chapter 71 Reactions of Various Forces. At this moment, a sect meeting is being held in the main hall of the Blazing Fire sect. Sect leader, Junior Brotherly from Qingming Valley just sent a message. This Purple Mansion realm martial artist who suddenly appeared in Qingyun County wants to establish a family there. What should we do next? The speaker was Huayuan Lian, the Grand Elder of the Blazing Fire sect, whose strength was at the peak of the Qi-Si realm. As for the Junior Brotherly from Qingming Valley he mentioned, he was none other than Li Zhuguan, the founder of Qingming Valley. Li Zhuguan was their fellow disciple. No one outside knew about this. This shows that Qingming Valley is the force they secretly planted in Qingyun County. Lin Fan's appearance will naturally affect their plans. What do you fellow disciples think? Song Zhengcheng, the leader of the Blazing Fire sect, did not give a direct answer to this question. He wanted to see what everyone thought. Sect leader, the opponent is only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and poses no threat to our Blazing Fire sect. I agree with third senior brother's point of view. Our master is also at the Purple Mansion realm, so why should we be afraid of him? I hope he won't provoke us, otherwise we won't be pushovers either. Senior brothers, you can't say that. Our master is currently in seclusion, and we have no idea when he will emerge. Therefore, we must not clash with our master before he emerges from seclusion. I support fifth sister's opinion. At this time, we really cannot have a conflict with the other side. Fifth junior sister, sixth junior brother, you are both too timid. In the end, the other party is just a martial artist at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. He has no manpower under his command, so why should our Blazing Fire sect have to put up with his attitude? Third senior brother, master is currently in seclusion. If we disturb master's cultivation, can you bear the consequences? Moreover, the other party currently only has 2 concubines, so he has no weaknesses. If he attacks us, even master won't be able to save us in time. Seeing that his junior brothers and sisters each had their own opinions, Song Jingqing quickly stopped them. Everyone, be quiet. As soon as Song Jingqing spoke, they all fell silent. Although Song Jingqing has not yet broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, he is the strongest among his fellow disciples. Over the years, he has also managed the sect in an orderly manner. Therefore, they still have great respect for the senior brother who is the sect leader. Fifth junior sister is right. This Purple Mansion realm cultivator has no weaknesses. If we offend him, even master will have a hard time protecting us. Therefore, we must not offend them under any circumstances. At this point, Song Jingqing looked at his second junior brother. That is, Hua Yuanliang, the grand elder of the Blazing Fire sect. Junior brother Hua, before we figure out the details of this Purple Mansion realm cultivator, tell junior brother Li not to act rashly. Just tell my junior brother to do what other forces do. Even if it affects some of our interests, we have to put up with it for now. Our master is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. We cannot afford to cause any unforeseen complications at this time. If this affects master's cultivation, we cannot bear the consequences. Once master breaks through, he will naturally be able to spit it out. Although some of Song Jingqing's fellow disciples were somewhat unwilling to accept his decision. They are used to being arrogant and haughty in front of any power. They're naturally unhappy about being asked to keep a low profile now. However, they dared not disobey Song Jingqing's words. By the way, fifth junior sister, the other party announced that they will be establishing a clan in 5 days. Why don't you bring a gift over? The other side is a Purple Mansion realm power, and they're not far from us. We still have to show our respect no matter what. Yes, senior brother sect leader. Song Jingqing sent his fifth junior sister because she was reliable. As for the other fellow disciples, they were eccentric and not suited to do this kind of thing. He certainly didn't want to make an enemy of someone at the Purple Mansion realm at this time. Once his master breaks through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, even the prefect will have to avoid their sharp edge. On the other side, Chen Moyan, the prefect of Wanyue County, also received the news. A Purple Mansion realm expert suddenly appeared in Qingyun County and even planned to establish a family there. This news really surprised him. Although Qingyun County has a large territory, covering 200 million square kilometers. However, Qingyun County is poor in resources and not enough to support the development of a Purple Mansion power. Because Qingyun County doesn't even have a small-scale mine of Xian-grade yuan stones. Once you reach the Purple Mansion realm, you'll need to use profound-grade yuan stones for cultivation. This is also why those Purple Mansion realm forces look down on Qingyun County. His hometown, Wanyue County, has an area of less than 300 million square kilometers. However, Wanyue County is rich in resources, with 6 small-scale Xian-grade yuan stone veins. There are over 100 small Huangpin stone veins, and quite a few medium and large ones as well. Among them, 3 of the Xian-grade yuan stone veins belong to his prefectural governor's office, while 2 are in the hands of the Blazing Fire sect. The remaining one is jointly held by several other forces at the Great Sea Realm perfection stage. In fact, as long as the quantity is controlled, the yuan stone vein can be mined sustainably. A small vein of mystic stone can regenerate 2 to 5,000 high-grade mystic stones every year, as long as its foundation is not destroyed. Although it may not seem like much, it adds up to a considerable amount over time. Wanyue County is not far from Qingyun County. I hope he won't reach out to us. The resources of Wanyue County cannot support a third Purple Mansion realm power. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Bai family is planning a marriage alliance with him. Should I make some preparations? Forget it, let's see how things go first. If he's just an ordinary Purple Mansion realm cultivator, it's not worth me going to such lengths to befriend him. Even so, Chen Moyan still prepared a gift and had it delivered. Besides Qingyun County and Huanghua County, Zhao State also has 4 other counties: Luoxing County, Hanhai County, Tianqing County, and Huangchuan County. The capital of the Zhao State was located in Tianqing County. Tianqing County is the most resource-rich county in the Zhao Kingdom, with a territory of nearly 700 million square kilometers. At this time, Emperor Zhao Changyun of the Zhao Kingdom also received news that a martial artist at the Purple Mansion realm had appeared in Qingyun County. The appearance of an unfamiliar Purple Mansion realm cultivator piqued his interest, but he wouldn't pay much attention to it. He himself possessed the strength of the late Purple Mansion stage, and the royal family even had a divine platform stage ancestor. He naturally didn't need to worry about what impact a newly emerged early-stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator would have on his dynasty. However, it's still necessary to try and win them over. An additional Purple Mansion realm expert would also enhance the national strength of the Zhao Kingdom. The strength of a country can also be judged by the number of Purple Mansion realm martial artists within its borders. Someone come here. Soon, a eunuch came running in from outside. This servant greets your majesty. Go to the inner treasury and select 6 mid-grade Xian level spiritual herbs, and bring 10,000 Xian grade spirit stones to give to the Lin family head. Then, in the name of the Zhao family, congratulate him on the establishment of the Lin family. This servant obeys the decree. Lin Fan is not his subject, so it is inappropriate to act in the name of the imperial court at this time. Chapter 72. You rebellious disciple, you've completely turned the world upside down. Over the next few days, Chongqing City became increasingly lively. After the news of Lin Fan's intention to establish the Lin family spread, representatives from various forces came to offer their congratulations. Now, all these people have gathered in Chongqing City, waiting for that day to come. Over the past few days, the Lin residence has become quite lively. The 5 major families have successively recruited more than 1,000 people for the Lin family, all of whom are of high quality and have qualifications no lower than the top grade of yellow. Most of these women came from small families in Qingyun County. When those smaller families heard that Lin Fan was recruiting servants, they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Being able to serve as a servant in a family at the Purple Mansion realm is certainly a kind of opportunity. Lin Fan intends to train these people to become his family's overt subordinates. At this moment, in a courtyard of the Lin residence, Yi Ningxuang was whispering to Gu Nanxi. As for her 3 senior female classmates, they were helping with the work. Master, tomorrow is the day our senior established his family. Do you have any thoughts on this? Ningxuang, what are you trying to say? Gu Nanxi didn't quite understand the meaning of those words. Master, you don't seem to be in a hurry at all. Don't you want to get closer to your seniors? Senior is a master of the Purple Mansion realm, and also a powerful alchemist. You know my best friend is already a senior in the industry, can't you be a little more proactive? These past few days, Yi Ningxuang has seen her master and 3 senior sisters leisurely staying in the Lin residence without taking any action. This really worried her. Oh, you mean this? Gu Nanxi suddenly realized. Ningxuang, you really don't need to be in such a hurry. Once you're done with your work tomorrow, I'll bring up the matter of taking you as a concubine. It won't take much longer. What? You want me to be your concubine, senior? Yi Ningxuang was stunned. Her intention wasn't to bring the master, the 3 senior sisters, and the seniors closer together, so how did it become her? Gu Nanxi glanced at Yi Ningxuang, who was in a daze, and felt a little puzzled. Ningxuang, weren't you in a hurry just now? Why do you look a little reluctant? Hearing Gu Nanxi's words, Yi Ningxuang also came to her senses. Master, I'm not unwilling, I'm just not in a hurry right now. What I'm trying to say is about your relationship with your senior. It would be even better if we added the 3 senior sisters. Master, you're not getting any younger, and your 3 senior sisters aren't young either. It's time to start thinking about your marriage. Is there something else about me? Gu Nanxi was stunned. She never imagined that she had any relationship with Lin Fan. However, after hearing Yi Ningxuang say this, it seems that it really is possible. Her aptitude is no less than that of her disciples. She was also confident in her appearance, saying it was no less than that of her disciples. As for age, it can be ignored. She has a lifespan of 500 years, so her current age is really nothing. Even if she reaches 100 years old, it's equivalent to an ordinary person being 18 years old, not to mention she's only over 50.
If Lin Fan hadn't appeared, given her qualifications, becoming a concubine of a Purple Mansion expert would have been a very unrealistic dream.
But now that the opportunity is right in front of her, is she going to give it up? No, she absolutely cannot give up.
If she misses this opportunity, her life will probably end here.
By following Lin Fan, she might be able to see even more distant scenery.
However, Gu Nanqi quickly came to her senses. She couldn't afford to lose her composure like that in front of her disciples.
So she immediately put on a stern face. "You rebellious disciple, what are you thinking? How dare you make a move on Master? You're going against the natural order. Don't you deserve a beating?" Hearing Gu Nanqi's words, Yi Ningxuang was somewhat displeased. "Master, what do you mean I'm plotting against you? I'm doing this for your own good.
If you don't cherish this opportunity now, you won't have an advantage when your senior has many wives and concubines in the future."
"Master, don't you think about it? Senior is a Purple Mansion realm expert.
In the early stages, in order to continue the bloodline as much as possible, the requirements may not be very high. But once this period of time has passed and the family is back on track, at that time, without a qualification at the prefecture level or above, it will be impossible to get in. If you don't believe me, just look at the Purple Mansion experts from other forces.
If your qualifications are below the prefecture level qualification level, do you think they'll hire you?
This is your only chance." Although Yi Ningxuang's words made a lot of sense, Gu Nanqi didn't want to lose face in front of her disciples. "Alright, Ningxuang, you don't need to concern yourself with Master's affairs.
I will make my own decision.
Let's talk about it after we've settled things for you and your 3 senior sisters." Seeing that her master still wanted to marry her off first, Yi Ningxuang quickly started to think. After a while, Yi Ningxuang's eyes lit up, and then she began to speak in a pretentious manner.
"Master, I don't have any problems. I've discussed this with 3 senior female students before, and they also have no problem with it. But Master, if we join first, and you want to join later, then you'll have to call us elder sisters."
The thought of my master calling me sister in the future is incredibly exciting. After saying that, Yi Ningxuang gave Gu Nanqi a smug smile.
"You unfilial disciple, how dare you try to take advantage of your master? I'll teach you a lesson."
With that, Gu Nanqi rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach this rebellious disciple a lesson.
This disciple is absolutely despicable, otherwise, he would have turned the world upside down. "Ha, you can't hit me."
As she spoke, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly ran outside.
"You traitor, don't run away, or I'll teach you a lesson."
At the Lin residence, Gu Nanqi dared not use her vital energy or movement techniques. She could only run using the strength of her physical body. Otherwise, chasing after someone at the Kaiyuan realm would be a piece of cake. The chase between the two naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, seeing that the two were just playing around, the maids of the Lin family did not intervene.
"Senior sister, what are master and junior sister doing?" Before Ling Shuangyue could speak, Lu Qingling spoke up.
"Second senior sister, you know what kind of personality junior sister has. She's the only one who dares to joke with master."
"That's true, that girl has always been like that."
To be honest, they were somewhat envious of the way Yi Ningxuang and Gu Nanqi got along.
But if they were asked to do that, they couldn't do it.
They had great respect for Gu Nanqi. It wasn't that Gu Nanqi was harsh on them. In fact, Gu Nanqi loved them like her own daughters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given that top-grade breakthrough pill that I obtained 2 years ago to Ling Shuangyue. Yunqiu sect has quite a few elders who are at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. They also longed for this elixir.
Chapter 73 Gu Nanqi, was I betrayed by my apprentice? "You traitor, don't run away." An angry voice came from behind Yi Ningxuang. "Ha, master, only a fool wouldn't run away." Just then, Yi Ningxuang noticed Lin Fan walking towards them from not far away.
Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang's eyes lit up, and a plan immediately came to mind. She hurriedly ran towards where Lin Fan was. Gu Nanqi, who was not far behind Yi Ningxuang, did not notice Lin Fan's presence because Yi Ningxuang deliberately blocked her view. All she wanted to do at that moment was grab Yi Ningxuang and give her a good beating. Seeing this, Lin Fan was filled with questions, wondering what the master and disciple were doing. Just as she was about to bump into Lin Fan, Yi Ningxuang smiled and dodged away.
In that instant, Gu Nanqi, who was behind, didn't react in time and bumped right into Lin Fan.
Gu Nanqi was a little stunned she had actually bumped into someone. When Gu Nanqi saw that the person she had hit was Lin Fan, only 2 words came to her mind: "Oh no." She actually bumped into her senior's arms. She wondered if he would consider it an offense. "You unfilial disciple, you're practically trying to kill your master."
Gu Nanqi couldn't help but scold Yi Ningxuang in her heart.
If this matter isn't explained clearly, and Lin Fan blames her, she doesn't know what the consequences will be. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang couldn't help but chuckle to herself.
"Master, please don't blame your disciple. I'm just creating opportunities for you. You will definitely thank me in the future."
She had been thinking about how to find an opportunity, but Lin Fan's arrival was so timely. Although this may not be successful, it will definitely bring the two of them closer, which is a good start.
As for whether it will anger Lin Fan, that's definitely not the case.
Although she hadn't spent much time with Lin Fan, she knew that Lin Fan would only ruthlessly kill his enemies. He is authoritative when giving orders to his own people, but friendly in ordinary situations. He would never get angry over such a trivial matter.
Looking at Gu Nanqi in his arms, Lin Fan asked with a puzzled expression, "Sect Master Gu, what are you two doing?"
Gu Nanqi finally realized what was happening and hurriedly left Lin Fan's embrace.
"Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's all that rebellious disciple's fault."
At this point, Gu Nanqi didn't know how to explain it anymore.
The two of them had just been discussing something that involved Lin Fan, so she naturally couldn't reveal those things. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang felt she had to give them another helping hand.
So she quickly stepped forward and said to Gu Nanqi, "Master, you can't blame me for this.
Who was it that just now said that all the girls wanted to become the concubine of a powerful figure like you, and that naturally included yourself? I bet you saw that a senior was coming and were thinking of throwing yourself into his arms. Otherwise, with your strength, how could you not dodge it and still insist on running into your senior?
Now they're afraid of upsetting their seniors, so they're taking the opportunity to shift the blame onto me. That's really awful. You unfilial disciple."
Gu Nanqi was so angry at this moment that she wanted to hit someone.
This disciple is absolutely despicable. Doesn't he even consider the occasion? To make such a joke in front of a senior, is he trying to get his master killed?
This disciple is unacceptable. His filial piety is beyond measure. However, Yi Ningxuang didn't give Gu Nanqi a chance to explain. She quickly looked at Lin Fan. "Senior, look, even my master doesn't know how to explain this, which means she is feeling very guilty. She was chasing me so aggressively just now because I told her she was delusional and asked, 'Senior, how could you possibly like her?' It was because of that one sentence that I offended her, and as a result, she started pursuing me relentlessly, saying she wanted to teach me a lesson I'd never forget. Senior, please have mercy and take her in, even if she's just a maid who serves tea and water and warms the bed. Otherwise, she'll really punish me when we get back." After Yi Ningxuang finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression.
Lin Fan wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that Yi Ningxuang was mostly joking.
At the same time, he also saw through Yi Ningxuang's purpose. However, this was originally a good thing for him, so he naturally wouldn't expose it.
So, he asked Gu Nanqi calmly, "Sect Master Gu, is everything Missy said true?"
Gu Nanqi was even more at a loss for words at this point. If it's not true, it means she's not interested in Lin Fan, and that means there's absolutely no possibility between her and Lin Fan in the future. But if it's true, then it means that what Yi Ningxuang said before was all true, which really embarrassed her. However, seeing that Lin Fan wasn't angry at this moment relieved her. "Senior, look, even my master is too embarrassed to speak up."
Does this even need an explanation? Hearing Yi Ningxuang's words, Lin Fan nodded.
"I never expected that sect leader Gu would be so devoted to me."
"In that case, you may stay." "What? Senior is asking me to stay? Am I dreaming?" At this moment, Gu Nanqi fell into self-doubt.
Yi Ningxuang was overjoyed at that moment, never expecting to succeed so easily. She found herself such a powerful backer so easily. She's incredibly clever. He only saw that his master was still standing there, not reacting at all.
Yi Ningxuang hurriedly urged, "Master, what else can you do here? The senior has asked you to stay, aren't you going to do something in return? Show me? How should I show me?" At this moment, Gu Nanqi was extremely flustered.
She had no idea how to express herself, as she had no experience in this area. Upon seeing this, Yi Ningxuang covered her head, filled with resentment. "Master, you really are useless when given a chance.
It all depends on me, your disciple.
If it weren't for me, you probably would never have had the chance to meet your senior in this lifetime."
"Fine, let me help you one more time."
Thinking of this, Yi Ningxuang gave Gu Nanqi a push from behind. Because it was so sudden, and because of her panic, Gu Nanqi had no chance to react. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms once again. "Senior, you and my master have a good talk. I'm going to chat with Qing Yin." After saying that, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly ran away.
Was I betrayed by my own disciple?
This was Gu Nanqi's inner thought at that moment. However, she quickly looked at Lin Fan with a somewhat evasive gaze.
"Senior, actually
Gu Nanqi wanted to explain, but she still didn't know how to start.
What, you don't want to?"
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
"No, of course I'm willing," Gu Nanqi quickly replied. "Anyone who wouldn't want this is a fool." That was Gu Nanqi's thought. "Since you're willing, nothing else matters. You can stay here from now on." Gu Nanqi responded softly.
Chapter 74. The guests arrive. After chatting with Gu Nanqi for a while, Lin Fan let her leave. As for taking a concubine, we can discuss that after the family is established it won't make a difference of a day or two. Fortunately, after several busy days, Mu Shishuet and Mu Shiyu finally reaped the rewards. Although only 5 or 6 days have passed outside, more than a month has passed inside the divine firmament realm.
After leaving, Gu Nanqi immediately found Yi Ningxuang.
She had to teach Yi Ningxuang a lesson.
Seeing Gu Nanqi's murderous aura, Yi Ningxuang fearfully backed away, asking, "Master, what do you want to do?"
"You traitor, what do you think I want to do?"
"Of course, it's to clean house," Gu Nanqi said fiercely. "Master, you're not planning to discard me after I've served my purpose, are you? I was helping you back then. Otherwise, given your personality, how could you dare to bring up such a thing with your seniors? Now you not only don't thank me, but you also want to exterminate me."
This disciple is not convinced. As Yi Ningxuang spoke, she retreated in a panic. "I don't care if you submit or not, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson." As she spoke, Gu Nanqi immediately took action.
"Ah! Master, you have no martial ethics. Why are you fighting everywhere? You dare to scheme against your master? What kind of martial ethics do you have to talk about then?"
As she spoke, Gu Nanqi continued to work.
"Master, you're still going to do this? Then I'm going to fight back." "Wow, you traitorous disciple. That's a really insidious trick of yours. When Master's children run out of food, they'll come after you." "I'm cunning, isn't that something I learned from you, Master?"
"As for food rations, don't worry, I can take care of that."
"Who do you think you are?"
With her resources, she doesn't need to worry about food. It's no joke to be so close to your head that you can't see your toes.
"Alright, then let me show you my ultimate skill." "Master, you're hiding this from me. You won't teach me this amazing skill." Now you know who your master is."
"Master, don't be so smug. You talk as if no one has any special skills."
"Take this." Half an hour later, Ling Xuanyue and the other two arrived.
Seeing the two disheveled individuals, the three of them were speechless.
"Master, junior sister, what are you doing?"
It's all because of your junior sister who dared to betray me.
Of course I have to teach her a lesson. You three better not follow your junior sister's example, or I won't let you off the hook." "Sha, I didn't betray you, I was helping you."
"3 senior sisters, you be the judge." Then, Yi Ningxuang recounted the whole story to the three of them.
After hearing Yi Ningxuang's story, the three of them stared at her in disbelief.
They never expected that Yi Ningxuang would be so bold as to do such a thing in front of her seniors.
Fortunately, the result was good.
Otherwise, given their master's personality, there would be absolutely no possibility of her getting involved with the senior. After all, this kind of thing requires their master to take the initiative.
"Did you hear that? This is what your junior sister did.
He just betrayed his master like that. Don't you think this traitorous disciple deserves to be beaten?" Upon hearing Gu Nanqi's words, Yi Ningxuang pouted.
"Master, you must be very happy right now. But I regret it now.
If I had known, I would have taken matters into my own hands.
That way, you would have had to call me sister when you joined later. I'm being so kind to you, and you don't even appreciate it." "But..."
Ling Xuanyue and the other two were amused by Yi Ningxuang's words. However, after being glared at by Gu Nanqi, he quickly covered his mouth. Then, Gu Nanqi glanced at Yi Ningxuang, a hint of smugness in her expression.
Just as Yi Ningxuang said, it's fortunate that she was in the lead. If she were to be asked to call Yi Ningxuang's sister in the future, how could she possibly bring herself to do it? Finally, Gu Nanshi cleared her throat and said seriously, "Alright, let's consider this over. No one is allowed to mention it again." Yi Ningxuan pursed her lips again, but didn't say anything more. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Today marks the establishment of the Lin family's branch in Changning City. Therefore, Lin Fan brought Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu to the main world at 9 a.m. As for Luo Iran and Su Qinghuan, Lin Fan has no intention of letting them come into the public eye. Since Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue are already out in the open, they no longer need to hide. Upon receiving the news, Bai Qingyan and her disciple Gu Nanshi quickly arrived at Lin Fan's side. "Greetings, Patriarch." Lin Fan had already agreed to let them stay, so there was no need to call them seniors anymore. "No need for formalities, everyone." As he spoke, Lin Fan looked at Li Han. "Xiao Han, what's the situation outside?" "Go home, Lord. Those forces are already lining up at the gate." "Have we prepared all the food?" "Master, we have prepared 5,000 tables. If it's not enough, we can replenish at any time." "Okay, you must keep a close eye on this. If there isn't enough food, it'll definitely be a laughingstock. Also, after all the guests have come in, have someone set up 2,000 tables for a continuous banquet at the main entrance. Today is the founding day of our Lin family, so we should let the martial artists of Changning City celebrate together." "Yes, Master." "Alright, it's about time now, we can let those people in." "Master, I'll make the arrangements right away." Soon, Li Han appeared at the entrance of the Lin residence. With Li Han's appearance, everyone's eyes turned to her. They were no strangers to Li Han. After so many days, they have gained a fairly good understanding of the Lin family's situation on the surface. "You've all come from afar, thank you for your hard work. I am Li Han, the head steward of the Lin family. Please come in with me to celebrate the founding of the Lin family." "Thank you for your help, Butler Li. Please come in, everyone." Then, led by Li Han, the group entered the gate of the Lin residence. "By the way, Butler Li, where should we put the gifts we brought? So many of their forces have arrived today. It's impossible for them to present gifts one by one in front of Lin Fan." In response, Li Han immediately summoned 2 maids. A reader suggested that calling them maids would sound nicer, and they shouldn't be called maids anymore. "Just give the gifts to them." No one objected, and they then handed over the gifts they had brought to the 2 women. Each faction's congratulatory gifts are recorded, so there's no need to worry about getting them mixed up. After finishing with the congratulatory gift arrangements, Li Han led his large entourage of guests toward the family's martial arts arena. With so many guests, the family hall can't accommodate them all, so going to the martial arts arena is the best option. The family's training ground is very large, covering 3 square kilometers. At this time, over 1,000 tables had been set up in the training ground. Although the dishes haven't been served yet, the bowls, chopsticks, and wine are already prepared. Chapter 75, Self-Disclosure of Alchemist, The Guest's Shock. "Everyone, please take your seats. Our patriarch will be here shortly." Li Han greeted everyone with a smile. These factions all know the rules: the stronger ones sit in front, while the weaker ones automatically sit in the back. There's no need for Li Han to worry about it. After everyone was seated, Lin Fan soon led Mu Shishue and the others to the high platform of the martial arts arena. Everyone present stood up when they saw this. Then they bowed to Lin Fan and said, "We greet Senior Lin and congratulate Senior Lin on the establishment of your family." Even those who harbored resentment towards Lin Fan dared not act rashly at this moment. Even the royal relatives of Zhao are no match for them. This is the prestige of the Purple Mansion realm in the land of 100 kingdoms. You've all come from afar, so please don't stand on ceremony and have a seat. "Thank you, Senior." After they sat down, Lin Fan gestured to Li Han to bring him a glass of wine. "Everyone, today is the founding day of my Lin family. I would like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and support us. Please join me in drinking this cup." At this moment, the people below filled their glasses and raised them in unison. "Please, Senior. Please, everyone." With that, Lin Fan picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone else also drank their drinks in one gulp. "What kind of wine is this? How can it taste so good?" These were the thoughts that popped into the minds of everyone present after they drank the glass of wine. The feeling this wine gave them was simply wonderful. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, they would definitely have gone on a drinking spree. While they were making their own guesses, many of the younger generation who had been brought over by their elders and were at the peak of the body-tempering realm were also present. After drinking this cup of wine, he directly broke through to the Kaiyuan realm. Even several martial artists who were on the verge of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm successfully broke through a minor realm under the influence of the spiritual wine. This change immediately shocked everyone present. Those well-informed martial artists also stared wide-eyed at this moment. They never expected Lin Fan to bring out top-grade yellow-level spirit wine to entertain his guests. It was far too extravagant. Even the representatives sent by those Purple Mansion realm forces were shocked by Lin Fan's actions. Even the finest spirit wine can't be drunk all the time. It's only available in limited quantities to those at the Chi Si realm each year, and getting 20 Gene 10 caddies is considered good. Only ancestral masters at the Purple Mansion realm can supply them without limit. As a result, Lin Fan actually brought out so many to entertain the guests. They all really wanted to have another drink, but the occasion wasn't right, so they had to wait. Soon, those who had broken through regained consciousness all bowed to Lin Fan and said, "We thank you, Senior. No need for formalities, everyone. This breakthrough in strength is your own good fortune, and I'm happy for you." After bowing gratefully to Lin Fan once again, the people sat down. Alright, I know that everyone came here not only to congratulate the establishment of the Lin family, but also to know the Lin family's future plans. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present perked up. Especially those forces at the Purple Mansion realm. If the Lin family wants to expand beyond Qingyun County, it will definitely affect their interests. They definitely want to know what Lin Fan is planning to do next. As for the Chi Si realm forces in Qingyun County, they have already chosen to lie low. If Lin Fan wanted to annex them, they would have no ability to resist. Therefore, obeying is the best choice. Of course, they can also choose to join other Purple Mansion realm forces. But thinking about it, it's still unnecessary. Because no matter who you side with, the result will be the same. Moreover, others may not necessarily look up to them. Now that the Lin family has established itself in Qingyun County, it means that this territory of Qingyun County is now under the Lin family's control. Therefore, anyone who has the power to take them in is essentially standing on the opposite side of the Lin family. No Purple Mansion realm power would go through the trouble of doing something so thankless. Lin Fan glanced at the reactions of the people and then continued. Everyone, the Lin family was founded not for the purpose of vying for supremacy, but solely for peaceful development. Of course, if anyone provokes the Lin family, I will not hesitate to take action. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he released the aura of the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This allowed martial artists who had never seen the Purple Mansion realm to experience its terror. Some people with ulterior motives quickly lowered their heads at this moment. At this moment, Bai Qingyan and a few others were behind Lin Fan, and their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with admiration. Now that the family is established, I will gradually take in some concubines to help the family prosper. If you're interested, you can contact my housekeeper privately. As long as you become my concubine, I will prepare a generous dowry. As soon as Lin Fan said this, many people below began to get restless. They would naturally not miss such an opportunity to climb the social ladder. Moreover, there was a generous betrothal gift. The generous sums Lin Fan spoke of were far more complex than they appeared. Look at the wine they're drinking now, it's all top quality spirit wine. Most of the people present had never tasted such fine wine. In fact, Lin Fan's decision to take a concubine was something they had expected. For a family to thrive in the long term, it cannot do without the continuation of its bloodline. Therefore, quite a few forces brought some young and beautiful women to try their luck. If Lin Fan takes a liking to her, that would naturally be a win-win situation. Alright, I almost forgot to tell you all, I am also an alchemist, but I can only refine yellow-grade pills at present. If you need any pills, you can exchange them for spiritual herbs or seeds. One top-grade yellow-level pill requires 60 top-grade yellow-level spiritual herbs. If it's a spirit herb seed, then we'll need tens of thousands of seeds of the same level. Just a reminder, I will only sell 100 top-grade yellow-level pills each year. Of course, in order to allow more people to buy pills, each faction can only purchase 5 top-grade yellow pills per year. Lin Fan had already calculated that 60 spiritual herbs could refine at least 3 batches of pills. The market price of these elixirs is roughly between 6,000 and 15,000 yellow-grade yuan stones. Some rarer medicinal herbs will be more expensive. Lin Fan didn't intend to take the yellow-grade yuan stones, exchanging them for spiritual herbs would be more appropriate. If the other party is selling it with Xian-grade yuan stones, then it's possible to sell it to them. At this moment, after hearing that Lin Fan was also an alchemist, the people in the arena, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted in ecstasy. I never imagined that Senior Lin was also an alchemist. The martial artists of Qingyun County are truly blessed. I am currently at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. If I could exchange for a top-grade breakthrough pill, I could also break through to the Qixi realm. That's true, but you'll need 60 top-grade spiritual herbs, which is a huge sum. What's so difficult about that? The 100 Treasures Pavilion only lacks top-grade pills, not top-grade spiritual herbs. I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means selling everything I own. Once I break through to the Qixi realm, what are these yuan stones? I can earn them back by killing more monsters in the 100,000 mountains. That's true, but I advise you to act quickly once you get back. Once everyone finds out that spiritual herbs can be exchanged for pills from Senior Lin, I'm afraid all the spiritual herbs in the 100 Treasures Pavilion will be sold out. The price of the medicinal herbs might even go up by then. You're right. This matter really needs to be handled as soon as possible. If it's delayed, it might have to wait until next year. There are quite a few such discussion groups. Some wanted breakthrough pills to break through their cultivation realms, while others wanted antidote pills to heal their loved ones. Chapter 76: The Guests' Revelry. Compared to these smaller forces, those forces from the Purple Mansion realm were thinking much more at this moment. They hadn't initially planned to get married. I plan to wait and see how things go before making a decision. A newly established family is not worth betting on so quickly. But once Lin Fan's identity as an alchemist was revealed, they couldn't wait to arrange a marriage with him. If the marriage is successful, it will be much easier to ask Lin Fan to refine pills. As for the fact that there are only 100 top-grade pills per year, they simply ignored it. This is just a way to deceive those small forces. As long as we form marriage alliances with Lin Fan, or even several, and cultivate good relations between the two clans. They believe that if they offered enough compensation, Lin Fan would be willing to help refine some pills. We can always raise the price. Compared to elixirs, the amount of spiritual herbs Lin Fan needed was actually quite small. Replacing the elixir with a pill of the same grade would be more valuable. Although it's more expensive than the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the 100 Treasures Pavilion doesn't have that many pills to provide for them. Even the representatives sent by the royal Zhao family were staring intently at Lin Fan at this moment. He hadn't expected that Lin Fan was actually an alchemist. Although their Zhao family also has a yellow-level top-grade alchemist. But he could only barely become a top-tier gold-level alchemist. Because his success rate is not high, he can only refine 50 or 60 top-grade yellow pills a year at most. Every year, countless precious medicines are wasted. Moreover, not all of these refined pills belong to the Zhao family. A significant portion is used annually to reward officials. Precious pills like the Supreme Breakthrough Pill have an even lower success rate. Getting 10 a year is considered good. If the money is divided up, the Zhao family won't have much left. Now that a new alchemist has appeared, they naturally need to win him over. The best way to win them over is through marriage. However, he still needs to go back and discuss this decision with Emperor Zhao Changyun. The Bai family representative, however, was smiling broadly. Because they had already taken the lead over all the forces present and established a good relationship with the Lin family. Now their young lady is standing next to Lin Fan. At this moment, countless forces must be envious of the Bai family. Just as he had expected, some people who recognized Bai Qingyan looked at them with envy. Lin Fan took in the behavior of the people below, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is the first step for the Lin family to step into the limelight. Next, many powerful forces will likely seek to form marriage alliances with him. He's already revealed his identity as an alchemist, so I don't believe you won't be tempted by these things. As for whether any forces might be wary of the Lin family or even have ill intentions, Lin Fan was not worried at all. All his wealth is in the divine firmament realm. The Lin family in Changning City is merely a smokescreen. Moreover, his strength is not bad either, although he is only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. But as long as the divine platform realm doesn't appear, no one can pose a threat to him. Having achieved his goal, Lin Fan didn't intend to waste any more words. Everyone, I won't waste any more time today. Let's enjoy the food. As he spoke, Lin Fan instructed Li Han beside him, Xiao Han, you can have the dishes served. Yes, master, I'll make the arrangements right away. Soon, with the help of thousands of people, all the dishes were served. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his glass again. Everyone, let me raise another glass to you all. I hope you can eat and drink well, and that your long journey will not have been in vain. At the same time, I hope everyone will not find my Lin family's hospitality lacking. Senior Lin, you're too kind. It's our honor to be able to enjoy such a sumptuous meal. How could we possibly complain? This is the most sumptuous meal I have ever had in my life. Indeed, the table was covered with precious delicacies such as monster meat and spirit fish. Nothing is below level 2, and the wine is top-grade yellow. This was something that most of the people present had never tasted before. It's not that we can't afford it, but that we don't have the channels to buy it. Although top-grade spirit wine is not as rare as top-grade elixirs, it is not widely available on the market. They were all bought up by those powerful forces. In addition, even the green vegetables were not ordinary. If this isn't a proper reception, then what did they eat in other factions before? Since everyone enjoys it, please eat and drink to your heart's content, don't be shy with me. Thank you very much, Senior Lin. At this moment, the people present were having a great time and no longer needed to be as restrained as before. They eagerly picked up the wine jugs and began pouring the wine. Master Ma, you've gone too far. You've filled your own cup to the brim, but I've only given you half a cup. Don't even think about hogging it all. Hee, Patriarch Nyo, when you came to my house before, you kept saying that you couldn't hold your liquor. I poured you a little less wine because I was concerned about you, wasn't I? Stop kidding me, just fill the tank. I'm not leaving until I'm drunk tonight. Okay, I'll fill it up for you, alright? That's more like it. Come on, everyone, cheers. Alright, let's take this opportunity to drink to our heart's content, otherwise we'll only have the chance when you get married. They didn't hold out any hope of taking a concubine, since no family would hold a banquet when taking a concubine. Good wine, this is truly delightful. Over the years, only Senior Lin has been this generous. By the way, Patriarch Shin, I've heard you have a daughter with exceptional talent. It's truly enviable. Ha, it's nothing. Compared to the young lady of the Bai family in the county town, she's still a bit lacking. I wonder if Senior Lin would even think she'd be a good match. Even so, he still looked somewhat smug. Don't give me that. The eldest daughter of the Bai family has a low-grade Earth-level aptitude. There are probably only a handful of her in the entire Qingyun County. Patriarch Shin, if you ever become successful in the future, don't forget us. Ha, that's for sure. These kinds of conversations play out at many dinner tables. Those factions with outstanding girls have now become the focus of everyone's attention. As long as these forces establish a relationship with the Lin family, they may not rise to great heights, but they can at least improve their overall strength. Moreover, with this relationship in place, other forces dare not offend them easily. This meal lasted from noon until evening. We definitely can't eat all that food in one meal in a short time. However, once the dishes and drinks on the table are finished, Li Han will call someone to refill them. The main attraction is a single dish, with unlimited spirit wine, so you can eat and drink to your heart's content. This move was so exciting that many people cheered. Lin Fan brewed a lot more wine afterward, and now has 1,000,000 caddies of stock, so he is not worried at all that they will be able to finish it. Besides the martial arts arena, the 2,000 tables outside also had a lavish banquet, except that the monster meat and spirit fish used were of the first rank. The liquor was diluted, but it still reached the medium grade of yellow. Such a lavish feast was naturally praised by the warriors of Changning City. 2,000 tables is not a lot in the entire city of Changning. However, the Lin family's actions have earned them widespread praise. Surely, after today, the Lin family's name will be widely circulated. Chapter 77, Bringing Bai Qingyan into the Divine Firmament Realm. After the guests left, Bai Qingyan hurriedly began searching for Lin Fan. She was starting to feel anxious. Although Lin Fan has agreed to her relationship with him, the final step has not yet been completed. Now, Lin Fan has another woman by his side, Gu Nanshi. It's estimated that it won't be long before her good friend Yining Shuang and her 3 senior sisters join. In addition, there were the things Lin Fan said to the guests today. It won't be long before many powerful forces come knocking on our door to arrange marriages. Therefore, she must take advantage of the fact that there are not many competitors yet and completely become Lin Fan's person. The longer it drags on, the worse it will be for her. Following the maid's directions, Bai Qingyan quickly found Lin Fan. This humble servant greets the master of the household. It's Qingyan. What brings you here in such a hurry? Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Master, there is indeed something I need to discuss. When should we? Bai Qingyan was a little embarrassed to say what came next.
Seeing this scene, Lin Fan knew perfectly well what Bai Qingyan wanted to say.
Ah, Qingyan, you can't wait any longer? Bai Qingyan nodded somewhat shyly. Let's do it tonight. Since the girl took the initiative, he naturally had to oblige. Yes, master, I'll go prepare right away. With that, Bai Qingyan left, her heart filled with joy. She hadn't expected the operation to go so smoothly. Upon returning to her residence, Bai Qingyan hurriedly instructed her maid to begin preparations. Even though there was no wedding, she still wanted to dress up as beautifully as possible. After finishing his business, Lin Fan went to Bai Qingyan's residence. The head of the family has arrived. Let me pour you a glass of water. No need, this occasion is more suitable for drinking. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out a pot of wine and poured a cup for each of them. Qingyan, let's drink this cup of wine, and from now on we'll be family. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Qingyan nodded repeatedly with delight. Then he raised his glass. Cheers, master. Cheers. After downing a glass of wine, Bai Qingyan looked at Lin Fan with alluring, dreamy eyes. Please, master, have mercy. Okay, leave the rest to me. And from now on, you must call me husband. My husband. Compared to the head of the family, Bai Qingyan naturally preferred to call him husband. This is a privilege reserved for the legal wife. An hour later, the two finished their cultivation. Taking this opportunity, Lin Fan checked Bai Qingyan's information again. Name, Bai Qingyan. Age, 23. Identity, Lin Fan's concubine. Qualification, low grade, earth level. Realm level, mid-stage Qi Si realm. Favorability, 92. Lin Fan was surprised to see the 92% favorability rating. With such a high level of favorability, even without using the family's sacred tree, there's no need to worry about betrayal. This is tantamount to being together through thick and thin. In addition to the improved favorability, Bai Qingyan's strength has also increased from the early stage of Qi Si to the middle stage. Afterwards, Lin Fan checked the system's rewards. 100 local grade yuan stones and 1 low grade local grade tea tree. Drinking this tea can enhance one's understanding. Drinking a cup before practicing martial arts can enhance one's understanding of those techniques. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the reward. Looking at Bai Qingyan in his arms, Lin Fan said softly. Qingyan, now that you are a member of the Lin family, it's time for you to learn some of our family's secrets. Upon hearing that there was another secret, Bai Qingyan immediately became interested. Husband, what's the secret? Don't rush, get ready first, then I'll take you to a mysterious place. Okay, my husband, wait for me. Bai Qingyan quickly finished getting ready. At this moment, Bai Qingyan finally realized the change in her strength. Husband, my strength has actually broken through. How did this happen? Although she was shocked, Bai Qingyan knew that her breakthrough in strength was definitely thanks to Lin Fan. Bai Qingyan was very clear about her own strength. If she were to rely on her own cultivation, it would take her at least 1 or 2 years of diligent practice to break through. Qingyan, don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Bai Qingyan nodded. She knew it was Lin Fan's doing. If doing that could improve one's strength, that would be wonderful. Although such techniques also exist in the land of 100 kingdoms, those are all self-serving techniques that exploit others for personal gain. Clearly, Lin Fan is not practicing this kind of demonic art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have brought her such great benefits. Alright, Qingyan, relax. I'll take you somewhere. How will my husband take me away? Is there a secret room in this place? Bai Qingyan wondered to herself. However, soon, Bai Qingyan felt a blur before her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar place. It was even daytime here. This sudden change left Bai Qingyan somewhat stunned. Alright, Qingyan, snap out of it. Husband, where is this place? Here it is. Afterwards, Lin Fan gave her a brief introduction to the situation here. Husband, am I dreaming? Is this a small world? Lin Fan's words completely shattered her understanding. Qingyan, this is not a dream, it's all real. This is the real Lin family. Come with me. You can gradually adapt to the things in the divine firmament realm. Let me introduce you to some of the sisters first. Soon, Lin Fan brought the still somewhat dazed Bai Qingyan to Luo Yiran and the others. The crowd first sized up Bai Qingyan, then smiled and said, "This must be Sister Bai Qingyan." welcome to our Lin family. From now on, we're all sisters. The Moose sisters had already told them about Bai Qingyan. Qingyan greets all the elder sisters. Bai Qingyan said somewhat reservedly. Qingyan, don't be shy. From now on, we're family. At this moment, Lin Fan also spoke up. Qingyan, why don't you get to know everyone first? You can ask them anything you want to know. Good husband. Now, Bai Qingyan has been branded by the family's sacred tree. There was no need to hide anything from her. Afterwards, Lin Fan counted the gifts he had received that day. It mainly consists of spiritual herbs and elemental stones, as well as some refining materials. The largest gift was from the royal Zhao family, 10,000 Xian grade yuan stones and 6 Xian grade mid-grade spiritual herbs. Including gifts from other Purple Mansion realm forces, the total number of Xian grade yuan stones reached 12,000. There were over 100 Xian grade spiritual herbs, but apart from the royal Zhao family, the other forces only sent low-grade ones. The rest are all yellow-grade items, which together are worth about 1 million yellow-grade spirit stones. Overall, Lin Fan didn't lose out at today's banquet. Of course, I didn't make any money either. However, the Lin family's reputation has already been established. Now we can just wait for the harvest. Chapter 78 Zhao Qingyun's decision. The Lin residence. At this time, Yining Shuang already knew that Lin Fan had gone to Bai Qingyan's residence. So she quickly found Gu Nanxi. Master, Qingyan has taken the initiative. The patriarch just went to her residence. You should take action tomorrow. What's the big deal? She knew the family head before I did. Even so, Gu Nanxi began to feel a little panicked. She didn't know how to bring this up. Master, be brave. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. I can't help you. Alright, I'm your master, how could this stump me? Seeing that her master was still as stubborn as ever, Yining Shuang was speechless. Alright, Ning Shuang, if there's nothing else, you should go and rest. It's getting late. At this moment, Gu Nanxi's mind was in turmoil, and she needed to calm down. Alright, master, think it over carefully. You need to take the initiative in this kind of thing. The head of the family is so busy, he doesn't have that much time to look for you. After reminding Gu Nanxi, Yining Shuang left. Sigh, what on earth is going on? I originally wanted to find a future for my disciple, but I ended up ruining myself. Although Gu Nanxi was still very happy inside, she felt something was off. In Qingyun County, most of the forces not far from Changning City have already returned home. The first thing they did upon returning was to convene a meeting with senior management. The first order of the meeting was to select some outstanding young women to send to the Lin residence. Their demands were not high. Even if they couldn't become concubines, they would be happy to stay in the Lin family as maids. Having witnessed the true strength of the Lin family, they dared not underestimate the identity of a Lin family maid. The maids in the Lin family were not just ordinary maids. What they saw with their own eyes today were all of Linga's maids, except for the new ones recruited in the last few days. The other dozens of maids had all reached the Qi realm. This is the Qi realm, which is equivalent to the level of elder or deacon even in a Purple Mansion realm power. But in the Lin family, she was just a maid. That's right, Lin Fan was here in the last few days. He helped those maids who were the first to follow him break through to the Qi realm. It's really just a matter of using a top-grade breakthrough pill. What Lin Fan has in abundance right now is breakthrough pills. At the same time, Lin Fan did not ask them to hide their strength, otherwise these people would not have noticed. The sheer number of Qi realm cultivators, and the fact that they were merely maids, naturally shocked these forces. One can only sigh that he truly deserves to be called an alchemist. He is incredibly wealthy. Look how well the maids are treated. They naturally wanted their own people to go as well. Being chosen as a concubine would be even better, but even being a maid would be a tremendous opportunity. The second command was to collect elixirs and elixir seeds. This could be used to exchange for pills, so how could they possibly miss it? Meanwhile, the representative sent by the Zhao family of the royal family flew back to the capital as quickly as possible after the banquet ended. Then he requested an audience with Emperor Zhao that very night. Your subordinate greets your majesty. Rise. Did you come so late because of the Lin family? Your Majesty, the head of the Lin family is not only a Purple Mansion realm expert, but also a yellow rank top-grade alchemist. What? This is unbelievable. Zhao Qingyun was shocked by the news. He knew all too well the influence of a top-tier yellow-level alchemist. Although top-grade yellow-level pills are ineffective against Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, they can cultivate a large number of Chi Si Realm cultivators.
If there are many Chi Si Realm warriors, the probability of becoming a Purple Mansion Realm warrior will be higher. They treasured this half-finished top-grade alchemist from the Zhao family immensely. Your Majesty, this is absolutely true.
The Lin family head is even willing to sell 100 top-grade yellow pills every year.
If Patriarch Lin wants to develop his family, does he still have so many pills to sell? This shows that Patriarch Lin has a very high success rate in alchemy.
Based on my deduction, it wouldn't be a problem for Patriarch Lin to refine several hundred top-grade pills a year. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhao Changyun agreed with his opinion.
What you say makes a lot of sense. It seems that our Zhao family must win over this Lin family head.
This man dared not answer Zhao Changyun's question. He was neither an official of the Zhao state nor a member of the Zhao family, he was merely a retainer of the Zhao family. All he needs to do is tell Zhao Changyun the news. As for Zhao Changyun's decision, that's beyond his control. By the way, Your Majesty, the Lin family head has also announced that he plans to take a concubine.
I understand. You may leave now.
Your subordinate takes his leave. Zhao Changyun glanced at the sky and decided not to go to rest.
The time for the morning assembly is not far off. The court assembly is held once a month, and this time I happen to be there. How can I win over this Lin family patriarch?
Zhao Changyun was at a loss. If the other party is a Chi Si realm cultivator, he can forcibly bring them back. But the opponent is at the Purple Mansion realm, which makes things difficult. Even if they send in a Purple Mansion realm expert, it will be difficult to stop Lin Fan.
Don't even think about getting Lin Fan to refine pills for you then.
As for the patriarchs of the Divine Platform realm, they cannot be mobilized at will except in the event of a national crisis.
There are regulations in the 100 Kingdoms region that those in the Divine Platform realm cannot arbitrarily attack martial artists below the Divine Platform realm. If discovered, they will be jointly attacked by other Divine Platform realm cultivators.
Of course, if someone provokes someone at the Divine Platform realm, then being killed is simply deserved. After thinking it over for a while, Zhao Changyun had already made up his mind. The only way to win over Lin Fan is through marriage. If a princess were to be married off, it would be necessary to consult with the court officials. But if he were to marry another woman from the Zhao family, Lin Fan might think he wasn't sincere enough. Thinking about all this, Zhao Changyun felt a headache coming on.
A princess isn't someone you can just marry whenever you want.
If one were to marry a descendant of one of these ministers, there would naturally be no problem, and no one would object.
But if she marries an outsider, someone will inevitably try to stop her.
Because this would affect their interests.
Soon, the court assembly began. After chatting about some trivial matters,
Zhao Changyun got down to business.
My esteemed ministers, are you aware that a top-tier alchemist has emerged in our Zhao kingdom?
As Zhao Changyun finished speaking, the civil officials turned their gazes to Prime Minister Wei Changqing. The military officers, however, focused their attention on Grand Commandant Han Polu. The families behind these two individuals are second only to the Zhao royal family in terms of power.
There are several people in the clan who have reached the Purple Mansion realm.
Even they themselves possess the strength of the mid-stage Purple Mansion realm.
Given their status, how could they not know this news? Although they did not personally send anyone to oversee the establishment of the Lin family.
However, some of their subordinate forces still went there. Immediately after the Lin family's banquet ended, they received messages from those people.
Chapter 79 The Schemed Emperor Zhao.
To be honest, when they learned that Lin Fan was also a top-grade yellow-level alchemist, they felt very regretful. If they had known Lin Fan had this other identity, they would definitely have sent a Purple Mansion realm expert from their family to offer their congratulations. Taking this opportunity to build a good relationship will be entirely beneficial to them. Unfortunately, they had previously been too arrogant and looked down on a martial artist in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm who had no real foundation.
Who knew he was a king? His status as a top-tier yellow-level alchemist is his greatest asset.
Just look at how many of their maids are at the Chi Si realm. Alchemists have no shortage of resources. Fortunately, Lin Fan did not reveal that he was a high-grade Xian-level alchemist, otherwise these people would have gone crazy. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhao Changyun frowned.
What, are you all unaware of this news?
At this moment, Prime Minister Wei Changqing came out.
Your Majesty, we are all aware of this news.
Oh, then I wonder if the Prime Minister has any way to win him over to serve as an official in my Zhao state?
If he is willing, I am willing to appoint him as the head of the Alchemy Pavilion, a first-rank official, with an annual salary of 100,000 Xian grade yuan stones. Hiss. Upon hearing about the salary, the officials present gasped. It should be noted that even the Chancellor and Grand Commandant, who are among the three dukes, only receive an annual salary of 20,000 Xian grade yuan stones.
However, after thinking about his identity, I understood. If alchemists don't receive generous salaries, why would anyone bother to refine pills for you?
It's only 100,000 Xian grade yuan stones they can earn that themselves.
Why come here and be controlled by others?
They did hope that Zhao Changyun could win over Lin Fan, the alchemist. They will also benefit greatly from it. Your Majesty, the salary is very generous, but it will be very difficult to get him to join the court. From what I understand, this alchemist currently only wants to develop his family. Therefore, only by forming a marriage alliance can we strengthen our relationship. Upon hearing Wei Changqing mention the marriage alliance, a slight smile flashed across Zhao Qingyun's lips. He was well aware that it would be difficult to win over Lin Fan with high-ranking official positions and generous salaries.
If it were really that simple, why would the Zhao state lack alchemists?
The reason he didn't mention marriage was simply because he didn't want to be put in a passive position. Now that the Prime Minister has brought it up, no one is objecting anymore.
A marriage alliance would be ideal.
But according to the information I have received, this Lin family head has no plans to marry at the moment.
How can my princess become someone else's concubine? If this gets out to other countries, won't we be ridiculed? This is indeed a big problem. How could a princess of our dynasty become someone else's concubine?
At this point, many officials began to discuss it.
Everyone, please be quiet. This is the imperial court. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket?
After Zhao Changyun finished speaking, he looked at the Minister of Rights.
Minister Wen, what are your thoughts? Wen Tingyu was the Minister of Rights in the state of Zhao.
He was also a powerful martial artist, whose strength had reached the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The strength of the Wen family behind them is also not to be underestimated, with 2 Purple Mansion realm elders in the family.
Upon hearing the inquiry, Wen Tingyu hurriedly stepped forward.
Your Majesty, if the other party is willing to marry the princess with the same ceremony as a bride, I think there should be no problem. After all, the other party is not only at the Purple Mansion realm, but also an alchemist, so it's not an insult to the princess. Upon hearing Wen Tingyu's words, the officials present had a bright look in their eyes. The royal family values face. If the other party gives them enough face, then there's no problem.
We second that proposal.
After hearing this, Zhao Changyun nodded in satisfaction. Then this matter will be left to you, Minister Wen, to handle. You will be sent as an envoy to the Lin family later to discuss this matter with the head of the Lin family.
I hope you won't disappoint me. Your humble servant obeys the decree. By the way, Your Majesty, which princess are you planning to marry off? Wen Tingyu almost forgot to ask the important question.
Zhao Changyun has more than 30 princesses, and more than 20 of them are now of age. When the princess was mentioned, Zhao Changyun found himself in a difficult situation.
Do any of you, my esteemed ministers, have any insights? At this moment, Grand Commandant Han Polo came out. Your Majesty, I believe the 6th princess, Princess Lingxi, is more suitable.
As soon as Han Polo said this, the court fell silent.
The other officials all looked at Han Polo with disbelief. Everyone present knew that both Han Polo and Wei Changqing intended for their family's descendants to marry Princess Lingxi.
Although all the princesses were beautiful, Princess Lingxi had the highest cultivation aptitude among them. It has reached the highest grade of the prefecture level. Now at the age of 25, he has already cultivated to the late stage of the Qi realm. It is widely believed that Princess Lingxi is likely to become a Purple Mansion realm expert within the age of 50. The two families have been secretly fighting for this princess for a long time.
Unexpectedly, Han Polo gave up at this moment. At this moment, everyone looked at Prime Minister Wei Changqing, wondering what choice he would make.
Wei Changqing paid no attention to the way these people looked at him. At this moment, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Zhao Changyun and replied, Your Majesty, this humble subject agrees with Grand Tutor Han's suggestion. Upon hearing Prime Minister Wei Changqing's words, the officials present once again displayed expressions of disbelief. They did not expect that Wei Changqing would make the same choice as Han Polo. At this moment, Zhao Changyun gave the two of them a deep look. Others might not know what happened, but how could he not know?
His sixth daughter, Zhao Lingxi, was so talented that neither the Han nor the Wei families wanted her to stay in the royal family.
Adding another Purple Mansion realm expert to the royal family would not benefit either of the two families.
At the same time, neither the Han family nor the Wei family wanted the other family to marry Zhao Lingxi. If we wait until Zhao Lingxi grows up, it will disrupt the balance between the two families.
Otherwise, why would the two families fight so fiercely over a princess?
It's all for the sake of their family's future. As for assassinating the princess, he would not do such a thing unless absolutely necessary.
Otherwise, if the royal family gets angry, it won't do either of them any good.
Now that Lin Fan has appeared, this is the perfect opportunity to marry off the princess. This way, there's no need to worry about the other party's powerful family, which is a win-win situation. After figuring things out, Zhao Changyun finally understood why Wei Changqing had brought up marriage right away. It turned out he was waiting for this. It can be said that the Han and Wei families had completely outmaneuvered him.
After calming himself down, Zhao Changyun said in a deep voice, "Minister 1, do as the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor say. Your humble servant obeys the decree." Court adjourned. With that, Zhao Changyun left without looking back. He was truly angered by today's court assembly.
When Wei Changqing and Han Polu saw this, they smiled at each other. The long-standing rivalry between the two companies can finally come to an end.
As long as the balance remains intact, it's naturally a good thing for both companies. Chapter 80. When Tingyu arrives in Changning City.
Zhao Changyun returned to his palace and smashed many things. The actions of the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor today truly disgusted him. Unfortunately, the state of Zhao needed both sides to exist, so he couldn't take action against them.
Guards, summon Princess Zuan Lingxi. Promise.
Soon, Princess Lingxi arrived at Zhao Qingyun's palace.
Lingxi greets Father Emperor. Lingxi is here, please have a seat. Father, is there something you need from me?
Looking at the smashed things on the ground, she didn't expect her father to be so angry. Zhao Changyun looked at Zhao Lingxi and said with some sadness, "Lingxi, I hope you won't blame your father for what happened next." Upon hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, Zhao Lingxi frowned. What was bound to happen eventually did happen, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. If only she had more time, she could have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. That way, she would be able to make her own decisions.
Father, do you want me to go through a marriage alliance? Is it with the Wei family or the Han family?
Zhao Lingxi was aware of the ulterior motives of both families.
This also made Zhao Lingxi feel no goodwill towards either of them.
There was nothing they could do. Although the state of Zhao belonged to the Zhao family, it was not solely controlled by them. At the same time, the state of Zhao also needed these forces to exist. If the states of Wei and Han were destroyed, it would weaken the state of Zhao and give other states an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. As a princess of the Zhao state, she always had to make choices, whether for the sake of her country or her family.
At this moment, Zhao Changyun shook his head. Lingxi, not either of these two. What, not one of those two?
Zhao Changyun's answer surprised Zhao Lingxi. Over the years, these two companies have been eyeing her.
Why isn't it just these two companies anymore? Lingxi, it's definitely not one of those two.
Now, a top-grade yellow-level alchemist has appeared in our Zhao kingdom. This alchemist has reached the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm and has now established a family in Qingyun County. The court officials have decided to arrange a marriage between you and the government in order to strengthen their relationship. Zhao Lingxi wasn't angry about this. Instead, she became interested.
Since it's all about marriage alliances anyway, wouldn't it be better to marry an alchemist at the Purple Mansion realm? So this news was actually good news for her. Father, did the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor not object? Zhao Lingxi asked curiously. What they oppose is exactly what they're plotting.
Zhao Changyun said angrily. Afterwards, Zhao Changyun told Zhao Lingxi about his guess.
So that's how it is.
They really went to great lengths to keep me out of the Zhao family.
Aren't they afraid that the Zhao family will gain a lot of benefits after I marry this alchemist?
Upon hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Zhao Changyun shook his head.
Lingxi, they are naturally not afraid.
I suppose after you marry into that family, they will also arrange for outstanding younger members of their family to marry into it.
As the emperor, how could Zhao Changyun not know what these people were thinking?
I was just a little careless before, and these people tricked me.
However, upon closer reflection, it's not really a matter of scheming.
It would indeed be very difficult for Zhao Lingxi to stay in the Zhao family. Unless she can break through to the Purple Mansion realm in a short period of time. Then no one will dare to mess with her. But that's impossible. Breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm isn't that easy. So even without Lin Fan's appearance, given that the Wei and Han families couldn't obtain him, they might be secretly arranged by both families to be married off to other countries. Going to another country would be even more disadvantageous for Zhao Lingxi. After figuring this out, Zhao Changyun felt much better. After hearing Zhao Changyun's explanation, Zhao Lingxi nodded in agreement. Father is right, this is an alchemist, they certainly won't miss this opportunity. But with me around, we'll see who benefits more. As a princess, how could she not have her own methods? Lingxi, don't be careless. I'm worried they might unite against you in the future. Father, rest assured, I am not the kind of person who is weak and easily bullied. Zhao Lingxi was born and raised in the palace, but having witnessed countless palace intrigues, how could she not have her own methods? Lingxi, there's one more thing. This time, you'll probably be marrying as a concubine, which will make you suffer. At this point, Zhao Changyun looked somewhat disappointed. His daughter was a princess, yet she was married off as a concubine. This was also an insult to him. Father, don't overthink it. Wives and concubines are not important to me. Moreover, the other party is a Purple Mansion realm expert and an alchemist, so it's not an insult to me. Compared to marrying into the Wei or Han family, I would rather marry this alchemist, even if only as a concubine. Hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, Zhao Changyun nodded with some relief. I'm relieved that you think this way, Lingxi. I have already sent Minister Wan to the Lin family to discuss this matter. I expect news to come back soon. You should be prepared. Yes, Father, I know what to do. Alright, go see your mother and tell her about this. She'll probably teach you something from now on. His concubines were also extremely skilled at palace intrigue. Let Lingxi learn it will surely be of some use. Father, Lingxi takes her leave. Zhao Lingxi naturally understood the meaning behind her father's words. It seems like it would be good for her to go and learn it. On the other side, after the court session, when Tingyu, the Minister of Rights, left. After making only simple preparations, they flew towards Qingyun County. The imperial city is only a little over 100,000 li away from Qingyun County. With the strength of the Minister of Rights at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, it only took him a little over a quarter of an hour to arrive at Changning City in Qingyun County. Upon arriving in Changning City, Wen Tingyu did not immediately go to the Lin family. Instead, they went to the city lord's mansion. Upon learning of Wen Tingyu's arrival, Feng Lihen, the city lord of Changning City, hurriedly came out to greet him. This humble official, Feng Lihen, the city lord of Changning City, greets Minister Wan. Feng Lihen dared not be negligent in the slightest towards such a powerful figure. Lord Feng, there's no need for such formalities. I am here at the Lin family's residence on the Emperor's orders to discuss important matters. Please take me there. Yes, Minister Wan, I will take you there right away. With their speed, it didn't take them long to arrive at the entrance of the Lin residence. Then Feng Lihen stepped forward and greeted the two maids guarding the gate. Please inform the Lin family head that Minister Wen Tingyu of the Ministry of Rights of Zhao has come to pay a visit. Lord Feng and Lord Wen, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the family head immediately. Then I'll have to trouble you, young lady. Wen Tingyu was not annoyed that the maids made them wait outside. After all, he and Lin Fan didn't know each other. Moreover, he also wanted to befriend Lin Fan. She wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter and thus offend Lin Fan. Chapter 81 reveals the brewer's identity again. Reporting to the Patriarch, Wen Tingyu, the Minister of Rights of the Zhao Kingdom, has come to pay a visit. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting such an important figure to arrive so quickly. Although he didn't know this person, to be able to serve as the Minister of Zhao, one must definitely be a martial artist at the Purple Mansion realm. Without much thought, Lin Fan directly instructed the maid, take them to the living room. Yes, master. After she left, Lin Fan looked at Bai Qingyan beside him. Qingyan, what do you think this Minister of Rights is here for? As the daughter of the prefect, Bai Qingyan had some knowledge of this matter. My lord, I believe this Lord Wen has come on imperial orders. The fact that the Minister of Rights was summoned here must be for the purpose of a marriage alliance. I suspect that the Emperor Zhao wants to marry his princess to you. The Minister of Rights has come here on imperial orders to discuss this with you. Upon hearing that the Zhao Emperor was going to marry the princess to him, Lin Fan immediately became interested. Qingyan, is Emperor Zhao really that bold? He actually wants to marry the princess to me. You know I only take concubines now, do you think he would want the princess to be my concubine? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Qingyan gave him a wink. My husband, you have no idea of the influence of a top-grade yellow-level alchemist. Winning you over would be of immense benefit to the state of Zhao. Fortunately, my husband, you only revealed your identity as a yellow-level alchemist. If they knew that you, my husband, are now a high-grade Xian-level alchemist, they would go absolutely crazy. Perhaps even the royal patriarch will come to your aid, or they might kidnap you and force you to refine pills for them. At this point, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. After learning about Lin Fan's background, Bai Qingyan was even more grateful for her previous decision. Otherwise, how could she know how vast the outside world is? Bai Qingyan's vision has now expanded beyond the 100 kingdoms to encompass the entire Xian-Tian continent. Following Lin Fan, they will eventually cross millions of mountains and set foot on that unknown territory. Lin Fan had already considered what Bai Qingyan would say next. That's why he wanted to hide it. Although we have the Lingxiao realm as our base, there's no need to worry about safety. But it's never a good thing to be constantly on someone's mind. Alright, Qingyan, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you want to come with me to meet this Minister One? Bai Qingyan was very happy to hear that Lin Fan wanted to take her along. It was a sign of Lin Fan's approval of her. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head. Husband, I think it's better not to go. It's not appropriate for me to go to this kind of occasion. Alright, I'll head over now. Husband, you go ahead with your work, I'm going to chat with Ning Shuang. When Lin Fan arrived in the living room, he found that Wen Tingyu was already there. As for Lord Feng, he had already returned. He couldn't possibly overhear the conversations between big shots. When Wen Tingyu saw Lin Fan arrive, he also stood up from his chair. Is it Patriarch Lin in person? I am here on imperial orders to disturb you. Please forgive me, Patriarch Lin. Minister Wen, you are too kind. Your presence has already brought honor to my Lin family. How could we possibly blame you? As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling. Since they were being so polite, Lin Fan naturally had to give them face. Ha, it's good that Patriarch Lin isn't angry. Of course not, Minister Wen, let's sit down and talk about it first. Good. After Wen Tingyu sat down, Lin Fan instructed the maid to brew a few more cups of tea. The two chatted for a while, which helped them get closer, before Wen Tingyu finally got down to business. Patriarch Lin, I have come here on the Emperor's orders. His Majesty wishes to marry the 6th princess to you, the head of the Lin family. Let me come and see what you think, Patriarch Lin. Patriarch Lin, our 6th princess possesses a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Not only that, the 6th princess's cultivation talent is also the highest among all the princesses, reaching the upper grade earth level. At only 25 years old, his cultivation has already reached the late stage of the Qi realm. He will definitely be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm in the future. Lin Fan was quite surprised after hearing Wen Tingyu's story. Minister Wen, does the Emperor Zhao think so highly of me? You know, I'm only taking a concubine now, but you want me to marry a princess, and the best princess at that. This really doesn't make sense to me. Patriarch Lin, I won't hide it from you, there are some hidden reasons behind this. Then, Wen Tingyu explained the relationship between the Wei and Han families and the Zhao family. In any case, these things are not secrets among the forces at the Purple Mansion realm. Wen Tingyu told Lin Fan all this without angering the three families. Lin Fan never expected that the secret struggle among the three families would ultimately benefit him. However, Lin Fan was not interested in the power struggles within the imperial court, as long as they didn't provoke him. Master Lin, His Majesty has only one request: taking a princess as a concubine is acceptable, but it must be done with the same standards as marrying a wife. I wonder if Patriarch Lin has any objections to this? If there is such a thing, I can go back and discuss it with the Emperor. In this regard, Wen Tingyu adopted a very humble attitude, because he was genuinely afraid that Lin Fan would disagree. I have no objection. It's just a wedding, it's nothing to Lin Fan. Very well, thank you for your understanding of His Majesty, Patriarch Lin. I have completed my mission perfectly. I suppose Minister Wen hasn't eaten anything since the court session ended. Let me do my part as the host today. Alright, I've heard that Patriarch Lin's spirit wine is very refreshing. I must try it today. Then Minister Wen will have to have a few more drinks later. That's for sure. I won't let fine wine go to waste. It seems Minister Wen is also a wine lover. Who can resist fine wine? Wen Tingyu exclaimed, bursting into laughter. At Lin Fan's instruction, the maid quickly prepared a sumptuous feast. At the dining table, Wen Tingyu was looking at the wineglass in his hand in surprise. After the bright green, clear liquor was poured into the glass, a layer of frost quickly formed on the surface of the wineglass, emitting gusts of cold air. Patriarch Lin, what kind of wine is this? Wen Tingyu asked with some surprise. He had drunk many top-grade spirit wines, but this was the first time he had encountered one that was emanating a chilling aura. This wine is called Xian Shuang liquid. It is because the frost-retaining spiritual herb, frost flower, which has the properties of ice, has been added to the wine, which is why it behaves this way. Was this spirit wine brewed by you, Patriarch Lin? That's right. Lin Fan admitted immediately. Since the alchemist has already been exposed, adding another brewer won't make a difference. After all, most alchemists can brew wine, they're just not very good at it. In fact, it is easier for alchemists to learn winemaking because they have a very comprehensive understanding of elixirs and a very solid foundation. However, most alchemists don't spend their time on this. Chapter 82 Wen Tingyu leaves. Hiss. Upon seeing Lin Fan admit it, Wen Tingyu gasped. He was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected that Lin Fan would also have such high attainments in winemaking, in addition to alchemy. Patriarch Lin is truly a man of great talent. Wen Tingyu praised. He must befriend such a highly capable person. Although he didn't know exactly how old Lin Fan was, he could sense that Lin Fan was still very young and definitely not over 100 years old. At such a young age, not only has his cultivation reached the Purple Mansion level. With such high attainments in alchemy and winemaking, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. In the future, whether Lin Fan improves his alchemy or winemaking skills to the Xian level, he will be able to help a force grow and expand in a short period of time. Once the Lin family grows up, their family will be no match for the Lin family. Therefore, while the Lin family has not yet developed, he must cultivate a good relationship with Lin Fan. After Wen Tingyu decided to return, he would also select an outstanding junior member of the clan to send over. Of course, this will have to wait until after the princess gets married. As a subject of the Zhao state, it was naturally impossible for him to preempt the princess in such matters. Lin Fan was unaware of Wen Tingyu's ulterior motives. Seeing that Wen Tingyu was still looking at the wine cup in his hand, he smiled and said, Minister Wen, please try it and see how it tastes. Good. As he drank the wine, Wen Tingyu closed his eyes and began to enjoy it. The drink was ice cold upon tasting. Once it reached my stomach, it turned into a warm current that made me feel very comfortable. After savoring it for a while, Wen Tingyu couldn't help but exclaim, what excellent wine! Then Minister Wen, drink more. I told you, there's plenty of spirit wine. The Lin family head is so magnanimous. After a satisfying meal, Wen Tingyu prepared to take his leave. Patriarch Lin, thank you for your hospitality, but I have official business to attend to and need to return to report. Once the date for the princess's wedding is agreed upon, I will send a message to the Lin family head as soon as possible. Alright, Minister Wen, take care. You're welcome to come over for a visit sometime. Since the other party was busy with official business, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't insist. Patriarch Lin, I will definitely come when I have time. Your wine is truly unforgettable. That's easy, Minister Wen, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Lin Fan instructed Li Han, who was standing to the side, Xiao Han, go and get the things. Soon, Li Han came over with a gourd in his hand. Minister Wen, there's some fine wine in this gourd. Take it back and drink it. That's great. Wen Tingyu readily accepted the wine. Patriarch Lin, I'll take my leave. With that, Wen Tingyu soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. After Wen Tingyu left, Bai Qingyan and Yi Ningxuang arrived hand in hand. Husband, what do you think? Is it possible that the Emperor of Zhao is going to marry the princess to you? Bai Qingyan asked with a face full of curiosity. Qingyan, you guessed right, it really is because of this. Congratulations, my husband. May I ask which princess she is? Bai Qingyan asked again. Yi Ningxuang was also looking at Lin Fan with curiosity, wanting to know which princess it was. It's the sixth princess, Zhao Lingxi. I wonder what you know about her. Lin Fan has only heard one side of Wen Tingyu's story, and he doesn't know the specifics. It's actually Princess Lingxi. She's the most talented princess ever. Bai Qingyan had some understanding of most princesses. Princess Lingxi, however, was the one she knew best.
The main reason is that this sixth princess is too famous.
Qingyan, tell me what you know. Good husband.
Then, Bai Qingyan began to speak earnestly, with Yi Ningxuang occasionally adding her own comments. It seems that Minister 1 was not lying.
Qingyan, how much do you think I should prepare as betrothal gifts?
Bai Qingyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to ask her that question. However, since Lin Fan had asked, she couldn't very well not answer. Bai Qingyan thought for a moment before saying, "Husband, I think we can give more.
This is a royal wedding, and the amount of the dowry we are giving will be made public.
Moreover, when the royal family marries off their daughter, several neighboring countries will receive the news and will send envoys to attend. At that time, my husband, your influence will extend far beyond the state of Zhou. Therefore, we can be generous with the betrothal gifts. When people from the neighboring countries see how magnanimous you are, they might also consider forming a marriage alliance." After broadening her horizons, Bai Qingyan naturally hoped that Lin Fan could marry more girls with excellent qualities. Now that she is a member of the Lin family, she naturally hopes that the Lin family can grow and prosper rapidly. Yi Ningxuan looked at her good friend with some surprise.
She felt that Bai Qingyan was like a completely different person. Doesn't Qingyan worry that having too many outstanding women will affect her position in the family? Yi Ningxuan shook her head.
These were not things she should be thinking about. She had already decided to urge her master later.
The competition is getting fiercer. Even the princess has joined the fray.
If we don't act quickly, we'll miss our chance. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that Bai Qingyan's words made a lot of sense.
However, we still need to discuss how much the betrothal gifts should be.
As for whether this exposure will lead the Lin family of Chu to discover that he is a member of the Lin family, that's wishful thinking. The higher-ups in the Lin family had no idea that he had ever existed in the family. The only people he had contact with were the deacons who managed their area. However, that deacon's strength was only at the Kaiyuan realm, which was not considered high level at all. Lin Fan was too ordinary in the Lin family before, and this steward has probably forgotten about him by now. Even if you hear the name Lin Fan, you would never associate it with him. While Lin Fan and Bai Qingyan were chatting, Wen Tingyu had already returned to the capital. Then they found Zhao Chengyun immediately.
Minister 1, how is the matter progressing? Has the Lin family head agreed?
Zhao Chengyun was genuinely worried that Lin Fan wasn't interested in marrying a princess. If Lin Fan refuses, he will lose face big time.
Your Majesty, I have successfully completed this task and have fulfilled my mission. Moreover, Patriarch Lin did not make any demands. Hearing Wen Tingyu's words, Zhao Chengyun was completely relieved.
Minister 1, you've worked hard. Next, we'll need your Ministry of Rights to discuss a suitable wedding date.
Your Majesty, I can hardly say that I have worked hard. This is all within my duty.
By the way, Your Majesty, the Lin family head is also a top-tier yellow-level winemaker.
Upon hearing that Lin Fan was also a winemaker, Zhao Chengyun's spirits lifted. Minister 1, is this really true?
Now that the marriage with Lin Fan has been arranged, if that's true, it's naturally good news.
Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. This was told to me personally by the head of the Lin family. Okay, I understand.
At this moment, Zhao Chengyun was overjoyed, but he did not show it on his face.
After all, he was an emperor. How could he let others see through his thoughts? Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Okay, pick a date as soon as possible.
Zhao Chengyun is now only thinking about getting this matter done as soon as possible. He doesn't want any unexpected events to occur along the way.
Yes, Your Majesty, I will go and discuss it with everyone immediately. Chapter 83 Gu Nanqi's nervousness. Lin Mansion.
While Lin Fan was dealing with other matters, Bai Qingyan pulled Yi Ningxuang aside and whispered something to her.
Ningxuang, what are you thinking now?
Yi Ningxuang naturally understood what Bai Qingyan was asking.
Qingyan, let my master go first, otherwise it wouldn't be appropriate. Does that mean my master will have to call me sister? That sounds really weird. This kind of thing is fine as a joke.
Yi Ningxuang still couldn't bring herself to do that.
Alright, remember to hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, you will lose a tremendous chance. What kind of opportunity was it? Yi Ningxuang asked, her face full of curiosity. I'm sorry I can't tell you that now, but you'll find out in time. Let's stop here and not mention the mark of the family's sacred tree. Even if they weren't, Bai Qingyan wouldn't reveal these secrets to anyone, including her family.
Now that she is a member of the Lin family, she naturally has to think about the Lin family.
Moreover, Bai Qingyan was well aware of how much trouble this matter would cause Lin Fan if it were exposed. Seeing that Bai Qingyan didn't say anything, Yi Ningxuan didn't press the matter further. The two chatted for a while longer before parting ways. After Yi Ningxuan left, she immediately went to find her master, Gu Nanshi. Master, you can't delay any longer. Just now, even Minister 1 from the imperial court was sent by Emperor Zhao to discuss the marriage with the head of the family. The final decision is that the sixth princess will marry the patriarch. If you don't take the initiative, I'll go find the head of the family myself. Yi Ningxuan knew her master well. If she didn't push her a bit, things would probably drag on for a while longer. Sure enough, Gu Nanshi panicked when she heard Yi Ningxuan's words. She knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Even royal princesses wanted to come and arrange marriages once this matter was over. There will definitely be a lot of marriage alliances to follow. She had no advantage over those forces. Ning Shuang, I understand about this matter. I will go to see the patriarch tonight. Yi Ningxuan was very happy to see that her master had made up his mind. Master, I'll go tell my 3 senior sisters the good news right away. After saying that, Yi Ningxuan skipped away. Evening arrived quickly, and Gu Nanshi had already arrived at Lin Fan's residence. However, she did not go in directly, but paced back and forth at the door. Clearly, she was still a little nervous at this moment. Lin Fan guessed that Gu Nanshi would come tonight, so he was not in a hurry to return to the Divine Firmament realm. Sensing that Gu Nanshi dared not come in, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Nanshi, now that you're here, why don't you come in? Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Gu Nanshi froze instantly. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pushed open the door and went inside. After Gu Nanshi went inside, 4 figures appeared not far away. Master finally went in. I thought he was going to give up. Ling Xuan US said with some relief. Sun Yanqing shook her head. Senior sister, if the patriarch hadn't just called Master in, I bet Master would have backed out. Second senior sister is right, thankfully the ending is good. After Lu Qingling finished speaking, she looked at Yi Ningxuan and said, Junior sister, isn't it your turn next? Third senior sister, I'm the youngest, shouldn't the eldest senior sister go first? Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanyue quickly shook her head. Junior sister, you are the most familiar with the clan head, so of course you should go first. At worst, we'll just call you older sister from now on. Senior sister is right, now it's your turn, junior sister. At this moment, Ling Xuanyue and the other 2 united on the same side. It's just calling someone sister, it's no big deal. Yi Ningxuan was dumbfounded when she saw the 3 of them express their opinions at the same time. She really wanted to say, am I still your beloved junior sister? Junior sister, just think of it as helping us 3 senior sisters scout out the way. Yes, junior sister, it's like your 3 senior sisters are begging you, after all, you are the most familiar with the patriarch. Isn't that right, junior sister? We 3 senior sisters always spoil you the most. Yi Ningxuan glanced at the pleading looks in her 3 senior sisters' eyes, and finally nodded. Alright then, I'll reluctantly agree, but only this once, and never again. I knew junior sister was the best. Inside the room, Gu Nanshi was looking at Lin Fan with a nervous expression. Master, master. Gu Nanshi called out somewhat embarrassedly. Nanshi, why are you so nervous? Am I that scary? Lin Fan said gently. Gu Nanshi quickly shook her head. The patriarch is not scary at all, it's just that I. Alright, Nanshi, relax, don't be nervous. Seeing that Gu Nanshi was still a little reserved, Lin Fan decided to chat with her for a while. Nanshi, can you tell me about the Yunxiu sect? Upon hearing Lin Fan ask about Yunxiu sect, Gu Nanshi immediately perked up. Patriarch, Yunxiu sect has nearly 30,000 disciples. More than 20,000 of them are miscellaneous disciples, all of whom are in the first 3 stages of body tempering. The last 2 stages of the body tempering realm belong to outer sect disciples. The remaining disciples at the Kaiyuan realm and above belong to the inner sect, numbering nearly 1,000. As long as you cultivate to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, you can become a sect steward or elder. As for Qi Si realm martial artists, besides Xuanyue and me, there is only one other person, my master. Nanshi, do you know the strength of Qingming Valley and Xianxian sect? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but their overall strength should be about the same as my Yunxiu sect. After listening to Gu Nanshi's account, Lin Fan gained a general understanding of the strength of Qingyun County. Nanshi, what do you think is the difference between a family and a sect? Patriarch, there are definitely some differences between a family and a sect. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Let's talk about family first. Families sometimes experience internal conflicts, such as power struggles. But when it comes to fighting the enemy, they are still very united. It's possible for them to collude with foreign enemies for personal gain, but the probability of that happening is very small. Because once discovered, the entire family will shun them. As for sects, they are actually composed of many families. Take those sect elders for example. After they get married and have children, over time they will form their own families. This leads to situations where they sometimes prioritize their own family's interests over the interests of the sect. Even if some don't get married, they will still favor their own disciples. It can be said that there are many factions within the sect, especially in those sects that have been passed down for a long time. Even if the sect is in trouble, it will be difficult to gather all its strength together. Therefore, when the strength is equal, the family has an advantage over the sect. But on the other hand, sects develop much faster than families. Because during the development of a sect, other forces and powerful individuals will join in. I would say that both have their own advantages, it just depends on how you choose to weigh them. Excellent, very insightful analysis. Lin Fan exclaimed. Thank you for the compliment, Patriarch. After chatting for a while, Gunanchi was no longer so nervous. Chapter 84 Dowry to the Royal Family. Just as Gunanchi was anticipating what would happen next, Lin Fan suddenly spoke towards the door. What are you four doing out there? Come in. Lin Fan had already sensed the presence of the four people, but he hadn't paid them any attention. Lin Fan was speechless. He hadn't expected these four guys to get so bold, actually coming over to eavesdrop. Do you really think his Purple Mansion realm strength is just for show? Let alone those in the Purple Mansion realm, the commotion these four people caused was enough to be detected even by those in the body tempering realm. The reason Gunanchi didn't notice was mainly because her attention was focused on Lin Fan. Now, thanks to Lin Fan's reminder, they have also become aware of the presence of the four people. What are these four girls doing here? Are they here to laugh at me? Thinking of this, Gunanchi was also speechless. These four disciples are truly unacceptable. They actually wanted to see their master make a fool of himself. When Yining Shuang and the other three outside heard Lin Fan's words, they were immediately startled. Junior sister, now you've been found out. They had initially refused when Yining Shuang asked them to come over and eavesdrop. Who knew Yining Shuang would say that the family head and their master were busy with important matters and didn't have time to deal with them? As a result, they agreed as if by some strange twist of fate. They were mainly curious about that kind of thing. Although Yining Shuang was a little flustered, she still pretended to be calm and said, "Let's go in." It's all right. The patriarch hasn't gotten angry. Then, the four people carefully pushed open the door and went inside. Greetings, Patriarch. The four greeted him cautiously. What are you four doing here? Lin Fan asked, feigning authority. Patriarch, we just happened to be passing by and came to take a look. We didn't mean anything by it, Yining Shuang said with a flattering smile. Do you think I believe you or not? Lin Fan said irritably. Seeing that Yining Shuang still wanted to explain, Lin Fan simply waved his hand. Alright, I know exactly what you're thinking. Since you're all here, I'll take you somewhere. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took them directly to the Divine Firmament realm without waiting for them to react. He had already checked the favorability ratings of these people, and they were all above 80. Therefore, the moment they entered the Divine Firmament realm, they were branded by their family's divine tree. Lin Fan then ignored the shocked expressions on their faces. He directly instructed a maid to explain the situation inside to the group. He then took Gunanchi to his residence. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in the main world. During this period, the date for Princess Lingxi's marriage to Lin Fan was also set, which was to be held in half a month. This news, under the orders of the Zhao Emperor, has spread throughout the entire Zhao state. At this moment, the Lin family of Qingyun County has become the focus of all forces in the Zhao kingdom. During this time, Lin Fan had already captured Yining Shuang and the others. The rewards were quite ordinary. Besides the fixed amount of spirit stones, there were only spiritual herbs. Another piece of good news is that Bai Qingyan is pregnant. In the Divine Firmament realm, Lin Fan was playing with his child. Luo Yiran and the others were also here at this time. In fact, everyone spends a lot of time with these children every day. System, do you have the 4 books and 5 classics in the Taoist canon from my past life here? If available, Lin Fan plans to use the 4 books and 5 classics for his child's early education. As for the Taoist canon, Lin Fan wanted to see if it would be helpful for his cultivation.
Host, the system's exchange function is not yet enabled.
If you need it, you can wait until the next time you consume a low-grade Earth-level reward.
System, then next time just give me this reward.
It's just a low-level reward at the prefecture level. He should receive quite a bit more when his child is born.
There are now 48 pregnant women.
At this moment, Bai Qingyan sat down next to Lin Fan. Bai Qingyan was overjoyed after learning that she was pregnant. My lord, your wedding date with Princess Lingxi has been set. Have you prepared your betrothal gifts? Lin Fan nodded. There wasn't really anything he needed to prepare.
During this period, Su Qingyuan has refined a lot of pills.
Qingyan, I have prepared 60 breakthrough pills, 60 antidote pills, 60 yuan replenishment pills, 60 yuan enhancement pills, and 60 healing pills. Besides these top-grade pills, there are also 1,000 high-grade pills.
In addition, there are 10,000 caddies of spirit wine. Is there anything else we need to prepare?
Bai Qingyan thought for a moment, then nodded. Husband, I think this quantity is just right. It's not that the Lin family is stingy, but rather that it's not appropriate for them to allocate more resources right now. Since you also think it's okay, then I'll have Xiaohan deliver these things over.
It's inappropriate to send betrothal gifts on the wedding day. Without hesitation, Lin Fan summoned Li Han.
Then these resources were handed over to her so that she could take them to the capital.
Subsequently, a team of 10 people, led by Li Han, flew from Chongning City toward the imperial city.
With their Qi-Si realm strength, it would take them several hours to fly to reach the imperial city.
At noon, Li Han and his party finally arrived at the imperial city. Afterwards, Li Han and the others did not delay and went straight to the palace after entering the city. There's no way around it. Flying is not allowed below the purple mansion level in the imperial city.
However, given the pace of Li Han and his group of 10, it didn't take them long to reach the palace gates. At this moment, a palace guard directly stopped Li Han and his 10 men.
Halt!
This is forbidden territory of the imperial palace.
Trespassing is strictly prohibited.
Anyone who does so will be killed without mercy. General, we are from the Lin family of Qingyun County.
We have come to deliver betrothal gifts. Please inform them of our arrival.
So you are guests from the Lin family. Please wait a moment while I go and inform them. Everyone already knew that Princess Lingxi was going to marry the head of the Lin family in Qingyun County, so he naturally dared not be negligent. When Zhao Changyun heard that the Lin family had come to deliver betrothal gifts, he was greatly surprised. Generally, when a princess gets married, the emperor bestows gifts upon her husband.
What kind of prince consort gives betrothal gifts to the emperor?
However, considering that Lin Fan and he had no relationship as ruler and subject, he felt relieved.
Quickly summon them in. He wanted to see what kind of betrothal gifts Lin Fan would offer. After Li Han and his group of 10 entered, they bowed to Zhao Changyun. We have come to pay our respects to your majesty. No need for formalities, everyone. Thank you, your majesty.
As he spoke, Li Han took out a storage bag and a list.
Your majesty, these are the betrothal gifts from our patriarch.
Please take a look. Without Zhao Changyun saying anything, the eunuch beside him quickly took the items and presented them to Zhao Changyun. When Zhao Changyun saw the items on the list, he was extremely shocked. These are 360 top-grade pills. Their royal family used elixirs they refined themselves, plus those purchased through various channels.
That's probably all there is in a year. Chapter 85: The Princess's Wedding.
There was no other way. Alchemists were far too scarce in the 100 Kingdoms region. Of course, in the large dynasties of the 100 Kingdoms region with divine power realm experts in charge, there are more alchemists, and there are also Xian-level alchemists. After all, those at the divine power realm can traverse millions of mountains and communicate with the outside world. The legacy they possess is naturally incomparable to that of a country like Zhao, which only has divine platform realm experts in charge. At the same time, the resources controlled by large dynasties rarely flow to other countries.
As expected of an alchemist, so generous.
Zhao Changyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he looked at the list in his hand. Then he said to Li Han and the others, "Ladies, when you return, please thank your master for his generosity."
"Yes, your majesty, we will convey this message to the head of the family."
"If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now." There was nothing they could do. They didn't understand the rules of the palace, and they always felt somewhat uncomfortable staying there. Zhao Changyun was not angry about this. Ladies, it's getting late, and it's not safe to travel at night. Why don't you rest here for the night and head back tomorrow?
Li Han thought about it and felt that Zhao Changyun made sense. Although it's not dark yet, it will still take several hours to get back. Their journey back didn't just pass through cities, but also through some large mountain ranges. If you encounter some powerful monsters on the way, it will indeed be very dangerous.
Then I'll have to trouble your majesty.
In the end, for everyone's safety, Li Han decided to stay for the night.
What's the trouble?
Someone, take these girls to rest. Make sure they are well taken care of and not neglected in the slightest.
Promise.
After Li Han and the others left, Zhao Changyun called Zhao Lingxi over.
Lingxi greets Father Emperor. I wonder if Father has summoned Lingxi for some reason.
Lingxi, your future husband has sent betrothal gifts over.
There's also a betrothal gift?
Zhao Lingxi was greatly surprised. Apart from marriages between countries, princesses usually only receive a generous dowry when they marry. There are no betrothal gifts.
They not only gave betrothal gifts, but they were also very generous. Look at them.
As Zhao Changyun spoke, he handed the list to Zhao Lingxi. Zhao Lingxi was also greatly shocked after seeing the items on the list. I didn't expect him to give me so many top-grade pills. It seems I still hold some place in his heart.
At this point, a smile appeared on Zhao Lingxi's face. Sigh, I hope he can be sincere towards you.
Zhao Changyun said with some sadness. The thought of one's own princess becoming someone's concubine is unbearable.
Father, don't worry about me, even though I haven't met him yet.
But he was able to personally eliminate those 4 major forces for the sake of his woman, so he must have been very good to her.
I have a feeling that this marriage is very likely to be an opportunity for me. I hope so. That was the only way Zhao Changyun could console himself. All right, Lingxi, you can go now. Spend more time with your mother while you're married. She won't have many opportunities to come back after she gets married.
Yes, Father Emperor. Lingxi takes her leave.
Time flies, and soon it was time for Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi to get married.
The Lin residence was bustling with activity today. At this moment, Lin Fan was dressed in a groom's suit, with a big red flower on his chest, and was preparing to greet his bride.
Congratulations, Patriarch Lin. The blessings continued unabated. Please come inside, everyone.
I need to go pick up the bride now, so I won't have time to entertain you all.
I hope you will understand.
Patriarch Lin, go quickly, don't worry about me, we can't keep the bride waiting.
After exchanging a few more words with the guests, Lin Fan mentally called upon the system. System, could you please conceal the aura of that mid-grade Earth-level flying boat?
A mid-grade Earth-level flying boat is too conspicuous. It might attract the attention of forces at the Divine Power Realm.
Okay, host. How do you plan to hide?
Lin Fan was secretly delighted that it actually worked.
System, just reveal the aura of a mid-grade Shen level. Yes, host. Lin Fan didn't delay any longer, took out the flying boat, and threw it into the air.
In an instant, a colossal object, 1,000 meters long, 600 meters wide, and 150 meters high, appeared in the air. Seeing this enormous thing, Lin Fan didn't know what to say.
This isn't a flying boat, it's practically a flying cruise ship.
The sudden appearance of a huge object in the sky naturally attracted the attention of many people.
Wow, is that a flying boat? It's huge.
As expected of an alchemist, they even have a flying boat.
It seems that in our Zhao kingdom, only the royal family owns a flying boat, and it doesn't even seem to be this big.
At this moment, the guests at the Lin residence were also discussing the flying boat.
Lin Fan didn't care what they thought. He led his wedding procession onto the flying boat.
At the same time, Lin Fan hung the 2 large characters welcoming the bride on the flying boat.
Then, under his control, the airship quickly flew towards the location of the imperial city.
Lin Fan did not allow the flying boat to move at full speed. After all, the flying boat's speed at full speed reached 500 million miles per hour. If that's the case, they could reach the imperial city in the blink of an eye. A mid-grade Shin-level flying boat couldn't achieve that speed. Finally, under Lin Fan's control, they arrived outside the palace in half an hour. The sudden appearance of the flying boat led the Purple Mansion realm of the imperial city to mistakenly believe it was an invasion by foreign enemies. Fortunately, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from the flying boat, and the words welcoming the bride on the flying boat prevented any misunderstanding. Then, Lin Fan stepped out of the flying boat to the sound of gongs and drums.
So it's Patriarch Lin. Please, come in.
The Minister of Rights immediately came to greet him.
Thank you for your help, Minister 1. Patriarch Lin, you're too kind. This is simply my duty. After going through a series of tedious formalities, Lin Fan finally met Princess Lingxi. Patriarch Lin, I entrust my Lingxi to you from now on. I hope you will treat her well. This is my request as a father. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will not mistreat my woman. It was just a simple sentence, but it was also Lin Fan's promise to Zhao Changyun. I trust you. He believed that someone as talented as Lin Fan would not break his word. Emperor Zhao, then I will take Lingxi away. But don't worry, Your Majesty, I will accompany Lingxi back to visit often in the future. Alright, lift the sedan chair. As soon as Emperor Zhao uttered these words, the eunuch beside him immediately echoed loudly, His Majesty has decreed, raise the sedan chair. Soon, amidst ceremonial music, a large procession emerged from the palace. The dowry alone numbered in the hundreds of carts, and she was accompanied by 500 palace maids. These palace maids were all prepared by Emperor Zhao for Zhao Lingxi. As a beloved princess, her dowry would certainly not be meager. In terms of value, it exceeds the betrothal gifts given by Lin Fan. Emperor Zhao would not lose face over something like this. Chapter 86 Rewards in Hand, Trial Tower. Soon, all the dowry items were loaded onto the flying boat. Lin Fan was wondering if someone would jump out and try to steal Zhao Lingxi away. Then there's the classic saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The fact that no such person appeared was quite disappointing to him. Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Lingxi beside him and said softly, Lingxi, we're going home. Zhao Lingxi responded softly. Although her head was covered with a headscarf, it did not obstruct her vision. From every perspective, Zhao Lingxi was very satisfied with Lin Fan. After glancing at the palace one last time, she and Lin Fan entered the flying boat hand in hand. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat left the imperial city. It took another quarter of an hour for the flying boat to arrive above the Lin residence. The master has brought the lady back. Come with me to move some things. Under Li Han's direction, the maids began to get busy. As cartloads of dowry were transported out of the flying boat, the warriors of Changning City were utterly astonished. As expected of the most beloved princess of Emperor Zhao, her dowry is incredibly generous. I really envy Patriarch Lin, he actually managed to marry Princess Lingxi. It is said that Princess Lingxi is exceptionally talented and has already reached the late stage of the Qi Si realm at a young age. In a few decades, he will probably become another Purple Mansion realm expert. What's the use of your envy? If you were like Patriarch Lin, with the strength of the Purple Mansion realm and being an alchemist, you could also marry a princess. Not only that, other Purple Mansion realm forces will also be vying to form marriage alliances with you. That's right, I think Princess Lingxi and Patriarch Lin are a perfect match, they are both outstanding. When Patriarch Lin and Princess Lingxi have a child, it will probably be even more terrifying. The future of the Lin family is definitely limitless. The people of Changning City were abuzz with discussion, some envious, some jealous, and others supportive and optimistic. Lin Fan didn't have time to worry about these things, there were still many procedures to go through. After going through a series of tedious formalities and then escorting Princess Lingxi to her room, the process was finally complete. Next, it was time to entertain the guests. Everyone, let's raise a toast to Patriarch Lin and wish him and Princess Lingxi a healthy baby soon. Once this person took the lead, everyone present followed suit. May Patriarch Lin and Princess Lingxi have a son soon. Okay, thank you everyone. After finishing his drink, Lin Fan greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone, make sure you eat and drink well. Don't worry about not having enough food and drinks. There will be more food served after you finish eating, so make sure you enjoy your meal. Patriarch Lin is so generous. We won't stand on ceremony. Then, people kept toasting Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted all offers without hesitation. After drinking enough, Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more time there. Alright everyone, I'll have to excuse myself after I finish this drink. We understand, we won't let it interfere with the Lin family's important business. After Lin Fan left, he went straight to the new house. Upon seeing Lin Fan arrive, the two maids who had accompanied her to the bridal chamber hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, master. No need for formalities. With that, Lin Fan pushed open the door and went inside. Looking at Zhao Lingxi sitting quietly on the bed, Lin Fan used the system's detection function. Name, Zhao Lingxi. Age, 25. Qualification, low grade, earth level. Realm level, late stage of Qi Si realm. Identity, the 6th princess of Zhao. Favorability, 73. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the 73 favorability rating. Such a high level of favorability indicates that Zhao Lingxi is not opposed to marrying him. Then, Lin Fan walked over lightly and lifted Zhao Lingxi's red veil. And so, their eyes met. Zhao Lingxi was quickly defeated. "Husband, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Lingxi asked shyly. "My own wife, shouldn't I get to look at her more often?" Lin Fan chuckled. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhao Lingxi's face fell. She felt that Lin Fan was not following the usual rules. She thought Lin Fan would say that his wife was very beautiful and that's why she was captivated by her. It's not that Zhao Lingxi is narcissistic, but rather that she truly has the qualities to back it up. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. It's time for us to drink the nuptial wine. After you finish this wine, you'll be a member of the Lin family. An hour later, Lin Fan began to examine his gains. In addition to obtaining 500 Earth Grade Yuan stones, I also obtained a high-grade Earth Grade Trial Tower. The Trial Tower is divided into 6 levels, corresponding to the Body Tempering Realm to the Divine Power Realm. Each level of the Trial Tower has a corresponding puppet that can be used to hone martial arts skills. Furthermore, even if you die inside the Trial Tower, you will not truly die. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised after reading the introduction to the Trial Tower. With the Trial Tower, he can more easily cultivate his power. Aside from that, there's his strength. Since breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, my cultivation speed has become much slower than before. This time, he finally broke through a minor realm, and in addition, his aptitude also improved by a minor level. It was a very fruitful experience. Next, Lin Fan checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 768 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 2. Family members, 54 wives and concubines. Offspring, 7 sons, 12 daughters. Family luck, 820,000. Strength, mid-stage Purple Mansion realm. Qualification, top-tier mystic grade. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth. Martial arts and movement techniques, Earth grade low-level thunderclap finger minor mastery, profound grade supreme level layered wave palm perfected, profound grade supreme level flowing cloud sword technique perfected, profound grade supreme level bamboo shadow step perfected. Weapon, top grade profound level blazing flame sword. 100 crafts, top grade mystic alchemist, supreme grade mystic winemaker. Family wealth, 2,000 Earth grade Yuan stones, 260,000 Black grade Yuan stones, and approximately 11 million Yellow grade Yuan stones. Wives and concubine strength, Qi Si realm 54 people. Small world area, 100,000 square kilometers. Time flow rate, 6 times that of the main world. The extra 200,000 plus Xian grade Yuan stones were naturally part of Zhao Qingyun's dowry. Zhao Qingyun knew that the Lin family did not yet have a mine for Xian grade Yuan stones, which is why he gave them so many Xian grade Yuan stones. There are quite a few veins of yellow pebbles. The mines that were previously owned by the 4 major powers now belong to the Lin family. There are more than 10 in total, which can bring the Lin family at least 5 million yuan worth of yellow grade Yuan stones every year. At this moment, Zhao Lingxi also sensed the change in her strength. She has now broken through to the Qi Si realm perfection. This made her eyes widen in surprise. "My husband, is my breakthrough in strength due to you?" Although she was asking a question, Zhao Lingxi's tone was full of certainty. She knew this must be related to Lin Fan. Chapter 87 Zhao Lingxi's shock. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, "It was indeed my fault." "How about it, are you satisfied?" Zhao Lingxi was not happy after hearing this. Instead, she looked at Lin Fan with a worried expression. "My husband, won't this damage your health?" Lin Fan was very satisfied with Zhao Lingxi's performance. "Lingxi, don't worry, it won't damage my base, in fact it will benefit both of us." Zhao Lingxi found it hard to believe. "Husband, are you telling the truth?" Lin Fan nodded firmly, "Of course it's true, would I lie to you?" "Shall we give it another try?" Zhao Lingxi said, looking at Lin Fan with a hint of eagerness. "I have no problem with it, but can you do it?" Lin Fan looked at her with amusement. "Looking down on anyone is fine with me too." "Okay, let's try again." Another hour passed, and Zhao Lingxi no longer wanted to move. Zhao Lingxi sensed her own strength once more.
It was only a slight improvement, roughly equivalent to what she gained in a month of cultivation. Although it was still pretty good, it was far inferior to what I had just eaten.
Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan with some frustration. Husband, how come the difference is so big?
The benefits are greatest at the beginning. If it had such a big effect every time, that would be terrible. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he gently pinched her nose.
Yes, I was too greedy.
With such great results, I should be content. I should be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm in less than 5 years. As she said this, Zhao Lingxi's eyes were filled with anticipation.
It doesn't need to take this long.
Once you have fully consolidated your strength, I will give you a low-grade Shin level breakthrough pill.
At that time, you will be able to easily break through to the Purple Mansion realm.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan with a face full of shock. Husband, you actually have Shin level pills.
Wait, could it be that you, my husband, are a Shin level alchemist? It's no wonder Zhao Lingxi thought that Wei Shin grade pills are extremely rare.
Only a few of the largest countries possess the land of 100 kingdoms. Moreover, Shin level pills are all consumed internally and are very difficult to reach the market. Only at the annual auction held by the headquarters of Bai Baoge will a small number of Shin grade pills be auctioned. Those who can participate in that kind of auction must be at least at the Purple Mansion realm.
There are quite a few at the Divine Platform realm as well.
If a precious treasure appears, even those at the Divine Power realm will show up. Therefore, acquiring a Shin level elixir is not an easy task. If her husband really does possess Shin level pills, the only explanation is that he is a Shin level alchemist. Of course, it's also possible that her husband came from a powerful family. Having figured all this out, Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan with even greater anticipation.
Lingxi, I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly.
I am indeed a Shin level alchemist, and I have currently reached the upper grade Shin level.
Hiss.
Zhao Lingxi gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She would have been shocked if Lin Fan were just a low-grade Shin level alchemist, but she never expected him to be a high-grade Shin level alchemist.
A high-grade Shin level pill corresponds to the Divine Platform realm.
If this news gets out, even her ancestor will treat Lin Fan with utmost respect. However, she also understood why Lin Fan wanted to hide this identity.
If you don't have the corresponding strength, you will be controlled by others.
After figuring out the relationship, Zhao Lingxi became serious. Don't worry, my husband, I will definitely keep this a secret and I will never tell anyone.
Zhao Lingxi's tone was full of seriousness. Now that she is a member of the Lin family, she shares in their prosperity and decline. Lingxi, I believe in you. Next, I'm going to take you to a mysterious place.
Although Lin Fan trusted Zhao Lingxi, he could only truly feel at ease once the family's divine tree had planted its mark on him. You don't have to worry about accidentally letting something slip. Although Zhao Lingxi was curious about where Lin Fan would take her.
But she didn't ask any more questions, because she would find out soon enough.
Just as she was getting ready to leave, Lin Fan stopped her. Before she could even ask any questions, she discovered that they had arrived in an unfamiliar place.
Husband, where am I?
Zhao Lingxi had no idea how many times she had been shocked today. Next, Lin Fan explained the affairs of the Divine Firmament realm to her in detail. After learning about the situation here, Zhao Lingxi was so shocked that she couldn't speak. It took her a while to come to her senses.
Husband, you're not some powerful being reincarnated, are you? In Zhao Lingxi's view, only this explanation could prove the origin of the Divine Firmament realm.
I don't know about that, at least I haven't awakened my memories of my past life yet. Lin Fan was actually quite happy that Zhao Lingxi and the others thought he was a reincarnation of a powerful being. When the time comes, if we bring out something special, there will be no need for further explanation. At this moment, Zhao Lingxi became even more certain that Lin Fan was the reincarnation of a powerful being.
However, she didn't dwell on it too much.
Regardless of whether Lin Fan is a reincarnation of a powerful being, he is now her husband. She now feels somewhat grateful to the Han and Wei families. If it weren't for these two families pressuring her father, she would never have been able to marry Lin Fan. Even if she were to marry Lin Fan, it would only be one of her other sisters.
Alright, Lingxi, don't overthink it. I'll take you to meet the others. Good husband.
In the following days, Zhao Lingxi, with her high emotional intelligence, quickly got along well with everyone. During this time, Lin Fan also set up the 2 Shin-level formations he had previously obtained in the Lin residence. With the support of these 2 formations, the Lin family mansion is now as solid as a rock. As for that Earth-level formation, Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry to use it. He didn't need something that advanced at the moment. And so, several more months passed in the main world. Over such a long period of development, the Lin family mansion has undergone great changes. The newly recruited maids in the Lin family, as well as the palace maids who came with Zhao Lingxi as part of her dowry. They have all been taken to the divine firmament realm by Lin Fan and have been branded by the family's divine tree.
One must be absolutely loyal to one's family members.
These people have now generally reached the peak of the body tempering realm.
This is also why they often stay in the main world.
They were only taken to the divine firmament realm by Lin Fan to cultivate at night.
These are the Lin family's visible forces, so they naturally cannot stay in the divine firmament realm forever.
Even so, their strength improved rapidly. Now that we're in the development stage, Lin Fan won't be stingy with resources. Besides these people, all the children and girls who were taken in earlier have cultivated to the Kaiyuan realm or above. Those few with the highest level aptitude even reached the Qi-Si realm. Besides these, there are many others who are trying to break through to the Qi-Si realm. Once a large number of Qi-Si realm cultivators emerge, Lin Fan will send them out to build their own forces.
These forces will not have any official connection with the Lin family. Chapter 88. The Wen family has a daughter, Wen Ruoxi.
Actually, Zhao Lingxi benefited the most during this period. With Lin Fan's help, Zhao Lingxi successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. However, Lin Fan had her cultivate the concealing breath technique, so that she would only reveal her Qi-Si realm perfection strength to the outside world. It is not the right time to reveal Zhao Lingxi's strength. Besides Zhao Lingxi, Gu Nanxi also broke through to the Qi-Si realm perfection at this time. After consolidating for a period of time, he will be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Perhaps due to their superior strength, Zhao Lingxi is the only one who has not yet conceived a child.
In addition, Su Qingyuan and Su Qinghuan gave birth to a son and a daughter for Lin Fan during this period.
The son was born to Su Qinghuan and was named Lin Howie.
The daughter was born to Su Qingyuan and was named Lin Yutong. Both children possessed the aptitude of the lower grade earth level.
This allowed Lin Fan to obtain the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the entire Taoist canon, just as he had wished.
The other reward is a low-grade earth level alchemy furnace.
Lin Fan handed it directly to Su Qingyuan. Previously, most of the pills in the family were refined by Su Qingyuan. Moreover, during this period, Su Qingyuan had trained over 100 alchemists, but most of them were still at the lower yellow rank.
There aren't many alchemists at the mid-grade yellow level, and there's only one at the high-grade level.
The reason why so many alchemists could be trained in such a short time was because there was no shortage of spiritual herbs. The area under cultivation for spiritual herbs in the divine firmament realm has now reached 10 square kilometers. Lin Fan has acquired quite a few medicinal herb seeds during this period. The 5 major families of Changning City have also been helping the Lin family acquire medicinal herb seeds.
This was the task Lin Fan assigned to them. Of course, the plants grown in these 10 square kilometers are mostly yellow-grade medicinal herbs. There are less than 200 acres of Xian-grade spiritual herbs. There are less than an acre of top-grade medicinal herbs.
Most of the seeds of Xian-grade and D-grade spiritual herbs came from Zhao Lingxi's dowry. Emperor Zhao knew that Lin Fan was an alchemist, so he included many medicinal herb seeds in his dowry. Most of them are Xian-grade spiritual herb seeds, but there are also some D-grade spiritual herb seeds. Although Earth-grade spiritual herb seeds are rare. However, as a power-possessing divine platform realm experts and having a history spanning thousands of years, the Zhao kingdom is still able to offer some resources. Emperor Zhao wasn't particularly reluctant. After all, it was just a seed, not a miraculous medicine. To cultivate a great earth spiritual herb, it takes anywhere from several decades to hundreds of years. Moreover, it requires meticulous care along the way, without the slightest mistake, and also necessitates a high-grade spiritual field. Therefore, it was actually of little use for the Zhao Emperor to keep these seeds. It would be better to take this opportunity to give it to Lin Fan and leave a good impression. Anyway, we don't need to give it all away, we can keep some for ourselves as a backup. Whether Lin Fan can cultivate it or not is none of his business. Time flies, and another month has passed in the main world. Thanks to Lin Fan's efforts, Zhao Lingxi finally became pregnant.
My lord, I'm finally pregnant.
Zhao Lingxi said with a look of surprise and delight, linking arms with Lin Fan.
Don't worry anymore, right?
Lin Fan smiled and playfully pinched her nose. During this period, Zhao Lingxi was extremely nervous.
She noticed that everyone else had children, but she hadn't reacted yet. So she kept pestering Lin Fan. You can't blame me for this.
Thinking about what had happened recently, Zhao Lingxi still felt a little embarrassed. She never expected that she had this side to her.
Alright, quickly tell your father this good news. After the baby is born, I'll take you back to see him.
Lin Fan guessed that the reason no one had come to him to arrange a marriage during this period was probably because they were waiting for news of Zhao Lingxi's pregnancy. No matter what, Zhao Lingxi was the sixth princess of the Zhao kingdom, and those powerful forces still had to give face to the Zhao emperor. If word gets out that Zhao Lingxi is pregnant now, it probably won't be long before someone comes knocking on our door. Upon hearing that she could send this message to her father, Zhao Lingxi immediately took out a communication jade talisman and sent it to him.
Ha, Lingxi is pregnant. That's wonderful.
Upon learning that Zhao Lingxi was pregnant, Zhao Changyun burst into laughter. Having a child means that the relationship between the Zhao family and the Lin family is now very solid. This was naturally good news for Emperor Zhao. Soon, the powerful families in the capital learned of this news. This was something that Emperor Zhao intentionally revealed. He was also aware of these forces and had been waiting for this news for some time. Since we can't hide it anyway, we might as well tell the truth sooner rather than later. Upon learning of this news, Wen Tingyu, the Minister of Rites, hurriedly summoned his most beloved daughter, Wen Ruoshi.
Wen Ruoshi's talent is also very high.
Although she cannot compare to Zhao Lingxi, she has still reached the lower level of the Earth rank. In terms of strength, at the age of 24, she has already broken through to the Qi-Si realm. This breakthrough was achieved by Wen Ruoshi through her own strength, without taking any breakthrough pills.
Ruoshi, what have you thought about what I told you before? Now that the sixth princess is pregnant, if you've thought it over, I'll take you to the Lin family tomorrow. Of course, if you are unwilling, your father will not force you. However, your father still hopes you will agree.
A talent like the Lin family head has the potential to become a divine platform realm expert, or even higher, in the future.
Father, Ruoshi is willing.
Wen Ruoshi agreed readily. There's no way around it. Being born into a prominent family means there are some things you can't control.
In fact, even her father couldn't make the decision. Because the Wen family is not ruled by her father alone.
Sometimes, sacrifices must be made for the benefit of the family. Even if she refuses to marry Lin Fan this time, she will still marry someone else in the future.
Since that's the case, then it's better to choose Lin Fan.
Lin Fan is not only the founder of the family, but also a Purple Mansion realm expert and an alchemist. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance like it. Seeing his daughter agree so readily, Wen Tingyu looked somewhat dazed. He thought he was going to have to give his daughter some advice. I didn't expect them to agree so quickly. It's almost illogical.
Seeing the stunned Wen Tingyu, Wen Ruoshi asked with a smile, Father, are you surprised by my answer? Wen Tingyu nodded. It was indeed a bit unexpected. I was just thinking about how to persuade you. Father, there's really nothing to say. Do you think there's any other young talent in our Zhao kingdom who can compare to this patriarch Lin? Currently, there isn't a single one. Wen Tingyu added at this point.
Not to mention our Zhao kingdom, even among the neighboring countries, there isn't a single one who can compare to Patriarch Lin.
Isn't that enough? Why would I refuse someone so outstanding right in front of me? I'm not stupid.
I don't believe I'll find someone better in the future.
Even if someone better comes along, they might not even be interested in me. After all, there are so many women who are more outstanding than me.
Wen Ruoshi was aware of this.
Chapter 89 Wen Tingyu returns to the Lin mansion. Ah, Ruoshi, I'm so happy that you've thought of so many things. However, Ruoshi, once you go to the Lin family, the competition will definitely be fierce.
The other ministers, as well as the Wei and Han families, will probably all send people over.
If possible, I hope you can build a good relationship with Princess Lingxi.
After hearing this, when Ruoshi nodded seriously, Father, don't worry, Ruoshi knows what to do.
Wei Mansion.
Like Wen Tingyu, Prime Minister Wei Changqing also learned that Zhao Lingxi was pregnant. He also summoned his two most talented daughters, Wei Shuxian and Wei Shuyan.
Father, what brings you here? Wei Shuyan asked first, then gave Wei Shuxian a provocative look.
Although they are sisters, they were not born to the same mother.
Given their similar talents, they became competitors.
When we meet, he doesn't give me a friendly look.
Wei Shuxian remained calm, completely ignoring Wei Shuyan's provocation.
Wei Changqing summoned the two of them here this time, clearly because he had something to say. She didn't have time to argue with Wei Shuyan here.
Wei Changqing didn't interfere much in the relationship between his two daughters. He believes that competition leads to faster growth.
However, he had important business to attend to and didn't want to waste time here. Shu Yan, I've called you here today because I have something important to discuss. I have just received news that Princess Lingxi is pregnant. Therefore, I plan to arrange a marriage between one of you and the Lin family. What are your thoughts? As soon as Wei Changqing finished speaking, Wei Shuyan immediately stood up and said, Father, I don't want to go. Oh, why don't you want to go? Wei Changqing asked in a deep voice. Father, I don't know what you're thinking. Our Wei family is one of the top families in Zhao State. We are not afraid of even the Zhao family. Father, you yourself are a mid-stage purple mansion expert. Now, in order to form a marriage alliance with a mere early-stage purple mansion cultivator, they're actually making me a concubine. If this gets out, won't we be ridiculed and people say that our Wei family is actually afraid of a mere purple mansion realm martial artist? So what if he's a top-grade yellow-level alchemist? In the end, strength speaks for itself in this world. Wei Shuyan looked down on Lin Fan. For her to become Lin Fan's concubine was out of the question. Looking at his arrogant and ignorant daughter, Wei Changqing frowned. He wondered if he had been too lenient with his daughter, for she dared to lecture him at this moment. He now understood that his daughter knew absolutely nothing about anything except arrogance. Wei Changqing gave Wei Shuyan a deep look, then ignored her. Then, he looked at Wei Shuxian beside him and asked, Shuxian, what are your thoughts? He has given up on Wei Shuyan. If Wei Shuyan were to actually go to the Lin residence, forget about building a good relationship, she'd be lucky if she didn't anger Lin Fan. Father, I do. Wei Shuxian's answer satisfied Wei Changqing. Fortunately, there's a reliable one. However, at that moment, Wei Shuyan began to mock Wei Shuxian. Wei Shuxian, you're really getting worse as you get older, you're a disgrace to the Wei family. How dare you shamelessly ask to become someone's concubine? Ha, you don't need to bother with that, you ignorant fool. To be honest, Wei Shuxian looked down on her brainless younger sister. Such a great opportunity is right in front of us, it's not worth not cherishing it. Such a person is not worthy to be her opponent. What did you say? You actually dared to call me an idiot? Wei Shuyan was furious. Enough. Shuxian is right, you're a complete idiot. Wei Changqing's eyes were filled with disappointment at Wei Shuyan's performance. Father, I. Seeing that Wei Shuyan wanted to say something, Wei Changqing simply waved his hand. All right, this has nothing to do with you anymore, you can leave now. You. Hoof. Wei Shuyan stomped her foot angrily, then left unwillingly. Shuxian, make your preparations well. I'll have someone accompany you to the Lin family in a couple of days. Good father. Time flew by and it was already the morning of the next day. Wen Tingyu, accompanied by Wen Ruoshi and her two personal maids, arrived outside the Lin residence. There's actually an array set up here, and it looks like it's quite high level. Wen Tingyu noticed the changes in the Lin residence immediately. To be honest, Wen Tingyu was once again shocked by Lin Fan. Could it be that Patriarch Lin is also a formation master? However, Wen Tingyu quickly dismissed his idea. This formation looks like it's at least at the Shen level, and he thinks it must have been bought by Lin Fan. After all, how can one person have so much energy to study so many skills? When Ruoshi looked at the gate of the Lin residence in front of her, but did not see any guards. Then he asked Wen Tingyu, Father, shall we just go in like this? No, the Lin family head has set up an array here, and now the array has enveloped the entire Lin family. If we go in like this, we'll all get trapped in the formation, and our lives will be in danger. When Ruoshi was startled to hear that an array had been set up. It should be noted that the Wen family only set up a defensive formation in their family treasury. There was also a spirit gathering formation set up in the place where the ancestor was in seclusion. It can be said that the coverage area is not very large. The Lin family's formation actually covered the entire Lin residence. This formation is terrifying to even think about. Father, what do we do now? Are we just going to wait here forever? No need to rush. Patriarch Lin probably already knows we're here. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, as soon as Wen Tingyu finished speaking, Li Han walked out of the door. Minister Wen, our patriarch invites you in. Thank you for your help, Butler Li. Minister Wen, you're too kind. This is my duty. Soon, Li Han led Wen Tingyu and his entourage into the living room. Patriarch Lin, how have you been? I apologize for disturbing you today. Minister Wen, you're too kind.
I'm very happy that you came to my Lin family. How could it be considered an intrusion?
After exchanging pleasantries, Wentingyu got down to business.
Patriarch Lin, I won't beat around the bush, let's get straight to the point. This is my daughter, Ruwashi.
I brought her here today because I wish to arrange a marriage between her and Patriarch Lin. After Wentingyu finished speaking, he gave Ruwashi a wink. Upon seeing this, Ruwashi quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lin Fan.
Ruwashi greets Patriarch Lin. Miss Ruwashi, you're too kind. After the two had introduced themselves, Wentingyu asked again. I wonder what the Lin family head thinks of my daughter, and whether he has any interest in her? Chapter 90 Patriarch, I have no objections either. Name, Ruwashi. Age, 24. Qualification, low grade, earth level. Realm level, early stage of Chi Si realm. Favorability, 65. After reading Ruwashi's information, Lin Fan felt very satisfied. So he smiled and said, Minister 1, Miss 1 is fine. I have no problems here. I just don't know what Miss 1 is thinking.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at Ruwashi, who was standing to the side. When Ruwashi saw that Lin Fan did not refuse, a look of joy appeared on her face. Then he blurted out, Patriarch, I have no objection either.
Patriarch Lin, it seems my daughter is already impatient. Shall we settle this matter then?
Hearing her father's words, Ruwashi was not embarrassed. Instead, she looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Lin Fan met Ruwashi's gaze and, seeing the expected look in her eyes, replied directly, okay. Wentingyu was very pleased to see Lin Fan agree so readily. He then laughed and said, Patriarch Lin, today is a great occasion for both our families.
We must have a few more drinks later.
The reason she was addressed as the head of the Lin family was because Ruwashi was only a concubine.
Wentingyu would naturally not assume the identity of Lin Fan's father-in-law.
Even the Zhao Emperor calls Lin Fan the head of the Lin family, so he is no exception.
However, Wentingyu truly couldn't forget the fine wine brewed by Lin Fan.
He had already drunk the whole gourd of wine that Lin Fan had given him last time. Moreover, that gourd is also a spatial magic treasure, capable of holding 100 caddies of wine. He was initially puzzled as to why the gourd couldn't be put in the storage bag. However, he was in a hurry to get somewhere and didn't hesitate, so he simply hung the gourd on his body. When he got back, he discovered that the gourd was actually a spatial device, which surprised and delighted him for quite some time. After all, a gourd that could only hold 2 jin of wine turned out to hold 100 jin.
How could anyone not be happy? When Lin Fan heard that Wentingyu wanted to drink, he laughed and said, It seems that Minister 1 is thinking about my wine.
Wentingyu did not refute this, but instead said with a smile, who told Patriarch Lin to brew such delicious wine. If I don't drink it for a few days, I feel like something's missing. Seeing this, Ruwashi was speechless. It turned out that her father had brought her here in such a hurry simply to drink. She suddenly felt like she had been sold. Lin Fan didn't waste any time and immediately instructed Li Han beside him, Xiao Han, quickly have someone prepare wine and food.
Yes, master, I'll make the arrangements right away.
Soon, a table full of delicious food and wine was prepared.
Ruwashi, you're in for a treat. You should try this fine wine. Hearing his father praise the wine in his glass so highly,
Ruwashi curiously picked up her wine glass and took a small sip.
Wow! This is indeed fine wine. No wonder you've been talking about it so much, father.
Of course.
Drink as much as you like, there's plenty of alcohol.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
That's exactly what I've been waiting for, Patriarch Lin. After a hearty meal, Wentingyu prepared to leave. Patriarch Lin, I'll be staying with Ruwashi.
I hope you can take good care of her. After speaking, he looked at Ruwashi with a hint of reluctance.
Wentingyu still felt somewhat indebted to Ruwashi.
But for the long-term development of the family, he had no choice but to do so. In a large family like the Wen family, many things are beyond one's control.
Don't worry, Patriarch Wen, I will take good care of Ruwashi. Patriarch Lin, I'm relieved to hear you say that.
Wentingyu did not doubt what Lin Fan said. As a martial artist at the Purple Mansion realm, how could he joke about such a thing?
Ruwashi, this place is not like home. You must listen to Patriarch Lin from now on and not be willful. Father, I understand.
Seeing her father about to leave, Ruwashi also felt a little sad and reluctant.
Patriarch Lin, I'll be returning to the capital now. There are still many matters at court that require my attention. Minister 1, please wait a moment. These are the betrothal gifts I have prepared.
As he spoke, Lin Fan asked Li Han to bring over a storage bag and a wine gourd.
Minister 1, the storage bag contains some cultivation pills.
As for this wine gourd, it's much bigger than the last one.
This gourd contains a full 10,000 jin of wine, which should be enough for you to drink for a while.
Upon hearing that the gourd contained 10,000 caddies of wine, Wen Tingyu was overjoyed. The betrothal gifts offered by the Lin family head are truly hard to refuse, so I have no choice but to accept them, even if it means losing face. As he spoke, Wen Tingyu happily accepted the storage bag and wine gourd that Lin Fan handed over.
Patriarch Lin, then I shall take my leave.
Just as Wen Tingyu was about to fly away, he suddenly remembered that the Lin residence had set up an array. It's impossible for him to fly out from here, he needs someone to carry him. Wen Tingyu was somewhat relieved that he had realized what was happening, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself. Lin Fan realized what was happening and quickly instructed Li Han, see Minister 1 off for me.
Time flies.
Over the next few months, people would occasionally bring women to the Lin residence. All in all, Lin Fan added about 10 more concubines, including Wei Shuxian from the Wei family. The reason there were only 10 was not because Lin Fan was picky. Rather, it's because they lack prefecture-level qualifications that those powerful figures are too embarrassed to bring them to the Lin family. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless about this.
Qualifications at the prefecture level or above are rare in the state of Zhao. Don't think that just because all the big powers have Earth-level qualifications are not rare. The inherent advantages of powerful organizations make it more likely that they will produce highly talented successors. Of course, it's possible to find some highly qualified people in the general population, given the sheer size of the population. Although such things exist in the general public, they are ultimately buried and forgotten. Because most ordinary people in the general population have never tested their own cultivation aptitude. So having 10 is already pretty good. Besides taking a concubine, the Lin family also had other good news during this period. Luo Yiran and the other 15 women who initially followed Lin Fan subsequently gave birth to children. There are a total of 9 girls and 6 boys. It might be because Luo Yiran and the others have all improved their aptitude to the Shen level. Therefore, all of these children have reached the level of prefecture-level cities or above. Among them, there are 5 medium-grade prefecture-level products and 10 low-grade prefecture-level products. The reward, however, was somewhat disappointing. Whether it's a reward for taking a concubine or for having a child. All that was included were some spiritual medicines, cultivation methods, weapons, and martial arts techniques. There were none of the other arts and crafts inheritances that Lin Fan had been hoping for. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time. Chapter 91, Changes in the Lin family's strength. Zhao Lingxi gives birth to a son. Several more months passed. The Mu sisters, along with Lu Zhixia and others brought back from Tianfeng City, have all given birth to children one after another. This time, Mu Shixue and Mu Shiyu did not have twins. So in total, there are 30 children. The number of men and women is quite balanced, with 15 each. As time went by, Qingyan, Gunanshi, Yiningshuan, and the others all gave birth to new lives one after another. There are 4 boys and 2 girls in total. Looking at the children, Lin Fan's face was full of smiles. In just over 3 years since leaving the Lin family in Chu, he has become the father of 71 children. According to the timeline of the Divine Firmament Realm, Lin Haochen is now over 5 years old. Lin Fan has already arranged for maids to teach them the 4 books and 5 classics. At the same time, it is laying the foundation for the next stage of cultivation. It won't be long before they can begin their cultivation. On this day, Lin Fan arrived at the place where the 3,500 boys were cultivating. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they immediately bowed and greeted the family head. The sound of 3,500 people speaking at the same time was deafening. Lin Fan nodded to them, no need for formalities, everyone. After everyone had stood up straight, Lin Fan began to examine them. These people have been cultivating in the Divine Firmament Realm for more than 5 years. Now they have all grown into handsome young men. Compared to before, there have been tremendous changes. Now, they have all become martial artists at the Kaiyuan realm or above. The one with the strongest cultivation was the child with the top-grade earth-level aptitude, who was given the name Lin Sha by Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's ample resources, Lin Sha's strength has now reached the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. There was also a candidate with a low-grade earth-level aptitude, who was given the name Lin Ren by Lin Fan. His strength also reached the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Both of them had reached the Earth level aptitude, so their early cultivation results were not significantly different. Once you reach the Purple Mansion realm or higher, there will be a significant difference in cultivation speed. The higher your qualifications, the greater your advantage will be. Besides the two late-stage Qi realm cultivators, all 98 children with top-grade Xian level aptitude have now broken through to the Qi realm. The remaining people had all reached the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm or above. Perhaps because they had cultivated the Earth-level martial art shadow killing technique, the aura they exuded gave people a chilling feeling. After a while, Lin Fan spoke. "Everyone, I am very satisfied with your performance over the past few years. I will give you another 6 years, 1 year in the main world, and I hope that by then you will all be able to break through to the Qi realm or above. Especially Lin Sha and Lin Ren, I hope you can break through to the Purple Mansion realm within this time. I will need you to build up your own power base outside, and you won't be able to do it without the strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Please rest assured, Master, we will definitely not let you down," everyone roared. "Very well, then I'll wait and see." After that, Lin Fan said some more words of encouragement. He then went to inspect the place where the women were cultivating. Those 9,000 girls have now all broken through to the Kaiyuan realm. The strongest among them had also reached the late stage of the Qi realm. There are 3 in total, 1 with a mid-grade qualification at the prefecture level and 2 with low-grade qualifications at the prefecture level. Lin Fan bestowed upon her the names Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan. Lin Fan's intention regarding their arrangements was commercial. Lin Fan gave them the same order. That is to break through to the Qi realm or above within 6 years. The requirements for Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan were naturally also above the Purple Mansion realm. Next are the maids, not counting those recruited in Changning City. There are approximately 3,500 of them. Among them, the strongest is naturally Li Han. Li Han's strength has now reached the peak of the Qi realm. After consolidating her foundation for a period of time, Lin Fan prepared to help her break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The remaining 2 are Su Mei, who has a mid-grade qualification at the prefecture level, and Wang Jia, who has a high-grade qualification at the prefecture level. Both of them had reached the late stage of the Qi realm. Those who initially followed Lin Fan in Wanxiang City have now all broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Of course, the ones whose cultivation levels increased the fastest were Lin Fan's concubines. Now, in addition to Zhao Lingxi breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, Gunanshi, with Lin Fan's help, has also broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. As for the others, they all broke through to the Qi realm perfection. Once they have consolidated their foundations, it will be time for them to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. However, after reaching the Purple Mansion realm, it became difficult for Luo Ran and the others to improve their strength so quickly. After all, their current aptitude is only at the lower level of the Xian rank. There is a significant gap between them and Zhao Lingxi. The one who improved the most was naturally Lin Fan. Even though his cultivation speed would slow down when he reached the Purple Mansion realm, he still managed to reach the perfection of the Purple Mansion realm. However, it will take quite some time to break through to the Divine Platform realm. The journey from the Purple Mansion to the Divine Platform is not so easy. That day, Lin Fan was quietly waiting outside Zhao Lingxi's door. Today is the day Zhao Lingxi is about to give birth. In fact, Lin Fan would wait outside the door for every child born before. After going through so many times, Lin Fan was no longer as nervous as he had been at the beginning. Not long after, the sound of a baby crying was heard. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face at this moment. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at Zhao Lingxi's side. "Lingxi, thank you for your hard work." "Husband, what are you saying? There's nothing hard about it. Don't forget, I'm a Purple Mansion realm martial artist, not an ordinary person." Indeed, for Zhao Lingxi, who is at the Purple Mansion realm, having a child is not a big deal. "By the way, husband, quickly give our child a name. How about Lin Haoyang? What do you think? Lin Haoyang? That's a very nice name." Zhao Lingxi liked the name very much. Then, Lin Haoyang's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name, Lin Haoyang. Age, newborn. Qualification, low-grade heavenly level. When Lin Fan saw Lin Haoyang's aptitude, he was somewhat surprised. He had previously guessed that Lin Haoyang's aptitude should be at the top-tier level of the earthly realm. But I never expected it to be a low-grade heaven-level item. "Lingxi, I have some good news to tell you." Upon hearing the good news, Zhao Lingxi immediately became interested. "Husband, tell me quickly, what is the good news?"
Lingxi, our child's cultivation aptitude has reached the lower level of the heavenly realm.
Husband, has our child's cultivation aptitude truly reached the lower rank of the heavenly realm?
At this moment, Zhao Lingxi looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. This is a low-grade heavenly aptitude, with the potential to become a quasi-saint level powerhouse.
Of course it's true. Would I joke about something like this? Ha ha.
Zhao Lingxi laughed heartily. My son's aptitude has actually reached the lower level of the heavenly rank.
Chapter 92, another function of the family tree.
However, Zhao Lingxi quickly became serious again.
My lord, how can we conceal Hao Yang's talent?
She was only a top-tier prefecture-level talent, yet she was targeted by the Wei and Han families. If word gets out that their child has a talent at the lower level of the heavenly rank, many powerful forces will likely have designs on their child. As the sixth princess, her child was already the focus of attention for many forces even before he was born.
If one's talent is average, those forces won't care too much.
If someone has exceptional talent, it will definitely bring unnecessary trouble to the Lin family. Although her son will be in the divine firmament realm for a short time and will not be in danger.
But being targeted is never a good thing. In short, her son's low-grade heavenly aptitude must not be revealed under any circumstances. At least until the Lin family becomes powerful, this cannot be exposed.
There was no way around it. If she took the child back to the capital, she would be discovered. Unless she keeps the child out of the public eye. But as the sixth princess of Zhao, she was bound to take her child back to visit eventually. Lin Fan could understand Zhao Lingxi's concerns.
At the same time, Lin Fan will also bring Lin Haoyang into the open.
After all, everyone knows Zhao Lingxi is pregnant now.
What would it mean if we hid the child then? The more you hide it, the more curious others will become, wondering if you have some unspeakable secret.
While it's all out in the open, it's better to find a way to conceal one's qualifications. Unable to come up with a good solution, Lin Fan had no choice but to consult the system.
System, do you have any methods to prevent others from finding out my child's specific qualifications? Host, the family's divine tree can do something this simple. You can directly have the family's sacred tree conceal your child's aptitude. You can demonstrate whatever qualifications you want, as long as it doesn't exceed your actual abilities. Hidden aptitude will not affect a child's true cultivation potential. Not just children, anyone whose mark has been planted by the family's sacred tree can enjoy this feature.
Lin Fan was quite surprised to hear that the family's sacred tree had such a function.
Overall, this feature is quite powerful. Lingxi, don't worry, I can handle this.
Hearing that Lin Fan could solve the problem, Zhao Lingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief.
By the way, Lingxi, what kind of qualifications do you want Haoyang to demonstrate to the outside world? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lingxi quickly came to an answer. My husband, if we had a choice, let's go with the top grade earth level, just like me.
Lin Fan thought for a moment and then nodded.
Okay, let's do it your way.
A high-grade earth level aptitude is just right, not too high, not too low. By the way, contact your father and tell him that we will be taking the child to visit his maternal grandfather next month. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhao Lingxi was overjoyed. Having been away from her parents for so long, she still misses them very much and naturally wants to go back to see them.
My husband, you are so good.
If it weren't inappropriate now, she would definitely reward Lin Fan handsomely.
But it's all right.
With her strength and the resources Lin Fan provided, she won't need long to recover. Then, Zhao Lingxi took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message to her father, the emperor.
Father, I am Lingxi.
My child has been born, a boy named Lin Haoyang. His aptitude is the same as mine, reaching the upper grade earth level. My husband and I plan to visit you and my mother with the child in a month.
On the other side, Zhao Chengyun couldn't help but burst into laughter after seeing the news. He never expected that his grandson's talent would be so astonishing.
After calming himself down, Zhao Chengyun quickly began replying to the message.
Lingxi, your father congratulates you on the birth of a fine son.
Also, I want to bestow the title of Marquis of Qingyun upon Haoyang.
Could you ask your husband for me if he is willing?
Zhao Chengyun knew that Lin Fan would definitely not be willing to be granted an official title.
Since that's the case, then let's bestow an honor upon his grandson. He thinks Lin Fan will most likely agree.
Upon receiving this news, Zhao Lingxi quickly informed Lin Fan.
Lingxi, you said your father wants to bestow the title of Marquis of Qingyun upon Haoyang?
Yes. Zhao Lingxi said affirmatively. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Lin Fan was greatly surprised.
It can only be said that this Zhao emperor really didn't want to miss any opportunity to win him over. Lingxi, do you want Hao Yang to become the Marquis of Qingyun? Of course I hope so, but it's up to you, my husband, to make the decision. Zhao Lingxi naturally wanted to help her family as well. The premise is that Lin Fan is willing. She wouldn't ask Lin Fan to do anything. She would support whatever Lin Fan did. In that case, I agree to this. Although Lin Fan didn't care about this title. But since Emperor Zhao was being so accommodating, Lin Fan couldn't very well refuse. Zhao Lingxi was very happy to see that Lin Fan had agreed. I'll send a message to my father right away. I reckon he'll be very excited when he receives this news. As expected, Emperor Zhao burst into laughter again after seeing Lin Fan agree. Someone, prepare the imperial decree for me. Not long after, the news that Emperor Zhao had conferred the title of Marquis of Qingyun upon Lin Haoyang, the son of Princess Lingxi, spread throughout the entire imperial city. More importantly, the news that Lin Haoyang possessed a top-tier prefecture-level qualification was also released. Emperor Zhao also asked Lin Fan about this matter. Lin Fan had no intention of hiding the fact that his qualifications were fake, so he agreed immediately. No officials in the court objected to the fact that Princess Lingxi's child was granted the title of Marquis of Qingyun. After all, Qingyun County originally belonged to the Lin family. The key issue is that there's not much to gain in the entire Qingyun County. There isn't even a single Shin-grade yuan stone vein in the entire prefecture, so they really don't care about it. They weren't that foolish to offend the Lin and Zhao families for a place with no financial gain. Wen Mansion. Upon receiving this news, Wen Tingyu also thought of his daughter. Now that Princess Lingxi has given birth, my daughter Ruwashi will be giving birth in a little over a month. I hope Ruwashi's child can also reach the level of a prefecture-level expert, and perhaps become a pillar of the Lin family. With this relationship in place, the relationship between our Wen family and the Lin family will only get better and better. Other forces shared the same idea as Wen Tingyu at this time. Lingxi, you need to rest well for a while now. Also, it would be better for Hao Yang to stay in the main world before heading to the imperial city. Otherwise, only a month has passed in the main world, but Hao Yang has already grown to the size of a 6-month-old baby. I don't know how we would explain that. That's right, husband. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. If I were to bring back a 6-month-old baby, many people would probably doubt the baby's authenticity. After all, their child was only a month old. Chapter 93 System Rewards for Lin Haoyang's Birth. After telling Zhao Lingxi to rest well, Lin Fan went to the courtyard outside the room and sat down. Next, check the system rewards. Thinking about the system rewards, Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. The first heavenly level reward, I wonder what good stuff it will be. System, tell me what great rewards I got this time. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 heavenly grade yuan stones, a map to a quasi-saint's cave dwelling, and instructions on how to enter the cave dwelling. A reminder to the host, this cave will appear in the world in 5 years. If the host does not go there in time, it will be no longer their concern. It's actually the cave of a quasi-saint. There must be many treasures inside. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. Let me see where it is. Soon, the information from this map appeared in Lin Fan's mind. I never imagined that it was located deep in the Baiwan Mountains, nearly 500 million miles away from here. That area belongs to the territory of 5th-order demonic beasts' divine platform realm, and it is even possible that 6th-order demonic beasts' divine power realm may appear there. But it's alright, I have a mid-grade Earth-level flying boat, so I can get there safely. Furthermore, I also have a mid-grade Earth-level explosive talisman, equivalent to a full-force attack from a perfected divine power realm cultivator. Although it's a one-time use item, it's enough to protect myself. A reward by Qinyan received when she gave birth. However, just to be on the safe side, I'll wait until I break through to the divine platform realm before going. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry, as he still had 5 years to go. Anyway, he's not far from breaking through to the divine platform realm. Time quickly passed, and a month later. Lingxi, let's go. Good husband. Afterwards, Lin Fan took Zhao Lingxi and Lin Haoyang, whom Zhao Lingxi was holding, and flew to the imperial city. Currently, Zhao Lingxi's publicly displayed strength is at the peak of the Qi Si realm. Her true strength is already close to breaking through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. As for Lin Fan, he displayed the strength of the mid-stage Purple Mansion realm. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived outside the palace. Zhao Changyun had been informed in advance that Zhao Lingxi was coming back today.
Therefore, a large number of people had been arranged outside the palace to welcome them. When Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi appeared, a large number of palace maids and eunuchs bowed down to them.
Welcome back to the palace, sixth princess. Zhao Lingxi waved to them, no need for formalities. Thank you, your highness.
Soon, a man dressed in a dragon robe appeared in front of Zhao Lingxi and Lin Fan.
Sixth sister, you're finally back. Father has been waiting for you for so long.
As he spoke, the man looked at Lin Fan again. Zhao Lingyun greets Patriarch Lin. Zhao Lingxi knew that Lin Fan didn't know her older brother, so she quickly introduced them.
My husband, this is my elder brother, and also the crown prince of Zhao.
So it's the crown prince in person.
My apologies for not recognizing you.
Patriarch Lin, I dare not accept such a title.
Please just call me Lingyun.
Zhao Lingyun dared not be arrogant in front of Lin Fan. Even his father, the emperor, treated Lin Fan as an equal, let alone him, who was just a crown prince. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Zhao Lingyun's performance. Lin Fan had heard Zhao Lingxi mention Zhao Lingyun before. Zhao Lingyun had a very good reputation among these royal family members and took good care of his younger siblings. Then, Zhao Lingyun's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind.
Name, Zhao Lingyun. Age, 55.
Qualification, mid-grade, prefecture level. Strength, perfect Qi realm.
Identity, Crown Prince of Zhao.
Seeing her older brother trying to get closer to Lin Fan, Zhao Lingxi found it somewhat amusing.
Alright, brother, let's not waste any more time here. Let's go into the palace first, and we can talk about everything later. Sixth sister is right, it was eldest brother's oversight.
Afterwards, the group headed towards the palace. When Zhao Changyun saw the group of people enter, he immediately burst into laughter.
The Lin family head has finally arrived. I've been waiting for this for so long. I've kept Emperor Zhao waiting. It's alright.
As he spoke,
Zhao Changyun looked at the baby Zhao Lingxi was holding. Lingxi, this must be my beloved grandson. Let me hold him. Zhao Lingxi naturally wouldn't refuse.
Zhao Changyun carefully took the child and couldn't resist teasing him.
Your name is Hao Yang, right? I am your maternal grandfather.
Giggle.
See? Hao Yang is smiling at me. It seems this child really likes me, his maternal grandfather?
Zhao Lingyun, who was below, remained silent upon hearing this. He didn't know if his father had ever held him like this when he was a child. But he knew that many of his younger siblings had never been held like that by their father.
However, he also knew what was going on.
If it were him, he would have done the same. After a while, Zhao Changyun returned the child to Zhao Lingxi. While holding the child, he also took the opportunity to check Lin Haoyang's cultivation aptitude. As Zhao Lingxi said before, it is a top-grade Earth-level product. Lingxi, take the child to see your mother.
She really wants to see this child. Yes, father.
Zhao Lingxi also missed her mother very much. Soon, only Lin Fan and Zhao Changyun remained. As for Zhao Lingyun, Zhao Changyun also let him leave.
Patriarch Lin, do you plan to stay in Qingyun County indefinitely?
You should know that Qingyun County doesn't even have a single Xian-grade yuan stone mine, so it's simply not suitable for the development of Purple Mansion realm forces.
If Patriarch Lin is planning to move, I suggest we move to Hanhai County, where resources are more abundant. I will also designate a piece of land as the Lin family's base.
However, that area is located in the Shattered Star Sea, which is also the only sea area in the land of 100 kingdoms. Because the Shattered Star Sea connects to many countries and has abundant resources, the power dynamics there are quite complex. Besides, there are also a great many monsters in the water, and there are even 6th-tier monsters in the center. Every 10 years or so, a beast tide will break out. Each beast tide will cause heavy losses, and sometimes even those at the Purple Mansion realm cannot be spared. Zhao Changyun explained the pros and cons to Lin Fan in detail. Then, Zhao Changyun added, of course, even if the Lin family moves to Hanhai County, Qingyun County still belongs to the Lin family. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan also decided to go and take a look. As Emperor Zhao said, Qingyun County has no resources at all and is not suitable for the development of forces in the Purple Mansion realm. The more chaotic the place, the more suitable it is for the Lin family to develop. After all, he is an alchemist. At that time, many powerful forces will definitely seek him out to refine pills. After figuring this out, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Since Emperor Zhao is so generous, I'll find some time to look for a suitable place to be the family's residence."
Good. Zhao Chengyun was also very happy to see Lin Fan agree.
The beast tide over there is too terrifying.
The presence of another Purple Mansion realm power will greatly reduce the pressure there. Chapter 94: The New Legacy of 100 Arts. Lin Fan then stayed in the capital for a few days. I also took the opportunity to visit several major powers with whom I had previously formed alliances through marriage. Since we're already here, it wouldn't be right not to pay a visit. These forces also took this opportunity to exchange some pills needed for cultivation with Lin Fan. 5 days later, Lin Fan returned to the Lin residence with Zhao Lingxi and the child. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fan arrived at Tianhai City in Hanhai County. Tianhai City is located near the Shattered Star Sea and is also the first line of defense for the Zhao Kingdom against the Beast Tide. Although this place is dangerous, it is also extremely rich in resources. The Shattered Star Sea is not only home to many marine monsters, but also extremely rich in spiritual herbs and minerals.
On some islands, there are even many cave dwellings left behind by fallen martial artists.
It is precisely because of these legends that many martial artists come here seeking opportunities.
In terms of prosperity, it is no less than Tianfeng City, which Lin Fan visited before. Lin Fan did not linger in Tianhai City.
He just strolled around here for a bit and then left. It has to be said, the Shattered Star Sea is truly vast.
The sea area is twice the land area of the 100 Kingdoms.
In such a vast place, there are naturally many powerful forces that occupy resource-rich islands.
It existed independently outside of all dynasties.
It can be said that the land was the domain of dynasties, while the Shattered Star Sea was the domain of sects and families. The most powerful forces in the Shattered Star Sea are even comparable to the most powerful dynasties in the 100 Kingdoms land. It is said that the headquarters of Bai Wallo and Bai Baoj are also located on an island in the Shattered Star Sea.
As for its exact location, outsiders have no way of knowing.
At this moment, Lin Fan, who had left Tianhai City, soon appeared on the sea surface of the Shattered Star Sea. His destination was an island with a total area of nearly 30 million square kilometers. The information about the island was given to Lin Fan by Zhao Chengyun. According to Zhao Chengyun, there are at least 3 Xian-grade Yuan stone veins on this island.
Moreover, this island not only has Yuan stone veins, but also some ores needed for refining weapons, and the level of these ores is not low.
Currently, only the Zhao family knows about this information. This information was personally gathered by the Zhao family's divine platform realm ancestor many years ago when he passed by that place. The reason why this island has not been occupied by other forces is that it's because a pair of 4th-tier, fully fledged demonic beasts, Gale Eagles, live on this island.
A 4th-tier demonic beast is equivalent to a human expert at the Purple Mansion realm.
When the Zhao family patriarch discovered the pair of 4th-tier demonic beasts, he did not kill them. Leaving them on top will actually better protect the island from being discovered. The presence of such powerful demonic beasts on the island naturally deterred martial artists from setting foot there. Even martial artists at the Purple Mansion realm would avoid his sharp edge.
The fighting power of monsters is terrifying.
To have a chance of winning against 2 4th-order perfected demonic beasts, at least 3 martial artists at the Purple Mansion realm perfected are needed.
Although the Zhao family had the power to seize it.
However, the forces within the Shattered Star Sea are complex and intertwined, so they dare not intervene rashly. Moreover, the forces within the Shattered Star Sea are essentially in competition with the Imperial forces. If the Zhao family takes action, it will attract the intervention of other powerful forces, which would be troublesome. Zhao Chengyun told Lin Fan about this only because he hoped that Lin Fan would be able to take it over once he had the strength. Since the Zhao family can't get it anyway, they might as well tell Lin Fan and win his favor. He originally thought it would take the Lin family at least 100 years to have the strength to control the island. Little did he know that Lin Fan's strength was now invincible at the Purple Mansion realm. Now that he knows there's such a great place, Lin Fan naturally won't miss it. He can't wait 100 years. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived above the island.
This place is 1,000,000 miles away from Tianhai City.
After flying around the island once more, Lin Fan was very satisfied with it. This place is indeed suitable for building a family residence, and it is also quite large, so it can serve as the base of the 100 Kingdoms. Most importantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above is abundant, so there must be many spiritual herbs growing there. But before that, we have to deal with those 2 Gale Eagles first. Lin Fan did not rush to make a move, but returned to the Divine Firmament realm.
My lord, have we found the island?
When Zhao Lingxi saw Lin Fan return, she immediately asked him what was wrong.
The island has been found. Next, we need to deal with those 2 Gale Eagles.
My husband, do you think you have a chance of winning? If not, we can wait a little longer.
This is equivalent to two experts at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and Zhao Lingxi did not want Lin Fan to take the risk.
Don't worry, two fourth-tier demonic beasts pose no threat to me.
Alright then, but my husband, you must be careful and not be careless.
Good.
After chatting with Zhao Lingxi for a while, Lin Fan got down to business. Previously, when Yining Shuang's child was born, Lin Fan obtained a mid-grade Earth-level beast tamer inheritance. Lin Fan has now decided to accept this inheritance. 2 full days passed before Lin Fan finally finished receiving the beast tamer's inheritance.
The beast tamer is so powerful. My spiritual sense has doubled.
Lin Fan was very satisfied with what he had gained this time. You should know that he was originally an alchemist, and his spiritual sense was much stronger than that of martial artists of the same level.
Now his spiritual sense has doubled compared to before, which is terrifying to think about.
Now, the pressure emanating from his divine sense alone is enough to easily suppress someone at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Besides that, the next thing is the Beastmaster's abilities. A yellow-level beast tamer can have 2 beast tamers. Next, there are 4 Xian level, 60 level, 8 Tian level, and so on. Moreover, the death of a beast tamer in battle will not have any impact on the beast tamer himself.
At the same time, the vacated space can be used to add new tamed beasts. However, the only limitation is that the strength of the beast tamer cannot exceed that of the beast tamer himself, otherwise he will suffer a backlash. Despite these limitations, it is already very powerful.
The thought of a Purple Mansion realm martial artist encountering a full complement of Purple Mansion realm beast tamers is terrifying.
However, it seems that there is no tradition of beast tamers in the 100 Kingdoms region.
Lin Fan has never heard of it, at least not yet. Lin Fan decided to promote the beast tamer skill to the entire family. They don't need to be super powerful even if they only reach the yellow rank, it will add 2 more combatants.
Let's see how it goes.
Then, Lin Fan found the Purple Lightning Sable. Under Lin Fan's intensive training, this guy is now a 3rd-tier demon beast. I believe it won't be long before it becomes a 4th-tier monster.
Chirp chirp chirp.
The Purple Lightning Sable was very excited when it saw Lin Fan coming to find it.
Little Purple, I'm going to turn you into my tamed beast. I wonder if you'd be willing. Chirp chirp chirp. Purple Lightning Eagle readily agreed. Chapter 95 Subduing the Gale Eagle.
Little Purple, it's a little uncomfortable at first, you need to bear with it.
Chirp chirp chirp. Lin Fan didn't delay any longer and began to form beast seals with his hands.
As the beast seal was formed, Lin Fan directly implanted it into the center of the Purple Lightning Sable's forehead.
Because the ferret was very cooperative, the process went very smoothly.
However, as the beast mark entered, the Purple Lightning Sable showed a distressed expression.
Seeing this, Lin Fan quickly asked, Xiaozi, how are you feeling?
At that moment, a little girl's voice entered Lin Fan's mind, Master, I'm just feeling a little unwell.
I'll be fine after a rest.
Lin Fan was not surprised to hear this voice.
Actually, it wasn't the Purple Sable speaking.
Rather, once the Purple Lightning Sable becomes his tamed beast, he will be able to know the Purple Lightning Sable's inner thoughts. At the same time, Lin Fan can directly control the life and death of the demon beasts that have been marked with the beast mark.
By the way, system, I wonder if the clan Divine Tree can also brand demonic beasts? Host, as long as a demon beast's loyalty to you reaches 70% or higher, it will also be branded. So, once I'm branded, I can break free of the beast mark's control over me.
After all, the branded monsters had reached the maximum level of loyalty to him.
Therefore, the beast mark's control over them is completely unnecessary.
It can be said that Lin Fan can have as many beasts as he wants in the future.
Little Purple, if you're not used to it, I can remove this beast mark. No need, Master. With this beast mark, you will be able to understand what I'm saying. Otherwise, you'll only be able to roughly understand what I'm trying to say.
Lin Fan thought about it and agreed.
Sometimes he really couldn't understand what the Purple Sable was trying to say. Then Xiaozi, you should get some rest. Once you've rested enough, I'll take you out treasure hunting. Yes, Master. After settling the Purple Lightning Sable, Lin Fan left the Divine Firmament realm.
Next, Lin Fan planned to turn the pair of Gale Eagles into his own tamed beasts. However, before that, Lin Fan planned to set up that Earth-level formation here.
This Earth-level formation is enough to completely cover the island.
With the protective formation in place, there's no need to worry about the Gale Eagle escaping.
Secondly, there's no need to worry about being discovered by other martial artists when fighting the Gale Eagle. It took Lin Fan half a day to finally set up all the array flags. Then, Lin Fan flew to the very center of the island and placed the array's core there. The moment the array's core was placed, the array instantly started operating. At this moment, the entire island was enveloped in a halo of light, and a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged into the island. This continued for about 15 minutes. After the formation absorbed enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth to maintain its operation, it finally stabilized completely. In the blink of an eye, the island disappeared into the sea, as if it had never existed. It's finally all settled, this island is mine now. Without the strength of a venerable realm expert, or a mid-grade Earth-level array master or above, no one can detect the existence of this island. Clearly, there is no such powerful figure in the land of 100 kingdoms. Therefore, the island has become impregnable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just then, Lin Fan heard the cry of an eagle. Has the Gale Eagle noticed anything unusual? That makes sense, with such a commotion, it would be hard not to notice. The Gale Eagles were in a panic. They realized they couldn't fly out of the island no matter what they tried. They quickly discovered Lin Fan's presence. So they flew quickly toward Lin Fan. They believed that the culprit preventing them from flying was the human in front of them. So they showed no mercy to Lin Fan and launched a fierce attack on him. As their wings flapped, gusts of wind swept towards Lin Fan. This is the Gale Eagle's attack method. Ordinary cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm would not dare to take such a fierce attack head-on. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan immediately drew his long sword. With the swing of the long sword, streaks of sword light shattered all the Gale Force winds. Then Lin Fan leaped onto the back of the Gale Eagle. The Gale Eagle is enormous, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters in diameter. What followed was a brutal, hand-to-hand combat. The Gale Eagle also let out a painful howl. It quickly flipped over, trying to shake Lin Fan off, but to no avail. After an hour of struggle, Lin Fan finally subdued the two Gale Eagles. Of course, if you were to kill them, it wouldn't take that long. Lin Fan's goal was to turn them into his tamed beasts, not to kill them. After subduing them, Lin Fan put the two Gale Eagles into the Divine Firmament realm. After that, Lin Fan went to the lair of the Gale Eagle. Lin Fan wanted to see if the two Gale Eagles had produced offspring. There really are three. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The three little Gale Eagles let out mournful cries upon seeing Lin Fan. In their view, Lin Fan's presence here might mean that their parents are no longer alive. At this moment, their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked at Lin Fan. Of course, these three Gale Eagles are not small either, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. Taking someone on a flight is a piece of cake. They are still little compared to their parents. Lin Fan checked the system and the information about the Gale Eagle appeared in his mind. Species, Gale Eagle. Growth potential, Tier 5. Strength, Tier 2. Lin Fan hadn't expected the Gale Eagle to have the potential to grow to the 5th tier. He thought the Gale Eagle's growth potential was only at the 4th tier. After all, their parents were both at the 4th tier of strength. Therefore, it seems that this is not their peak condition yet. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this. For now, it was enough. Looking at the three wary little creatures, Lin Fan said with a smile, "Don't worry, you three little ones, I didn't kill your parents. Next, I'll take you to reunite with your parents." Without waiting for their consent, Lin Fan took them directly to the Divine Firmament realm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. When the two large Gale Eagles saw Lin Fan bring their offspring in as well, they let out mournful cries. In their eyes, Lin Fan was about to kill them. However, their strength had been suppressed by Lin Fan at this moment, and they were unable to resist. "Alright, I won't kill you. However, if you want to live, you must become my beasts." 4th tier demonic beasts are highly intelligent and can naturally understand what Lin Fan is saying. At this moment, the two Gale Eagles looked at their offspring and ultimately chose to submit. Looking at the two Gale Eagles with their heads lowered, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. As the two beast seals were formed, Lin Fan transformed the two Gale Eagles into his tamed beasts. Chapter 96, Exploring the Island. Owner. As the beast mark was planted, two voices reached Lin Fan's ears. "Very good, you know how to be pragmatic. But don't worry, you definitely won't regret following me. At least 5th tier demonic beasts are not your end." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, his two sharp eyes gleamed. The Gale Eagles didn't think Lin Fan was lying to them. Their current location is the best proof. Although it's still unclear where this place is. But the two Gale Eagles knew that this place was no longer on the island where they lived. But how could someone who can transport them to another place in the blink of an eye be so simple? In fact, given sufficient resources, they are capable of breaking through their limits and becoming higher-level monsters. Alright, here are healing pills. Take them and heal your injuries as soon as possible. Thank you, Master. This time, Lin Fan gave me a low-grade Shen-level healing pill. Yellow-grade pills are no longer effective against those at the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Fan just beat them up pretty badly, they won't recover without some rest. Alright, take your 3 children and settle down on that continent to the north. Also, you can eat the monsters in here when you're hungry, but you can't hunt them at will. Yes, Master. After the Gale Eagles left, Lin Fan summoned everyone in the Divine Firmament realm, including his concubines. Greetings, Patriarch. Alright, everyone, no need for such formalities. I've called you all here today because there's something I need you to do. Hearing that there was something to do, everyone immediately perked up. Please give your orders, Master. I have now occupied an island with abundant resources, and I need you to thoroughly explore it. Don't worry, Patriarch, we guarantee to complete the mission, everyone said in unison. Okay, I'll take you out now. After leaving behind some maids to take care of the children, Lin Fan brought the rest of the people to the island. This is it. You all split up and proceed. By the way, there should still be quite a few monsters on this island, so you all need to be careful. Don't worry, Master, we will be careful. After saying that, the people dispersed and headed in different directions. Soon, only Lin Fan's concubines remained at the scene. Husband, what should we do next? Luo Yiran asked first. Why don't you all come with me and explore this island? From now on, this island will be our true base in the land of 100 kingdoms. Now that I've set up an array around this island, there's no need to worry about outsiders finding it. Upon hearing that this would be the family's true headquarters, everyone cheered. Great! Our Lin family finally has a real place to stay. Next, the group began their inspection. Soon, they arrived at a peach orchard. Upon closer inspection, there are probably several hundred plants. Moreover, these peach trees are already laden with fruit. However, it doesn't look ripe yet. There's actually a peach orchard here. I wonder what kind of spirit peach it is. There are so many kinds of spirit peaches, and they had never seen this kind before, so they really couldn't recognize it. However, this was no challenge for Su Qingyuan. As a top-tier Xian-level alchemist, she had already recognized this spiritual peach. However, she didn't say it aloud. It would be better to let her husband say it at this point. She didn't want to stand out among her sisters, nor did she want to steal Lin Fan's thunder. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fan at this moment. Lin Fan, who was also an alchemist, naturally recognized him. Seeing the way these people were looking at him, Lin Fan smiled and began to explain to them. This is a red-striped peach, which takes 6 years to flower, 6 years to bear fruit, and 6 years to ripen. It takes a total of 18 years to produce 36 fruits. The crimson-striped peach has reached the highest grade of the profound level. As for its effects, it is to prolong life. Eating one can extend your life by 10 years, but unfortunately only the first 10 are effective. Only those at the divine platform realm and below will benefit from consuming it. At the same time, the crimson peach is also the main ingredient of the Shen grade top quality longevity pill. A single Shen grade top quality longevity pill can extend one's life by 60 years. Only the first 5 pills are effective, and the effect will not diminish. Upon hearing about the effects of this magical peach, everyone was amazed. I never imagined that this spirit peach could actually increase lifespan. Unfortunately, it's not very useful to us. With the divine firmament realm around, we don't lack lifespan at all. But it's better than nothing. Who would complain about having too much life? Hearing their discussion, Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. I never expected that they would complain about such a good thing. If this were available to the outside world, it would definitely be highly sought after. Lin Fan guessed that the Zhao family's ancestor must not have discovered the existence of these peach trees back then, otherwise he would have taken them all away. Anything that can extend lifespan is incredibly precious, no matter where it is. As mentioned earlier, no one would complain about having too long a lifespan. After refining the elixir and consuming it, one can gain 300 years, plus an additional 100 years from 10 spirit peaches. In total, this can increase lifespan by 400 years. The Divine Platform realm only has a lifespan of 1,500 years.
If it had an extra 400 years of lifespan, it might be able to break through to a higher level. Even if they can't break through to a higher realm, they can still protect the family for another 400 years. A lot can change in 400 years. Lin Fan wouldn't look down on something this good.
Spirit peaches can be used not only for alchemy but also for brewing wine.
Therefore, Lin Fan directly transplanted 100 spirit peaches into the Divine Firmament realm for propagation. As for the rest, Lin Fan doesn't plan to touch them.
Anyway, this island belongs to the Lin family, so there's no problem leaving the rest here for landscaping.
After finishing these tasks, the group continued their stroll.
Soon, they arrived at the edge of a lake. My lord, the environment here is quite nice. Shall we build our mansion here?
After looking around, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This place is really nice, we could build our mansion here. Building a mansion is not difficult, as long as you have enough materials.
Lin Fan can instantly complete the construction within the Divine Firmament realm and then release it. In fact, Lin Fan had been preparing to build the family's residence before.
Therefore, there is no shortage of materials in the Divine Firmament realm. With Lin Fan's help, a manor covering 10 square kilometers was built in just half a day.
My husband is amazing. He built such a beautiful manor so quickly. Sisters, now that the mansion is built, let's all get to work and cook a delicious meal to celebrate the completion of our new home. Okay, let's get started. Soon, they divided the work and got to work in an orderly manner.
Seeing such a harmonious scene, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction.
Chapter 97 Preparations before the breakthrough. 2 weeks later, the island was finally explored.
Everyone reported the information they had gathered to Li Han. After organizing all the information, Li Han found Lin Fan.
Master, the entire island has now been thoroughly explored.
There are 6 Xian-grade Yuan stone veins, 3 of which are small veins, each with reserves of over 1 million stones. 2 medium-sized veins, each with reserves of over 5 million coins. A large mineral vein with reserves of over 20 million coins.
Note, Yuan stone veins are renewable.
As long as the veins are not depleted, small veins can generate 5,000 to 10,000 Yuan stones per year, medium veins can generate 20,000 to 50,000 Yuan stones per year, and large veins can generate 100,000 to 200,000 Yuan stones per year.
This applies to each grade.
As for the yellow-grade Yuan stone veins, there are even more, totaling 135, with large veins making up the majority. In addition to the Yuan stone mine, there are also one each of the Xian-grade refining materials, meteorite iron ore, burning heartstone ore, phoenix blood sand ore, and cloud pattern stone ore, all of which are extremely abundant. There are more than 50 kinds of yellow-grade refining ores. In addition, we also found 2 kinds of Xian-grade refining materials, ink-jointed bamboo and star-linked wood, in very large quantities, occupying 2 large mountains. Next are all kinds of spiritual herbs, including more than 500 kinds of Xian-level spiritual herbs and as many as tens of thousands of Huang-level spiritual herbs. Many of these are things that we in the Divine Firmament realm don't have. As Lin Fan listened to Li Han's story, he became happier and happier. He hadn't expected the island to be so rich in resources. By the way, Patriarch, there are still quite a few demonic beasts on the island, ranging from 1st to 3rd rank. Some people were injured this time, but none of them were serious. And there are quite a few lakes on the island. We haven't explored these lakes thoroughly, and we don't know if there are even more powerful monsters lurking within. Okay, I'll handle this. This is the family's headquarters, so Lin Fan naturally wouldn't leave these demonic beasts unattended. He decided to bring all these demonic beasts to the Divine Firmament realm. Those with potential can be trained and eventually become the tamed beasts of the family members. Those without potential can only be used as food. Alright, Li Han, your current cultivation level is quite stable. I'm going to help you advance to the Purple Mansion realm. Upon hearing this, Li Han was overjoyed. He then immediately knelt down and said, Li Han thanks the family head for his guidance. Alright, get up. You'll be busy from now on. The higher your abilities, the greater your responsibilities. Don't worry, Patriarch, Li Han will definitely not let you down. Li Han's tone was extremely firm. Good. Lin Fan acknowledged Li Han's abilities. During this time, she managed the family affairs very well, so he didn't need to worry about them too much. With such a capable assistant, his life is much easier. Afterwards, Lin Fan gave Li Han a low-grade Xian-level breakthrough pill and sent her to the Divine Firmament realm for seclusion. Then Lin Fan began to lead Zhao Lingxi and the others to capture the monsters on the island. Nearly half a month passed, and all the monsters on the island were captured. Even those hiding in the lake were not spared. The influx of so many demonic beasts immediately enlivened the southern, northern, and western continents of the Divine Firmament realm.
Lin Fan set up restrictions on each continent to prevent these demonic beasts from escaping.
Besides the demonic beasts, Lin Fan also caught some of the spirit fish in the island's lakes, as long as they weren't found in the Divine Firmament realm, and released them into the Divine Firmament realm to breed. These are all cultivation resources, so they should be carefully nurtured. After finishing his business on the island, Lin Fan planned to take a break for a while. Moreover, when Ruoshi and the others are all about to give birth. Sure enough, in the following month or so, Lin Fan had 10 more children.
6 sons and 4 daughters.
Lin Fan named them Lin Haoan, Lin Haokai, Lin Haoping, Lin Haozheng, Lin Haojie, and Lin Haoji. Lin Yudai, Lin Yushuan, Lin Yulei, Lin Yuhong. Because their mother had a high level of aptitude, all 10 children reached the highest level of earthly grade. Lin Fan glanced at the system rewards. There was nothing special about them. 4 sets of martial arts techniques, 3 sets of martial arts skills, and 3 weapons.
Overall, it's not bad.
After all, in the land of 100 kingdoms, it's unknown whether there are any high-grade earth-level cultivation techniques.
Using these techniques to train subordinates is quite effective. What frustrates Lin Fan is that the Lin family currently lacks a family-inherited cultivation technique.
The cultivation technique he practiced was exclusive, only he could practice it, and it could not be passed on to others. Lin Fan could only hope that the system would give him some support and reward him with a high-level family inheritance technique. Lin Fan stopped dwelling on it. He had more important things to do next.
Now, all of his children have been born. Next, Lin Fan plans to have Luo Yiran and the others all break through to the Purple Mansion realm before considering having children.
And so, another month passed. With his help, Luo Yiran and the others all broke through to the Purple Mansion realm.
The Lin family's current strength can only be described as terrifying.
Including Lin Fan himself and his steward Li Han, the Lin family now has 66 experts at the Purple Mansion realm.
If you add the 2 Gale Eagles, that makes 68.
If this news gets out, it will shock countless forces. However, Lin Fan wouldn't do that. He only wanted to make a fortune quietly. At this moment, Gu Nanxi and her 5 disciples were gathered together chatting.
Master, this is truly incredible. I never imagined I could break through to the Purple Mansion realm.
Ning Shuang, you brat, you're still calling me master at a time like this.
Remember to call me sister from now on.
Hey, what's the big deal? You've always been my master.
Humph, you call me master, so what will your children call me then?
That's true, that I'll call you older sister from now on.
That's more like it.
You're a mother now, Ning Shuang, it's time for you to mature a bit.
Don't lead your child astray. Yes, master. Sister. Seeing their conversation, Ling Xuanyue couldn't help but laugh.
At this moment, seeing that everyone had broken through, Lin Fan also prepared to go into seclusion to attempt to break through to the Divine Platform realm. However, before going into seclusion, Su Qingyuan still needs to refine a batch of Divine Foundation pills. The Divine Foundation pill is a top-grade Xian level pill, which Lin Fan is currently unable to refine.
It would be perfect to have Su Qingyuan refine it.
Even without elixirs, Lin Fan was confident that he could break through on his own. However, with the Foundation Establishment pill, one can be absolutely certain that the breakthrough will be successful, so it's better to be on the safe side. The soul-nourishing fruit tree that Lin Fan planted back then has now ripened and can be put to good use. After all the materials are prepared,
Su Qingyuan successfully refined the pill in just half a day.
Then it was handed over to Lin Fan.
Go for it, my husband. You'll definitely be able to break through to the Divine Platform realm. Then I'll take your good wishes. Alright, I'm going into seclusion.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace.
Chapter 98 Advancement to Level 3 Clan, Unbelievable Rewards. After Lin Fan went into seclusion, the Divine Firmament realm began to quiet down. Everyone was silently cheering for Lin Fan. Breaking through from the Purple Mansion to the Divine Platform is not so easy.
It is necessary to condense and sublimate the spiritual consciousness within the Purple Mansion. Then, a solid divine altar is constructed in the Sea of Consciousness to protect the most core essence of the soul.
This process is extremely lengthy, typically taking years, decades, or even centuries. Of course, there are also things that one can never do in a lifetime. If resources are plentiful or one possesses exceptional talent, this time can still be shortened. Time flies, and a month has passed in the main world. Meanwhile, 6 months had passed in the divine firmament realm. Now, Lin Fan has completed the condensation and sublimation of his spiritual consciousness.
Only one final step remains: constructing the altar. As time went by, the altar in Lin Fan's purple mansion finally took shape. Immediately afterwards, a powerful pressure emanated from Lin Fan.
Although the place where Lin Fan was in seclusion had been sealed off, no one outside could sense his movements. However, as Lin Fan broke through, the divine firmament realm expanded rapidly, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. Zhao Lingxi and the others knew immediately that Lin Fan had successfully broken through to the next level. After their initial surprise, the group went to where Lin Fan was in seclusion to wait for him to emerge. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Fan felt a surge of emotion upon experiencing his own immense power.
After nearly a year, I finally made a breakthrough. This is only the breakthrough to the divine platform realm. How long will it take to break through to the divine power realm? Indeed, the years of cultivation are not countable. Fortunately, I have plenty of time, so this amount of time is negligible. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the divine platform realm.
Your clan level has increased to level 3. You have received a clan upgrade gift pack. Please keep up the good work. This is truly a double celebration. I never expected the clan to level up as well. That makes sense.
All the previous conditions have been met, except for a divine platform realm expert. Now that I've broken through to the divine platform realm, my family has naturally leveled up.
System, open the properties panel. Host, Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan, 1,467 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level, 3. Family members, 64 wives and concubines. Offspring, son 39, daughter 42. Family luck, 5.6 million. Strength, early stage of the divine platform realm. Qualification, low grade, earth level. Cultivation technique, the unity of heaven and earth.
Martial arts and movement techniques, earth grade low level thunderclap finger great mastery, earth grade mid level flowing light step minor mastery, earth grade mid level 9 swords of flowing light minor mastery.
Weapon, mid grade earth level, starlight sword. 100 crafts, top grade Shin level alchemist, top grade Shin level winemaker, mid grade earth level beast tamer.
Family wealth, 100 heavenly grade yuan stones, 13,000 earthly grade yuan stones. Strength of wives and concubines, early stage of purple mansion realm 64 people.
The divine firmament realm covers an area of 10 million square kilometers. Its time flow rate is 7 times that of the main world.
That's right, the area of the divine firmament realm has actually reached 10 million square kilometers, which is 100 times larger.
Even the time flow rate has reached 1:7.
System, tell me the conditions for a family to advance to level 4.
Host, to upgrade your clan to level 4, you need 5 members at the divine power realm, 30 members at the divine platform realm, and 100 million clan fortune.
Lin Fan sighed upon seeing the requirements for upgrading his family.
The further you progress, the harder it becomes to improve your strength.
It would take a long time to cultivate just these 30 divine platform realm cultivators, let alone the 5 divine power realm cultivators.
It's okay, I have plenty of time, I'll achieve it sooner or later. Lin Fan couldn't help but cheer himself up. Next up is the upgrade gift pack that Lin Fan has been most looking forward to.
Hopefully, this upgrade pack will bring me some good stuff.
System, open the upgrade gift pack. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for opening the clan upgrade gift pack and obtaining the first volume of the clan's inherited cultivation technique, the Void Control Scripture. The Imperial Void Scripture is of a grade surpassing Emperor level. With just the first volume, one can cultivate to the Great Emperor level. However, this cultivation method also has limitations. Only the host's wives, concubines, and blood descendants can cultivate it. Of course, the wives and concubines of the host's offspring can also cultivate, as long as they are branded by the divine tree. In addition, the host was rewarded with a new feature. Anyone branded by the family's divine tree can freely enter and exit the divine firmament realm without the host needing to intervene. Of course, the host can also restrict their freedom of movement, and they also cannot bring in outsiders. And most importantly, the host can use these people as anchor points to freely enter and exit their vicinity. For example, if the host is currently in the Shattered Star Sea, and there is someone in Changning City who has been branded by the family's divine tree, then the host can directly travel through the divine firmament realm to that person's side. Even if the host travels to other continents in the future, as long as there are people here, the host can instantly return. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Fan was very excited. Although there were only 2 rewards, each one was crucial to him. Needless to say, he had longed for the inheritance of the cultivation technique for a long time. The next feature is even more amazing. You'll never have to waste time traveling again. You must understand that this world is too vast, even an emperor cannot instantly reach any place. Besides speeding up travel, the anchor point teleportation function also greatly improves safety. If he entered the divine firmament realm from a certain place, he would still appear in the same place when he came out. Being cornered by a powerful enemy is a very troublesome situation. We can't just stay in the divine firmament realm forever and never leave. But now that we have the anchor point feature, as long as there are people of his in various places, he can appear anywhere. There's no need to worry about being blocked. Escape methods have been greatly improved. System, you are truly my lucky star. Now I have the inherited cultivation technique, and even more, I have such a powerful function. By the way, system, is it possible to teleport through anchor points in some secluded secret realms isolated from the outside world? Yes, host. That's great. It's important to know that secret realms usually have limited spots and various other restrictions. From now on, whenever any subordinates go into the secret realm, they can directly ask him for help. When the time comes, all the wealth in the secret realm will belong to him. Thinking about these things made Lin Fan very excited. Now that our subordinates have the ability to freely enter and leave the divine firmament realm, there's no need to wait any longer. We can start building up the family's clan's covert power. The Shattered Star Sea is extremely chaotic, so we can develop here directly, and at the same time continue to secretly recruit talents for the family. Although more than 10,000 people have been trained in the divine firmament realm, this number is far from enough. We must recruit more talent as soon as possible. Chapter 99. The Shadow Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion are established. Congratulations, my husband, on your advancement to the divine platform realm. Congratulations, father, on your advancement to the divine platform realm. Congratulations to the patriarch on his advancement to the divine platform realm. As soon as Lin Fan emerged from seclusion, he was greeted with congratulations. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled. Alright everyone, let's celebrate together, just like last time. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone cheered. However, those monsters are not so pleasant. Who knows how many will end up as snacks with drinks. 3 days later. At this moment, in the divine firmament realm, Lin Fan gathered everyone in a huge square. Lin Fan was standing on the high platform in the square. Everyone below was staring intently at Lin Fan. They awaited Lin Fan's next orders. Lin Fan scanned everyone below before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you all here today because I have something important to announce. After careful consideration, I have decided to create 2 factions. These 2 forces have no apparent connection with the Lin family. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone perked up. They knew that the head of the family was about to assign them tasks. Having cultivated for so long, they naturally felt restless and wanted to venture out and explore. Now, their opportunity has arrived. Thinking about this, they became somewhat excited. Lin Fan didn't care what they thought, and continued. The first force is Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion's job is to gather intelligence and carry out assassinations, while also secretly recruiting talent for the family. At this point, Lin Fan looked towards the men's group, where Lin Ren and Lin Sha were standing at the very front. Lin Ren, Lin Sha, you 2 will serve as the Pavilion Master and Deputy Pavilion Master of the Shadow Pavilion. I hope that you can cover the 100 kingdoms in the Shattered Star Sea with the Shadow Pavilion in a short period of time. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately knelt down. Lin Ren and Lin Sha thanked the patriarch for his guidance. We will definitely not let the patriarch down. Yes, I look forward to your performance. As for the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, it will be located in the eastern continent of the Divine Firmament realm. I will grant Shadow Pavilion members the right to freely enter and leave the Divine Firmament realm. Outside, all you need to do is establish outposts. Even if you are discovered, you won't suffer any losses. Everyone was shocked by Lin Fan's words, followed by overwhelming joy. None of the people present had ever imagined that they could freely enter and leave the divine firmament realm. A killer with such abilities would strike fear into the hearts of countless people. Because after killing someone, they can instantly return to the divine firmament realm, and the other party may not even be able to see their shadow. Next, they began to look forward to a second power. Shadow Pavilion is more suitable for those who cultivate the shadow killing technique. Therefore, many people have set their sights on the second force. Lin Fan didn't keep them waiting long. After they had finished processing what happened at Shadow Pavilion, Lin Fan continued, as for the second force, let's call it Treasure Pavilion. What Jubao Pavilion is all about is doing business, similar to Baibaolu, but we must do even better than Baibaolu in the future. Next, all of our Lin family's pills, elixirs, weapons, various materials, and crescent rice will be sold at the Treasure Pavilion. Of course, in addition to selling, we also need to acquire some rare resources. Like Inga, Jubao's headquarters are also located in the eastern continent. At this point, Lin Fan looked at Su Mei and Wang Jia, who were standing at the very front of the women. Wang Jia, you will serve as the head of the Treasure Pavilion, and Su Mei will serve as the deputy head. Wang Jia and Su Mei thank the head of the family for his guidance. We will do our best to run Jubaoj well. Very good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Alright, that concludes today's announcements. Now, everyone can choose whichever faction they are interested in. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he signaled that they could proceed. Lin Fan didn't care how these people were chosen. All he cares about is the result. 3 days passed in the divine firmament realm. The two forces were finally established. Shadow Pavilion, led by Lin Rin and Lin Sha, has a total of 5,000 people. Jubaoj, led by Wang Jie and Su Mei, has a total of 7,000 employees. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan immediately left Xinshao Island. The island now occupied by the Lin family has been named Xinshao Island by Lin Fan. Of course, before leaving, Lin Fan left 100 people on Xinshao Island. With these people around, Lin Fan can teleport back directly without wasting time flying. Soon, Lin Fan returned to Tianhai City. Then they found a secluded spot and released all the members of the Shadow Pavilion. Lin Rin, Lin Sha, how Shadow Pavilion develops is up to you. I won't ask too many questions. I want to see the results. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will absolutely not let you down. Alright, then get moving. Remember not to neglect your cultivation. You can't survive in this world without strength. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he left. Since they are already able to travel to and from the divine firmament realm on their own, there is no need to worry about their safety. Next, Lin Fan left the Zhao Kingdom and went directly to Linhai County in the neighboring Lingxi Kingdom. Linhai County, also near the Shattered Star Sea and adjacent to the Hanhai County of Zhao, is about as prosperous as the Hanhai County of Zhao. Lin Fan plans to build the first treasure pavilion here. Then, Lin Fan released the members of Jubaoj. Su Mei, Wang Jia, this place is your starting point. I hope you can quickly develop and expand Jubaoj. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will do our utmost. Okay, you need to get the treasure pavilion up and running as soon as possible. As for the supplies, just contact Li Han when the time comes. After giving his instructions, Lin Fan left immediately. Next, Lin Fan spent some time returning to Hanhai County in the Zhao Kingdom. However, this time Lin Fan did not go to Tianhai City, but to Hanhai County's capital, Hanhai City. Since they had promised Emperor Zhao that they would move their family here, they naturally had to make a show of it. So, after Lin Fan arrived in Hanhai City, he brought Zhao Lingxi with him. Lingxi, what do you know about the governor of Hanhai County? My lord, the governor of Hanhai County is named Wang Xinghe, a martial artist in the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. At the same time, he also has a younger brother named Wang Xinglua, who is at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm and is the garrison commander of Hanhai County. He has been leading soldiers to resist the invasion of demonic beasts. As for what kind of person he is, I don't know much about him. In that case, let's go to the prefect's residence and get to know him. I wonder if he'll welcome me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhao Lingxi giggled. Husband, your public identity is that of an alchemist, how could he not welcome you? By the way, husband, now that you're a divine platform realm expert, you can reveal your identity as a low-grade profound alchemist. At that time, I can also take the opportunity to reveal my Purple Mansion realm cultivation. Let's wait a while and first establish the official family structure. Chapter 100, Determining the moving location. When Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi arrived at the entrance of the prefectural governor's mansion, they were stopped by the guards. Gentlemen, this is the prefect's residence. Trespassing is not permitted. Lin Fan wasn't angry about this. After all, they had come uninvited, and the guards did not recognize them. Therefore, it was only reasonable to stop them. Go tell your master that the Lin family head of Qingyun County has come to visit with Princess Lingxi. The guard was startled when he heard Lin Fan introduce himself. So he quickly and politely said, Master Lin and Princess Lingxi, please wait a moment, I will go and report to the master right away. Okay, go ahead. Seeing that Lin Fan and the other person were not angry, the guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. After bowing to Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi, the man hurriedly left. Soon, the guard hurriedly led a middle-aged man out. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi, he immediately smiled. I am deeply sorry for not being able to greet Patriarch Lin and Princess Lingxi properly. Prefect Wang, you're too kind. We came uninvited and were worried about disturbing Prefect Wang. Patriarch Lin, you flatter me. I'm overjoyed that you and Princess Lingxi could come. How could it be considered a disturbance? By the way, Patriarch Lin, Princess Lingxi, let's go inside and talk. This isn't the place to be. Good. Soon, the group arrived in the living room. Patriarch Lin, Princess Lingxi, I wonder if you've come to see me today because of the moving? Wang Xinghe got straight to the point. Oh. I didn't expect that Prefect Wang already knew about this. Lin Fan said with some surprise. Patriarch Lin, His Majesty mentioned this matter to me some time ago. I see. I wonder if Prefect Wang welcomes my move here. After all, if I were to move here, I would need to take up a lot of resources. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Xinghe shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you saying, Patriarch Lin? If you were to move the Lin family here, I would certainly welcome you. Hanhai County is rich in resources, but it is also very dangerous here. Every 10 years, the beast tide causes devastating losses to Hanhai County. Therefore, the more Purple Mansion realm forces there are, the fewer losses we will suffer. Lin Fan nodded. He was certain that Wang Xinghe was telling the truth. Prefect Wang, do you know of any suitable place for me to establish my family? Wang Xinghe was delighted to see that Lin Fan was keen to move here. So he quickly instructed a maid to bring over a map of Hanhai County. Patriarch Lin, there are no Purple Mansion forces stationed in this area. Moreover, the resources here are extremely abundant, with 3 veins of Xian-grade Yuan stones. If the Lin family head is willing to move the Lin family here, then all the resources in this area will belong to the Lin family. Lin Fan surveyed the area. This place is also next to the Shattered Star Sea and adjacent to Tianhai City. It has a very large territory, covering nearly 10 million square kilometers. You could say this place is great in every way. The only downside is that this place is near the Shattered Star Sea, and it will be the first to be hit when the beast tide comes. This is also why this place has not been occupied by the Purple Mansion realm for so many years. However, this meant nothing to the Lin family. Even if there is a beast tide, it will only be a source of resources for the Lin family. At this moment, Wang Xinghe felt a little uneasy. He didn't know if Lin Fan was willing to move here. Although the resources are plentiful, the location is really not good. But now, the only place in Hanhai County that hasn't been occupied is this place, which has the richest resources. If it were offered elsewhere, he estimated that Lin Fan would be even less interested. Prefect Wang, I've made up my mind. I'm moving here. Patriarch Lin, does this mean you've agreed? At this moment, Wang Xinghe began to doubt whether he had misheard. Prefect Wang, I've made up my mind. We're moving here. Lin Fan said with certainty. I'd like to give an early welcome to Patriarch Lin. Wang Xinghe was extremely happy at this moment. With the Lin family stationed here, casualties will definitely be reduced significantly. By the way, Patriarch Lin, could you give me a blueprint for the family's construction? I'll arrange for someone to build the mansion for you. Lin Fan had done him such a big favor, so he naturally had to show his appreciation. Then I'll have to trouble Prefect Wang. Lin Fan didn't refuse. I will move here as soon as the mansion is completed. Yes, Patriarch Lin, I will help you build the mansion as soon as possible. After discussing the important matters, the two then began chatting casually. During this time, Wang Xinghe took out many spiritual herbs and seeds, and exchanged them with Lin Fan for a lot of cultivation pills. Wang Xinghe was overjoyed to see the pills he had just received. These pills are things that you can't buy even with spirit stones normally. Finally, after having a meal here, Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi returned to their home in Qingyun County. I have to say, teleportation is really fast. In the blink of an eye, we've returned from Hanhai County to Qingyun County. Once I have people all over the entire divine wilderness realm, I can really go wherever I want. Alright, my husband, stop lamenting here. My belly has been empty for so long, it's time to have a baby. Zhao Lingxi's first child reached the lower level of the heavenly realm, so she naturally wanted to have more such prodigies. Upon hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, the others echoed her sentiments and began urging Lin Fan on. They haven't forgotten their responsibilities. Lin Fan treated them so well, and even helped them become the Purple Mansion realm martial artists they had always dreamed of. Therefore, they must bear many children for Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan knew he was going to be busy for a while. However, he also enjoys doing this kind of thing. With that heaven and earth harmony technique as his weapon, he will only become stronger in battle. And so, 3 months passed in the main world. As for the divine firmament realm, 21 months have passed. After such a long time, Lin Fan finally got them what they wanted. During this time, Lin Fan also thoroughly consolidated his cultivation. It must be said that once you reach the divine platform realm, the improvement of your strength becomes very slow. If it were someone at the Purple Mansion realm, they would at least be able to advance one of the smaller realms. Of course, if everyone is at the divine platform realm, then the speed of cultivation will also increase accordingly. During this period, not only Lin Fan benefited, but Luo Ran and the others also took the opportunity to stabilize their cultivation. Even Luo Ran and the others' aptitude has been improved to the middle grade of the Xian level. Seeing their aptitude improve little by little, Luo Ran and the others were naturally overjoyed. Keep in mind that when they first started, they were only at the yellow level top grade aptitude. They were already beginning to anticipate just how strong they would become in the future. Chapter 101, Heading to the Quasi-Saint's Cave. On this day, in the divine firmament realm, Li Han was reporting to Lin Fan on the development of Inga and Juboj. Patriarch, 3 months have passed, and Shadow Pavilion has already established strongholds in various prefectures and cities of Zhao, Chu, and Lingxi. Perhaps because of its lack of reputation, it only received 3 orders to assassinate Qi realm cultivators, but the missions were completed perfectly. Another piece of good news is that Lin Rin and Lin Sha have successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction when he heard that the two had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. With 2 Purple Mansion realm experts currently in charge, Shadow Pavilion can be considered a major force. More importantly, no outsider would ever imagine that Shadow Pavilion is related to the Lin family. Xiaohan, go and tell them later that we can take our time with the Shadow Pavilion matter. As we complete more orders, our influence will naturally grow. Since there aren't many tasks right now, let's start by gathering intelligence. As long as our intelligence is accurate, it will be of great help to future assassination missions. Also, the matter of adopting children cannot be delayed. Yes, Master, I will tell them. Lin Fan nodded. Xiaohan, let's talk about Jubao Pavilion next. Master, the first Jubao Pavilion in Linhai County opened a month ago. On the first day of business, the turnover reached 10 million yellow-grade yuan stones. Although business wasn't as good as on the first day, the daily turnover still reached 1 million yellow-grade spirit stones. However, the existence of the treasure pavilion has inevitably attracted the attention of some forces, and some even want to seize it by force. Fortunately, after Su Mei and Wang Jie killed a few petty thieves and revealed their Purple Mansion realm strength, they didn't make any further moves. I reckon quite a few forces are investigating the background of Juboj. There might be an even bigger conspiracy going on. However, I have already arranged for Lin Xian, Lin Han, and Lin Yan to remain on standby in the divine firmament realm. Now, the 3 of them have also become experts in the Purple Mansion realm. As long as Juboj encounters a situation, the 3 of them can go out to provide support immediately. Great job, you've arranged it very well. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Li Han's arrangements. But Xiaohan, you must tell them that if they encounter an enemy they cannot defeat, they should abandon the treasure pavilion and quickly return to the divine firmament realm. Yes, Master, I understand. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go now. Yes, Li Han takes his leave. After Li Han left, Lin Fan also prepared to make a trip to the Million Mountains. He has now reached the divine platform realm. It's time to get our hands on that quasi-saint cave. He always felt uneasy about things he hadn't gotten his hands on. A quasi-saint's collection must be very rich, and Lin Fan was very much looking forward to it. Without hesitation, Lin Fan headed straight for the Million Mountains. This time, Lin Fan traveled using his divine platform realm strength. In just 3 minutes, they arrived at the former home of Su Qingyuan and her friends in Tianfeng City.
After investigating, Lin Fan realized that no one had come here after they left. Then, Lin Fan called out Su Qingwan and Su Qingyuan. The two sisters looked surprised when they saw this familiar place.
My husband, I never imagined we'd be back here again.
They grew up here, so they still have some fond memories of this place. I'm on my way to the Baiwantishan Mountains and I'll be passing through here, so I came in to take a look. They were even more surprised to hear that Lin Fan was going to the Million Mountains again.
Husband, why are you going to the 100,000 Mountains again? Lin Fan did not inform them about the inheritance cave beforehand.
Therefore, they were unaware of Lin Fan's purpose in coming to the Million Mountains. This time we're going to the Million Mountains to search for treasure. There's a cave dwelling left behind by a quasi-saint. Upon hearing that there was a quasi-saint's cave, the two immediately widened their eyes. I never expected my husband to discover the cave left behind by a quasi-saint.
There must be many good things inside.
At this point, the two of them showed expectant expressions. I don't know how many good things there are, but I hope I'll have a great haul.
Don't worry, my husband, there will definitely be good stuff. Su Qingwan said confidently. That's what I think too. Su Qingyuan chimed in.
Seeing the two of them making funny faces, Lin Fan laughed and said, You too, this depends on fate. Of course, I also hope to get a lot of good stuff.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You guys go back to the Divine Firmament realm first, I need to continue my journey. Yes, my husband, we'll head back now.
Just as Lin Fan decided to leave, he suddenly stopped.
Then, Lin Fan brought out 5 Shadow Pavilion members from the Divine Firmament realm. This is Tianfeng City.
I brought you out here so that you would establish a Shadow Pavilion outpost here.
Rest assured, Patriarch, we guarantee to complete the mission. Okay, you guys go ahead and get busy.
By the way, you all need to be careful, there are quite a few Purple Mansion realm martial artists in this city.
If you find anything wrong, you must return to the Divine Firmament realm immediately. You cannot act recklessly outside. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. We know what to do. Lin Fan nodded, signaling them to leave.
He himself was also leaving this place. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Fan had already traveled 1,000,000 miles away from Tianfeng City. After confirming that no one was around, Lin Fan released the flying boat.
For a distance of 500 million miles, it's still more convenient to travel by air. Otherwise, I don't know how many days it would take to fly there.
Once Lin Fan stepped into the flying boat, he immediately took control of it and flew at top speed. In just half an hour, the flying boat appeared deep within the mountains, spanning 500 million miles. It is indeed fast, but this flying boat is a real money hog. 1,000 Earth-grade spirit stones are gone just like that.
I hope this cave dwelling won't be a wasted trip.
Next, based on the information provided in the reward, Lin Fan quickly found the location of the cave. As for how to get in, the method was already explained in the reward, so it was naturally no problem for Lin Fan. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the cave without damaging its formation. Upon seeing the situation inside, Lin Fan smiled.
This cave is not very large, only about 10 square kilometers. Lin Fan glanced around and discovered a large medicinal field inside the cave, which took up about half of the cave. The medicinal field was planted with spiritual herbs. In addition, there is a palace in the very center of the entire cave. Presumably all the good things are in this palace. But let's not rush the palace matter, no one's taking it right now anyway.
Lin Fan plans to transplant all the spiritual herbs here to the Divine Firmament realm before exploring the palace.
Chapter 102: The Harvest from the Quasi-Saint's Cave.
Afterwards, Lin Fan returned to the Divine Firmament realm and directly summoned over 1,000 people to help. However, Lin Fan did not let Zhao Lingxi and the others come out with him. Lin Fan is currently unsure whether there is any danger inside this cave. Lin Fan wouldn't risk bringing them out, especially since they were already pregnant. Next, these thousands of people were responsible for digging up spiritual herbs, while Lin Fan was responsible for transplanting them. Lin Fan decided to take inventory of the varieties of these medicinal herbs when he got back. However, at this moment, a spirit fruit tree in the spirit field still caught his attention.
Lin Fan didn't recognize what kind of spiritual fruit this was. Judging from its appearance, this spirit fruit tree is definitely extraordinary, and the aura it exudes makes people feel very comfortable. Fortunately, this was no problem for Lin Fan, as he had a system. Soon, information about this spiritual fruit appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Spirit Marrow Fruit. Grade, low-grade saint level. Efficacy, cleanses the marrow and refines the body, improves aptitude. Consuming one pill can grant one top-tier earth-level aptitude. It is also a low-grade saint-level elixir, the main ingredient of the heaven-mending pill. A single heaven-mending pill can elevate anyone's aptitude to the highest heavenly level. Maturity time, flowering takes 80 years, fruiting takes 80 years, and the fruit matures in 80 years, producing about 30 fruits each time.
It's actually a sacred herb. No wonder it looks so extraordinary.
Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised by the effects of these spiritual fruits. Although the system had previously stated that the family's sacred tree could also bear fruits that improve one's aptitude. However, there is no sign of the family's sacred tree bearing fruit, and it will probably be a long time before it produces any.
Now that a spirit fruit tree capable of improving one's aptitude has appeared before Lin Fan, how could he not be overjoyed?
Looking at the 30 ripe fruits, Lin Fan carefully picked them and stored them in the system space. The system space has no time limit, so there's no need to worry about the medicine losing its effectiveness. It can be stored permanently. Lin Fan decided that after returning home, he would take one to upgrade his aptitude to the highest level of Earth grade.
The remaining 29 coins should also be distributed among his women. As for refining the heaven mending pill, we'll have to deal with that later.
This is a saint-level elixir. It definitely cannot be refined in a short period of time.
Since that's the case, we might as well maximize our profits.
By the time they have the ability to refine saint-level pills, these spirit essence fruits will have ripened countless times.
Moreover, the seeds inside these spiritual fruits can also be used as seeds. If it is passed down from generation to generation, the Lin family will never lack spirit marrow fruits.
After harvesting the fruit, Lin Fan transplanted the fruit tree directly into the divine firmament realm.
It was planted not far from the family's sacred tree. Today, this spirit essence fruit tree is the family's only saint-level spiritual medicine.
If this news gets out, even saint-level forces will likely be alarmed. After all, no faction wouldn't want something that can improve their qualifications. Next, with the help of thousands of people, all the spiritual herbs were transplanted to the divine firmament realm in just half a day.
Alright, everyone, let's go back to the divine firmament realm.
Master, we shall take our leave.
After saying that, they disappeared from the spot. It's good that they have the authority to freely enter and exit the divine firmament realm.
Finally, I don't have to bother them every time I go in and out. Lin Fan sighed for a moment, then walked towards the palace.
Wow!
I didn't expect this palace to be a mid-grade heaven-level magic treasure.
This reward is really too good to pass up. Let's go inside and take a look first, then we'll take the palace with us.
When Lin Fan pushed the door open and went inside, he found that the room was divided into many areas. There are residential areas, as well as a library, weapon refining room, alchemy room, cultivation room, and treasure room. After looking around, Lin Fan went to the library first. When he pushed the door open, he found there were more than 10 bookshelves inside.
Each bookshelf contains jade slips, each with an introduction to it. Under Lin Fan's divine sense, the jade slips were quickly counted.
These jade slips record cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Even the lowest level has reached the lower grade of Xian level. There are over 1,000 sets of Xian level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. There are also hundreds of earth level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. There are 5 sets each of heaven level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. The highest level cultivation technique in it is the one that Ling Shuzi mainly cultivates, called the Qingyuan technique. The name of this technique seems ordinary, but its level has reached the mid-grade saint level, and it can be cultivated to the Saint King realm. This level of cultivation technique is extremely rare, even in the Xiantian continent.
As for Ling Shuzi, he is the owner of this cave.
Ling Shuzi, the patriarch of the Qingyuan sect in Qianzhou, Xiantian continent, has reached the 6th level of quasi-saint.
With such strength, they would definitely be a force to be reckoned with in Qianzhou.
Unfortunately, the Qingyuan sect was later besieged by several equally powerful forces, which directly led to the sect's destruction. Ling Shuzi, the sect's patriarch, was also seriously injured after killing a master of the same level. Afterwards, he fled here, leaving behind this ancestral cave.
Once the cave dwelling was completed, he left immediately to fight his enemies. Because at that time, he was already exhausted and didn't want to hide here and eke out a living.
At the same time, in order to prevent those forces from discovering this inheritance cave.
So we went directly to their door to attract their attention.
He also hoped that with his last bit of strength, he could see if he could take one of his enemies with him. Lin Fan had no idea what the final outcome would be. However, given Ling Suzi's condition at the time, the odds were against him.
As for the reason why Qing Yuan's sect was besieged, it was because of the spirit marrow fruit tree that Lin Fan had just transplanted. Those major powers somehow learned that the Qing Yuan sect had obtained a spirit marrow fruit tree. Faced with such a treasure, they became greedy. In order to seize this spiritual fruit, several major forces joined forces to attack the Qing Yuan sect. After reading this information, Lin Fan was speechless. These major forces fought to the death, but in the end, he benefited. If he becomes powerful enough in the future, Lin Fan decides to take the opportunity to avenge the Qing Yuan sect. However, Lin Fan wouldn't do that before he could crush those forces. Next, Lin Fan went to several other places and took inventory of the items inside. A total of 1 million heavenly grade yuan stones were obtained, but only 10 saint grade yuan stones were obtained. As for those below the heavenly grade, none were found. Lin Fan guessed that these yuan stones should belong to Ling Shuzi personally.
Otherwise, it's impossible that there weren't any low-level elemental stones. Next up are the weapons.
The highest grade is the longsword used by Ling Shuzi, which has reached the mid-grade heaven level. The remaining weapons are about 10 earth-level weapons, which is not a large number.
As for elixirs, none were found. In that situation, it's estimated that Ling Suzi ate it all.
Although there were no elixirs, the traditions of alchemy and weapon crafting were still preserved. Of course, these skills need to be learned by oneself, unlike the kind that are rewarded by the system and can be learned directly.
Those medicinal herbs outside were actually seeds that Ling Shuzi scattered there when he left.
Nearly 1,000 years have passed since Ling Shuzi left, which is why those spiritual herbs have grown so luxuriantly.
Chapter 103 Battle against a Fifth Order Monster.
Lin Fan was very satisfied with what he had gained this time.
Oh right, and this palace too, I almost forgot about you. With that, Lin Fan stored the palace in the Divine Firmament realm.
Lin Fan examined the cave again, and after confirming that nothing was left behind, he prepared to leave.
I wonder what outsiders will think when this cave is revealed to the world a few years from now, and they walk in and see that it's empty.
Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled smugly. Then, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot.
Having returned to the Baiwandishan Mountains, I'm not in a hurry to go back. I'll explore the area first.
Now that Lin Fan has a mid-grade Earth-level attack Jade Talisman in hand, it is equivalent to a strike from the perfected Divine Power Realm. With such strong backing, Lin Fan was no longer so afraid of the Million Mountains. Moreover, he can leave this place at any time through the Divine Firmament Realm. However, if we're going to search for treasure, we can't do without the Purple Lightning Sable. With that, Lin Fan released the Purple Lightning Sable.
Master, you finally let me out.
The Purple Lightning Ferret was overjoyed to be outside.
Alright, little Purple, you have to be careful. This is deep in the Million Mountains. There is a high possibility that 5th or even 6th order demonic beasts may appear here.
Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the Purple Lightning Sable also quieted down. As a monster that grew up in the Million Mountains, it naturally knew how terrifying this place was.
Alright, little Purple, let's start our treasure hunt now. Yes, Master. With me here, we're sure to find many treasures. Let's get started.
Afterwards, Lin Fan led the Purple Lightning Sable to traverse the Million Mountains.
After a while, Lin Fan heard the voice of the Purple Lightning Sable in his mind. Master, there's something good ahead. Hearing that there was something good, Lin Fan was overjoyed.
Then, in the center of a pool, Lin Fan discovered a transparent lotus flower that emitted a delicate fragrance.
Name, Crystal Lotus. Grade, low-grade earth level. Efficacy, detoxification. As long as the toxin is no more than a low-grade earth-level poison, just one petal is enough to neutralize it. Growth cycle, 60 years. This is really good stuff.
However, Lin Fan did not make a move immediately.
There are bound to be demonic beasts guarding the vicinity of such a spiritual herb.
Sure enough, he found a serpentine monster at the bottom of the pool. This creature is enormous, with a dark green body. Lin Fan estimated that it was nearly 60 meters long, and its diameter was probably more than 1 meter. At this moment, this guy is staring at him from underwater.
They could attack him at any time.
Clearly, the serpentine monster had already decided to eat him. Lin Fan was not careless. He had the system investigate the information about the serpentine monster.
Species, black-faced snake. Growth potential, Tier 5. Strength, Tier 5. Talent, poison.
When Lin Fan saw this guy's information, he couldn't help but curse him in his heart.
Damn, it's actually a 5th tier demonic beast divine platform realm, you're really cunning. They're already so powerful, yet they still think about launching a sneak attack. If I hadn't been cautious, I probably would have fallen into your trap. After cursing for a while, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. As expected of the depths of the 100,000 mountains, even a random demonic beast here is a 5th tier demonic beast. However, since we have encountered a 5th tier demonic beast, we should naturally test our own strength. With this in mind, Lin Fan decided to take the purple lightning sable into the divine firmament realm. He was afraid that if a fight broke out, the purple sable might be accidentally injured. The purple lightning sable is only at the 3rd rank now, and it simply cannot withstand the aftershocks of their fight. Little Purple, you go back to the divine firmament realm first. There are 5th tier demonic beasts down there. Then, Master, you must be careful. The purple electric sable knew that staying here wouldn't be of any help and would only distract Lin Fan, so it didn't insist on staying. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Next, Lin Fan put the purple lightning sable into the divine firmament realm. They immediately and swiftly transported the crystal lotus to the divine firmament realm. Lin Fan naturally didn't want such a good medicinal herb to be destroyed by the aftermath of their upcoming battle. It's best to put it away for now. The Shenin serpent was still somewhat taken aback. It had no idea that Lin Fan's reaction speed was so fast. Actually, it wasn't very interested in crystal lotus. After all, the crystal lotus has no effect on it at all. In fact, it is something that counters it. While crystal lotus is useless against it, it is excellent as fishing bait. It has proven effective time and again over the years. Whenever a demon beast covets this crystal lotus, it will become its meal. But who would have thought that it would become invalid today? In the blink of an eye, its bait disappeared. After regaining its senses, the Shenin serpent became enraged. It leaped directly out of the water and spat out a mouthful of venom at Lin Fan. Heh, a mere trick. You think you can hurt me with such a measly scheme? Lin Fan dodged the venom with a quick movement. Then he drew his starlight sword and slashed at the mysterious Yin serpent. Although the Shenin serpent's scales were tough, they couldn't withstand the attack of a level 2 weapon, so a large gash was cut into it. Roar! The Shenin serpent, in pain, launched another attack on Lin Fan. With a single sweep of its tail, the Shenin serpent unleashed a powerful shockwave that reduced the vegetation within a radius of hundreds of miles to nothingness. Lin Fan was naturally able to handle such attacks with ease. Despite its apparent strength, it could not cause him any harm. Half an hour later, the Shenin serpent had become extremely weak. Its body was covered with countless sword wounds. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, no plants could be seen at this time. It's easy to imagine how intense the battle between the human and the beast was during those half an hour. Strike while the iron is hot and take your life. Lin Fan seized the opportunity and chopped off the head of the Shenin serpent with a single sword strike. Phew, finally got rid of this guy. I have to say, this guy is really strong, probably comparable to a martial artist in the late stage of the divine platform realm. Fortunately, I am more skilled, otherwise I would have had to avoid their sharp edge. Lin Fan then stored the snake's body in the system space. This is a 5th tier demonic beast, so Lin Fan naturally wouldn't waste it. As for the snake head, Lin Fan didn't want it. It looked a bit disgusting. Lin Fan didn't stay there any longer. The battle just now must have attracted the attention of other monsters. Therefore, we cannot linger here. It's fine if a 5th tier demonic beast comes, but if a 6th tier demonic beast comes, then he will have no choice but to return to Qingyun County through the divine firmament realm. Having finally made it to the Baiwan Mountains, he didn't want to go back so soon. Soon, Lin Fan flew 1,000,000 miles before returning to the divine firmament realm. Not long after Lin Fan left, a huge tiger-shaped demonic beast appeared at the place where he had just fought. After glancing at the Shenin snake's head on the ground, the tiger-shaped demon beast swallowed it whole. After giving a humane look around, it left. Chapter 104 Qinglan Sect, Yilioli. For the next few months, Lin Fan roamed the Million Mountains with the purple lightning eagle. In these past few months, Lin Fan has made considerable progress. It can only be said that the resources deep in the mountains are incredibly abundant. The Xinshao realm, spanning 10 million square kilometers, has once again become lush and green. None of the plants that Lin Fan acquired this time were below the highest grade of yellow level. The trees that were once excellent materials for refining weapons in the 100 Kingdoms have now become part of the greenery of the divine firmament realm. In addition, Lin Fan captured more than 70 4th-tier demonic beasts. Purple Mansion Realm. This was prepared by Lin Fan for the beast tamers in his family. However, no one has become a beast tamer yet.
Lin Fan didn't capture just any monster, otherwise, he would have captured far more than this. Those who can be brought in must have at least the potential to reach level 5, and they must also have a good appearance. In fact, Lin Fan killed quite a few 4th tier demonic beasts, which are now stored in the system's storage space. On this day, deep in the Million Mountains, Lin Fan was sitting on the back of a tiger-shaped demon beast. In Lin Fan's arms was the purple lightning sable. This tiger-shaped demon beast is the Flaming Tiger, Lin Fan's tamed mount. The Blazing Tiger is a 5th tier demonic beast divine platform realm, and its growth potential has even reached the 7th tier. Lin Fan spent a lot of time trying to subdue it.
Fortunately, it finally succeeded.
Now, this fiery tiger has become Lin Fan's tamed beast, and has also been branded by the family's divine tree. If it weren't for the need for proper communication, there would be no need to use the beast mark for control. Like the 2 Gale Eagles before, Lin Fan removed the beast marks after they were branded by the family's divine tree. Currently, only the purple lightning sable and the flaming tiger before us bear the beast mark. With the flaming tiger as my mode of transportation these past few days, my treasure hunting speed has become even faster.
Master, I sense treasure over there. Let's go quickly.
Upon hearing that there was more treasure, Lin Fan immediately perked up.
Flame, head in that direction. Yes, Master. Soon, a purple bamboo forest covering an area of 1 square kilometer appeared in front of Lin Fan.
Lin Fan looked at the bamboo with delight.
This bamboo looks extraordinary, it even crackles with lightning.
Lin Fan didn't know if it was because the aura emanating from the flaming tiger was too strong, but he didn't find any trace of the demon beast here.
Or perhaps the monsters weren't interested in this bamboo forest?
However, Lin Fan didn't dwell on it too much and immediately began to investigate the information about these bamboos.
Name, Purple Thunder Bamboo. Rank, low-grade earth level.
Purple Thunder Bamboo is a natural sword forging material, imbued with lightning properties.
Maturity time, 80 years. This bamboo has actually reached the lowest grade of earth level. There must be no less than 100,000 of them here. What a great harvest!
Without delay, Lin Fan flew directly to the sky above the bamboo forest and drew his flowing light sword.
With a few swings of the sword, the entire bamboo forest was separated.
Because the area is too vast, it cannot be brought to the divine firmament realm all at once. Therefore, Lin Fan had no choice but to divide it into 10 parts before he could bring this bamboo forest into the divine firmament realm.
Such a harvest made Lin Fan linger, reluctant to leave.
3 days later, Lin Fan heard the sounds of human martial artists fighting with demonic beasts from thousands of miles away. This was the first time Lin Fan had encountered a human martial artist in the Million Mountains. This aura suggests he is a martial artist at the divine platform realm. I wonder if this person comes from the land of 100 kingdoms, or from the Xin Tian continent across the way.
Out of curiosity, Lin Fan decided to go and take a look.
So after he returned the flaming tiger and the purple lightning sable to the divine firmament realm, he flew off in that direction. The distance of thousands of miles is now just a matter of a few breaths for Lin Fan.
It's actually a woman, and she seems to be injured. Let's see who you are first. Name, Yi Lioli. Age, 60.
Qualification, top tier heavenly grade.
Strength, late stage of the divine platform realm. Identity, candidate holy maiden of the Qinglan sect in Shenzhou.
Affection level, 0, complete stranger to the host. She really is from the Xin Tian continent, and she's even a candidate for holy maiden of the Qinglan sect. The candidates for holy maiden of Qinglan sect are also strong. They have reached the late stage of the divine platform at the age of 60, and their aptitude has reached the top grade of heaven. Then their sect leader's strength must be at least at the divine power realm.
What about the sect's patriarch? Is he a venerable or a quasi-saint?
Thinking about all this, Lin Fan could only say that the land of 100 kingdoms truly lived up to its reputation as a beginner's village. No wonder no strong individuals were willing to come here. The gap between them was simply too vast.
Given her divine platform realm strength, how did she manage to get here? Could she be carrying some kind of treasure?
Lin Fan didn't intend to steal the treasure, he was just trying to stay vigilant. If the other party really has a treasure and then suddenly attacks him, wouldn't that be dangerous?
Lin Fan looked at the battlefield not far away.
Because of her injuries, Yi Lioli was already at a disadvantage. At this moment, feeling that her strength was failing, Yi Lioli began to despair.
Am I, Yi Lioli, going to die here? I'm so unwilling. Xin Jiaojiao, I never thought that in the end you would still outsmart me, and you still won. Yi Liuli knew that in her current state, she couldn't possibly be a match for this monster on her own. As for Xin Jiaojiao, whom she mentioned, she is her rival from the same school. Both of them are candidates for Holy Maiden of the Qinglan sect. Their fierce rivalry stemmed from their competition for the position of saintess. Now, the two sides have reached the point where they are willing to kill each other. The reason she is here now is because she was tricked by Xin Jiaojiao and entered a dangerous place. She was seriously injured in the dangerous situation. To leave that place, she used a random teleportation talisman that she obtained by chance. As soon as they were teleported here, they encountered a 5th-tier monster that was out hunting. You could say she's never been this unlucky before. Seeing that Yi Liuli was about to collapse, Lin Fan spoke up, "Miss, do you need my help?" "Who?" Yi Liuli was startled by the sudden sound. She soon discovered Lin Fan's presence. Seeing that Yi Liuli was actually distracted by looking at him at this moment. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan immediately stepped forward to shield Yi Liuli from the attack of the demonic beast. "Girl, you're even distracted while fighting a demonic beast? Are you afraid you won't die fast enough?" After being lectured by Lin Fan, Yi Liuli blushed. She really shouldn't have made that mistake. Lin Fan ignored her and decided to deal with the monster first. Lin Fan stared at the wolf-shaped demon beast in front of him, taking the opportunity to check its information. Race, Howling Moon Wolf. Potential, Tier 6. Strength, Tier 5. Talent, Howling Moon, on a full moon night, combat power increased by 20%. This monster is not bad, it even has combat talent. Let's capture it and see if we can tame it. Lin Fan didn't want to miss out on such a wonderful monster. Although he won't need it himself, it would be nice to have it as a pet for his children in the future. Chapter 105: The Tragic Howling Moon Wolf. Woohoo! The Howling Moon Wolf roared. It was quite displeased by Lin Fan's sudden appearance. Then, it angrily launched an attack on Lin Fan. Good timing. Lin Fan immediately threw a punch. Since he intended to capture the Howling Moon Wolf, Lin Fan did not plan to use weapons. Otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself and would kill the Howling Moon Wolf. Woohoo! The Howling Moon Wolf was hit by Lin Fan's punch, which made it feel some pain. Hee hee, it's pretty tough, let's continue. With that, Lin Fan threw another punch. For the next half hour, the mournful howls of the Howling Moon Wolf could be heard from time to time. However, in the end, the Howling Moon Wolf lay on the ground and refused to move. Although it wasn't fatally injured, it really didn't want to fight anymore. They could have just killed it, but instead they chose to humiliate it in this way. This is really too much of a bullying for the wolf. It has never felt so wronged before. Yi Liuli, who was standing to the side, was stunned for a long time as she watched this scene. She had never seen a battle like this before. No martial arts techniques were used, it was all about direct, brutal punches. She even felt a little sorry for the Howling Moon Wolf. If I hit her like that, I'd feel like dying. Seeing that the Howling Moon Wolf didn't want to move anymore, Lin Fan stopped and then put it into the Divine Firmament realm. Then they imprisoned it and didn't bother with it anymore. Now was not the time to subdue it. Yi Liuli was somewhat surprised to see this scene. She guessed that Lin Fan must be a beast tamer because he was able to take away the surviving Howling Moon Wolf directly. Only beast tamers carry beast storage bags with them. She was no stranger to beast tamers, there were such sects in Qianzhou. Yi Liuli calmed herself down. Then she walked up to Lin Fan and said gratefully, "Yi Liuli thanks you for saving my life, young master." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. "Miss Yi, you're too kind. I sense that the young lady is injured. How did she end up in the Baiwan Mountains?" "Young master, you said this is the Million Mountains?" Yi Liuli asked in surprise. Yi Liuli was quite surprised to find herself in the Million Mountains. To be honest, she really didn't know where this place was before. Moreover, she encountered a monster as soon as she arrived here, which really annoyed her. If it weren't for Lin Fan's timely appearance, she would definitely be dead. Therefore, at this moment, she was filled with gratitude towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan noticed that Yi Liuli's expression didn't seem to be lying, which puzzled him. "Miss Yi, you seem to have no idea where you are. How did you end up here?" "Young master, it's like this." Next, Yi Liuli explained the whole story of how she ended up here. Lin Fan saved her life, so she didn't intend to hide these things from him. "I see." Lin Fan finally understood why Yi Liuli, with her divine platform realm strength,
was able to safely reach this place. At the same time, he thought to himself that this random teleportation talisman was unreliable. If he hadn't happened to discover the situation here, Yi Liuli would probably have perished.
While Lin Fan was pondering, Yi Liuli spoke up, "Young master, may I ask your honorable name?"
"My name is Lin Fan," Lin meaning two trees and Fan meaning ordinary.
Lin Fan.
Yi Liuli murmured these two words softly.
Unfortunately, she had no recollection of the name at all.
Logically speaking, with Lin Fan's strength, he should be quite famous in Qianzhou, and she should have heard of him.
Or perhaps Lin Fan wasn't from Qianzhou at all, but came from another state?
Seeing Yi Liuli constantly whispering his name, Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled.
"Miss Yi, is there something wrong with my name?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Liuli quickly shook her head. "Young Master Lin has misunderstood.
I'm just a little curious.
Given your strength, I've never heard of you before, so I find it rather strange."
Hearing Yi Liuli's words, Lin Fan finally understood what was going on.
He has been in the land of 100 kingdoms, so it would be strange if Yi Liuli had ever heard of him.
"Miss Yi, it's normal that you haven't heard of me, because I'm not from Qianzhou. As expected, I was wondering why I'd never heard of young Master Lin."
At this point, Yi Liuli continued, "May I ask which state you come from, young master?"
"Miss Yi, how should I put it? Actually, the place I am in is also within the territory of Qianzhou, but it is isolated from the world." Why does young Master Lin say that?"
Yi Liuli was a little confused by Lin Fan's words. "Because the place I am in is the land of 100 kingdoms, on the other side of the Million Mountains."
"I don't know if you've ever heard of this place?" "What?"
Yi Liuli was shocked by the news.
"She won't have been teleported to the other side of the Million Mountains, will she?" She had heard of the land of 100 kingdoms. It was no secret in Qianzhou.
Not only is this place remote, but getting there requires crossing millions of mountains, and resources are scarce in this land of 100 kingdoms. This resulted in nobody being interested in this place.
But if that's the case, how is she supposed to get back? There are 6th-tier demonic beasts in the heart of the 100,000 mountains. How could she possibly deal with them? "Young Master Lin, where are we in the Million Mountains right now?"
Although she already had the answer in her heart, Yi Liuli was still somewhat unwilling to give up.
"As I just said, this is the other side of the Million Mountains. It's less than 500 million miles away from the land of 100 kingdoms."
Phew! Yi Liuli was deflated at this moment. She shouldn't even think about returning to the Qinglan sect until she breaks through to the Divine Power Realm. But it would probably be 100 years before she could return after breaking through to the Divine Power Realm, and that would be under the condition that there were sufficient cultivation resources. Don't be fooled by the fact that she has already reached the late stage of the Divine Platform Realm. Breaking through to the Divine Power Realm will not be so easy.
The gap between each level is simply too great.
But if she went back 100 years later, Shen Jiajiu would have already become the holy maiden of the Qinglan sect. If she goes back then, Shen Jiajiu will definitely not tolerate her, and no one in the sect will speak up for her. Given Shen Jiajiu's status as the holy maiden of the Qinglan sect, killing her in secret would be a piece of cake, and there wouldn't be any gossip about it. Thinking about this, Yi Liuli felt a little lost. She didn't know what to do next.
"Miss Yi, what's going on?" "Young Master Lin, I'm fine."
Yi Liuli smiled somewhat reluctantly.
Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions. He simply took out a pill.
"Miss Yi, your injuries are quite severe.
Here is a top-grade Xian-level healing pill. Please take it to heal your wounds." "Thank you, young Master Lin,"
Yi Liuli said as she accepted the pill.
"Young Master Lin, please protect me from the spell from now on."
"Please make yourself at home, Miss Yi. I'll take care of things here."
"Thank you, young Master Lin."
After saying that, Yi Liuli took the pill and began to heal her injuries. Her injuries are quite severe and are continuing to worsen. If the wounds are not treated quickly, they will definitely damage the foundation. At that point, let alone breaking through to the Divine Power Realm in 100 years, he might not even be able to break through to the Divine Power Realm in his entire life. Chapter 106. Yi Liuli's heart flutters, distributing Spirit Essence Fruit.
An hour later, Yi Liuli woke up. Although the injury has not fully healed, it has stabilized and is unlikely to worsen further. "Thank you for protecting me, young Master Lin."
Yi Liuli expressed her gratitude to Lin Fan once again. "By the way, young Master Lin, I'm not familiar with this area.
I wonder if I could stay by your side from now on."
At this point, Yi Liuli looked at Lin Fan with some anticipation. Lin Fan not only saved her life but also helped her heal her injuries, which made her feel very good about him.
Moreover, she was all alone here and didn't know where to go, so following Lin Fan was the most suitable option. If Miss Yi is willing, then of course I have no problem with it. To be honest, he never intended for Yi Liuli to leave. How could he possibly miss out on such an outstanding woman?
It wasn't that he was a womanizer, but rather that he wanted to find an excellent mother for his unborn child. Yi Liuli was very happy to see Lin Fan agree. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Lin to take care of us from now on. And so, Lin Fan, with Yi Liuli in tow, once again wandered through the 100,000 mountains. A month later, Lin Fan sat on the back of the flaming tiger with Yi Liuli in his arms. During this time, Lin Fan had already captured Yi Liuli's heart.
Liuli, shall I take you somewhere? What kind of place is this? Why are you being so mysterious?
Despite her words, Yi Liuli's eyes were full of curiosity. Close your eyes first, and then you're not allowed to resist. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Liuli obediently closed her eyes. Then, with a thought, Lin Fan directly brought Yi Liuli and the flaming tiger back to the divine firmament realm.
Liuli, you can open your eyes now. So fast? I didn't feel anything?
Yi Liuli said, opening her eyes.
Where am I?
Seeing herself in an unfamiliar place, Yi Liuli looked surprised.
Don't rush, let me explain it to you slowly.
Afterwards, Lin Fan told Yi Liuli about what happened in the divine firmament realm.
After listening to Lin Fan's explanation, Yi Liuli was completely dumbfounded.
Even with her extensive knowledge, she had never heard of anyone being able to carry around a small world that could grow along with their strength. Although some powerful magical artifacts exist, and the spaces inside can be inhabited, they are incomparable to the divine firmament realm.
More importantly, that 7 times the time flow rate is simply unbelievable. Fan, you wouldn't happen to be a reincarnated immortal, would you?
In her view, even an emperor could not possess such a small world.
Liuli, whether I am a reincarnated immortal or not is not important. What is important is that I will be your husband from now on. How annoying.
Yi Liuli said shyly. Seeing this, Lin Fan laughed and then led Yi Liuli to his residence. Another month passed, and Lin Fan returned to Qingyun County.
This trip to the Baiwan Mountains was very rewarding for Lin Fan. Not to mention the massive harvest of spiritual herbs. This time, he captured over 100 4th-tier demonic beasts. There are also 2 5th-tier demonic beasts. These monsters are all part of the clan's fighting force.
With the Lin family's current strength, they have already surpassed the power of most of the 100 kingdoms. Take the state of Zhao for example, they only have one ancestor who is at the early stage of the divine platform realm. The neighboring state of Chu was the same. As for whether there are any hidden ones, Lin Fan thinks there are. However, being able to hide 1 or 2 divine platform realm cultivators is the best one can hope for.
The Lin family now boasts 4 warriors at the divine platform realm.
There's the Flaming Tiger, the Howling Moon Wolf, Night Glass, and himself. The Lin family is now only missing a master at the divine power realm. In the divine firmament realm, Lin Fan summoned all his wives and concubines together. During this time, Yi Liuli also got along well with everyone. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Fan took out 29 spirit essence fruits. His was already eaten. Lin Fan's aptitude has now reached the highest level of Earth grade. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Lin Fan smiled and said,
There are 29 spirit essence fruits here. I called everyone here today to see how you want to distribute them.
Hiss. Before the others could react, Yi Liuli gasped. Yi Liuli had heard of the great reputation of the spirit marrow fruit.
Although she was already certain in her heart, she still couldn't help but ask Lin Fan, Husband, is this the low-grade saint-level spirit essence fruit?
That's right, it seems you've heard of this spiritual fruit, Liuli.
Of course.
This is a spiritual fruit that can improve one's aptitude. It's extremely rare throughout the entire Xiantian continent.
Then, Yi Liuli told all the information she knew. After hearing Yi Liuli's story, everyone except Zhao Lingxi looked at the spirit marrow fruit with fervent eyes. Alright, now everyone knows the uses of these spiritual fruits, so how do you think they should be distributed? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, they all fell silent. Everyone wants such a wonderful fruit.
Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhao Lingxi knew it was time for her to step in. After all, it would be very difficult for her husband to divide the property. Husband, how about this? Let's just distribute them according to first come, first served. That way no one will be in a difficult position.
Hearing Zhao Lingxi's suggestion, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked everyone, "Do you have any objections to Lingxi's method of distribution?" "My husband, we have no objections." "Okay, let's divide it like this then. Don't say I'm being biased later." Giggle. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. "Iran, starting with you, everyone take one and refine it." "Thank you, my husband," Luo Iran said happily. After everyone had left, Lin Fan planted the seeds of 30 spirit marrow fruits next to the spirit marrow fruit tree. At this moment, Yi Liuli came to Lin Fan's side. "My lord, is this the spirit marrow fruit tree?" "Good. My husband is indeed a man of great fortune. However, my husband, please remember that the news about the spirit essence fruit must never be revealed to the outside world. You should know that even a saint venerable expert cannot guarantee that his descendants will have high cultivation talent. If news of the spirit essence fruit gets out, it will absolutely drive these forces crazy." In Shenzhou, Yi Liuli was used to seeing this kind of thing. Murders and robberies happen every day. "Liuli, don't worry, do you think your husband is that stupid?" "That's true, my husband is the smartest." Ha ha. Lin Fan was amused. He hadn't expected Yi Liuli to have this side to her. "Husband, you should try harder. Everyone else has children but I don't," Yi Liuli said with a hint of complaint. "Ha, happy to help, let's go now." Chapter 107: The Distribution of Power in Xianzhou. And just like that, another month passed. During this time, Yi Liuli finally got her wish and had her own child. As for the holy maiden of the Qinglan sect, she had long since forgotten about her. The holy maiden of the Qinglan sect is not allowed to marry outsiders. However, after following Lin Fan, Yi Liuli no longer coveted the position of holy maiden. To be honest, she even felt a little grateful to Shen Jiaojiao. If it weren't for Shen Jiaojiao's scheme, how could she have met Lin Fan? Yi Liuli decided that she would give Shen Jiaojiao a quick death in the future, as a way of expressing her gratitude. After obtaining Yi Liuli, Lin Fan naturally received system rewards. First, there are 1,000 high-grade yuan stones. Lin Fan no longer cared about the small amount of heavenly-grade yuan stones. After all, he had obtained 1 million heavenly-grade yuan stones in the quasi-saint cave. But this is better than nothing, it's better than nothing at all. The next reward is a top-grade heavenly rank formation, divine mechanism heavenly control formation. This formation can absorb and circulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own, without consuming other resources. Moreover, this formation is incredibly powerful, combining offense and defense in an unpredictable manner, and cannot be broken by anyone below the Saint King level. Even for a sage, entering would mean facing a near certain death. This reward is currently useless to Lin Fan. They will only be useful after we arrive in Xianzhou. That day, Lin Fan accompanied Yi Liuli on a leisurely stroll through the divine firmament realm. "Liuli, tell me about the situation in Xianzhou." Yi Liuli nodded. With Lin Fan's abilities, he would eventually go to Xianzhou, so it was necessary to find out more about him. "My lord, Xianzhou is very large. The Baiwan Mountains plus this place probably only occupy 1% of Xianzhou. The strongest force in Xianzhou is the Qianyuan Holy Land. The Holy Lord of the Qianyuan Holy Land is a quasi-saint realm expert, and the Supreme Elder is a saint realm expert. It is said that they still have several Saint King realm ancestors who are alive. Of course there must be a Saint King. If there is no Saint King powerhouse in charge, it cannot be called a Holy Land. However, I don't know exactly how many Saint Kings there are." Next up are the 4 major forces: Lu Yan Sect, Qingshu Pavilion, Tianma Valley, and Yuming Palace. These 4 major forces all have saint-level experts in charge. Below are quasi-saint-level forces like the Qinglan sect, there are as many as 20 of them. As for the venerable realm forces, there are even more. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback when he heard that Xianzhou was so big. It should be noted that Xianzhou is only one of the 9 provinces in the eastern region of the Xiantian continent. "Liuli, do you know anything about the situation in other states?" "I don't know much about that. I only know that Xianzhou ranks 7th in overall strength among the 9 provinces of the eastern region, and 8th in size." Well, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. This area is simply too large. "My husband, we don't need to rush. Let's just develop our business discreetly. With the existence of the divine firmament realm, sooner or later, our Lin family will be able to become a behemoth." Yi Liuli had full confidence in Lin Fan. "Ha, Liuli, you're right. Our Lin family will definitely become a behemoth." Lin Fan still held on to this belief.
After returning to their lodgings, Lin Fan gathered everyone together again. Then he took out a jade slip. Ladies, this jade slip contains our Lin family's inherited cultivation technique, the Yu Su Jing. From now on, you will all be practicing this technique. Husband, what level of cultivation technique is the Yu Su Jing? Yi Liuli asked curiously. As a candidate for Holy Maiden, she herself cultivates the low-grade heaven-level cultivation technique of the Qinglan sect. It's a pity this can't be told to outsiders, otherwise she would die immediately. Other sects' inherited cultivation methods also have such limitations. This is done to prevent the sect's cultivation techniques from being leaked. If it were possible to spread the word, Yi Liuli would have been handed over to Lin Fan long ago. At this moment, after hearing Yi Liuli's question, everyone looked at Lin Fan. They were also very curious about what level of cultivation technique this was. But they knew that since it was a family's inherited technique, it must be extraordinary. This cultivation technique will allow you to cultivate all the way up to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Fan did not tell them that this set of techniques was currently only the first volume. After all, being able to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm is already the most top-tier cultivation method. Hiss. After everyone came to their senses, they all gasped in shock. They never expected that this was actually a Great Emperor-level cultivation technique. Yi Liuli even doubted that she was dreaming. What kind of amazing husband did she marry? Xin Jiajiao, you are such a good person. Yi Liuli wanted to thank Xin Jiajiao's ancestors for 8 generations. They actually gave her such a great opportunity. Alright, everyone, stop being surprised. Let's quickly switch to this cultivation technique. Good husband. It took the next 2 weeks for everyone to complete the conversion of their cultivation techniques. That day, Li Han went to Lin Fan again to report the situation. Patriarch, news has come from Shadow Pavilion that they have collected 1,000 children, with aptitudes above the top grade Xian level and 10 with Earth grade aptitude. Okay, I understand. I'll be there in a bit. Afterwards, Lin Fan took some time to bring these 1,000 children to the Divine Firmament realm. At the same time, Lin Fan ordered that the maids who were not in trouble should also form teams to go out and search. Xianzhou in the eastern region of the Xintian continent is terrifyingly large. He needs to train more people. And so, the Lin family began to develop quietly. In the following months, Luo Yiran and the others gave birth to their children one after another. The Lin family's population increased by another 64 people. Of these, 34 were boys and 30 were girls. Luo Yiran and the other 29 people were promoted to the highest level of the prefecture due to their own qualifications. Therefore, their children's aptitudes all reached the highest level of the earthly realm. If their aptitudes had been improved earlier, perhaps all of these children could have reached the lower level of the heavenly rank. Just like Zhao Lingxi, the child she gave birth to this time has once again reached the lower level of the heavenly rank. Currently, only Yi Liuli has not yet been born. Because she is pregnant late, her baby will not be born for several more months. Next up was the system reward that Lin Fan was most looking forward to. Well, after checking the rewards, Lin Fan was a little disappointed he didn't see any special rewards. He didn't see the 100 arts he was looking forward to. The rewards are things like weapons and elixirs. Of course, Lin Fan didn't dislike these things, it's just that what he was expecting hadn't appeared. Fortunately, among these rewards was a high-grade Earth-level defensive formation and a top-grade Earth-level attack Jade Talisman. The destructive power of this attack Jade Talisman is equivalent to a full-force strike from a venerable realm expert at the peak of their cultivation. Although it's just a disposable item, having this as a trump card. Even if encountering a venerable realm expert, it can severely injure them if caught off guard. If it's only at the early stage of the venerable realm and they don't have any defensive magic treasures, then it's possible to kill them. As for the reward of the low-grade heaven level, it simply means that the trial tower previously awarded was upgraded to the low-grade heaven level. Overall, the reward is pretty good.